The Anatomy of Human Destructiveness. Erich Fromm. Preface. This study is the first volume of a comprehensive work on psychoanalytic theory. I started with the study of aggression and destructiveness because, aside from being one of the fundamental theoretical problems in psychoanalysis, the wave of destructiveness engulfing the world makes it also one of the most practically relevant ones. When I started this book over 6 years ago, I greatly underestimated the difficulties I would encounter. It soon became apparent that I could not write adequately about human destructiveness if I remained within the limits of my main field of competence, that of psychoanalysis. While this investigation is primarily meant to be a psychoanalytic one, I also needed a modicum of knowledge in other fields, particularly neurophysiology, animal psychology, paleontology, and anthropology, in order to avoid working in too narrow and, hence, a distorting frame of reference. At least I had to be able to check my conclusions with the main data from other fields to make certain that my hypotheses did not contradict them and to determine whether, as was my hope, they confirmed my hypothesis. Since no work existed that reports and integrates the findings on aggression in all these fields, or even summarizes them in any one specific field, I had to make such an attempt myself. This attempt, I thought, would also serve my readers by offering them the possibility of sharing with me the global view of the problem of destructiveness rather than a view taken from the standpoint of a single discipline. There are, it is clear, many pitfalls in such an attempt. Obviously, I could not acquire competence in all these fields, least of all, the one in which I started out with little knowledge, the neurosciences. I was able to gain a modicum of knowledge in this field not only by studying it myself but also through the kindness of neuroscientists, a number of whom gave me guidance and answered my many questions and some of whom read the relevant part of the manuscript. Although specialists will realize that I have nothing new to offer them in their particular fields, they may also welcome the opportunity of a better acquaintance with data from other areas on a subject of such central importance. An insoluble problem is that of repetitions and overlapping from my previous work. I have been working on the problems of man for more than 30 years and, in the process, focusing on new areas while deepening and widening my insights in older ones. I cannot possibly write about human destructiveness without presenting ideas that I have of the new concepts with which this book deals. I have tried to hold down repetition as much as possible, referring to the more extensive discussion in previous publications, but repetitions were nevertheless unavoidable. A special problem in this respect is the heart of man, which contains some of my new findings on necrophilia-biophilia in a nuclear form. My presentation of these findings is greatly expanded in the present book, both theoretically and with regard to clinical illustration. I did not discuss certain differences between the views expressed here and in previous writings, since such a discussion would have taken a great deal of space and is not of sufficient interest for most readers. There remains only the pleasant task of expressing my thanks to those who helped me in the writing of this book. I want to thank Dr. Jerome Brahms, to whom I am much indebted for his helpfulness in the theoretical clarification of problems of behaviorism and for his never-tiring assistance in the search for relevant literature. I am gratefully indebted to Dr. Juan de Dios Hernandez for his help in facilitating my study of neurophysiology. He clarified many problems through hours of discussion, oriented me in the vast literature, and commented on those parts of the manuscript dealing with the problems of neurophysiology. I am thankful to the following neuroscientists who helped me by sometimes extended personal conversations and letters: the late Dr. Raul Hernandez Pion, D.R.S. Robert B. Livingston, Robert G. Heath, Heinz von Forster, and Theodore Melnichuk, who also read the neurophysiological sections of the manuscript. I am also indebted to Dr. Francis O. Schmidt for arranging a meeting for me with members of the Neurosciences Research Program, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, at which members discussed questions that I addressed to them. I thank Albert Speer, who in conversation and correspondence, was most helpful in enriching my picture of Hitler. I am indebted also to Robert M. W. Kempner for information he had collected as one of the American prosecutors in the Nuremberg trials. I am also thankful to Dr. David Schechter, Dr. Michael Macoby, and Gertrude Hunziker Fromm for their reading of the manuscript and for their valuable critical and constructive suggestions, to Dr. Ivan Illich and Dr. Ramon Zaira for their helpful suggestions in philosophical matters, to Drive W. A. Mason for his comments in the field of animal psychology, to Dr. Helmuth de Terra for his helpful comments on problems of paleontology, to Max Hunziker for his helpful suggestions in reference to surrealism, and to Heinz Brandt for his clarifying information and suggestions on the practices of Nazi terror. I am thankful to Dr. Kalinkowitz for the active and encouraging interest he showed in this work. I also thank Dr. Illich and Miss Valentina Borsman for their assistance in the use of the bibliographic facilities of the Center for Intercultural Documentation in Cuernavaca, Mexico. I want to use this occasion to express my warm gratitude to Mrs. Beatrice H. Meyer, who over the last 20 years has not only typed and retyped the many versions of each manuscript I have written, including the present one, but has also edited them with great sensitivity, understanding, and conscientiousness with respect to language and by making many valuable suggestions. In the months I was abroad, Mrs. Joan Hughes took care of the manuscript very competently and constructively, which I thankfully acknowledge. I express my thanks, also to Mr. Joseph Cunning, Senior Editor, Holt, Reinhardt, and Winston, for his very able and conscientious editorial work and his constructive suggestions. I want to thank, furthermore, Mrs. Lorraine Hill, Managing Editor, and Mr. Wilson R. Gathings and Miss Kathy Fallon, Production Editors, Holt, Reinhardt and Winston, for their skill and care in coordinating the work on the manuscript in its various stages of production. Finally, I thank Marian O'Domerick for the excellence of her conscientious and penetrating editing. This investigation was supported in part by Public Health Service Grant No. MH13144-01, MH13144-02, National Institute of Mental Health. I acknowledge a contribution by the Albert and Mary Lasker Foundation that enabled me to obtain additional help by an assistant. E.F. New York, May 1973. Terminology. The equivocal use of the word aggression has created great confusion in the rich literature on this topic. The term has been applied to the behavior of a man defending his life against attack, to a robber killing his victim in order to obtain money, to a sadist torturing a prisoner. The confusion goes even further. The term has been used for the sexual approach of the male to the female, to the forward driving impulses of a mountain climber or a salesman, and to the peasant plowing the earth. This confusion is perhaps due to the influence of behaviorist thinking in psychology and psychiatry. If one calls aggression all noxious acts, that is, those that have the effect of damaging or destroying a non-living thing, a plant, an animal, or a man, then, of course, the quality of the impulse behind the noxious act is entirely irrelevant. If acts that are meant to destroy, acts that are meant to protect, and acts that are meant to construct are all denoted by one and the same word, then indeed there is no hope of understanding their cause. They have no common cause because they are entirely different phenomena, and one is in a theoretically hopeless position if one tries to find the cause of aggression. 1. Let us take Lorentz as an example. His concept of aggression is originally that of a biologically adaptive, evolutionarily developed impulse that serves the survival of the individual and the species. But, since he applied aggression also to bloodlust and cruelty, the conclusion is that these irrational passions are also innate, and since wars are understood as being caused by pleasure in killing, the further conclusion is that wars are caused by an innate destructive trend in human nature. The word aggression serves conveniently as a bridge to connect biologically adaptive aggression, which is not evil, with human destructiveness, which indeed is evil. The core of this kind of reasoning is: biologically adaptive aggression equals innate destructiveness and cruelty equals aggression. Ergo, destructiveness and cruelty equals innate QED. In this book I have used the term aggression for defensive, reactive aggression that I have subsumed under benign aggression, but call destructiveness and cruelty the specifically human propensity to destroy and to crave for absolute control, malignant aggression. Whenever I have used aggression because it seemed useful in a certain context other than in the sense of defensive aggression, I have qualified it, to avoid misunderstanding. Another semantic problem is offered by the use of man as a word to denote mankind, or humankind. The usage of the word man for both man and woman is not surprising in a language that has developed in patriarchal society, but I believe it would be somewhat pedantic to avoid the word in order to make the point that the author does not use it in the spirit of patriarchalism. In effect, the contents of the book should make that clear beyond any doubt. I have also, in general, used the word he when I referred to human beings, because to say he or she each time would be awkward. I believe words are very important, but also that one should not make a fetish of them and become more interested in the words than in the thought they express. In the interest of careful documentation, quotations within this book are accompanied by citations of author and year of publication. This is to enable the reader to find the fuller reference in the bibliography. The dates are not, therefore, always related to the time of writing, as in the citation Spinoza, 1927. It should be noted, though, that Freud was not unaware of the distinctions of aggression. Cf. the appendix. Furthermore, in Freud's case the underlying motive is hardly to be found in a behavioristic orientation, more likely he just followed the customary usage and, in addition chose the most general terms, in order to accommodate his own broad categories such as death instinct. As the generations pass they grow worse. A time will come when they have grown so wicked that they will worship power, might will be right to them and reverence for the good will cease to be. At last, when no man is angry any more at wrongdoings or feels shame in the presence of the miserable, Zeus will destroy them too. And yet even then something might be done, if only the common people would rise and put down rulers that oppress them. Greek myth on the Iron Age. When I look at history, I am a pessimist, but when I look at prehistory, I am an optimist. J.C. Smuts. On the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals in that he fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is, among the thousands of species that fight, the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. N. Tinbergen. Introduction. Instincts and Human Passions. The increase in violence and destructiveness on a national and world scale has turned the attention of professionals and the general public alike to the theoretical inquiry into the nature and causes of aggression. Such a concern is not surprising. What is surprising is the fact that this preoccupation is so recent, especially since an investigator of the towering stature of Freud, revising his earlier theory centered around the sexual drive, had already in the 1920s formulated a new theory in which the passion to destroy, death instinct, was considered equal in strength to the passion to love, life instinct, sexuality. The public, however, continued to think of Freudianism chiefly in terms of presenting the libido as man's central passion, checked only by the instinct for self-preservation. This situation changed only in the middle of the 60s. One probable reason for this change was the fact that the level of violence and the fear of war had passed a certain threshold throughout the world. But a contributing factor was the publication of several books dealing with human aggression, particularly on aggression by Konrad Lorenz, 1966. Lorenz, a prominent scholar in the field of animal behavior and particularly that of fishes and birds, decided to venture out into a field in which he had little experience or competence, that of human behavior. Although rejected by most psychologists and neuroscientists, On Aggression became a bestseller and made a deep impression on the minds of a vast sector of the educated community, many of whom accepted Lorenz's view as the final answer to the problem. The popular success of Lorenz's ideas was greatly enhanced by the earlier work of an author of a very different type, Robert Ardrey, African Genesis, 1961, and The Territorial Imperative, 1967. Not a scientist but a gifted playwright, Ardrey wove together many data about man's beginnings into an eloquent though very biased brief that was to prove man's innate aggressiveness. These books were followed by those of other students of animal behavior, such as The Naked Ape, 1967, by Desmond Morris, and On Love and Hate, 1972, by Lorenz's disciple, i.e. Bluet-Besfeld. All these works contain basically the same thesis: man's aggressive behavior as manifested in war, crime, personal quarrels, and all kinds of destructive and sadistic behavior is due to a phylogenetically programmed, innate instinct which seeks for discharge and waits for the proper occasion to be expressed. Perhaps Lorenz's neo-instinctivism was so successful not because his arguments are so strong, but because people are so susceptible to them. What could be more welcome to people who are frightened and feel impotent to change the course leading to destruction than a theory that assures us that violence stems from our animal nature, from an ungovernable drive for aggression, and that the best we can do, as Lorenz asserts, is to understand the law of evolution that accounts for the power of this drive. This theory of an innate aggressiveness easily becomes an ideology that helps to soothe the fear of what is to happen and to rationalize the sense of impotence. There are other reasons to prefer this simplistic answer of an instinctivist theory to the serious study of the causes of destructiveness. The latter calls for the questioning of the basic premises of current ideology. We are led to analyze the irrationality of our social system and to violate taboos hiding behind dignified words, such as defense, honor, and patriotism. Nothing short of an analysis in depth of our social system can disclose the reasons for the increase in destructiveness, or suggest ways and means of reducing it. The instinctivistic theory offers to relieve us of the hard task of making such an analysis. It implies that, even if we all must perish, we can at least do so with the conviction that our nature forced this fate upon us, and that we understand why everything had to happen as it did. Given the present alignment in psychological thought, criticism of Lorenz's theory of human aggression is expected to fit into the other and dominant theory in psychology, that of behaviorism. In contrast to instinctivism, behaviorist theory does not interest itself in the subjective forces which drive man to behave in a certain way. It is not concerned with what he feels, but only in the way he behaves and in the social conditioning that shapes his behavior. It was only in the 20s that the focus in psychology shifted radically from feeling to behavior, with emotions and passions thereafter removed from many psychologists' field of vision as irrelevant data, at least from a scientific standpoint. The subject matter of the dominant school in psychology became behavior, not the behaving man. The science of the psyche was transformed into the science of the engineering of animal and human conduct. This development has reached its peak in Skinner's neo-behaviorism, which is today the most widely accepted psychological theory in the universities of the United States. The reason for this transformation of psychology is easy to find. The student of man is, more than any other scientist, influenced by the atmosphere of his society. This is so because not only are his ways of thinking, his interests, the questions he raises, all partly socially determined as in the natural sciences, but in his case the subject matter itself, man, is thus determined. Whenever a psychologist speaks of man, his model is that of the men around him and most of all himself. In contemporary industrial society, men are cerebrally oriented, feel little, and consider emotions a useless ballast, those of the psychologists as well as those of their subjects. The behavioristic theory seems to fit them well. The present alternative between instinctivism and behaviorism is not favorable to theoretical progress. Both positions are mono-explanatory, depending on dogmatic preconceptions, and investigators are required to fit data in one or the other explanation. But are we really confronted with the alternative of accepting either the instinctivist or the behaviorist theory? Are we forced to choose between Lorenz and Skinner? Are there no other options? This book affirms that there is another option, and examines the question of what it is. We must distinguish in man two entirely different kinds of aggression. The first, which he shares with all animals, is a phylogenetically programmed impulse to attack, or to flee, when vital interests are threatened. This defensive, benign aggression is in the service of the survival of the individual and the species, is biologically adaptive, and ceases when the threat has ceased to exist. The other type, malignant aggression, i.e., cruelty and destructiveness, is specific to the human species and virtually absent in most mammals. It is not phylogenetically programmed and not biologically adaptive. it has no purpose, and its satisfaction is lustful. Most previous discussion of the subject has been vitiated by the failure to distinguish between these two kinds of aggression, each of which has different sources and different qualities. Defensive aggression is, indeed, part of human nature, even though not an innate instinct, as it used to be classified. Insofar as Lorentz speaks of aggression as defense, he is right in his assumptions about the aggressive instinct, even though the theory regarding its spontaneity and self-renewing quality is scientifically untenable. But Lorentz goes further. By a number of ingenious constructions he considers all human aggression, including the passion to kill and to torture, as being an outcome of biologically given aggression, transformed from a beneficial to destructive force because of a number of factors. However, so many empirical data speak against this hypothesis as to make it virtually untenable. The study of animals shows that mammals and especially the primates, although possessing a good deal of defensive aggression, are not killers and torturers. Paleontology, anthropology, and history offer ample evidence against the instinctivistic thesis. 1. Human groups differ so fundamentally in the respective degree of destructiveness that the facts could hardly be explained by the assumption that destructiveness and cruelty are innate. 2. Various degrees of destructiveness can be correlated to other psychical factors and to differences in respective social structures, and 3. The degree of destructiveness increases with the increased development of civilization, rather than the opposite. Indeed, the picture of innate destructiveness fits history much better than prehistory. If man were endowed only with the biologically adaptive aggression that he shares with his animal ancestors, he would be a relatively peaceful being. If chimpanzees had psychologists, the latter would hardly consider aggression a disturbing problem about which they should write books. However, man differs from the animal by the fact that he is a killer. He is the only primate that kills and tortures members of his own species without any reason, either biological or economic, and who feels satisfaction in doing so. It is this biologically non-adaptive and non-phylogenetically programmed, malignant aggression that constitutes the real problem and the danger to man's existence as a species, and it is the main aim of this book to analyze the nature and the conditions of this destructive aggression. The distinction between benign defensive and malignant destructive aggression calls for a further and more fundamental distinction, that between instinct 3 and character, or more precisely, between drives rooted in man's physiological needs, organic drives, and those specifically human passions rooted in his character, character-rooted, or human passions. The distinction between instinct and character will be further discussed at great length in the text. I shall try to show that character is man's second nature, the substitute for his poorly developed instincts, furthermore that the human passions, such as the striving for love, tenderness, freedom as well as the lust for destruction, sadism, masochism, the craving for power and property, are answers to existential needs, which in turn are rooted in the very conditions of human existence. To put it briefly, instincts are answers to man's physiological needs, man's character-conditioned passions are answers to his existential needs, and they are specifically human. While these existential needs are the same for all men, men differ among themselves with regard to their dominant passions. To give an example, man can be driven by love or by the passion to destroy. In each case he satisfies one of his existential needs, the need to affect, or to move something, to make a dent. Whether man's dominant passion is love or whether it is destructiveness depends largely on social circumstances. These circumstances, however, operate in reference to man's biologically given existential situation and the needs springing from it, and not to an infinitely malleable, undifferentiated psyche, as environmentalist theory assumes. When we want to know, however, what the conditions of human existence are, we are led to further questions. What is man's nature? What is it by virtue of which he is man? Needless to say, the present climate in the social sciences is not very hospitable to the discussion of such problems. They are generally considered the subject matter of philosophy and religion. In terms of positivistic thinking, they are treated as purely subjective speculations without any claim to objective validity. Since it would be inopportune to anticipate at this point the complex argument on the data offered later, I shall content myself now with only a few remarks. In our attempt to define the essence of man, we are not referring to an abstraction arrived at by the way of metaphysical speculations like those of Heidegger and Sartre. We refer to the real conditions of existence common to man qua man, so that the essence of each individual is identical with the existence of the species. We arrive at this concept by empirical analysis of the anatomical and neurophysiological structure and its psychical correlations which characterize the species Homo. We thus shift the principle of explanation of human passions from Freud's physiological to a socio-biological and historical principle. Since the species Homo sapiens can be defined in anatomical, neurological, and physiological terms, we should also be able to define him as a species in psychical terms. The point of view from which these problems will be treated here may be called existentialist, albeit not in the sense of existentialist philosophy. This theoretical basis opens up the possibility for a detailed discussion of the various forms of character-rooted, malignant aggression, especially of sadism, the passion for unrestricted power over another sentient being, and of necrophilia, the passion to destroy life and the attraction to all that is dead, decaying, and purely mechanical. The understanding of these character structures will, I hope, be facilitated by the analysis of the character of a number of well-known sadists and destroyers of the recent past: Stalin, Himmler, Hitler. Having traced the steps this study will follow, it may be useful to indicate, if only briefly, some of the general premises and conclusions the reader will find in the following chapters. 1. We will not be concerned with behavior separated from the behaving man. We shall deal with the human drives, regardless of whether or not they are expressed in immediately observable behavior. This means, with regard to the phenomenon of aggression, we will study the origin and intensity of aggressive impulses and not aggressive behavior independent from its motivation. 2. These impulses can be conscious, but more often they are unconscious. 3. They are, most of the time, integrated in a relatively stable character structure. 4. In a more general formulation, this study is based on the theory of psychoanalysis. From this follows that the method we will use is the psychoanalytic method of discovering the unconscious inner reality through interpretation of the observable and often seemingly insignificant data. The term psychoanalysis, however, is not used in reference to the classic theory, but to a certain revision of it. Key aspects of this revision will be discussed later. At this point I should like to say only that it is not a psychoanalysis based on the libido theory, thereby avoiding the instinctivistic concepts that are generally assumed to be the very essence of Freud's theory. This identification of Freudian theory with instinctivism, however, is very much open to doubt. Freud was actually the first modern psychologist who, in contrast to the dominant trend, investigated the realm of human passions: love, hate, ambition, greed, jealousy, envy. Passions which had previously been dealt with only by dramatists and novelists became, through Freud, the subject matter of scientific exploration. Point 4. This may explain why his work found a much warmer and more understanding reception among artists than among psychiatrists and psychologists, at least up to the time when his method became the instrument to satisfy an increasing demand for psychotherapy. Here, the artists felt, was the first scientist who dealt with their own subject matter, man's soul, in its most secret and subtle manifestations. Surrealism showed this impact of Freud on artistic thinking most clearly. In contrast to older art forms, it dismissed reality as irrelevant, and was not concerned with behavior. All that mattered was the subjective experience. It was only logical that Freud's interpretation of dreams should become one of the most important influences for its development. Freud could not but conceive his new findings in the concepts and terminology of his own time. Never having freed himself from the materialism of his teachers, he had, as it were, to find a way to disguise human passions, presenting them as outcomes of an instinct. He did this brilliantly by a theoretical tour de force. He enlarged the concept of sexuality, libido, to such an extent that all human passions, aside from self-preservation, could be understood as the outcome of one instinct. Love, Hate, greed, vanity, ambition, avarice, jealousy, cruelty, tenderness, all were forced into the straitjacket of the scheme and dealt with theoretically as sublimations of, or reaction formations against the various manifestations of narcissistic, oral, anal, and genital libido. In the second period of his work, however, Freud tried to break out of the scheme by presenting a new theory, which was a decisive step forward in the understanding of destructiveness. He recognized that life is not ruled by two egoistic drives, one for food, the other for sex, but by two passions, love and destruction, that do not serve physiological survival in the same sense that hunger and sexuality do. Still bound by his theoretical premises, however, he called them life instinct and death instinct, and thereby gave human destructiveness its importance as one of two fundamental passions in man. This study frees such passions as the strivings to love, to be free, as well as the drive to destroy, to torture, to control, and to submit, from their forced marriage to instincts. Instincts are a purely natural category, while the character-rooted passions are a socio-biological, historical category. 5 Although not directly serving physical survival, they are as strong and often even stronger than instincts. They form the basis for man's interest in life, his enthusiasm, his excitement. They are the stuff from which not only his dreams are made but art, religion, myth, drama, all that makes life worth living. Man cannot live as nothing but an object, as dice thrown out of a cup. He suffers severely when he is reduced to the level of a feeding or propagating machine, even if he has all the security he wants. Man seeks for drama and excitement. When he cannot get satisfaction on a higher level, he creates for himself the drama of destruction. The contemporary climate of thought encourages the axiom that a motive can be intense only when it serves an organic need, i.e., that only instincts have intense motivating power. If one discards this mechanistic, reductionist viewpoint and starts from a holistic premise, one begins to realize that man's passions must be seen in terms of their function for the life process of the whole organism. Their intensity is not due to specific physiological needs, but to the need of the whole organism to survive, to grow both physically and mentally. These passions do not become powerful only after the physiological needs have been satisfied. They are at the very root of human existence, and not a kind of luxury which we can afford after the normal, lower needs have been satisfied. People have committed suicide because of their failure to realize their passions for love, power, fame, revenge. Cases of suicide because of a lack of sexual satisfaction are virtually non-existent. These non-instinctual passions excite man, fire him on, make life worth living, as von Holbach, the philosopher of the French Enlightenment, once said, un homme sans passion et desires cesserait d'être un homme. A man without passions or desires would cease to be a man. Ph.D. Holbach, 1822. They are so intense precisely because man would not be man without them. 6. The human passions transform man from a mere thing into a hero, into a being that in spite of tremendous handicaps tries to make sense of life. He wants to be his own creator, to transform his state of being unfinished into one with some goal and some purpose, allowing him to achieve some degree of integration. Man's passions are not banal psychological complexes that can be adequately explained as caused by childhood traumata. They can be understood only if one goes beyond the realm of reductionist psychology and recognizes them for what they are, man's attempt to make sense out of life and to experience the optimum of intensity and strength he can, or believes he can, achieve under the given circumstances. They are his religion, his cult, his ritual, which he has to hide, even from himself, in so far as they are disapproved of by his group. To be sure, by bribery and blackmail, i.e., by skillful conditioning, he can be persuaded to relinquish his religion and to be converted to the general cult of the no-self, the automaton. But this psychic cure deprives him of the best he has, of being a man and not a thing. The truth is that all human passions, both the good and the evil, can be understood only as a person's attempt to make sense of his life and transcend banal, merely life-sustaining existence. Change of personality is possible only if he is able to convert himself to a new way of making sense of life by mobilizing his life-furthering passions and thus experiencing a superior sense of vitality and integration to the one he had before. Unless this happens, he can be domesticated, but he cannot be cured. But even though the life-furthering passions are conducive to a greater sense of strength, joy, integration, and vitality than destructiveness and cruelty, the latter are as much an answer to the problem of human existence as the former. Even the most sadistic and destructive man is human as the saint. He can be called a warped and sick man who has failed to achieve a better answer to the challenge of having been born human, and this is true. He can also be called a man who took the wrong way in search of his salvation. 7. These considerations by no means imply, however, that destructiveness and cruelty are not vicious. They only imply that vice is human. They are indeed destructive of life, of body and spirit, destructive not only of the victim but of the destroyer himself. They constitute a paradox. They express life turning against itself in the striving to make sense of it. They are the only true perversion. Understanding them does not mean condoning them. But unless we understand them, we have no way to recognize how they may be reduced, and what factors tend to increase them. Such understanding is of particular importance today, when sensitivity toward destructiveness, cruelty is rapidly diminishing, and necrophilia, the attraction to what is dead, decaying, lifeless, and purely mechanical, is increasing throughout our cybernetic industrial society. The spirit of necrophilia was expressed first in literary form by F.T. Marinity in his Futurist Manifesto of 1909. The same tendency can be seen in much of the art and literature of the last decades that exhibits a particular fascination with all that is decayed, unalive, destructive, and mechanical. The Phalangist motto, "Long live death," threatens to become the secret principle of a society in which the conquest of nature by the machine constitutes the very meaning of progress, and where the living person becomes an appendix to the machine. This study tries to clarify the nature of this necrophilous passion and the social conditions that tend to foster it. The conclusion will be that help in any broad sense can come only through radical changes in our social and political structure that would reinstate man to his supreme role in society. The call for law and order, rather than for life and structure, and for stricter punishment of criminals, as well as the obsession with violence and destruction among some revolutionaries, are only further instances of the powerful attraction of necrophilia in the contemporary world. We need to create the conditions that would make the growth of man, this unfinished and uncompleted being unique in nature, the supreme goal of all social arrangements. Genuine freedom and independence and the end of all forms of exploitative control are the conditions for mobilizing the love of life, which is the only force that can defeat the love for the dead. Part I. Instinctivism, Behaviorism, Psychoanalysis. 1. The Instinctivists. The older instinctivists. I will forego presenting here a history of instinct theory, as the reader can find it in many textbooks. 1. This history began far back in philosophical thought, but as far as modern thought is concerned, it dates from the work of Charles Darwin. All post-Darwinian research on instincts has been based on Darwin's theory of evolution. William James, 1890, William McDougall, 1913-1932, and others have drawn up long lists in which each individual instinct was supposed to motivate corresponding kinds of behavior, such as James's instincts of imitation, rivalry, pugnacity, sympathy, hunting, fear, acquisitiveness, kleptomania, constructiveness, play, curiosity, sociability, secretiveness, cleanliness, modesty, love, and jealousy, a strange mixture of universal human qualities and specific socially conditioned character traits. J. J. McDermott, ed. 1967. Although these lists of instincts appear today somewhat naive, the work of these instinctivists is highly sophisticated, rich in theoretical constructions, and still impressive by its level of theoretical thought. It is by no means dated. Thus, for instance, James simply was quite aware that there might be an element of learning even in the first performance of an instinct, and McDougall was not unaware of the molding influence of different experiences and cultural backgrounds. The instinctivism of the latter forms a bridge to Freud's theory. As Fletcher has emphasized, McDougall did not identify instinct with a motor mechanism and a rigidly fixed motor response. For him, the core of an instinct was a propensity, a craving, and this effective conative core of each instinct seems capable of functioning in relative independence of both the cognitive and the motor part of the total instinctive disposition. W. McDougall, 1932. Before discussing the two best-known modern representatives of the instinctivistic theory, the neo-instinctivists Sigmund Freud and Konrad Lorenz, let us look at a feature common to both them and the older instinctivists, the conception of the instinctivistic model in mechanistic hydraulic terms. McDougall envisaged energy held back by sluice gates and bubbling over, W. McDougall, 1913, under certain conditions. Later he used an analogy in which each instinct was pictured as a chamber in which gas is constantly liberated. W. McDougall, 1923. Freud, in his concept of the libido theory, also followed a hydraulic scheme. The libido increases, tension rises, unpleasure increases, the sexual act decreases tension and unpleasure until the tension begins to rise again. Similarly, Lorenz thought of reaction-specific energy like a gas constantly being pumped into a container or as a liquid in a reservoir that can discharge through a spring-loaded valve at the bottom. K. Lorenz, 1950. R. A. Hind has pointed out that in spite of various differences, these and other instinct models share the idea of a substance capable of energizing behaviors, held back in a container and subsequently released in action. R. A. Hind, 1960. The Neo-Instinctivists. Sigmund Freud and Konrad Lorenz. Freud's concept of aggression too. The great step forward made by Freud beyond the older instinctivists, and particularly McDougall, was that he unified all instincts under two categories: the sexual instincts and the instinct for self-preservation. Thus Freud's theory can be considered the last step in the development of the history of the instinct theory. As I shall show later, this very unification of the instincts under one, with the exception of the ego instinct, was also the first step in overcoming the whole instinctivistic concept, even though Freud was not aware of this. In the following I shall deal only with Freud's concept of aggression, since his libido theory is well known to many readers and can be read in other works, best of all in Freud's introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, 1915 to 1916, 1916 to 1917, and 1933. Freud had paid relatively little attention to the phenomenon of aggression as long as he considered sexuality, libido, and self-preservation the two forces dominating man. From the 1920s on, this picture changed completely. In The Ego and the ID, 1923, and in his later writings, he postulated a new dichotomy, that of life instinct, S, eros, and death instinct, S. Freud described the new theoretical phase in the following terms: starting from speculations on the beginning of life and from biological parallels, I drew the conclusion that, besides the instinct to preserve living substance, there must exist another, contrary instinct seeking to dissolve those units and to bring them back to their prima eval, inorganic state. That is to say, as well as eros, there was an instinct of death. S. Freud, 1930. The death instinct is directed against the organism itself and thus is a self-destructive drive, or it is directed outward, and in this case tends to destroy others rather than oneself. When blended with sexuality, the death instinct is transformed into more harmless impulses expressed in sadism or masochism. Even though Freud suggested at various times that the power of the death instinct can be reduced, S. Freud, 1927, the basic assumption remained: man was under the sway of an impulse to destroy either himself or others, and he could do little to escape this tragic alternative. It follows that, from the position of the death instinct, aggression was not essentially a reaction to stimuli but a constantly flowing impulse rooted in the constitution of the human organism. The majority of psychoanalysts, while following Freud in every other way, refused to accept the theory of the death instinct, Perhaps this was because this theory transcended the old mechanistic frame of reference and required biological thinking that was unacceptable to most, for whom biological was identical with the physiology of the instincts. Nevertheless, they did not altogether reject Freud's new position. They made a compromise by acknowledging a destructive instinct as the other pole of the sexual instinct, and thus they could accept Freud's new emphasis on aggression without submitting to an entirely new kind of thinking. Freud had taken an important step forward, passing from a purely physiological mechanistic to a biological approach that considers the organism as a whole and analyzes the biological sources of love and hate. His theory, however, suffers from severe defects. It is based on rather abstract speculations and offers hardly any convincing empirical evidence. Furthermore, while Freud brilliantly tried to interpret human impulses in terms of the new theory, his hypothesis is inconsistent with animal behavior. For him, the death instinct is a biological force in all living organisms. This should mean that animals, too, express their death instinct either against themselves or against others. Hence one should find more illness or early death in less outwardly aggressive animals, and vice versa, but, of course, there are no data supporting this idea. That aggression and destructiveness are not biologically given and spontaneously flowing impulses will be demonstrated in the next chapter. At this point I only want to add that Freud has greatly obscured the analysis of the phenomenon of aggression by following the custom of using the term for the most different kinds of aggression, thus facilitating his attempt to explain them all by one instinct. Since he was certainly not behavioristically inclined, we may assume that the reason was his general tendency to arrive at a dualistic concept in which two basic forces are opposed to each other. This dichotomy was at first that between self-preservation and libido, and later that between life and death instincts. For the elegance of these concepts, Freud had to pay the price of subsuming every passion under one of the two poles, and hence of putting together trends which in reality do not belong together. Lorenz's theory of aggression. While Freud's theory of aggression was and still is very influential, it was complex and difficult and has never been popular in the sense that it was read by and impressed a popular audience. On the contrary, Konrad Lorenz's On Aggression, K. Lorenz, 1966, became within a short time of its publication one of the most widely read books in the field of social psychology. The reasons for this popularity are not difficult to discern. First of all, On Aggression is an immensely readable book, much like Lorenz's earlier, charming King Solomon's Ring, 1952, and quite different in this respect from Freud's heavy treatises on the death instinct or, for that matter, Lorenz's own papers and books written for the specialist. Furthermore, as was pointed out earlier in the introduction, it appeals to the thinking of many people today who prefer to believe that our drift toward violence and nuclear war is due to biological factors beyond our control, rather than to open their eyes and see that it is due to social, political, and economic circumstances of our own making. For Lorenz III as for Freud, human aggressiveness is an instinct fed by an ever-flowing fountain of energy, and not necessarily the result of a reaction to outer stimuli. Lorenz holds that energy specific for an instinctive act accumulates continuously in the neural centers related to that behavior pattern, and if enough energy has been accumulated, an explosion is likely to occur even without the presence of a stimulus. However, the animal and man usually find stimuli which release the dammed up energy of the drive. They do not have to wait passively until the proper stimulus appears. They search for, and even produce stimuli. Following W. Craig, Lorenz called this behavior appetite behavior. Man, he says, creates political parties in order to find stimuli for the release of dammed up energy, rather than political parties being the cause of aggression. But in cases where no outside stimulus can be found or produced, the energy of the dammed up aggressive drive is so great that it will explode, as it were, and be acted out in vacuo, i.e., without demonstrable external stimulation. The vacuum activity performed without an object exhibits truly photographic similarity to normal performance of the motor actions involved. This demonstrates that the motor coordination patterns of the instinctive behavior pattern are hereditarily determined down to the finest detail. K. Lorenz, 1970, originally in German, 1931-42, 4. For Lorenz, then, aggression is primarily not a reaction to outside stimuli, but a built-in inner excitation that seeks for release and will find expression regardless of how adequate the outer stimulus is. It is the spontaneity of the instinct that makes it so dangerous. K. Lorenz, 1966. Italics added. Lorenz's model of aggression, like Freud's model of the libido, has been rightly called a hydraulic model, in analogy to the pressure exercised by dammed-up water or steam in a closed container. This hydraulic concept of aggression is, as it were, one pillar on which Lorenz's theory rests. It refers to the mechanism through which aggression is produced. The other pillar is the idea that aggression is in the service of life, that it serves the survival of the individual and of the species. Broadly speaking, Lorenz assumes that intraspecific aggression, aggression among members of the same species, has the function of furthering the survival of the species. Lorenz proposes that aggression fulfills this function by the spacing out of individuals of one species over the available habitat, by selection of the better man, relevant in conjunction with the defense of the female, and by establishing a social rank order. K. Lorenz, 1964. Aggression can have this preservative function all the more effectively because in the process of evolution deadly aggression has been transformed into behavior consisting of symbolic and ritual threats which fulfill the same function without harming the species. But Lorenz argues, the instinct that served the animal's survival has become grotesquely exaggerated, and has gone wild in man. Aggression has been transformed into a threat rather than a help to survival. It seems as if Lorenz himself had not been satisfied with these explanations of human aggression and felt a need to add another that leads, however, outside the field of ethology. He writes, above all, it is more than probable that the destructive intensity of the aggressive drive, still a hereditary evil of mankind, is the consequence of a process of intraspecific selection which worked on our forefathers for roughly 40,000 years, that is, throughout the early Stone Age. Lorenz probably means the late Stone Age. When man had reached the stage of having weapons, clothing, and social organization, so overcoming the dangers of starving, freezing, and being eaten by wild animals, and these dangers ceased to be the essential factors influencing selection, an evil infraspecific selection must have set in. The factor influencing selection was now the wars waged between hostile neighboring tribes. These must have evolved in an extreme form of all those so-called warrior virtues which unfortunately many people still regard as desirable ideals. K. Lorenz, 1966. This picture of the constant war among the savage hunters food gatherers since the full emergence of Homo sapiens around 40,000 or 50,000 BC is a widely accepted cliché adopted by Lorenz without reference to the investigations which tend to show that there is no evidence for it. 5 Lorenz's assumption of 40,000 years of organized warfare is nothing but the old Hobbesian cliché of war as the natural state of man, presented as an argument to prove the innateness of human aggressiveness. The logic of Lorenz's assumption is that man is aggressive because he was aggressive, and he was aggressive because he is aggressive. Even if Lorenz were right in his thesis of continuous warfare in the late Paleolithic, his genetic reasoning is open to question. If a certain trait is to have a selective advantage, this must be based on the increased production of fertile offspring of the carriers of the trait. But in view of the likelihood of a higher loss of the aggressive individuals in wars, it is doubtful whether selection could account for the maintenance of a high incidence of this trait. In fact, if one considers such a loss as negative selection, the gene frequency should diminish. 6 Actually, the population density in that age was extremely low, and for many of the human tribes after the full emergence of Homo sapiens there was little need to compete and to fight each other for food or space. Lorenz has combined two elements in his theory. The first is that animals as well as men are innately endowed with aggression, serving the survival of the individual and the species. As I shall show later, the neurophysiological findings show that this defensive aggression is a reaction to threats to the animal's vital interests, and does not flow spontaneously and continually. The other element, the hydraulic character of dammed-up aggression, is used to explain the murderous and cruel impulses of man, but little supporting evidence is presented. Both a life-serving and a destructive aggression are subsumed under one category, and what connects them is mainly a word, aggression. In contrast to Lorentz, Tinbergen has expressed the problem in full clarity. On the one hand, man is akin to many species of animals in that he fights his own species. But on the other hand, he is, among the thousands of species that fight, the only one in which fighting is disruptive. Man is the only species that is a mass murderer, the only misfit in his own society. Why should this be so? Anne Tinbergen, 1968. Freud and Lorentz, their similarities and differences. The relationship between Lorentz's and Freud's theories is a complicated one. They have in common the hydraulic concept of aggression, even though they explain the origin of the drive differently. But they seem to be diametrically opposed to each other in another aspect. Freud hypothesized a destructive instinct, an assumption which Lorentz declares to be untenable on biological grounds. His aggressive drive serves life, and Freud's death instinct is the servant of death. But this difference loses most of its significance in the light of Lorentz's account of the vicissitudes of the originally defensive and life-serving aggression. By a number of complicated and often questionable constructions, defensive aggression is supposed to be transformed in man into a spontaneously flowing and self-increasing drive that seeks to create circumstances which facilitate the expression of aggression, or that even explodes when no stimuli can be found or created. Hence, even in a society that is organized from a socio-economic viewpoint in such a way that major aggression could find no proper stimuli, the very demand of the aggressive instinct would force its members to change it, or, if they would not, aggression would explode even without any stimulus. Thus the conclusion at which Lorentz arrives, that man is driven by an innate force to destroy, is, for all practical purposes, the same as Freud's. Freud, however, sees the destructive drive opposed by the equally strong force of eros, life, sex, while for Lorentz love itself is a product of the aggressive instinct. Both Freud and Lorentz agree that the failure to express aggression in action is unhealthy. Freud had postulated in the earlier period of his work that repression of sexuality can lead to mental illness. Later on he applied the same principle to the death instinct and taught that the repression of outward-directed aggression is unhealthy. Lorentz states that present-day civilized man suffers from insufficient discharge of his aggressive drive. Both, by different routes, arrive at a picture of man in which aggressive destructive energy is continuously produced, and very difficult, if not impossible in the long run, to control. The so-called evil in animals becomes a real evil in man, even though according to Lorentz its roots are not evil. Proof by analogy. These similarities between Freud's and Lorentz's respective theories about aggression must not, however, becloud their main difference. Freud was a student of men, a keen observer of their manifest behavior and of the various manifestations of their unconscious. His theory of the death instinct may be wrong, or incomplete, or it may rest on insufficient evidence, yet it was gained in the process of constant observation of man. Lorentz, on the other hand, is an observer of animals, especially of the lower animals, and doubtless a very competent one. But his knowledge about man does not go beyond that of an average person. He has not refined it either by systematic observation or by sufficient acquaintance with the literature. 7 He naively assumes that observations about himself and acquaintances are applicable to all men. His main method, however, is not even self-observation, but analogies drawn from the behavior of certain animals to that of man. Scientifically speaking, such analogies prove nothing. They are suggestive and pleasing to the lover of animals. They go together with the high degree of anthropomorphizing that Lorentz indulges in. Precisely because they give the pleasant illusion to a person that he understands what the animal is feeling, they become very popular. Who would not like to possess King Solomon's ring? Lorentz bases his theories of the hydraulic nature of aggression on experiments with animals, mainly fish and birds, under conditions of captivity. The question at issue is, does the same aggressive drive that leads to killing unless it is redirected, which Lorentz observed in certain fish and birds, also operate in man? Since there is no direct proof for this hypothesis with regard to man and the non-human primates, Lorentz presents a number of arguments to prove his point. His main approach is by way of analogy. He discovers similarities between human behavior and the behavior of the animals studied by him, and concludes that both kinds of behavior have the same cause. This method has been criticized by many psychologists. Already in 1948, Lorentz's eminent colleague, Anne Tinbergen, was aware of the dangers inherent in the procedure of using physiological evidence from lower evolutionary levels, lower levels of neural organizations, and simpler forms of behavior as analogies for the support of physiological theories of behavior mechanisms at higher and more complex levels. Anne Tinbergen, 1948. Italics added. A few examples will illustrate Lorentz's proof by analogy. 8. Speaking about cichlids and Brazilian mother-of-pearl fish, Lorentz reports the observation that if each fish can discharge its healthy anger on a neighbor of the same sex, it does not attack its own mate. Redirected aggression. Point 9. He then comments. Analogous behavior can be observed in human beings. In the good old days when there was still a Habsburg monarchy and there were still domestic servants, I used to observe the following, regularly predictable behavior in my widowed aunt. She never kept a maid longer than 8 to 10 months. She was always delighted with a new servant, praised her to the skies, and swore that she had at last found the right one. In the course of the next few months her judgment cooled, she found small faults, then bigger ones, and toward the end of the stated period she discovered hateful qualities in the poor girl, who was finally discharged without a reference after a violent quarrel. After this explosion the old lady was once more prepared to find a perfect angel in her next employee. It is not my intention to poke fun at my long-deceased and devoted aunt. I was able, or rather obliged, to observe exactly the same phenomenon in serious, self-controlled men, myself included, once when I was a prisoner of war. So-called polar disease, also known as expedition choler, attacks small groups of men who are completely dependent on one another and are thus prevented from quarreling with strangers or people outside their own circle of friends. From this it will be clear that the damming up of aggression will be more dangerous, the better the members of the group know, understand, and like each other. In such a situation, as I know from personal experience, all aggression and intraspecific fight behavior undergo an extreme lowering of their threshold values. Subjectively this is expressed by the fact that one reacts to small mannerisms of one's best friends, such as the way in which they clear their throats or sneeze, in a way that would normally be adequate only if one had been hit by a drunkard. K. Lorentz, 1966. It does not seem to occur to Lorentz that the personal experiences with his aunt, his fellow prisoners of war, and himself do not necessarily say anything about the universality of such reactions. He also seems to be quite unaware of a more complex psychological interpretation one might give his aunt's behavior, instead of the hydraulic one which claims that her aggressive potential rose every 8 to 10 months to such a degree that it had to explode. From a psychoanalytic standpoint, one would assume that his aunt was a very narcissistic, exploitative woman. She demanded that a servant should be completely devoted to her, have no interests of her own, and gladly accept the role of a creature who is happy to serve her. She approaches each new servant with the fantasy that she is the one who will fulfill her expectations. After a short honeymoon during which the aunt's fantasy is still sufficiently effective to blind her to the fact that the servant is not right, and perhaps also helped by the fact that the servant in the beginning makes every effort to please her new employer, the aunt wakes up to the recognition that the servant is not willing to live up to the role for which she has been cast. Such a process of awakening lasts, of course, some time until it is final. At this point the aunt experiences intense disappointment and rage, as any narcissistic exploitative person does when frustrated. Not being aware that the cause for this rage lies in her impossible demands, she rationalizes her disappointment by accusing the servant. Since she cannot give up her desires, she fires the servant and hopes that a new one will be right. The same mechanism repeats itself until she dies or cannot get any more servants. Such a development is by no means found only in the relations of employers and servants. Often the history of marriage conflicts is identical, however, since it is easier to fire a servant than to divorce. The outcome is often that of a lifelong battle in which each partner tries to punish the other for ever accumulating wrongs. The problem that confronts us here is that of a specific human character, namely the narcissistic exploitative character, and not that of an accumulated instinctive energy. In a chapter on behavioral analogies to morality, Lawrence makes the following statement: however, nobody with a real appreciation of the phenomena under discussion can fail to have an ever-recurring sense of admiration for those physiological mechanisms which enforce, in animals, selfless behavior aimed toward the good of the community, and which work in the same way as the moral law in human beings. K. Lawrence, 1966. How does one recognize selfless behavior in animals? What Lawrence describes is an instinctively determined action pattern. The term selfless is taken from human psychology and refers to the fact that a human being can forget his self, one should say, more correctly, his ego, in his wish to help others. But has a goose, or a fish, or a dog a self, or an ego, which it can forget? Is selflessness not dependent on the fact of human self-awareness and the neurophysiological structure on which it rests? This question arises with regard to many other words Lawrence uses in describing animal behavior, such as cruelty, sadness, embarrassment. One of the most important and interesting parts of Lawrence's ethological data is the bond which forms between animals. His main example are geese, as a reaction to threats from without against the group. But the analogies he draws to explain human behavior are sometimes astounding. Discriminative aggression toward strangers and the bond between the members of a group enhance each other. The opposition of we and they can unite some wildly contrasting units. Confronted with present-day China, the United States and the Soviet Union occasionally seem to feel as we. The same phenomenon, which incidentally has some of the earmarks of war, can be studied in the roll cackle ceremony of greylag geese. K. Lawrence, 1966. Is the American-Soviet attitude determined by instinctive patterns which we have inherited from the greylag goose? Is the author trying to be more or less amusing, or does he actually intend to tell us something about the connection between geese and the American and Soviet political leaders? Lawrence goes even further in making analogies between animal behavior, or interpretations thereof, and his naive notions about human behavior, as in his statement about human love and hate. A personal bond, an individual friendship, is found only in animals with highly developed intraspecific aggression. In fact, this bond is the firmer, the more aggressive the particular animal and species is. K. Lawrence, 1966. So far, so good. Let us assume the correctness of Lawrence's observations. But at this point he jumps into the realm of human psychology. After stating that intraspecific aggression is millions of years older than personal friendship and love, he concludes that there is no love without aggression. K. Lawrence, 1966. Italics added. This sweeping declaration, unsupported by any evidence as far as human love is concerned, but contradicted by most observable facts, is supplemented by another statement which does not deal with intraspecific aggression but with the ugly little brother of love, hate. As opposed to ordinary aggression, it is directed toward one individual, just as love is, and probably hate presupposes the presence of love. One can really hate only where one has loved and, even if one denies it, still does. K. Lawrence, 1966. Italics added. That love is sometimes transformed into hate has often been said, even though it is more correct to say that it is not love which suffers this transformation, but the wounded narcissism of the loving person, that is to say, the non-love which causes hate. To claim one hates only where one has loved, however, turns the element of truth in the statement into plain absurdity. Does the oppressed hate the oppressor? Does the mother of the child hate its murderer? Does the tortured hate the torturer because they once loved him or still do? Another analogy is drawn from the phenomenon of militant enthusiasm. This is a specialized form of communal aggression, clearly distinct from and yet functionally related to the more primitive forms of petty individual aggression. K. Lawrence, 1966. It is a sacred custom which owes its motivating force to phylogenetically evolved behavior patterns. Lawrence asserts there cannot be the slightest doubt that human militant enthusiasm evolved out of a communal defense response of our pre-human ancestors. K. Lawrence, 1966. It is the enthusiasm shared by the group in defense against a common enemy. Every man of normally strong emotions knows, from his own experience, the subjective phenomena that go hand in hand with the response of militant enthusiasm. A shiver runs down the back and, as more exact observation shows, along the outside of both arms. One soars elated, above all the ties of everyday life, one is ready to abandon all for the call of what, in the moment of this specific emotion, seems to be a sacred duty. All obstacles in its path become unimportant, the instinctive inhibitions against hurting or killing one's fellows lose, unfortunately, much of their power. Rational considerations, criticism, and all reasonable arguments against the behavior dictated by militant enthusiasm are silenced by an amazing reversal of all values, making them appear not only untenable but base and dishonorable. Men may enjoy the feeling of absolute righteousness even while they commit atrocities. Conceptual thought and moral responsibility are at their lowest ebb. As a Ukrainian proverb says, when the banner is unfurled, all reason is in the trumpet. K. Lawrence, 1966. Lawrence expresses a reasonable hope that our moral responsibility may gain control over the primeval drive, but our only hope of its ever doing so rests on the humble recognition of the fact that militant enthusiasm is an instinctive response with a phylogenetically determined releasing mechanism, and that the only point at which intelligent and responsible supervision can get control is in the conditioning of the response to an object which proves to be a genuine value under the scrutiny of the categorical question. K. Lawrence, 1966. Lawrence's description of normal human behavior is rather astounding. No doubt many men do enjoy the feeling of absolute righteousness even while they commit atrocities, or rather, to put it in more adequate psychological terms, many enjoy committing atrocities without any moral inhibitions and without experiencing a sense of guilt. But it is an untenable scientific procedure to claim, without even trying to muster evidence for it, that this is a universal human reaction, or that it is human nature to commit atrocities during war, and to base this claim on an alleged instinct based on the questionable analogy with fishes and birds. The fact is that individuals and groups differ tremendously in their tendency to commit atrocities when hate is aroused against another group. In the First World War, British propaganda had to invent the stories of German soldiers bayoneting Belgian babies, because there were too few real atrocities to feed the hatred against the enemy. Similarly, the Germans reported few atrocities committed by their enemies, for the simple reason that there were so few. Even during the Second World War, in spite of the increasing brutalization of mankind, atrocities were generally restricted to special formations of the Nazis. In general, regular troops on both sides did not commit war crimes on the scale which would be expected to follow from Lawrence's description. What he describes, as far as atrocities are concerned, is the behavior of sadistic or bloodthirsty character types. His militant enthusiasm is simply a nationalistic and emotionally somewhat primitive reaction. To assert that a readiness to commit atrocities once the flag has been unfurled is an instinctively given part of human nature would be the classic defense against the accusation of violating the principles of the Geneva Convention. Although I am sure Lawrence does not mean to defend atrocities, his argument amounts, in fact, to such a defense. His approach blocks the understanding of the character systems in which they are rooted, and the individual and social conditions that cause their development. Lawrence goes even further, arguing that without military enthusiasm, this true autonomous instinct, neither art, nor science, nor indeed any of the great endeavors of humanity would have come into being. K. Lawrence, 1966. How can this be when the first condition for the manifestation of this instinct is that a social unit with which the subject identifies must appear to be threatened by some danger from outside? K. Lawrence, 1966. Is there any evidence that art and science flower only when there is an outside threat? Lorentz explains the love of neighbor, expressed in the willingness to risk one's life for him, as a matter of course. If he is your best friend and has saved yours a number of times, you do it without even thinking. K. Lorentz, 1966. Instances of such decent behavior in tight spots easily occur, provided they are of a kind that occurred often enough in the Paleolithic period to produce phylogenetically adapted social norms to deal with the situation. K. Lorentz, 1966. Such a view of love of neighbor is a mixture of instinctivism and utilitarianism. You save your friend because he has saved your life a number of times. What if he did it only once, or not at all? Besides, you only do it because it happened often enough in the Paleolithic period. Conclusions about war. At the conclusion of his analysis of the instinctive aggression in man, Lorentz finds himself in a position similar to that of Freud in his letter to Einstein about why war? 1933. Neither man is happy to have arrived at conclusions that would seem to indicate that war is ineradicable because it is the result of an instinct. However, while Freud could call himself, in a very broad sense, a pacifist, Lorentz would hardly fit into this category, although he is quite aware that nuclear war would be a catastrophe without precedent. He tries to find ways that would help society avoid the tragic effects of the aggressive instinct. Indeed, in the nuclear age he is almost forced to look for possibilities for peace in order to make his theory of the innate destructiveness of man acceptable. Some of his proposals are similar to those made by Freud, but there is a considerable difference between them. Freud's suggestions are made with skepticism and modesty, whereas Lorentz declares, "I do not mind admitting that. I think I have something to teach mankind that may help it to change for the better." This conviction is not as presumptuous as it might seem. K. Lorentz, 1966. Indeed, it would not be presumptuous if Lorentz had something of importance to teach. Unfortunately, his suggestions hardly go beyond worn-out clichés, simple precepts against the danger of societies becoming completely disintegrated by the misfunctioning of social behavior patterns. The most important precept is, "Know thyself," by which he means that we must deepen our insight into the causal concatenations governing our own behavior. K. Lorentz, 1966, that is, the laws of evolution. As one element in this knowledge to which he gives special emphasis, Lorentz mentions the objective, ethological investigation of all the possibilities of discharging aggression in its primal form on substitute objects. K. Lorentz, 1966. 2. The psychoanalytic study of so-called sublimation. 3. The promotion of personal acquaintance and, if possible, friendship between individual members of different ideologies or nations. 4. The fourth and perhaps the most important measure to be taken immediately is the intelligent and responsible channeling of militant enthusiasm, that is, to help the younger generation to find genuine causes that are worth serving in the modern world. Let us look at this program point by point. Lorentz makes a distorted use of the notion of the classic know thyself, not only of the Greek notion, but also that of Freud, whose whole science and therapy of psychoanalysis are built on self-knowledge. For Freud, self-knowledge means that man becomes conscious of what is unconscious. This is a most difficult process, because it encounters the energy of resistance by which the unconscious is defended against the attempt to make it conscious. Self-knowledge in Freud's sense is not an intellectual process alone, but simultaneously an affective process, as it was already for Spinoza. It is not only knowledge by the brain, but also knowledge by the heart. Knowing oneself means gaining increasing insight, intellectually and effectively, in heretofore secret parts of one's psyche. It is a process which may take years for a sick person who wants to be cured of his symptoms and a lifetime for a person who seriously wants to be himself. Its effect is one of increased energy because energy is freed from the task of upholding repressions. Thus the more man is in touch with his inner reality, the more he is awake and free. On the other hand, what Lorentz means by know thyself is something quite different. It is the theoretical knowledge of the facts of evolution, and specifically of the instinctive nature of aggression. An analogy to Lorenz's concept of self-knowledge would be the theoretical knowledge of Freud's theory of the death instinct. In fact, following the reasoning of Lorenz, psychoanalysis as a therapy would not have to consist of anything but reading the collected works of Freud. One is reminded of a statement by Marx, that if somebody who knows the laws of gravity finds himself in deep water and cannot swim, his knowledge will not prevent him from drowning. As a Chinese sage said, reading prescriptions does not make one well. Lorenz does not elaborate the second of his precepts, sublimation, the third, the promotion of personal acquaintance and, if possible, friendship between individual members of different ideologies and nations. Lorenz himself concedes is an obvious plan. Even airlines advertise international travel as serving the cause of peace. Unfortunately, this concept of the aggression-lowering function of personal acquaintance does not happen to be true. There is ample evidence for this. The British and the Germans were very well acquainted with each other before 1914, yet their mutual hatred when the war broke out was ferocious. There is even more telling proof. It is notorious that no war between countries elicits as much hate and cruelty as civil war, in which there is no lack of acquaintance between the two warring sides. Does the fact of mutual intimate knowledge diminish the intensity of hate among members of a family? Acquaintance and friendship cannot be expected to lower aggression because they represent a superficial knowledge about another person, a knowledge of an object which I look at from the outside. This is quite different from the penetrating, emphatic knowledge in which I understand the other's experiences by mobilizing those within myself which, if not the same, are similar to his. Knowledge of this kind requires that most repressions within oneself are lowered in intensity to a point where there is little resistance to becoming aware of new aspects of one's unconscious. The attainment of a non-judgmental understanding can lower aggressiveness or do away with it altogether. It depends on the degree to which a person has overcome his own insecurity, greed, and narcissism, and not on the amount of information he has about others. Point 10. The last of Lorenz's four precepts is the channeling of militant enthusiasm. One of his special recommendations is athletics. But the fact is that competitive sports stimulate a great deal of aggression. How intense this is was highlighted recently when the deep feeling aroused by an international soccer match led to a small war in Latin America. If there is no evidence that sport lowers aggression, at the same time it should be said that there is also no evidence that sport is motivated by aggression. What often produces aggression in sports is the competitive character of the event, cultivated in a social climate of competition and increased by an overall commercialization, in which not pride of achievement but money and publicity have become the most attractive goals. Many thoughtful observers of the unfortunate Olympic Games in Munich, 1972, have recognized that instead of furthering goodwill and peace, they furthered competitive aggressiveness and nationalistic pride. Point 11. A few other statements of Lorenz on war and peace are worth quoting because they are good examples of his ambiguity in this area. Supposing, he says, that, being a patriot of my home country, which I am, I felt an unmitigated hostility against another country, which I emphatically do not, I still could not wish wholeheartedly for its destruction if I realized that there were people living in it who, like myself, were enthusiastic workers in the field of inductive natural science, or revered Charles Darwin and were enthusiastically propagating the truth of his discoveries, or still others who shared my appreciation of Michelangelo's art, or my enthusiasm for Goethe's Faust, or for the beauty of a coral reef, or for wildlife preservation, or a number of minor enthusiasms I could name. I should find it quite impossible to hate, unreservedly, any enemy, if he shared only one of my identifications with cultural and ethical values. K. Lorenz, 1966. Italics added. Lorenz hedges the denial of the wish for destruction of a whole country by the word wholeheartedly, and by qualifying hate by unreservedly. But what is a half-hearted wish for destruction, or a reserved hate? More important, his condition for not wanting the destruction of another country is that there are people who share his particular tastes and enthusiasms. Those who revere Darwin seem to qualify only if they also enthusiastically propagate his discoveries. It is not enough that they are human beings. In other words, the total destruction of an enemy is undesirable only if and because he is similar to Lorenz's own culture, and even more specifically, to his own interests and values. The character of these statements is not changed by Lorenz's demand for a humanistic education, i.e., an education offering an optimum of common ideals with which an individual can identify. This was the kind of education current in German high schools before the First World War, but the majority of the teachers of this humanism were probably more war-minded than the average German. Only a very different and radical humanism, one in which the primary identification is with life and with mankind, can have an influence against war. Idolatry of evolution. Lorenz's position cannot be fully understood unless one is aware of his quasi-religious attitude toward Darwinism. His attitude in this respect is not rare, and deserves further study as an important socio-psychological phenomenon of contemporary culture. The deep need of man not to feel lost and lonely in the world had, of course, been previously satisfied by the concept of a God who had created this world and was concerned with each and every creature. When the theory of evolution destroyed the picture of God as the supreme creator, confidence in God as the all-powerful Father of man fell with it, although many were able to combine a belief in God with the acceptance of the Darwinian theory. But for many of those for whom God was dethroned, the need for a God-like figure did not disappear. Some proclaimed a new God, evolution, and worshipped Darwin as his prophet. For Lorenz and many others, the idea of evolution became the core of a whole system of orientation and devotion. Darwin had revealed the ultimate truth regarding the origin of man. All human phenomena which might be approached and explained by economic, religious, ethical, or political consideration were to be understood from the point of view of evolution. This quasi-religious attitude toward Darwinism becomes apparent in Lorenz's use of the term the great constructors, referring to selection and mutation. He speaks of the methods and aims of the great constructors very much in the way a Christian might speak of God's acts. He even uses the singular, the great constructor, thus coming even closer to the analogy with God. Nothing, perhaps, expresses the idolatrous quality of Lorenz's thinking more clearly than the concluding paragraph of On Aggression. We know that in the evolution of vertebrates, the bond of personal love and friendship was the epoch-making invention created by the great constructors when it became necessary for two or more individuals of an aggressive species to live peacefully together and to work for a common end. We know that human society is built on the foundation of this bond, but we have to recognize the fact that the bond has become too limited to encompass all that it should. It prevents aggression only between those who know each other and are friends, while obviously it is all active hostility between all men of all nations or ideologies that must be stopped. The obvious conclusion is that love and friendship should embrace all humanity, that we should love all our human brothers indiscriminately. This commandment is not new. Our reason is quite able to understand its necessity as our feeling is able to appreciate its beauty, but nevertheless, made as we are unable to obey it. We can feel the full, warm emotion of friendship and love only for individuals, and the utmost exertion of willpower cannot alter this fact. But the great constructors can, and I believe they will. I believe in the power of human reason, as I believe in the power of natural selection. I believe that reason can and will exert a selection pressure in the right direction. I believe that this, in the not too distant future, will endow our descendants with the faculty of fulfilling the greatest and most beautiful of all commandments. K. Lorenz, 1966. Italics added. The great constructors will win out, where God and man have failed. The commandment of brotherly love has to remain ineffective, but the great constructors will give it life. The last part of the statement ends in a true confession of faith: I believe, I believe, I believe. The social and moral Darwinism preached by Lorenz is a romantic, nationalistic paganism that tends to obscure the true understanding of the biological, psychological, and social factors responsible for human aggression. Here lies Lorenz's fundamental difference from Freud, in spite of the similarities in their views on aggression. Freud was one of the last representatives of Enlightenment philosophy. He genuinely believed in reason as the one strength man has and which alone could save him from confusion and decay. he genuinely postulated the need for self-knowledge by the uncovering of man's unconscious strivings. He overcame the loss of God by turning to reason and felt painfully weak. But he did not turn to new idols. 2. Environmentalists and behaviorists. Enlightenment environmentalism. The diametrically opposite position to that of the instinctivists would seem to be that held by the environmentalists. According to their thinking, man's behavior is exclusively molded by the influence of the environment, i.e., by social and cultural, as opposed to innate factors. This is particularly true with regard to aggression, one of the main obstacles to human progress. In its most radical form, this view was already presented by the philosophers of the Enlightenment. Man was supposed to be born good and rational, and it was due to bad institutions, bad education, and bad example that he developed evil strivings. Some denied that there were any physical differences between the sexes, l'âme n'a pas de sexe, and proposed that whatever differences existed, aside from the anatomical ones, were exclusively due to education and social arrangements. In contrast to behaviorism, however, these philosophers were not concerned with methods of human engineering and manipulation but with social and political change. They believed that the good society would create the good man, or rather, allow the natural goodness of man to manifest itself. Behaviorism. Behaviorism was founded by J.B. Watson, 1914. It was based on the premise that the subject matter of human psychology is the behavior or activities of the human being. Like logical positivism, it ruled out all subjective concepts which could not be directly observed, such as sensation, perception, image, desire, and even thinking and emotion, as they are subjectively defined. J.B. Watson. 1958. Behaviorism underwent a remarkable development from the less sophisticated formulations of Watson to the brilliant neo-behaviorism of Skinner. But this mainly represents a refinement of the original thesis, rather than a greater depth or originality. B. F. Skinner's neo-behaviorism. Skinnerian neo-behaviorism 1 is based on the same principle as Watson's concepts. Psychology as a science need not and must not be concerned with feelings or impulses or any other subjective events. 2. It disdains any attempt to speak of a nature of man or construct a model of man, or to analyze various human passions which motivate human behavior. To consider human behavior as impelled by intentions, purposes, aims or goals, would be a pre-scientific and useless way of looking at it. Psychology has to study what reinforcements tend to shape human behavior and how to apply the reinforcements most effectively. Skinner's psychology is the science of the engineering of behavior. Its aim is to find the right reinforcements in order to produce a desired behavior. Instead of the simple conditioning in the Pavlovian model, Skinner speaks of operant conditioning. Briefly, this means that unconditioned behavior, provided it is desirable from the experimenter's standpoint, is rewarded, i.e., followed by pleasure. Skinner believes the rewarding reinforcement to be much more effective than the punishing. As a result, the subject will eventually continue to behave in the desired fashion. For example, Johnny does not like spinach particularly, he eats it, mother rewards him with a praising remark, an affectionate glance, or an extra piece of cake, whichever is most reinforcing for Johnny as measured by what works best, i.e., she administers positive reinforcements. Johnny will eventually love to eat spinach, particularly if the reinforcements are effectively administered in terms of their schedules. In hundreds of experiments, Skinner and others have developed the techniques for this operant conditioning. Skinner has shown that by the proper use of positive reinforcement, the behavior of animals and humans can be altered to an amazing degree, even in opposition to what some would loosely call innate tendencies. To have shown this is undoubtedly the great merit of Skinner's experimental work. It also supports the views of those who believe that the social structure, or culture in the parlance of most American anthropologists, can shape man, even though not necessarily through operant conditioning. It is important to add that Skinner does not neglect genetic endowment. In order to render his position correctly, one should say that apart from genetic endowment, behavior is determined entirely by reinforcement. Reinforcement can occur in two ways, it happens in the normal cultural process, or it can be planned, according to Skinnerian teaching, and thus lead to a design for culture. B. F. Skinner, 1961, 1971. Goals and values. Skinner's experiments are not concerned with the goals of the conditioning. The animal or the human subject is conditioned to behave in a certain way. What he, is conditioned to is determined by the decision of the experimenter who sets the goals for the conditioning. Usually the experimenter in these laboratory situations is not interested in what he is conditioning an animal or human subject for, but rather in the fact that he can condition them to the goal of his choice, and in how he can do it best. However, serious problems arise when we turn from the laboratory to realistic living, to individual or social life. In this case the paramount questions are, to what are people being conditioned, and who determines these goals? It seems that when Skinner speaks of culture, he still has his laboratory in mind, where the psychologist who proceeds without value judgments can easily do so because the goal of the conditioning hardly matters. At least, that is perhaps one explanation why Skinner does not come to grips with the issue of goals and values. For example, he writes, "We admire people who behave in original or exceptional ways, not because such behavior is itself admirable, but because we do not know how to encourage original or exceptional behavior in any other way." C. R. Rogers and B. F. Skinner, 1956. This is nothing but circuitous reasoning. We admire originality because we can condition it only by admiring it. But why do we want to condition it if it is not a desirable goal in itself? Skinner does not face this question, although even with a modicum of sociological analysis an answer could be given. The degree of originality and creativity that is desirable in various classes and occupational groups in a given society varies. Scientists and top managers, for instance, need to have a great deal of these qualities in a technological bureaucratic society like ours. For blue-collar workers to have the same degree of creativity would be a luxury or a threat to the smooth functioning of the whole system. I do not believe that this analysis is a sufficient answer to the problem of the value of originality and creativity. There is a great deal of psychological evidence that striving for creativeness and originality are deeply rooted impulses in man, and there is some neurophysiological evidence for the assumption that the striving for creativity and originality is built in the system of the brain. R. B. Livingston, 1967. I only want to stress that the impasse of Skinner's position is due to the fact that he pays no attention to such speculations or to those of psychoanalytic sociology and hence believes that questions are not answerable if they are not answerable by behaviorism. Here is another example of Skinner's fuzzy thinking on the subject of values. Most people would subscribe to the proposition that there is no value judgment involved in deciding how to build an atomic bomb, but would reject the proposition that there is none involved in deciding to build one. The most significant difference here may be that the scientific practices which guide the designer of the bomb are clear, while those which guide the designer of the culture which builds the bomb are not. We cannot predict the success or failure of a cultural invention with the same accuracy as we do that of a physical invention. It is for this reason that we are said to resort to value judgments in the second case. What we resort to is guessing. It is only in this sense that value judgments take up where science leaves off. When we can design small social interactions and, possibly, whole cultures with the confidence we bring to physical technology, the question of value will not be raised. B. F. Skinner, 1961. Skinner's main point is that there is really no essential difference between the lack of value judgment in the technical problem of designing the bomb and the decision to build one. The only difference is that the motives for building the bomb are not clear. Maybe they are not clear to Professor Skinner, but they are clear to many students of history. In fact, there was more than one reason for the decision to build the atomic bomb, and similarly for the hydrogen bomb, the fear of Hitler's building the bomb, perhaps the wish to have a superior weapon against the Soviet Union for possible later conflicts. This holds true especially for the hydrogen bomb, the logic of a system that is forced to increase its armaments to support its struggle with competing systems. Quite aside from these military, strategic, and political reasons, there is, I believe, another one which is equally important. I refer to the maxim that is one of the axiomatic norms of cybernetic society: something ought to be done because it is technically possible to do it. If it is possible to build nuclear weapons, they must be built even if they might destroy us all. If it is possible to travel to the moon or to the planets, it must be done, even if at the expense of many unfulfilled needs here on Earth. This principle means the negation of all humanistic values, but it nevertheless represents a value, maybe the supreme norm of technotronic society. Point 3. Skinner does not care to examine the reasons for building the bomb, and he asks us to wait for further development of behaviorism to solve the mystery. In his views on social processes, he shows the same inability to understand hidden, non-verbalized motives as he does in his treatment of psychical processes. Since most of what people say about their motivation in political as well as in personal life is notoriously fictitious, the reliance on what is verbalized blocks the understanding of social and psychical processes. In other instances, Skinner smuggles in values without, apparently, being aware of it. In the same paper, for instance, he writes, "None, I am sure, wishes to develop new master-slave relationships or bend the will of the people to despotic rulers in new ways. These are patterns of control appropriate to a world without science." B. F. Skinner, 1961. In which decade is Professor Skinner living? Are there no systems that do indeed want to bend the will of the people to dictators? And are these systems only to be found in cultures without science? Skinner seems still to believe in an old-fashioned ideology of progress. The Middle Ages were dark because they had no science, and science necessarily leads to the freedom of man. The fact is that no leader or government explicitly states his intention of bending the will of the people anymore. They are apt to use new words which sound like the opposite of the old ones. No dictator calls himself a dictator, and every system claims that it expresses the will of the people. In the countries of the free world, on the other hand, anonymous authority and manipulation have replaced overt authority in education, work, and politics. Skinner's values also emerge in the following statement: "If we are worthy of our democratic heritage, we shall, of course, be ready to resist any tyrannical use of science for immediate or selfish purposes. But if we value the achievements and goals of democracy, we must not refuse to apply science to the design and construction of cultural patterns, even though we may then find ourselves in some sense in the position of controllers." B. F. Skinner, 1961. Italics added. What is the basis of this value in neo-behavioristic theory? What about the controllers? Skinner's answer is that all men control and all men are controlled. C. R. Rogers and B. F. Skinner, 1956. This sounds reassuring for a democratically minded person, but is a vague and rather meaningless formula, as soon becomes clear. In noticing how the master controls the slave or the employer the worker, we commonly overlook reciprocal effects and, by considering action in one direction only, are led to regard control as exploitation, or at least the gaining of a one-sided advantage, but the control is actually mutual. The slave controls the master as completely as the master the slave, Italics added, in the sense that the techniques of punishment employed by the master have been selected by the slave's behavior in submitting to them. This does not mean that the notion of exploitation is meaningless or that we may not appropriately ask, cui bono? In doing so, however, we go beyond the account of the social episode itself, Italics added, and consider certain long-term effects which are clearly related to the question of value judgments. A comparable consideration arises in the analysis of any behavior which alters a cultural practice. B. F. Skinner, 1961. I find this statement shocking. We are asked to believe that the relationship between master and slave is a reciprocal one, although the notion of exploitation is not meaningless. For Skinner, the exploitation is not part of the social episode itself, only the techniques of control are. This is the view of a man who looks at social life as if it were an episode in his laboratory, where all that matters to the experimenter is his technique and not the episodes themselves, since whether the rat is peaceful or aggressive is entirely irrelevant in this artificial world. And as if that were not enough, Skinner states that the exploitation by the master is clearly related to the question of value judgments. Does Skinner believe that exploitation or, for that matter, robbery, torture, and murder are not facts because they are clearly related to value judgments? This would indeed mean that all social and psychological phenomena, if they can also be judged as to their value, cease to be facts which can be examined scientifically. Point 4. One can explain Skinner's saying that slave and slave owner are in a reciprocal relationship only by the ambiguous use he makes of the word control. In the sense in which the word is used in real life, there can be no question that the slave owner controls the slave, and that there is nothing reciprocal about the control except that the slave may have a minimum of counter-control, for instance, by the threat of rebellion. But this is not what Skinner is talking about. He speaks of control in the very abstract sense of the laboratory experiment, into which real life does not intrude. He actually repeats in all seriousness what has often been told as a joke, the story about a rat that tells another rat how well it has conditioned its experimenter. Whenever the rat pushes a certain lever, the experimenter has to feed it. Because neo-behaviorism has no theory of man, it can only see behavior and not the behaving person. Whether somebody smiles at me because he wants to hide his hostility, or a salesgirl smiles because she has been instructed to smile, in the better stores, or whether a friend smiles at me because he is glad to see me, all this makes no difference to neo-behaviorism, for a smile is a smile. That it should make no difference to Professor Skinner as a person is hard to believe, unless he were so alienated that the reality of persons no longer matters to him. But if the difference does matter, how could a theory that ignores it be valid? Nor can neo-behaviorism explain why quite a few persons conditioned to be persecutors and torturers fall mentally sick in spite of the continuation of positive reinforcements. Why does positive reinforcement not prevent many others from rebelling, out of the strength of their reason, their conscience, or their love, when all conditioning works in the opposite direction? And why are many of the most adapted people, who should be star witnesses to the success of conditioning, often deeply unhappy and disturbed or suffer from neurosis? There must be impulses inherent in man which set limits to the power of conditioning. To study the failure of conditioning seems just as important, scientifically, as its success. Indeed, man can be conditioned to behave in almost every desired way, but only almost. He reacts to those conditions that conflict with basic human requirements in different and ascertainable ways. He can be conditioned to be a slave, but he will react with aggression or decline in vitality, or he can be conditioned to feel like part of a machine and react with boredom, aggression, and unhappiness. Basically, Skinner is a naive rationalist who ignores man's passions. In contrast to Freud, he is not impressed by the power of passions, but believes that man always behaves as his self-interest requires. Indeed, the whole principle of neo-behaviorism is that self-interest is so powerful that by appealing to it mainly in the form of the environments rewarding the individual for acting in the desired sense, man's behavior can be completely determined. In the last analysis, neo-behaviorism is based on the quintessence of bourgeois experience, the primacy of egotism and self-interest over all other human passions. The reasons for Skinnerism's popularity. Skinner's extraordinary popularity can be explained by the fact that he has succeeded in blending elements of traditional, optimistic, liberal thought with the social and mental reality of cybernetic society. Skinner believes that man is malleable, subject to social influences, and that nothing in his nature can be considered to be a final obstacle to development toward a peaceful and just society. Thus his system attracts those psychologists who are liberals and who find in Skinner's system an argument to defend their political optimism. He appeals to those who believe that desirable social goals like peace and equality are not just rootless ideals, but can be established in reality. The whole idea that one can design a better society on a scientific basis appeals to many who earlier might have been socialists. Did not Marx, too, want to design a better society? Did he not call his brand of socialism scientific in contrast to utopian socialism? Is not Skinner's way particularly attractive at a point in history when the political solution seems to have failed and revolutionary hopes are at their lowest? But Skinner's implied optimism alone would not have made his ideas so attractive were it not for his combining of traditional liberal views with their very negation. In the cybernetic age, the individual becomes increasingly subject to manipulation. His work, his consumption, and his leisure are manipulated by advertising, by ideologies, by what Skinner calls positive reinforcements. The individual loses his active, responsible role in the social process. He becomes completely adjusted and learns that any behavior, act, thought, or feeling which does not fit into the general scheme puts him at a severe disadvantage. In fact, he is what he is supposed to be. If he insists on being himself, he risks, in police states, his freedom, or even his life. In some democracies, he risks not being promoted, or more rarely, he risks even his job, and perhaps most importantly, he risks feeling isolated, without communication with anybody. While most people are not clearly aware of their discomfort, they dimly sense their fear of life, of the future, of the boredom caused by the monotony and the meaninglessness of what they are doing. They sense that the very ideals in which they want to believe have lost their moorings in social reality. What relief it is for them to learn that conditioning is the best, the most progressive, and the most effective solution. Skinner recommends the hell of the isolated, manipulated man of the cybernetic age as the heaven of progress. He dulls our fears of where we are going by telling us that we need not be afraid, that the direction our industrial system has taken is the same as that which the great humanists had dreamt of, except that it is scientifically grounded. Moreover, Skinner's theory rings true, because it is, almost, true for the alienated man of the cybernetic society. In summary, Skinnerism is the psychology of opportunism dressed up as a new scientific humanism. I am not saying that Skinner wants to play this role of apologist for the technotronic age. On the contrary, his political and social naivete can make him right sometimes more convincingly, and confusedly, than he could if he were aware of what he is trying to condition us to. Behaviorism and aggression. The behavioristic method is so important for the problem of aggression because most investigators of aggression in the United States have written with a behavioristic orientation. Their reasoning is, briefly stated, if Johnny discovers that by being aggressive his younger brother, or mother, and so on, will give him what he wants, he will become a person who tends to behave aggressively. The same would hold true for submissive, courageous, or affectionate behavior. The formula is that one does, feels, and thinks in the way that has proven to be a successful method of obtaining what one wants. Aggression, like all other behavior, is purely learned on the basis of seeking one's optimal advantage. The behavioristic view on aggression has been succinctly expressed by Buss, who defines aggression as a response that delivers noxious stimuli to another organism. He writes, "There are two reasons for excluding the concept of intent from the definition of aggression. First, it implies teleology, a purposive act directed toward a future goal, and this view is inconsistent with the behavioral approach adopted in this book. Second, and more important, is the difficulty of applying this term to behavioral events. Intent is a private event that may or may not be capable of verbalization, may or may not be accurately reflected in a verbal statement. One might be led to accept intent as an inference from the reinforcement history of the organism. If an aggressive response has been systematically reinforced by a specific consequence, such as flight of the victim, the recurrence of the aggressive response might be said to involve an intent to cause flight. However, this kind of interference is superfluous in the analysis of behavior. It is more fruitful to examine directly the relation between reinforcement history of an aggressive response and the immediate situation eliciting the response. In summary, intent is both awkward and unnecessary in the analysis of aggressive behavior. Rather, the crucial issue is the nature of the reinforcing consequences that affect the occurrence and the strength of aggressive responses. In other words, what are the classes of reinforcers that affect aggressive behavior? Buss, 1961. By intent, Buss understands conscious intent. But Buss is not totally unreceptive to the psychoanalytic approach. If anger is not the drive for aggression, is it fruitful to regard it as a drive? The position adopted here is that it is not fruitful. A. H. Buss, 1961, 5. Such outstanding behaviorist psychologists as A. H. Buss and L. Berkowitz are much more sensitive to the phenomenon of man's feelings than Skinner is, but Skinner's basic principle that the deed, not the doer, is an object for scientific observation, holds true for their position too. They thereby do not give proper weight to the fundamental findings of Freud, that of psychical forces determining behavior, the largely unconscious character of these forces, and awareness, insight, as a factor which can bring about changes in the energy charge and direction of these forces. Behaviorists claim that their method is scientific because they deal with what is visible, i.e., with overt behavior. But they do not recognize that behavior itself, separated from the behaving person, cannot be adequately described. A man fires a gun and kills another person. The behavioral act in itself, firing the shot that kills the person if isolated from the aggressor, means little, psychologically. In fact, a behavioristic statement would be adequate only about the gun. With regard to it, the motivation of the man who pulls the trigger is irrelevant. But his behavior can be fully understood only if we know the conscious and unconscious motivation moving him to pull the trigger. We do not find a single cause for his behavior, but we can discover the psychical structure inside this man, his character, and the many conscious and unconscious factors which at a certain point led to his firing the gun. We find that we can explain the impulse to fire the gun as being determined by many factors in his character system, but that his act of firing the gun is the most contingent among all factors, and the least predictable one. It depends on many accidental elements in the situation, such as easy access to a gun, absence of other people, the degree of stress, and the conditions of his whole psychophysiological system at the moment. The behaviorist maxim that observable behavior is a scientifically reliable datum is simply not true. The fact is that the behavior itself is different depending on the motivating impulse, even though on superficial inspection this difference may not be visible. A simple example demonstrates this. Each of two fathers, with different character structures, spanks his son because he believes that the child needs this kind of punishment for the sake of his healthy development. The fathers behave in what seems to be an identical manner. They slap the children with their hands. Yet, if we compare the behavior of a loving and concerned father with that of a sadistic father, we find that the behavior is in reality not the same. Their way of holding the child and of talking to the child before and after the punishment, their facial expression, make the behavior of one quite different from that of the other. Correspondingly, the children's reactions to the respective behaviors differ. The one child senses the destructive, or sadistic quality of the punishment, the other has no reason to doubt his father's love. All the more so because the single instance of the father's behavior is only one among innumerable behaviors the child has experienced before and which have formed his picture of his father and his reaction to him. The fact that both fathers have the conviction that they are punishing the child for his own good makes hardly any difference, except that this moralistic conviction may obliterate such inhibitions as the sadistic father may otherwise have. On the other hand, if the sadistic father never beats his child, perhaps because he is afraid of his wife, or because it is against his progressive ideas of education, his nonviolent behavior will produce the same reaction because his eyes convey to the child the same sadistic impulse that his hands would do in beating him. Because children are generally more sensitive than adults, they respond to the father's impulse and not to an isolated bit of behavior. Or let us take another example. We see a man who shouts and has a red face. We describe his behavior as being angry. If we ask why he is angry, the answer may be because he is frightened. Why is he frightened? Because he suffers from a deep sense of impotence. Why is this so? Because he has never dissolved the ties to mother and is emotionally still a little child. This sequence is, of course, not the only possible one. Each of these answers is true. The difference between them lies in that they refer to ever deeper, and usually less conscious, levels of experience. The deeper the level to which the answer refers, the more relevant it is for the understanding of his behavior. Not just for the understanding of his motivations, but for recognizing the behavior in every detail. In a case like this, for instance, a sensitive observer will see the expression of frightened helplessness in his face, rather than only the rage. In another case, a man's obvious behavior may be the same, but a sensitive awareness of his face will show hardness and intense destructiveness. His angry behavior is only the controlled expression of destructive impulses. The two similar behaviors are in fact quite dissimilar, and aside from intuitive sensitivity, the scientific way of understanding the differences requires the understanding of motivation, i.e., of the two respective character structures. I have not given the customary answer, he is angry because he has been or feels insulted. Such an explanation puts all the emphasis on the triggering stimulus, but ignores that the stimulus power to stimulate depends also on the character structure of the stimulated person. A group of people confronted with the same stimulus will react differently to it according to their characters. A may be attracted to the stimulus, B repulsed, C frightened, D will ignore it. Buss is, of course, perfectly right in stating that intent is a private event that may or may not be capable of verbalization. But this is precisely the dilemma of behaviorism, because it has no method for examining unverbalized data. It has to restrict its investigation to those data that it can handle, which are usually too crude to lend themselves to subtle theoretical analysis. On psychological experiments. If a psychologist sets himself the task of understanding human behavior, he must devise methods of investigation which are adequate to the study of human beings in vivo, while practically all behavioristic studies are done in vitro. Not in the meaning of this word in the physiological laboratory, but in the equivalent sense, namely that the subject is observed under controlled, artificially arranged conditions, not in the real process of living. Psychology seems to have wanted to attain respectability by imitating the method of the natural sciences, albeit those of 50 years ago, and not in terms of scientific method current in the most advanced natural sciences. 6 Furthermore, the lack of theoretical significance is often covered up by impressive-looking mathematical formulations which are not germane to the data and do not add anything to their value. To devise a method for the observation and analysis of human behavior outside the laboratory is a difficult undertaking, but it is a necessary condition for the understanding of man. There are, in principle, two fields of observation for the study of man. One, the direct and detailed observation of another person, is one method. The most elaborate and fruitful situation of this kind is the psychoanalytic situation, the psychoanalytic laboratory as Freud devised it. It permits the expression of the patient's unconscious impulses, and the examination of their connection with his overt normal and neurotic behavior. 7 Less intensive, yet also quite fruitful, is an interview, or better, a series of interviews which, if possible, should also include the study of some dreams and certain projective tests. But one should not underestimate the knowledge in depth which a skilled observer can obtain simply by observing a person minutely for a while, including of course his gestures, voice, posture, facial expression, hands, etc. Even without personal knowledge, diaries, letters, and a detailed history of a person, this kind of observation can be an important source for the understanding in depth of his character. 2 Another method for the study of man in vivo is to transform given situations in life into a natural laboratory, rather than to bring life into the psychological laboratory. Instead of constructing an artificial social situation, as the experimenter does in his psychological laboratory, one studies the experiments life itself offers. One chooses given social situations which are comparable and transforms them into the equivalent of experiments by the method of studying them. By keeping some factors constant, others variable, this natural laboratory also permits the testing of various hypotheses. There are many comparable situations, and one can test whether one hypothesis stands up in all situations, and if not, whether the exceptions can be sufficiently explained without changing the hypothesis. One of the simplest forms of such natural experiments are inquits, using long and open-ended questionnaires and/or personal interviews, with selected representatives from certain groups, such as age or occupational groups, prisoners, hospital inmates, and so forth. The use of the conventional battery of psychological tests is, in my opinion, not sufficient for the understanding of the deeper layers of the character. To be sure, the use of natural experiments does not permit us to arrive at the accuracy of laboratory experiments, because no two social constellations are identical, but by observing not subjects but people, not artifacts but life, one does not have to pay as the price of an alleged, and often doubtful, accuracy the triviality of the experiment's results. I believe that the exploration of aggression either in the laboratory of the psychoanalytic interview or in a socially given laboratory is, from a scientific standpoint, much preferable to the methods of the psychological laboratory. As far as analysis of behavior is concerned, however, it requires a much higher level of complex theoretical thinking than do even very clever laboratory experiments. Point 8. To illustrate what I have just said, let us look at a very interesting and one of the most highly regarded experiments in the field of aggression, the behavioral study of obedience by Stanley Milgram, conducted at Yale University in its Interaction Laboratory, S. Milgram, 1963, 9. The subjects were 40 males between the ages of 20 and 50, drawn from New Haven and the surrounding communities. Subjects were obtained by a newspaper advertisement and direct mail solicitation. Those who responded to the appeal believed they were to participate in a study of memory and learning at Yale University. A wide range of occupations is represented in the sample. Typical subjects were postal clerks, high school teachers, salesmen, engineers, and laborers. Subjects ranged in educational level from one who had not finished elementary school, to those who had doctorate and other professional degrees. They were paid $4.50 for their participation in the experiment. However, subjects were told that payment was simply for coming to the laboratory, and that the money was theirs no matter what happened after they arrived. One naive subject and one victim, an accomplice of the experimenter, performed in each experiment. A pretext had to be devised that would justify the administration of electric shock by the naive subject. Point 10. This was effectively accomplished by the cover story. After a general introduction on the presumed relation between punishment and learning, subjects were told. But actually, we know very little about the effects of punishment on learning, because almost no truly scientific studies have been made of it in human beings. For instance, we don't know how much punishment is best for learning, and we don't know how much difference it makes as to who is giving the punishment, whether an adult learns best from a younger or an older person than himself, or many things of that sort. So in this study we are bringing together a number of adults of different occupations and ages. And we're asking some of them to be teachers and some of them to be learners. We want to find out just what effect different people have on each other as teachers and learners, and also what effect punishment will have on learning in this situation. Therefore, I'm going to ask one of you to be the teacher here tonight and the other one to be the learner. Does either of you have a preference? Subjects then drew slips of paper from a hat to determine who would be the teacher and who would be the learner in the experiment. The drawing was rigged so that the naive subject was always the teacher and the accomplice always the learner. Both slips contain the word teacher. Immediately after the drawing, the teacher and learner were taken to an adjacent room and the learner was strapped into an electric chair apparatus. The experiment explained that the straps were to prevent excessive movement while the learner was being shocked. The effect was to make it impossible for him to escape from the situation. An electrode was attached to the learner's wrist, and electrode paste was applied to avoid blisters and burns. Subjects were told that the electrode was attached to the shock generator in the adjoining room. The subject is told to administer a shock to the learner each time he gives a wrong response. Moreover, and this is the key command, the subject is instructed to move one level higher on the shock generator each time the learner flashes a wrong answer. He is also instructed to announce the voltage level before administering a shock. This serves to continually remind subjects of the increasing intensity of shocks administered to the learner. In all conditions, the learner gives a predetermined set of responses to the word pair test based on a schedule of approximately 3 wrong answers to 1 correct answer. In the present experimental condition, no vocal response or other sign of protest is heard from the learner until shock level 300 is reached. When the 300-volt shock is administered, the learner pounds on the wall of the room in which he is bound to the electric chair. The pounding can be heard by the subject. From this point on, the learner's answers no longer appear on the four-way panel. If the subject indicated his unwillingness to go on, the experimenter responded with a sequence of prods, using as many as necessary to bring the subject into line. Prod 1, please continue, or please go on. Prod 2, the experiment requires that you continue. Prod 3, it is absolutely essential that you continue. Prod 4, you have no other choice, you must go on. The prods were always made in sequence, only if prod 1 had been unsuccessful, could prod 2 be used. If the subject refused to obey the experimenter after prod 4, the experiment was terminated. The experimenter's tone of voice was at all times firm, but not impolite. The sequence was begun anew on each occasion that the subject balked or showed reluctance to follow orders. Special prods. If the subject asked if the learner was liable to suffer permanent physical injury, the experimenter said, "Although the shocks may be painful, there is no permanent tissue damage, so please go on." Followed by prods 2, 3, and 4 if necessary. If the subject said that the learner did not want to go on, the experimenter replied, "Whether the learner likes it or not, you must go on until he has learned all the word pairs correctly. So please go on." Followed by prods 2, 3, and 4 if necessary. What were the results of this experiment? Many subjects showed signs of nervousness in the experimental situation, and especially upon administering the more powerful shocks. In a large number of cases, the degree of tension reached extremes that are rarely seen in socio-psychological laboratory studies. Italics added. Subjects were observed to sweat, tremble, stutter, bite their lips, groan, and dig their fingernails into their flesh. These were characteristic rather than exceptional responses to the experiment. One sign of tension was the regular occurrence of nervous laughing fits. 14 of the 40 subjects showed definite signs of nervous laughter and smiling. The laughter seemed entirely out of place, even bizarre. Full-blown, uncontrollable seizures were observed for 3 subjects. On one occasion we observed a seizure so violently convulsive that it was necessary to call a halt to the experiment. The subject, a 46-year-old encyclopedia salesman, was seriously embarrassed by his untoward and uncontrollable behavior. In the post-experimental interviews, subjects took pains to point out that they were not sadistic types and that the laughter did not mean they enjoyed shocking the victim. Somewhat in contrast to the experimenter's original expectation, none of the 40 subjects stopped prior to shock level 300, at which the victim began kicking on the wall and no longer providing answers to the teacher's multiple-choice questions. Only 5 out of the 40 subjects refused to obey the experimenter's commands beyond the 300-volt level, 4 more administered 1 further shock, 2 broke off at the 330-volt level and 1 each at 345, 360, and 375 volts. Thus a total of 14 subjects, equals 35%, defied the experimenter. The obedient subjects often did so under extreme stress, and displayed fear similar to those who defied the experimenter, yet they obeyed. After the maximum shocks had been delivered, and the experimenter called a halt to the proceedings, many obedient subjects heaved sighs of relief, mopped their brows, rubbed their fingers over their eyes, or nervously fumbled cigarettes. Some shook their heads, apparently in regret. Some subjects had remained calm throughout the experiment, and displayed only minimal signs of tension from beginning to end. In the discussion of the experiment, the author states that it yielded 2 findings that were surprising. The first finding concerns the sheer strength of obedient tendencies manifested in this situation. Subjects have learned from childhood that it is a fundamental breach of moral conduct to hurt another person against his will. Yet, 26 students abandon this tenet in following the instructions of an authority who has no special powers to enforce his commands. The second unanticipated effect was the extraordinary tension generated by the procedures. One might suppose that a subject would simply break off or continue as his conscience dictated. Yet, this is very far from what happened. There were striking reactions of tension and emotional strain. One observer related, "I observed a mature and initially poised businessman enter the laboratory smiling and confident. Within 20 minutes he was reduced to a twitching, stuttering wreck, who was rapidly approaching a point of nervous collapse. He constantly pulled on his earlobe, and twisted his hands. At one point he pushed his fist into his forehead and muttered, 'Oh God, let's stop it.' And yet he continued to respond to every word of the experimenter, and obeyed to the end. The experiment is indeed very interesting as an examination not only of obedience and conformity but of cruelty and destructiveness as well. It seems almost to simulate a situation that has happened in real life, that of the culpability of soldiers who behaved in an extremely cruel and destructive manner under orders from their superiors, or what they believed to be orders, which they executed without question. Is this also the story of the German generals who were sentenced in Nuremberg as war criminals, or the story of Lieutenant Calley and some of his subordinates in Vietnam? I do not think that this experiment permits any conclusion with regard to most situations in real life. The psychologist was not only an authority to whom one owes obedience, but a representative of science and of one of the most prestigious institutions of higher education in the United States. Considering that science is widely regarded as the highest value in contemporary industrial society, it is very difficult for the average person to believe that what science commands could be wrong or immoral. If the Lord had not told Abraham not to kill his son, Abraham would have done it, like millions of parents who practiced child sacrifice in history. For the believer, neither God nor his modern equivalent, science, can command anything that is wrong. For this reason, plus others mentioned by Milgram, the high degree of obedience is not more surprising than that 35% of the group refused at some point to obey. In fact, this disobedience of more than a third might well be considered more surprising and encouraging. Another surprise seems to be equally unjustified, that there was so much tension. The experimenter expected that a subject would simply break off or continue as his conscience dictated. Is that really the manner in which people solve conflicts in real life? Is it not precisely the peculiarity of human functioning and its tragedy that man tries not to face his conflicts, that is, that he does not choose consciously between what he craves to do out of greed or fear and what his conscience forbids him to do? The fact is that he removes the awareness of the conflict by rationalization, and the conflict manifests itself only unconsciously in increased stress, neurotic symptoms, or feeling guilty for the wrong reasons. Milgram's subjects behave very normally in this regard. Some further interesting questions suggest themselves at this point. Milgram assumes that his subjects are in a conflict situation because they are caught between obedience to authority and behavior patterns learned from childhood on, not to harm other people. But is this really so? Have we learned not to harm other people? That may be what children are told in Sunday school. In the realistic school of life, however, they learn that they must seek their own advantage even if other people are harmed. It seems that on this score the conflict is not as sharp as Milgram assumes. I believe that the most important finding of Milgram's study is the strength of the reactions against the cruel behavior. To be sure, 65% of the subjects could be conditioned to behave cruelly, but a reaction of indignation or horror against this sadistic behavior was clearly present in most of them. Unfortunately, the author does not give accurate data on the number of subjects who remained calm throughout the experiment. For the understanding of human behavior, it would be most interesting to know more about them. Apparently they had little or no feeling of opposition to the cruel acts they were performing. The next question is why this was so. One possible answer is that they enjoyed the suffering of others and felt no remorse when their behavior was sanctioned by authority. Another possibility is that they were such highly alienated or narcissistic people that they were insulated against what went on in other people, or they might be psychopaths, lacking in any kind of moral reaction. As for those in whom the conflict manifested itself in various symptoms of stress and anxiety, it should be assumed that they are people who do not have a sadistic or destructive character. If one had undertaken an interview in depth, one would have seen the differences in character and even could have made an educated guess as to how people would behave. The main result of Milgram's study seems to be one he does not stress: the presence of conscience in most subjects, and their pain when obedience made them act against their conscience. Thus, while the experiment can be interpreted as another proof of the easy dehumanization of man, the subject's reactions show rather the contrary: the presence of intense forces within them that find cruel behavior intolerable. This suggests an important approach to the study of cruelty in real life, to consider not only cruel behavior but the often unconscious guilty conscience of those who obey authority. The Nazis had to use an elaborate system of camouflage of atrocities in order to cope with the conscience of the average man. Milgram's experiment is a good illustration of the difference between conscious and unconscious aspects of behavior, even though no use has been made of it to explore this difference. Another experiment is particularly relevant here because it deals directly with the problem of the causes of cruelty. The first report of this experiment was published in a short paper, P.G. Zimbardo, 1972, which is, as the author wrote me, an excerpt from an oral report presented before a congressional subcommittee on prison reform. Because of that paper's brevity, Dr. Zimbardo does not consider it a fair basis for a critique of his work. I follow his wish, although regretfully, because there are certain discrepancies between it and the later paper, C. Haney, C. Banks, and P. Zimbardo, in Press, 11, which I would have liked to point out. I shall only briefly refer to his first paper in reference to two crucial points: a. the attitude of the guards, and b. the central thesis of the authors. The purpose of the experiment was to study the behavior of normal people under a particular situation, that of playing the roles of prisoners and guards respectively, in a mock prison. The general thesis that the authors believe is proved by the experiment is that many, perhaps the majority of people, can be made to do almost anything by the strength of the situation they are put in, regardless of their morals, personal convictions, and values. P.G. Zimbardo, 1972, more specifically, that in this experiment the prison situation transformed most of the subjects who played the role of guards into brutal sadists and most of those who played the role of prisoners into abject, frightened, and submissive men, some having such severe mental symptoms that they had to be released after a few days. In fact, the reactions of both groups were so intense that the experiment, which was to have lasted for 2 weeks, was broken off after 6 days. I doubt that the experiment proved this behaviorist thesis and shall set forth the reasons for my doubts. But first I must acquaint the reader with the details of the experiment as described in the second report. Students applied in answer to a newspaper advertisement asking for male volunteers participate in a psychological study on prison life in return for payment of $15 per day. The students who responded completed an extensive questionnaire concerning their family background, physical and mental health history, prior experience, and attitudinal propensities with respect to sources of psychopathology, including their involvement in crime. Each respondent who completed the background questionnaire was interviewed by one of the two experimenters. Finally, the 24 subjects who were judged to be most stable, physically and mentally, most mature, and least involved in antisocial behaviors were selected to participate in the study. On a random basis, half the SS were assigned the role of guard, half were assigned to the role of prisoner. The final sample of subjects chosen was administered a battery of psychological tests on the day prior to the start of the simulation, but to avoid any selective bias on the part of the experimenter observers, scores were not tabulated until the study was completed. According to the authors, they had selected a sample of individuals who did not deviate from the normal range of the population, and who showed no sadistic or masochistic predisposition. The prison was constructed in a 35-foot section of a basement corridor in the psychology building at Stanford University. All the subjects were told that they would be assigned either the guard or the prisoner role on a completely random basis, and all had voluntarily agreed to play either role for $15 per day for up to 2 weeks. They signed a contract guaranteeing a minimally adequate diet, clothing, housing, and medical care, as well as the financial remuneration in return for their stated intention of serving in the assigned role for the duration of the study. It was made explicit in the contract that those assigned to be prisoners should expect to be under surveillance, had little or no privacy, and to have some of their basic civil rights suspended during their imprisonment, excluding physical abuse. They were given no other information about what to expect nor instructions about behavior appropriate for a prisoner role. Those actually assigned to this treatment were informed by phone to be available at their place of residence on a given Sunday when we would start the experiment. The subjects assigned to be guards attended a meeting with the warden, an undergraduate research assistant, and the superintendent of the prison, the principal investigator. They were told that their task was to maintain the reasonable degree of order in the prison necessary for its effective functioning. It is important to mention what the authors understand by prison. They do not use the word in its generic sense as a place of internment for law offenders, but in a specific sense portraying the conditions existing in certain American prisons. Our intention was not to create a literal simulation of an American prison, but rather a functional representation of one. For ethical, moral, and pragmatic reasons we could not detain our subjects for extended or indefinite periods of time, we could not exercise the threat and promise of severe physical punishment, we could not allow homosexual or racist practices to flourish, nor could we duplicate certain other specific aspects of prison life. Nevertheless, we believed that we could create a situation with sufficient mundane realism to allow the role-playing participation to go beyond the superficial demands of their assignment into the deep structure of the characters they represented. To do so, we established functional equivalents for the activities and experiences of actual prison life which were expected to produce qualitatively similar psychological reactions in our subjects' feelings of power and powerlessness, of control and oppression, of satisfaction and frustration, of arbitrary rule and resistance to authority, of status and anonymity, of machismo and emasculation. As the reader will see presently from the description of the methods used in the prison, this description is a considerable understatement of the treatment employed in the experiment, which is only vaguely hinted at in the last words. The actual methods were those of severe and systematic humiliation and degradation, not only because of the behavior of the guards, but through the prison rules arranged by the experimenters. By the use of the term prison it is implied that at least all prisons in the United States and in fact in any other country are of this type. This implication ignores the fact that there are others, such as some federal prisons in the United States and their equivalent abroad, which are not evil to the degree the authors introduced into their mock prison. How were the prisoners treated? They had been told to keep themselves ready for the beginning of the experiment. With the cooperation of the Palo Alto City Police Department, all of the subjects assigned to the prisoner treatment were unexpectedly arrested at their residences. A police officer charged them with suspicion of burglary or armed robbery, advised them of their legal rights, handcuffed them, thoroughly searched them, often as curious neighbors looked on, and carried them off to the police station in the rear of a police car. At the station they went through the standard routines of being fingerprinted, having an identification file prepared and then being placed in a detention cell. Each prisoner was blindfolded and subsequently driven by one of the experimenters and a subject guard to our mock prison. Throughout the entire arrest procedure, the police officers involved maintained a formal, serious attitude, avoiding answering any questions of clarification as to the relation of this arrest to the mock prison study. Upon arrival at our experimental prison, each prisoner was stripped, sprayed with a delo-using preparation, a deodorant spray, and made to stand alone naked for a while in the cell yard. After being given the uniform described previously and having an ID picture taken, mug shot, the prisoner was put in his cell and ordered to remain silent. Since arrests were carried out by the real police, one wonders about the legality of their participation in this procedure, as far as the subjects knew these were real charges, especially since the officers did not answer questions about the connection between the arrest and the experiment. What were the subjects to think? How were they to know that the arrest was no arrest, that the police had lent themselves to making these false accusations and to use force just to give more color to the experiment? The uniforms of the prisoners were peculiar. They consisted of loosely fitting muslin smocks with an identification number in front and back. No underclothes were worn beneath these dresses. A light chain and lock were placed around one ankle. On their feet they wore rubber sandals and their hair was covered with a nylon stocking made into a cap. The prisoners' uniforms were designed not only to de-individuate the prisoners but to be humiliating and serve as symbols of their dependence and subservience. The ankle chain was a constant reminder, even during their sleep when it hit the other ankle, of the oppressiveness of the environment. The stocking cap removed any distinctiveness associated with hair length, color, or style, as does shaving of heads in some real prisons and the military. The ill-fitting uniforms made the prisoners feel awkward in their movements. Since these dresses were worn without undergarments, the uniform forced them to assume unfamiliar postures, more like those of a woman than a man, another part of the emasculating process of becoming a prisoner. What were the reactions of the prisoners and the guards to this situation during the 6 days of the experiment? The most dramatic evidence of the impact of this situation upon the participants was seen in the gross reactions of 5 prisoners who had to be released because of extreme emotional depression, crying, rage and acute anxiety. The pattern of symptoms was quite similar in 4 of the subjects and began as early as the 2nd day of imprisonment. The 5th subject was released after being treated for a psychosomatic rash which covered portions of his body. Of the remaining prisoners, only 2 said they were not willing to forfeit the money they had earned in return for being paroled. When the experiment was terminated prematurely after only 6 days, all the remaining prisoners were delighted by their unexpected good fortune. While the response of the prisoners is rather uniform and only different in degree, the response of the guards offers a more complex picture. In contrast, most of the guards seemed to be distressed by the decision to stop the experiment, and it appeared to us that they had become sufficiently involved in their roles so that they now enjoyed the extreme control and power which they exercised and were reluctant to give it up. The authors describe the attitude of the guards. None of the guards ever failed to come to work on time for their shift, and indeed, on several occasions guards remained on duty voluntarily and uncomplaining for extra hours without additional pay. The extremely pathological reactions which emerged in both groups of subjects testify to the power of the social forces operating, but still there were individual differences seen in styles of coping with this novel experience and in degrees of successful adaptation to it. Half the prisoners did endure the oppressive atmosphere, and not all the guards resorted to hostility. Some guards were tough but fair, played by the rules. Some went far beyond their roles to engage in creative cruelty and harassment, while a few were passive and rarely instigated any coercive control over the prisoners. Regrettably, we are not given any more precise information than a few. This seems to be an unnecessary lack of precision when it should have been very easy to mention the exact numbers. This is all the more surprising since in the earlier communication in Transaction somewhat more precise and substantially different statements were made. The percentage of actively sadistic guards, quite inventive in their techniques of breaking the spirit of the prisoners, is estimated there as being about 1/3. The rest are divided among the 2 other categories which are described, respectively, as 1. Being tough but fair, or 2. Good guards from the prisoners' point of view since they did them small favors and were friendly. This is a very different characterization from that of being passive and rarely instigating coercive control, as expressed in the later report. Such descriptions indicate a certain lack of precision in the formulation of the data, which is all the more regrettable when it occurs in connection with the crucial thesis of the experiment. The authors believe it proves that the situation alone can within a few days transform normal people into abject, submissive individuals or into ruthless sadists. It seems to me that the experiment proves, if anything, rather the contrary. If in spite of the whole spirit of this mock prison which, According to the concept of the experiment was meant to be degrading and humiliating, obviously the guards must have caught on to this immediately. 2/3 of the guards did not commit sadistic acts for personal kicks. The experiment seems rather to prove that one cannot transform people so easily into sadists by providing them with the proper situation. The difference between behavior and character matters very much in this context. It is one thing to behave according to sadistic rules and another thing to want to be and to enjoy being cruel to people. The failure to make this distinction deprives this experiment of much of its value, as it also marred Milgram's experiment. This distinction is also relevant for the other side of the thesis, namely that the battery of tests had shown that there was no predisposition among the subjects for sadistic or masochistic behavior, that is to say, that the tests showed no sadistic or masochistic character traits. As far as psychologists are concerned, to whom manifest behavior is the main datum, this conclusion may be quite correct. However, on the basis of psychoanalytic experience it is not very convincing. Character traits are often entirely unconscious and, furthermore, cannot be discovered by conventional psychological tests. As far as projective tests are concerned, such as the TAT or the Rorschach, only investigators with considerable experience in the study of unconscious processes will discover much unconscious material. The data on the guards are open to question for still another reason. These subjects were selected precisely because they represented more or less average, normal men, and they were found to be without sadistic predispositions. This result contradicts empirical evidence which shows that the percentage of unconscious sadists in an average population is not zero. Some studies, E. Fromm, 1936a, E. Fromm and M. Macoby, 1970b, have shown this, and a skilled observer can detect it without the use of questionnaires or tests. But whatever the percentage of sadistic characters in a normal population may be, the complete absence of this category does not speak well for the aptness of the tests used with regard to this problem. Some of the puzzling results of the experiment are probably to be explained by another factor. The authors state that the subjects had difficulty in distinguishing reality from the role they were playing, and assume this to be a result of the situation. This is indeed true, but the experimenters built this result into the experiment. In the first place, the prisoners were confused by several circumstances. The conditions they were told and under which they entered into the contract were drastically different from those they found. They could not possibly have expected to find themselves in a degrading and humiliating atmosphere. More important for the creation of the confusion is the cooperation of the police. Since it is most unusual for police authorities to lend themselves to such an experimental game, it was very difficult for the prisoners to appreciate the difference between reality and role-playing. The report shows that they did not even know whether their arrest had anything to do with the experiment, and the officers refused to answer their questions about this connection. Would not any average person be confused and enter the experiment with a sense of puzzlement, of having been tricked, and of helplessness? Why did they not quit immediately, or after 1 or 2 days? The authors fail to give us a clear picture of what the prisoners were told about the conditions for being released from the mock prison. At least I did not find any mention of their having ever been told that they had the right to quit if they found a continued stay intolerable. In fact, when some tried to break out, the guards prevented them by force. It seems that they were given the impression that only the parole board could give them permission to leave. Yet the authors say, one of the most remarkable incidents of the study occurred during a parole board hearing when each of 5 prisoners eligible for parole was asked by the senior author whether he would be willing to forfeit all the money earned as a prisoner if he were to be paroled, released from the study. 3 of the 5 prisoners said, yes, they would be willing to do this. Notice that the original incentive for participating in the study had been the promise of money, and they were, after only 4 days, prepared to give this up completely. And, more surprisingly, when told that this possibility would have to be discussed with the members of the staff before a decision could be made, each prisoner got up quietly and was escorted by a guard back to his cell. If they regarded themselves simply as subjects participating in an experiment for money, there was no longer any incentive to remain in the study, and they could have easily escaped this situation which had so clearly become aversive for them by quitting. Yet, so powerful was the control which the situation had come to have over them, so much a reality had this simulated environment become, that they were unable to see that their original and singular motive for remaining no longer obtained, and they returned to their cells to await a parole decision by their captors. Could they have escaped the situation so easily? Why were they not told in this meeting, "Those of you who want to quit are free to leave immediately, they will only forfeit the money"? If they had still stayed on after this announcement, indeed the author's statement about their docility would have been justified. But by saying the possibility would have to be discussed with the members of the staff before a decision could be made, they were given the typical bureaucratic buck-passing answer. It implied that the prisoners had no right to leave. Did the prisoners really know that all this was an experiment? It depends on what knowing means here and what the effects are on the prisoners' thinking processes if they are intentionally confused from the very beginning and do not know any longer what is what and who is who. Aside from its lack of precision and the lack of a self-critical evaluation of the results, the experiment suffers from another failure, that of checking its results with real prison situations of the same type. Are most prisoners in the worst type of American prison slavishly docile, and are most guards brutal sadists? The authors cite only one ex-convict and a prison priest as evidence for the thesis that the results of the mock prison correspond to those found in real prisons. Since it is a crucial question for the main thesis of the experiments, they should have gone much further in establishing comparisons, for instance, by systematic interviews with many ex-prisoners. Also, instead of simply speaking of prisons, they should have presented more precise data on the percentage of prisons in the United States that correspond to the degrading type of prison they tried to duplicate. The failure of the authors to check their conclusions with a realistic situation is particularly regrettable, since there is ample material at hand dealing with a prison situation far more brutal than that of the worst American prisons, Hitler's concentration camps. As far as the spontaneous cruelty of SS guards is concerned, the question has not been systematically studied. In my own limited efforts to secure data on the incidence of spontaneous sadism of the guards, i.e., sadistic behavior going beyond the prescribed routine and motivated by individual sadistic lust, I have received estimates from former prisoners ranging from 10 to 90%, or the lower estimates more often coming from former political prisoners. 12 To establish the facts, it would be necessary to undertake a thorough study of the sadism of guards in the Nazi concentration camp system. Such a study might use several approaches. For example, 1. Systematic interviews with former concentration camp inmates relating their statement to their age, reason for arrest, duration of imprisonment, and other relevant data, and similar interviews with former concentration camp guards. 13. 2. Indirect data, such as the following. The system used, at least in 1939, to break new prisoners during the long train trip to the concentration camp, such as inflicting severe physical pain, beatings, bayonet wounds, hunger, extreme humiliations. The SS guards executed these sadistic orders, showing no mercy whatsoever. Later, however, when the prisoners were transported by train from one camp to another, nobody touched these by now old prisoners. B. Bettelheim, 1960. If the guards had wanted to amuse themselves by sadistic behavior, they certainly could have done so without fearing any punishment. 14 That this did not occur frequently might lead to certain conclusions about the individual sadism of the guards. As far as the attitude of the prisoners is concerned, the data from concentration camps tend to disprove Haney, Banks, and Zimbardo's main thesis, which postulates that individual values, ethics, convictions do not make any difference as far as the compelling influence of the environment is concerned. On the contrary, differences in the attitude, respectively, of apolitical, middle-class prisoners, mostly Jews, and prisoners with a genuine political conviction or religious conviction, or both, demonstrate that the values and convictions of prisoners do make a critical difference in the reaction to conditions of the concentration camp that are common to all of them. Bruno Bettelheim has given a most vivid and profound analysis of this difference. Non-political middle-class prisoners, a minority group in the concentration camps were those least able to withstand the initial shock. They were utterly unable to understand what had happened to them and why. More than ever they clung to what had given them self-respect up to that moment. Even while being abused, they would assure the SS they had never opposed Nazism. They could not understand why they, who had always obeyed the law without question, were being persecuted. Even now, though unjustly imprisoned, they dared not oppose their oppressors even in thought, though it would have given them a self-respect they were badly in need of. All they could do was plead, and many groveled. Since law and police had to remain beyond reproach, they accepted as just whatever the Gestapo did. Their only objection was that they had become objects of a persecution which in itself must be just, since the authorities imposed it. They rationalized their difficulty by insisting it was all a mistake. The SS made fun of them, mistreated them badly, while at the same time enjoying scenes that emphasized the position of superiority. The prisoner group as a whole was especially anxious that their middle-class status should be respected in some way. What upset them most was being treated like ordinary criminals. Their behavior showed how little the apolitical German middle class was able to hold its own against National Socialism. No consistent philosophy, either moral, political, or social, protected their integrity or gave them strength for an inner stand against Nazism. They had little or no resources to fall back on when subject to the shock of imprisonment. Their self-esteem had rested on a status and respect that came with their positions, depended on their jobs, on being head of a family, or similar external factors. Nearly all of them lost their desirable middle-class characteristics, such as their sense of propriety and self-respect. They became shiftless, and developed to an exaggerated extent the undesirable characteristics of their group: pettiness, quarrelsomeness, self-pity. Many became chiselers and stole from other prisoners. Stealing from, or cheating the SS was often considered as honorable as stealing from prisoners was thought despicable. They seemed incapable of following a life pattern of their own anymore, but copied those developed by other groups of prisoners. Some followed the behavior pattern set by the criminals. Only very few adopted the ways of political prisoners, usually the most desirable of all patterns, questionable as it was. Others tried to do in prison what they preferred to do outside of it, namely to submit without question to the ruling group. A few tried to attach themselves to the upper-class prisoners and emulate their behavior. Many more tried to submit slavishly to the SS, some even turning spy in their service, which, apart from these few, only some criminals did. This was no help to them either, because the Gestapo liked the betrayal but despised the traitor. B. Bettelheim, 1960. Bettelheim has given here a penetrating analysis of the sense of identity and self-esteem of the average member of the middle class. His social position, his prestige, his power to command are the props on which his self-esteem rests. If these props are taken away, he collapses morally like a deflated balloon. Bettelheim shows why these people were demoralized and why many of them became abject slaves and even spies for the SS. One important element among the causes for this transformation must be stressed: these non-political prisoners could not grasp the situation, they could not understand why they were in the concentration camp, because they were caught in their conventional belief that only criminals are punished and they were not criminals. This lack of understanding and the resulting confusion contributed considerably to their collapse. The political and religious prisoners reacted entirely differently to the same conditions. For those political prisoners who had expected persecution by the SS, imprisonment was less of a shock because they were physically prepared for it. They resented their fate, but somehow accepted it as something that fit their understanding of the course of events. While understandably and correctly anxious about their future and what might happen to their families and friends, they certainly saw no reason to feel degraded by the fact of imprisonment, though they suffered under camp conditions as much as other prisoners. As conscientious objectors, all Jehovah's Witnesses were sent to the camps. They were even less affected by imprisonment and kept their integrity thanks to rigid religious beliefs. Since their only crime in the eyes of the SS was a refusal to bear arms, they were frequently offered freedom in return for military service. They steadfastly refused. Members of this group were generally narrow in outlook and experience, wanting to make converts, but on the other hand exemplary comrades, helpful, correct, dependable. They were argumentative, even quarrelsome only when someone questioned their religious beliefs. Because of their conscientious work habits, they were often selected as foremen. But once a foreman, and having accepted an order from the SS, they insisted that prisoners do the work well and in the time allotted. Even though they were the only group of prisoners who never abused or mistreated other prisoners, on the contrary, they were usually quite courteous to fellow prisoners. SS officers preferred them as orderlies because of their work habits, skills, and unassuming attitudes. Quite in contrast to the continuous internecine warfare among the other prisoner groups, the Jehovah's Witnesses never misused their closeness to SS officers to gain positions of privilege in the camp. B. Bettelheim, 1960. Even if Bettelheim's description of the political prisoners is very sketchy, he makes it quite clear nevertheless that those concentration camp inmates who had a conviction and believed in it reacted to the same circumstances in an entirely different way from the prisoners who had no such convictions. This fact contradicts the behaviorist thesis Haney et al. Tried to prove with their experiment. One cannot help raising the question about the value of such artificial experiments, when there is so much material available for natural experiments. This question suggests itself all the more because experiments of this type not only lack the alleged accuracy which is supposed to make them preferable to natural experiments, but also because the artificial setup tends to distort the whole experimental situation as compared with one in real life. What is meant here by real life? It would perhaps be better to explain the term by a few examples than by a formal definition that would raise philosophical and epistemological questions whose discussion would take us far away from the main line of our thought. In war games a certain number of soldiers are declared to have been killed and guns destroyed. They are, according to the rules of the game, but this has no consequences for them as persons, or as things. The dead soldier enjoys his short rest, the destroyed cannon will go on serving its purpose. The worst fate for the losing side would be that its commanding general might be handicapped in his further career. In other words, what happens in the war game does not affect anything in the realistic situation of most of those involved. Games played for money are another case in point. Most people who bet on cards, roulette, or the horses are very aware of the borderline between game and reality. They play only for amounts whose loss does not seriously affect their economic situation, i.e., has no serious consequences. A minority, the real gamblers, will risk amounts whose loss would, indeed, affect their economic situation up to the point of ruin. But the gambler does not really play a game, he is involved in a very realistic, often dramatic form of living. The same game reality concept holds true for a sport like fencing. Neither of the two persons involved risks his life. If the situation is constructed in such a way that he does, we speak of a duel, not of a game. 16. If in psychological experiments the subjects were clearly aware that the whole situation is only a game, everything would be simple. But in many experiments, as in that of Milgram, they are misinformed and lied to. As for the prison experiment, it was set up in such a way that the awareness that everything was only an experiment would be minimized or lost. The very fact that many of these experiments, in order to be undertaken at all, must operate with fakery demonstrates this peculiar unreality. The participants' sense of reality is confused and their critical judgment greatly reduced. 17. In real life the person knows that his behavior will have consequences. A person may have a fantasy of wanting to kill somebody, but only rarely does the fantasy lead to deeds. Many express these fantasies in dreams because in the state of sleep fantasies have no consequences. Experiments in which the subjects lack a complete feeling of reality may cause reactions that represent unconscious tendencies, rather than show how the subject would behave in reality. 18. Whether an event is real or a game is of decisive importance for still another reason. It is well known that a real danger tends to mobilize emergency energy to deal with it, often to an extent that the person involved would never have thought of himself as having the required physical strength, skill, or endurance. But this emergency energy is mobilized only when the whole organism is confronted with a real danger, and for good neurophysiological reasons, dangers the person daydreams about do not stimulate the organism in this way, but only lead to fear and worry. The same principle holds true not only for emergency reactions in face of danger, but for the difference between fantasy and reality in many other respects, as for instance the mobilization of moral inhibitions and reactions of conscience which fail to be aroused when the whole situation is not felt to be real. In addition, the role of the experimenter must be considered in laboratory experiments of this type. He presides over a fictitious reality constructed and controlled by him. In a certain sense he represents reality for the subject, and for this reason his influence is a hypnoid one akin to that of a hypnotist toward his subject. The experimenter relieves the subject, to some extent, of his responsibility and of his own will, and hence makes him much more prone to obey the rules than the subject would be in a non-hypnoid situation. Finally, the difference between the mock prisoners and real prisoners is so great that it is virtually impossible to draw valid analogies for the observation of the former. For a prisoner who has been sent to prison for a certain action, the situation is very real, he knows the reasons. Whether his punishment is just or not is another problem. He knows his helplessness and the few rights he has, he knows his chances for an earlier release. Whether a man knows that he is to stay in prison, even under the worst conditions, for 2 weeks or 2 months or 2 years or 20 years obviously is a decisive factor that influences his attitude. This factor alone is critical for his hopelessness, demoralization, and sometimes, although exceptionally, for the mobilization of new energies with benign or malignant aims. Furthermore, a prisoner is not a prisoner. Prisoners are individuals and they react individually according to the differences in their respective character structures. But this does not imply that their reaction is only a function of their character and not one of their environment. It is merely naive to assume that it must be either this or that. The complex and challenging problem in each individual and group is to find out what the specific interaction is between a given character structure and a given social structure. It is at this point that real investigation begins, and it is only stifled by the assumption that the situation is the one factor which explains human behavior. The frustration-aggression theory. There are many other behavioristically oriented studies of aggression. 19 None, however, develops a general theory of the origins of aggression and violence, with the exception of the frustration-aggression theory developed by J. Dollard et al. 1939, which claims to have found the cause of all aggression. More specifically, that the occurrence of aggressive behavior always presupposes the existence of frustration, and contrariwise, the existence of frustration always leads to some form of aggression. J. Dollard et al., 1939. 2 years later one of the authors, Anne E. Miller, dropped the second part of the hypothesis, allowing that frustration could instigate a number of different types of responses, only one of them being aggression. Anne E. Miller, 1941. This theory was, according to Buss, accepted by practically all psychologists, with very few exceptions. Buss himself comes to the critical conclusion that the emphasis on frustration has led to an unfortunate neglect of the other large class of antecedents, noxious stimuli, as well as the neglect of aggression as an instrumental response. Frustration is only one antecedent of aggression and it is not the most potent one. A. H. Buss, 1961. A thorough discussion of the frustration-aggression theory is impossible within the framework of this book because of the extent of the literature which would have to be dealt with. Point 20 I shall restrict myself in the following to a few basic points. The simplicity of the original formulation of the theory is greatly marred by the ambiguity of what is understood by frustration. Basically there are two meanings in which the term has been understood: a. The interruption of an ongoing, goal-directed activity. Examples would be a boy with his hand in the cookie jar, when mother enters and makes him stop, or a sexually aroused person, interrupted in the act of coitus. B. Frustration as the negation of a desire or wish deprivation, according to Buss. Examples: the boy who asks mother to give him a cookie and she refuses, or a man propositions a woman and is rejected. One reason for the ambiguity of the term frustration lies in that $DTAL have not expressed themselves with the necessary clarity. Another reason lies probably in that the word frustration is popularly used in the second sense, and that psychoanalytic thinking has also contributed to this usage. For instance, a child's wish for love is frustrated by his mother. Depending on the meaning of frustration, we deal with two entirely different theories. Frustration in the first sense would be relatively rare because it requires that the intended activity has already begun. It would not be frequent enough to explain all or even a considerable part of aggression. At the same time, the explanation of aggression as the result of the interruption of an activity may be the only sound part of the theory. To prove or disprove it, new neurophysiological data may be of decisive value. On the other hand, the theory which is based on the second meaning of frustration does not seem to stand up against the weight of the empirical evidence. First of all, we might consider a basic fact of life, that nothing important is achieved without accepting frustration. The idea that one can learn without effort, i.e., without frustration, may be good as an advertising slogan, but is certainly not true in the acquisition of major skills. Without the capacity to accept frustration, man would hardly have developed at all. And does not everyday observation show that many times people suffer frustrations without having an aggressive response? What can, and often does, produce aggression is what the frustration means to the person, and the psychological meaning of frustration differs according to the total constellation in which the frustration occurs. If a child, for instance, is forbidden to eat candy, this frustration, provided the parent's attitude is genuinely loving and free from pleasure in controlling, will not mobilize aggression, but if this prohibition is only one of many manifestations of the parent's desire for control, or if, for instance, a sibling is permitted to eat it, considerable anger is likely to be the result. What produces the aggression is not the frustration as such, but the injustice or rejection involved in the situation. The most important factor in determining the occurrence and intensity of frustration is the character of a person. A very greedy person, for instance, will react angrily when he does not get all the food he wants, and a miserly person, when his wish to buy something cheap is frustrated. The narcissistic person feels frustrated when he does not get the praise and recognition he expects. The character of the person determines in the first place what frustrates him, and in the second place the intensity of his reaction to frustration. Valuable as many of the behavioristically oriented psychological studies on aggression are in terms of their own goals, they have not resulted in the formulation of a global hypothesis on the causes of violent aggression. Few of the studies that we examined, concludes Megarji in his excellent survey of the psychological literature, attempted to test theories of human violence. Those empirical studies which did focus on violence were generally not designed to test theories. Investigations that did focus on important theoretical issues generally investigated milder aggressive behavior or used infrahuman subjects. E. I. Megarji, 1969. Italics added. Considering the brilliance of the investigators, the means for research at their disposal, and the number of students eager to excel in scientific work, these meager results seem to confirm the assumption that behavioristic psychology does not lend itself to the development of a systematic theory concerning the sources of violent aggression. 3. Instinctivism and behaviorism, their differences and similarities. A common ground. The man of the instinctivists lives the past of the species, as the man of the behaviorists lives the present of his social system. The former is a machine that can only produce inherited patterns of the past, the latter is a machine one that can only produce social patterns of the present. Instinctivism and behaviorism have one basic premise in common, that man has no psyche with its own structure and its own laws. For instinctivism in Lorenz's sense the same holds true. This has been formulated most radically by one of Lorenz's former students, Paul Lehausen. He criticizes those psychologists dealing with humans, human psychology, who claim that anything psychic can only be explained psychologically, i.e., on the basis of psychological premises. The only is a slight distortion of their position for the sake of a better argument. Lehausen claims that, on the contrary, if there is an area where we certainly cannot find the explanation for psychic events and experiences, it is the area of the psyche itself. This is so for the same reason that we cannot find an explanation for digestion in the digestive processes, but in those special ecological conditions that existed about 1 billion years ago. These conditions exposed a number of organisms to selective pressures which made them assimilate not only inorganic foodstuff, but also those of an organic nature. In the same way, psychical processes are also achievements which have come about as a result of selective pressures of life and species preserving value. Their explanation is in every sense pre-psychological. K. Lawrence, P. Lehausen, 1968. My translation. Put in simpler language, Lehausen maintains that one can explain psychological data by the evolutionary process alone. The crucial point here is what is meant by explain. If, for instance, one wants to know how the effect of fear is possible as the result of the evolution of the brain from the lowest to the highest animals, then this is a task for those scientists who investigate the evolution of the brain. However, if one wants to explain why a person is frightened, the data on evolution will not contribute much to the answer. The explanation must be essentially a psychological one. Perhaps the person is threatened by a stronger enemy, or is coping with his own repressed aggression, or suffers from a sense of powerlessness, or a paranoid element in him makes him feel persecuted, or many other factors that alone or in combination may explain his fright. To want to explain the fright of a particular person by an evolutionary process is plainly futile. Lehausen's premise, that the only approach to the study of human phenomena is the evolutionary one, means that we understand the psychical process in man exclusively by knowing how, in the process of evolution, he became what he is. Similarly, he suggests that digestive processes are to be explained in terms of conditions as they existed millions of years ago. Could a physician dealing with disturbances of the digestive tract help his patient if he were concerned with the evolution of digestion, rather than with the causes of the particular symptom in this particular patient? For Lehausen, evolution becomes the only science, and absorbs all other sciences dealing with man. Lawrence, as far as I know, never formulated this principle so drastically, but his theory is built on the same premise. He claims that man understands himself only and sufficiently if he understands the evolutionary process which made him become what he is now. Point 2. In spite of the great differences between instinctivistic and behavioristic theory, they have a common basic orientation. They both exclude the person, the behaving man, from their field of vision. Whether man is the product of conditioning, or the product of animal evolution, he is exclusively determined by conditions outside himself. He has no part in his own life, no responsibility, and not even a trace of freedom. Man is a puppet, controllers by strings, instinct or conditioning. More recent views. In spite of or perhaps because of the facts that instinctivists and anti-behaviorists share certain similarities in their respective pictures of man and in their philosophical orientation, they have fought each other with a remarkable fanaticism. Nature or nurture, instinct or environment became flags around which each side rallied, refusing to see any common ground. In recent years there has been a growing tendency to overcome the sharp alternatives of the instinctivist-behaviorist war. One solution was to change the terminology. Some tended to reserve the term instinct for the lower animals and to speak instead of organic drives when discussing human motivations. In this way some developed such formulations as most of man's behavior is learned, whereas most of a bird's behavior is not learned. W. C. Ali, H. W. Neeson, M. F. Nimkoff, 1953. This latter formulation is characteristic of the new trend to replace the old either or by a more or less formulation, thus taking account of gradual change in the weight of the respective factors. The model for this view is a continuum, on the one end of which is, almost, complete innate determination, on the other end, almost, complete learning. F. A. Beach, an outstanding opponent of instinctivistic theory, writes, Perhaps a more serious weakness in the present psychological handling of instinct lies in the assumption that a two-class system is adequate for the classification of complex behavior. The implication that all behavior must be determined by learning or by heredity, neither of which is more than partially understood, is entirely unjustified. The final form of any response is affected by a multiplicity of variables, only two of which are genetical and experiential factors. It is to the identification and analysis of all these factors that psychology should address itself. When this task is properly conceived and executed, there will be no need nor reason for ambiguous concepts of instinctive behavior. F. A. Beach, 1955. In a similar vein, N. R. F. Mayer and T. C. Schneerla write, because learning plays a more important role in the behavior of higher than in the behavior of lower forms, the natively determined behavior patterns of higher forms become much more extensively modified by experience than those of lower forms. It is through such modification that the animal may become adjusted to different environments and escape from the narrow bounds the optimum condition imposes. Higher forms are therefore less dependent upon specific external environmental conditions for survival than are lower forms. Because of the interaction of acquired and innate factors in behavior, it is impossible to classify many behavior patterns. Each type of behavior must be separately investigated. N. R. F. Mayer and T. C. Schneerla, 1964. The position taken in this book is in some respects close to that of the authors just mentioned and others who refuse to continue fighting under the flags of instincts versus learning. However, as I shall show in Part 3, the more important problem from the standpoint of this study is the difference between organic drives, food, fight, flight, sexuality, formerly called instincts, whose function it is to guarantee the survival of the individual and the species, and non-organic drives, character-rooted passions, three which are not phylogenetically programmed and are not common to all men: the desire for love and freedom, destructiveness, narcissism, sadism, masochism. Often these non-organic drives that form man's second nature are confused with organic drives. A case in point is the sexual drive. It is a psychoanalytically well-established observation that often the intensity of what is subjectively felt as sexual desire, including its corresponding physiological manifestations, is due to non-sexual passions such as narcissism, sadism, masochism, the wish for power, and even anxiety, loneliness, and boredom. For a narcissistic male, for instance, the sight of a woman may be sexually exciting because he is excited by the possibility of proving to himself how attractive he is. Or a sadistic person may be sexually excited by the chance to conquer a woman, or as the case may be, a man, and to control her or him. Many people are bound for years to each other emotionally just by this motive, especially when the sadism of one fits the masochism of the other. It is rather well known that fame, power, and wealth makes its possessor sexually attractive if certain physical conditions are present. In all these instances, the physical desire is mobilized by non-sexual passions which thus find their satisfaction. Indeed, it is anybody's guess how many children owe their existence to vanity, sadism, and masochism, rather than to genuine physical attraction, not to speak of love. But people, especially men, prefer to think that they are oversexed rather than that they are overvain for. The same phenomenon has been clinically studied minutely in cases of compulsive eating. This symptom is not motivated by physiological but by psychic hunger, engendered by the feeling of being depressed, anxious, empty. My thesis to be demonstrated in the following chapters is that destructiveness and cruelty are not instinctual drives, but passions rooted in the total existence of man. They are one of the ways to make sense of life. They are not and could not be present in the animal, because they are by their very nature rooted in the human condition. The main error of Lorentz and other instinctivists is to have confused the two kinds of drives, those rooted in instinct, and those rooted in character. A sadistic person who waits for the occasion, as it were, to express his sadism, looks as if he fitted the hydraulic model of a dammed-up instinct. But only people with a sadistic character wait for the opportunity to behave sadistically, just as people with a loving character wait for the opportunity to express their love. The political and social background of both theories. It is instructive to examine in some detail the social and political background of the war between the environmentalists and the instinctivists. The environmental theory is characterized by the spirit of the political revolution of the middle classes in the 18th century against feudal privileges. Feudalism had rested on the assumption that its order was a natural one. In the battle against this natural order, which the middle classes wanted to overthrow, one was prone to arrive at the theory that the status of a person was not at all dependent on any innate or natural factors, but that it depended entirely on social arrangements, the improvement of which was the task of the revolution. No vice or stupidity was to be explained as being due to human nature as such, but to the bad and vicious arrangements of society, hence there was no obstacle to an absolute optimism in the future of man. While environmentalist theory was thus closely related to the revolutionary hopes of the rising middle classes in the 18th century, the instinctivist movement based on Darwin's teaching reflects the basic assumption of 19th-century capitalism. Capitalism as a system in which harmony is created by ruthless competition between all individuals would appear to be a natural order if one could prove that the most complex and remarkable phenomenon, man, is a product of the ruthless competition among all living beings since the emergence of life. The development of life from monocellular organisms to man would seem to be the most splendid example of free enterprise, in which the best win through competition and those who are not fit to survive in the progressing economic system are eliminated. 5. The reasons for the victorious anti-instinctivistic revolution, led by K. Dunlap, Xingyang Kuo, and L. Bernard in the 1920s, may be seen in the difference between the capitalism of the 20th century and that of the 19th. I shall mention only a few points of difference which are relevant here. 19th century capitalism was one of fierce competition among capitalists which led to the elimination of the weaker and less efficient among them. In 20th century capitalism, the element of competition has to some extent given way to cooperation among the big enterprises. Hence the proof that fierce competition corresponded to a law of nature was no longer needed. Another important point of difference lies in the change of the method of control. In 19th century capitalism, control was largely based on the exercise of strict patriarchal principles, morally supported by the authority of God and King. Cybernetic capitalism, with its gigantic centralized enterprises and its capacity to provide the workers with amusements and bread, is able to maintain control by psychological manipulation and human engineering. It needs a man who is very malleable and easily influenced, rather than one whose instincts are controlled by fear of authority. Finally, contemporary industrial society has a different vision of the aim of life than that of the last century. At that time, the ideal, at least for the middle classes, was independence, private initiative, to be the captain of my ship. The contemporary vision, however, is that of unlimited consumption and unlimited control over nature. Men are fired by the dream that one day they will completely control nature and thus be like God. Why should there be anything in human nature that cannot be controlled? But if behaviorism expresses the mood of the 20th century industrialism, how can we explain the revival of instinctivism in the writings of Lawrence and its popularity among the broad public? As I have pointed out, one reason for this is the sense of fear and hopelessness that pervades many people because of the ever-increasing dangers, and that nothing is done to avert them. Many who had faith in progress and had hoped for basic changes in man's fate, instead of carefully analyzing the social process which led to their disillusionment, are taking refuge in the explanation that man's nature must be responsible for this failure. Finally, there are the personal and political biases of the authors who become spokesmen for the new instinctivism. Some writers in this field are only dimly aware of the political and philosophical implications of their respective theories. Nor have the connections found much attention among the commentators on these theories. But there are exceptions. Anne Pastor, 1949, compared the socio-political views of 24 psychologists, biologists, and sociologists concerning the nature-nurture problem. Among the 12 liberals, or radicals, 11 were environmentalists and 1 a hereditarian. Among the 12 conservatives, 11 were hereditarians and 1 an environmentalist. Even considering the small number of persons involved, this result is quite telling. Other authors are aware of the emotional implications, but usually only of those in the hypotheses of their opponents. A good example of this one-sided awareness is a statement by one of the most distinguished representatives of orthodox psychoanalysis, R. Wilder. I am referring to a group of critics who either were outright Marxists or at least belonged to that branch of Western liberal tradition of which Marxism itself was an offshoot, i.e., the school of thought which passionately believed that man is good by nature and that whatever ills and evils there are in human affairs are due to rotten institutions, perhaps to the institution of private property or, in a more recent and more moderate version, to a so-called neurotic culture. But whether evolutionist or revolutionary, whether moderate or radical or of one-track mind, no believer in the fundamental goodness of man and in the exclusive responsibility of external causes for human suffering could help being disturbed by a theory of an instinct of destruction or a death instinct. For if this theory is true, potentialities for conflict and for suffering are inherent in human affairs, and attempts to abolish or mitigate suffering appear to be, if not hopeless undertakings, at least far more complicated ones than the social revolutionaries had fancied them to be. R. Wilder, 1956. Penetrating as Wilder's remarks are, it is nevertheless noteworthy that he only sees the bias of the anti-instinctivists and not of those who share his own position. For the psychoanalytic approach to the understanding of aggression. Does the psychoanalytic approach offer a method for understanding aggression that avoids the shortcomings both of the behavioristic and the instinctivistic approaches? At first glance, it seems as if psychoanalysis not only has avoided their shortcomings, but that it is afflicted, in fact, by a combination of them. Psychoanalytic theory is at the same time instinctivistic one in its general theoretical concepts and environmentalistic in its therapeutic orientation. That Freud's theory too is instinctivistic, explaining human behavior as the result of the struggle between the instinct for self-preservation and the sexual instinct, and in his later theory between the life and death instincts, is too well known to require any documentation. The environmentalist framework can also be easily recognized when one considers that analytic therapy attempts to explain the development of a person by the specific environmental constellation of infancy, i.e., the impact of the family. This aspect, however, is reconciled with instinctivism by the assumption that the modifying influence of the environment occurs via the influence of the libidinous structure. In practice, however, patients, the public, and frequently analysts themselves pay only lip service to the specific vicissitudes of the sexual instincts. Very often these vicissitudes are reconstructed on the basis of evidence which in itself is often a construction based on the system of theoretical expectations, and take a totally environmentalistic position. Their axiom is that every negative development in the patient is to be understood as the result of damaging influences in early childhood. This has led sometimes to irrational self-accusation on the part of parents who feel guilty for every undesirable or pathological trait that appears in a child after birth, and to a tendency of people in analysis to put the blame for all their troubles on their parents, and to avoid confronting themselves with the problem of their own responsibility. In the light of all this, it would seem legitimate for psychologists to classify psychoanalysis as theory under the category of instinctivistic theories, and thus their argument against Lorentz is eo ipso an argument against psychoanalysis. But caution is necessary here. The question is, how should one define psychoanalysis? Is it the sum total of Freud's theories, or can we distinguish between the original and creative and the accidental, time-conditioned parts of the system, a distinction that can be made in the work of all great pioneers of thought? If such a distinction is legitimate, we must ask whether the libido theory belongs to the core of Freud's work or whether it is simply the form in which he organized his new insights because there was no other way to think of and to express his basic findings, given his philosophical and scientific environment. E. Fromm, 1978. Freud himself never claimed that the libido theory was a scientific certainty. He called it our mythology, and replaced it with the theory of the eros and death instincts. It is equally significant that he defines psychoanalysis as a theory based on resistance and transference and by omission, not on the libido theory. But perhaps more important than Freud's own statements is to keep in mind what gave his discoveries their unique historical significance. Surely it could not have been the instinctivistic theory as such. Instinct theories had been quite popular since the 19th century. That he singled out the sexual instinct as the source of all passions, aside from the instinct for self-preservation, was, of course, new and revolutionary at a time still ruled by Victorian middle-class morality. But even this special version of the instinct theory would probably not have made such a powerful and lasting impact. It seems to me that what gave Freud his historical significance was the discovery of unconscious processes, not philosophically or speculatively, but empirically, as he demonstrated in some of his case histories, and most of all in his fundamental opus, The Interpretation of Dreams, 1900. If it can be shown, for instance, that a consciously peaceful and conscientious man has powerful impulses to kill, it is a secondary question whether one explains these impulses as being derived from his Oedipal hate against his father, as a manifestation of his death instinct, as a result of his wounded narcissism, or as due to other reasons. Freud's revolution was to make us recognize the unconscious aspect of man's mind and the energy which he uses to repress the awareness of undesirable desires. Freud showed that good intentions mean nothing if they cover up the unconscious desires. He unmasked honest dishonesty by demonstrating that it is not enough to have meant well consciously. He was the first scientist to explore the depth, the underworld in man, and that is why his ideas had such an impact on artists and writers at a time when most psychiatrists still refused to take his theories seriously. But Freud went further. He not only showed that forces operate in man of which he is not aware and that rationalizations protect him from awareness, he also explained that these unconscious forces are integrated in a system to which he gave the name character in a new, dynamic sense. Point 3. Freud began to develop this concept in his first paper on the anal character. S. Freud, 1908. Certain behavior traits, such as stubbornness, orderliness, and parsimony, he pointed out, were more often than not to be found together as a syndrome of traits. Furthermore, wherever that syndrome existed, one could find peculiarities in the sphere of toilet training and in the vicissitudes of sphincter control and in certain behavioral traits related to bowel movements and feces. Thus Freud's first step was to discover a syndrome of behavioral traits and to relate them to the way the child acted, in part as a response to certain demands by those who trained him, in the sphere of bowel movements. His brilliant and creative next step was to relate these two sets of behavioral patterns by a theoretical consideration based on a previous assumption about the evolution of the libido. This assumption was that during an early phase of childhood development, after the mouth has ceased to be the main organ of lust and satisfaction, the anus becomes an important erogenous zone, and most libidinal wishes are centered around the process of the retention and evacuation of the excrements. His conclusion was to explain the syndrome of behavioral traits as sublimation of, or reaction formation against the libidinous satisfaction or frustration of anally. Stubbornness and parsimony were supposed to be the sublimation of the original refusal to give up the pleasure of retaining the stool, orderliness, the reaction formation against the original desire of the infant to evacuate whenever he pleased. Freud showed that the three original traits of the syndrome, which until then had appeared to be quite unrelated to each other, formed part of a structure, or system, because they were all rooted in the same source of anal libido which manifests itself in these traits, either directly or by reaction formation or by sublimation. In this way Freud was able to explain why these traits are charged with energy and, in fact, very resistant to change. Point 4. One of the most important additions was the concept of the oral sadistic character, the exploitative character, in my terms. There are other concepts of character formation, depending on what aspects one wants to stress, such as the authoritarian 5, sadomasochistic, character, the rebellious and the revolutionary character, the narcissistic and the incestuous character. These latter concepts, most of which do not form part of classic psychoanalytic thinking, are related to each other and overlap. By combining them one can get a still fuller description of a certain character. Freud's theoretical explanation for character structure was the notion that the libido, oral, anal, genital, was the source that gave energy to the various character traits. But even if one discounts the libido theory, his discovery loses none of its importance for the clinical observation of the syndromes, and the fact that a common source of energy feeds them remains equally true. I have attempted to demonstrate that the character syndromes are rooted and nourished in the particular forms of relatedness of the individual to the outside world and himself. Furthermore, that inasmuch as the social group shares a common character structure, social character, the socio-economic conditions shared by all members of a group mold the social character. Fromm, 1932a, 1936a, 1941a, 1947a, 1970a, Fromm and M. Macoby, 1970b, 6. The extraordinary importance of the concept of character is that it transcends the old dichotomy, instinct-environment. The sexual instinct in Freud's system was supposed to be very malleable, and to a large extent molded by environmental influences. Thus character was understood as being the outcome of the interaction between instinct and environment. This new position was possible only because Freud had subsumed all instincts tinder one, i.e., sexuality, aside from the instinct for self-preservation. The many instincts we find in the lists of the older instinctivists were relatively fixed, because each motive of behavior was attributed to a special kind of innate drive. But in Freud's scheme, the differences between the various motivating forces were explained as the result of environmental influence in the libido. Paradoxically, then, Freud's enlargement of the concept of sexuality enabled him to open the door to the acceptance of environmental influences far beyond what was possible for the pre-Freudian instinct theory. Love, tenderness, sadism, masochism, ambition, curiosity, anxiety, rivalry, these and many other drives were no longer each attributed to a special instinct, but to the influence of the environment, essentially the significant persons in early childhood, via the libido. Freud consciously remained loyal to the philosophy of his teachers, but by the assumption of a super-instinct he transcended his own instinctivistic viewpoint. It is true he still hobbled his thought by the predominance of the libido theory, and it is time to leave this instinctive baggage behind altogether. What I want to stress at this point is that Freud's instinctivism was very different from traditional instinctivism, and in fact was the beginning of overcoming it. The description given thus far suggests that character determines behavior, that the character trait, whether loving or destroying, drives man to behave in a certain way, and that man in acting according to his character feels satisfied. Indeed, the character trait tells us how a person would like to behave. But we must add an important qualification, if he could. What does this "if he could" mean? We must return here to one of the most fundamental of Freud's notions, the concept of the reality principle, based on the instinct for self-preservation, versus the pleasure principle, based on the sexual instinct. Whether we are driven by the sexual instinct or by a non-sexual passion in which a character trait is rooted, the conflict between what we would like to do and the demands of self-interest remains crucial. We cannot always behave as we are driven to by our passions, because we have to modify our behavior to some extent in order to remain alive. The average person tries to find a compromise between what his character would make him want to do and what he must do in order not to suffer more or less harmful consequences. The degree to which a person follows the dictates of self-preservation, ego interest, varies, of course. At the one extreme the weight of ego interests is zero. This holds true for the martyr and a certain type of fanatical killer. At the other extreme is the opportunist for whom self-interest includes everything that could make him more successful, popular, or comfortable. Between these two extremes all people can be arranged, characterized by a specific blend of self-interest and character-rooted passions. How much a person represses his passionate desires depends not only on factors within himself but on the situation. If the situation changes, repressed desires become conscious and are acted out. This holds true, for instance, for the person with a sadistic masochistic character. Everybody knows the type of person who is submissive to his boss and sadistically domineering to his wife and children. Another case in point is the change that occurs in character when the total social situation changes. The sadistic character who may have posed as a meek or even friendly individual may become a fiend in a terroristic society in which sadism is valued rather than deplored. Another may suppress sadistic behavior in all visible actions, while showing it in a subtle expression of the face or in seemingly harmless and marginal remarks. Repression of character traits also occurs with regard to the most noble impulses. In spite of the fact that the teachings of Jesus are still part of our moral ideology, a man acting in accordance with them is generally considered a fool or a neurotic, hence many people still rationalize their generous impulses as being motivated by self-interest. These considerations show that the motivating power of character traits is influenced by self-interest in varying degrees. They imply that character constitutes the main motivation of human behavior, but restricted and modified by the demands of self-interest under varying conditions. It is the great achievement of Freud not only to have discovered the character traits which underlie behavior, but also to have devised means to study them, such as the interpretation of dreams, free association, and slips of the tongue. Here lies the fundamental difference between behaviorism and psychoanalytic characterology. Conditioning works through its appeal to self-interest, such as the desire for food, security, praise, avoidance of pain. In animals, self-interest proves to be so strong that by repeated and optimally spaced reinforcements self-interest proves to be stronger than other instincts like sex or aggression. Man of course also behaves in accordance with his self-interest, but not always, and not necessarily so. He often acts according to his passions, his meanest and his noblest, and is often willing and able to risk his self-interest, his fortune, his freedom and his life in the pursuit of love, truth, and integrity or for hate, greed, sadism, and destructiveness. In this very difference lies the reason conditioning cannot be a sufficient explanation for human behavior. To sum up, what was epoch-making in Freud's findings was that he found the key to the understanding of the system of forces which make up man's character system and to the contradictions within the system. The discovery of unconscious processes of the dynamic concept of character was radical because it went to the roots of human behavior. It was disquieting because nobody can hide any longer behind his good intentions. They were dangerous, because if everybody were to know what he could know about himself and others, society would be shaken to its very foundations. As psychoanalysis became successful and respectable, it shed its radical core and emphasized that which is generally acceptable. It kept that part of the unconscious which Freud had emphasized, the sexual strivings. The consumer society did away with many of the Victorian taboos, not because of the influence of psychoanalysis but for a number of reasons inherent in its structure. To discover one's incestuous wishes, castration fear, penis envy, was no longer upsetting. But to discover repressed character traits such as narcissism, sadism, omnipotence, submission, alienation, indifference, the unconscious betrayal of one's integrity, the illusory nature of one's concept of reality, to discover all this in oneself, in the social fabric, in the leaders one follows, this indeed is social dynamite. Freud only dealt with an instinctual idea, that was quite satisfactory at a time when he did not see any other way to explain human passion except in terms of instincts. But what was revolutionary then is conventional today. The instinct theory, instead of being considered a hypothesis, needed at a certain period, became the straitjacket of orthodox psychoanalytic theory and slowed down the further development of the understanding of man's passions, which had been Freud's central interest. It is for these reasons that I propose that the classification of psychoanalysis as instinctivistic theory, which is correct in a formal sense, does not really refer to the substance of psychoanalysis. Psychoanalysis is essentially a theory of unconscious strivings, of resistance, of falsification of reality according to one's subjective needs and expectations, transference of character, and of conflicts between passionate strivings embodied in character traits and the demands for self-preservation. In this revised sense, although based on the core of Freud's discoveries, the approach of this book to the problem of human aggression and destructiveness is psychoanalytic and neither instinctivistic nor behavioristic. An increasing number of psychoanalysts have given up Freud's libido theory, but frequently they have not replaced it by an equally precise and systematic theoretical system. The drives they employ are not sufficiently grounded, either in physiology or in the conditions of human existence or in an adequate concept of society. They often use somewhat superficial categories, for instance Karen Horney's competition, which are not too different from the cultural patterns of American anthropology. In contrast, a number of psychoanalysts, most of them influenced by Adolf Meyer, have given up Freud's libido theory and have constructed what seems to me one of the most promising and creative developments in psychoanalytic theory. Mainly on the basis of their study of schizophrenic patients, they arrived at an ever-deepening understanding of the unconscious processes going on in interpersonal relations. By being free from the restrictive influence of the libido theory, and particularly the concepts of ID, ego, and superego, they can describe fully what goes on in the relationship between two people and within each one of them in his role as a participant. Among the most outstanding representatives of this school aside from Adolf Meyer are Harry Stack Sullivan, Frieda Fromm-Reichmann, and Theodore Lidge. In my opinion, R.D. Laing has succeeded in giving the most penetrating analyses, not only because he has probed radically into the personal and subjective factors, but because his analysis of the social situation is equally radical and free from the uncritical acceptance of present-day society as being sane. Aside from those mentioned so far, the names of Winnicott, Fairbairn, Balint, and Guntrup, among others, represent the development of psychoanalysis from a theory and therapy of instinctual frustration and control into a theory and therapy that encourages the rebirth and growth of an authentic self within an authentic relationship. H. Guntrup, 1971. The work of some existentialists, such as L. Binswanger, is by comparison lacking in precise descriptions of the interpersonal processes, substituting somewhat vague philosophical notions for precise clinical data. Part 2. The evidence against the instinctivist thesis. 5. Neurophysiology. It is the aim of the chapters in this section to show that the relevant data in the fields of neurophysiology, animal psychology, paleontology, and anthropology do not support the hypothesis that man is innately endowed with a spontaneous and self-propelling aggressive drive. The relationship of psychology to neurophysiology. Before entering into the discussion of the neurophysiological data, a few words need to be said about the relationship of psychology, the science of the mind, to the neurosciences, the sciences of the brain. Each science has its own subject matter, its own methods, and the direction it takes is determined by the applicability of its methods to its data. One cannot expect the neurophysiologist to proceed in the way that would be most desirable from the standpoint of the psychologist, or vice versa. But one can expect both sciences to remain in close contact and to assist each other. This is possible only if both sides have some elementary knowledge that at least permits each to understand the language of the other and to appreciate its most basic findings. If the students of both sciences were in such close contact, they would find that there are certain areas in which the findings of one can be related to those of the other. This is the case, for instance, with regard to the problem of defensive aggression. However, in most instances psychological and neurophysiological investigations and their respective frames of reference are far apart, and the neuroscientist cannot at present satisfy the psychologist's desire for information about problems such as the neurophysiological equivalent of passions like destructiveness, sadism, masochism, or narcissism. Nor can the psychologist be of much help to the neurophysiologist. It would seem that each science should proceed in its own way and solve its own problems, until one day, one must assume, they both have developed to the point where they can approach the same problems with their different methods and can interrelate their findings. It surely would be absurd for either science to wait until the other has brought forth positive or negative evidence for its hypotheses. As long as a psychological theory is not contradicted by clear neurophysiological evidence, the psychologist must have only the normal scientific distrust of his findings, provided they are based on adequate observation and interpretation of data. R.B. Livingston makes these observations on the relationship between the two sciences. A real union will be established between psychology and neurophysiology when a large number of scientists are well grounded in both disciplines. How secure and useful a junction will be achieved remains to be seen. Nonetheless, new areas for research have appeared, wherein students of behavior can manipulate the brain in addition to the environment, and wherein students of the brain can make use of behavioral concepts and techniques. Many of the traditional identifications of the two fields are being lost. We should actively discard any remaining provincialism and sense of jurisdiction and rivalry between these disciplines. Whom are we against? Only ignorance in ourselves. Despite recent progress, there are as yet relatively few resources around the world for basic research in psychology and neurophysiology. Problems that need solution are staggering. Understanding can be advanced only through our modification of present concepts. These in turn are subject to change only through resourceful experimental and theoretical pursuits. R. B. Livingston, 1962. Many people are misled into thinking, as popular reports sometimes suggest, that neurophysiologists have found many answers to the problem of human behavior. Most scholars in the field of the neurosciences, on the contrary, have a very different attitude. T. H. Bullock, who is an expert on the nervous systems of invertebrates, electric fish, and marine mammals, in his paper, Evolution of Neurophysiological Mechanism, begins with a disclaimer of our ability to contribute fundamentally at present to the real question, and goes on to state that at bottom we do not have a decent inkling of the neuronal mechanism of learning or the physiological substratum of instinctive patterns or virtually any complex behavioral manifestation. T. H. Bullock, 1961. Similarly, Berger-Kayada states, our knowledge and concepts of the central neural organization of aggressive behavior are constricted by the fact that most of the information has been derived from animal experiments, hence almost nothing is known about the relation of the central nervous system to the feeling or affective aspects of emotions. We are entirely confined to observation and experimental analysis of the expressive or behavioral phenomena and the objectively recorded peripheral bodily changes. Obviously, even these procedures are not entirely reliable, and despite extensive research efforts it is difficult to interpret behavior on the basis of these clues alone. B. Kayada, 1967. One of the most outstanding neuroscientists, W. Penfield, comes to the same conclusion. Those who hope to solve the problem of the neurophysiology of the mind are like men at the foot of a mountain. They stand in the clearings they have made on the foothills, looking up at the mountain they hope to scale. But the pinnacle is hidden in eternal clouds and many believe it can never be conquered. Surely if the day does dawn when man has reached complete understanding of his own brain and mind, it may be his greatest conquest, his final achievement. There is only one method that a scientist may use in his scientific work. This is the method of observation of the phenomena of nature, followed by comparative analysis and supplemented by experimentation in the light of reasoned hypothesis. Neurophysiologists who follow the rules of the scientific method in all honesty will hardly pretend that their own scientific work entitles them to answer these questions. W. Penfield, 1963. More or less radical pessimism has been expressed by a number of neuroscientists with regard to the rapprochement between neuroscience and psychology in general, and particularly with regard to the value of present-day neurophysiology in contributing to the explanation of human behavior. This pessimism has been expressed by H. von Foerster and T. Melnichuk IV and by H. R. Maturana and F. C. Varela, forthcoming. 5 F. G. Worden, also in a critical vein, writes, examples from neuroscience research are given to illustrate how, as investigators become more directly concerned with conscious phenomena, the inadequacies of the materialistic doctrine are increasingly troublesome, giving rise to the search for better conceptual systems. F. G. Worden, forthcoming, 6. From a number of oral and written communications from neuroscientists I have the impression that this sober view is shared by an increasing number of investigators. The brain is more and more understood as a whole, as one system, so that behavior cannot be explained by referring to some of its parts. Impressive data supporting this view have been presented by E. Wallenstein, 1968, who has shown that the supposed hypothalamic centers for hunger, thirst, sex, etc., are not, if they really exist, as pure as previously thought, that stimulation of a center for one behavior can elicit behavior appropriate to another if the environment provides stimuli consistent with the second. D. Plug, 1970, has shown that the aggression, actually, nonverbal communication of threat, elicited in a squirrel monkey will not be believed by another monkey if the threat is made by the second monkey's social inferior. These data are consistent with the holistic view that the brain takes account, in its reckoning of what behavior to command, of more than one strand of incoming stimulation, that the total state of the physical and social environment at the time modifies the meaning of a specific stimulus. However, the skepticism regarding the capacity of neurophysiology to explain human behavior adequately does not mean a denial of the relative validity of the many experimental findings, especially in the last decades. These findings, while they might be reformulated and integrated in a more global view, are valid enough to give us important clues for the understanding of one kind of aggression, that of defensive aggression. The brain as a basis for aggressive behavior. 7. The study of the relationship between brain functioning and behavior was largely governed by Darwin's proposition that the structure and functioning of the brain are governed by the principle of the survival of the individual and the species. Neurophysiologists since then have concentrated their efforts on finding the brain areas which are the substrates of the most elementary impulses and behaviors needed for survival. There is general agreement with MacLean's conclusion, who called these basic brain mechanisms the 4Fs: feeding, fighting, fleeing, and the performance of sexual activities. P. D. MacLean, 1958. As can easily be recognized, these activities are vitally necessary for the physical survival of the individual and the species. That man has basic needs beyond physical survival whose realization is necessary for his functioning as a total being will be discussed later. As far as aggression and flight are concerned, the work of a number of investigators W. R. Hess, J. Olds, R. G. Heath, J. M. R. Delgado, and others has suggested that they are controlled by different neural areas in the brain. It has been shown that, for example, the effective reaction of rage and its corresponding aggressive behavior pattern can be activated by direct electrical stimulation of various areas, such as the amygdala, the lateral hypothalamus, some parts of the mesencephalon, and the central gray matter, and it can be inhibited by stimulating other structures, such as the septum, the circumvolution of the cingulum, and the caudal nucleus. 9 With great surgical ingenuity some investigators were able to implant electrodes in a number of specific areas of the brain. They established a two-way connection for observation. By low-voltage electrical stimulation of an area they were able to study changes of behavior in animals, and later in man. They could demonstrate, for instance, the arousal of intensely aggressive behavior by the direct electric stimulation of certain areas, and the inhibition of aggression by stimulating certain others. On the other hand, they could measure the electrical activity of these various areas of the brain when emotions like rage, fear, pleasure, etc., were aroused by environmental stimuli. They could also observe the permanent effects produced by the destruction of certain areas of the brain. It is indeed quite impressive to witness how a relatively small increase in the electric charge in an electrode implanted in one of the neural substrates of aggression can produce a sudden outburst of uncontrolled, murderous rage, and how the reduction of electric stimulation or the stimulation of an aggression inhibitory center can equally suddenly stop this aggression. Delgado's spectacular experiment of stopping a charging bull by the stimulation of an inhibitory area, by remote control, has aroused considerable popular interest in this procedure. J. M. R. Delgado. 1969. That a response is activated in some brain areas and inhibited in others is by no means only characteristic of aggression, the same duality exists with regard to other impulses. The brain is, in fact, organized as a dual system. Unless there are specific stimuli, external or internal, aggression is in a state of fluid equilibrium, because activating and inhibiting areas keep each other in a relatively stable balance. This can be recognized particularly clearly when either an activating or an inhibiting area is destroyed. Starting with the classic experiment by Heinrich Klüver and P.C. Busey, 1934, it has been demonstrated, for instance, that destruction of the amygdala transformed animals, rhesus monkeys, wolverines, wildcats, rats, and others, in such a way that they lost at least temporarily their capacity for aggressive, violent reactions, even under strong provocation. 11 On the other hand, the destruction of aggression-inhibiting areas, such as small areas of the ventromedial nucleus of the hypothalamus, produces permanently aggressive cats and rats. Given the dual organization of the brain, the crucial question arises: what are the factors that disturb the balance and produce manifest rage and corresponding violent behavior? We have already seen that one way in which such disturbance of the balance can be produced is by electric stimulation or destruction of any of the inhibitory areas, aside from hormonal and metabolic changes. Mark and Irvin emphasize that such disturbance of the equilibrium can also occur due to various forms of brain disease that alter the normal circuitry of the brain. But what are the conditions that change the equilibrium and mobilize aggression, aside from these two instances, one of which is experimentally introduced and the other pathological? What are the causes of innate aggression in animals and humans? The defensive function of aggression. In reviewing both the neurophysiological and the psychological literature on animal and human aggression, the conclusion seems unavoidable that aggressive behavior of animals is a response to any kind of threat to the survival or, as I would prefer to say more generally, to the vital interests of the animal, whether as an individual or as a member of its species. This general definition comprises many different situations. The most obvious are a direct threat to the life of the individual or a threat to his requirements for sex and food. A more complex form is that of crowding, which is a threat to the need for physical space and or to the social structure of the group. But what is common to all conditions for the arousal of aggressive behavior is that they constitute a threat to vital interests. Mobilization of aggression in the corresponding brain areas occurs in the service of life, in response to threats to the survival of the individual or of the species, that is to say, phylogenetically programmed aggression, as it exists in animals and man, is a biologically adaptive, defensive reaction. That this should be so is not surprising if we remember the Darwinian principle in regard to the evolution of the brain. Since it is the function of the brain to take care of survival, it would provide for immediate reactions to any threat to survival. Aggression is by no means the only form of reaction to threats. The animal reacts to threats to his existence either with rage and attack or with fear and flight. In fact, flight seems to be the more frequent form of reaction, except when the animal has no chance to flee and therefore fights as the ultima ratio. Hess was the first to discover that by the electrical stimulation of certain regions of the hypothalamus of a cat, the animal would react either by attack or by flight. As a consequence, he subsumed these two kinds of behavior under the category of defense reaction, indicating that both reactions are in defense of the animal's life. The neuronal areas which are the substrate for attack and flight are close together, yet distinct. A great deal of work on this question has followed the pioneer studies by W. R. Hess, H. W. Magoun, and others, especially by Hunsperger and his group in Hess's laboratory and by Romaniuk, Levinson, and Flynn. 12 In spite of certain differences in the results to which these various investigators have arrived, they confirm the basic findings of Hess. Mark and Irvin summarize the present state of knowledge in the following paragraph. Any animal, regardless of its species, reacts to a life-threatening attack with one of two patterns of behavior, either with flight, or with aggression and violence, that is, fight. The brain always acts as a unit in directing any behavior. Consequently, the mechanisms in the brain that initiate and limit these two dissimilar patterns of self-preservation are closely linked to one another, as well as to all other parts of the brain, and their proper functioning depends on the synchronization of many complex and delicately balanced subsystems. V. H. Mark and F. R. Irvin, 1970. The flight instinct. The data on fight and flight as defense reactions make the instinctivistic theory of aggression appear in a peculiar light. The impulse to flee plays neurophysiologically and behaviorally the same if not a larger role in animal behavior than the impulse to fight. Neurophysiologically, both impulses are integrated in the same way. There is no basis for saying that aggression is more natural than flight. Why then, do instinctivists talk about the intensity of the innate impulses of aggression, rather than about the innate impulse for flight? If one were to translate the reasoning of the instinctivists regarding the impulse for fight to that of flight, one would arrive at this kind of statement: man is driven by an innate impulse to flee. He may try to control this impulse by his reason, yet this control will prove to be relatively inefficient, even though some means can be found that may serve to curb the power of the flight instinct. Considering the emphasis that has been given to innate human aggression as one of the gravest problems of social life, from religious positions down to the scientific work of Lorentz, a theory centered around man's uncontrollable flight instinct may sound funny, but it is neurophysiologically as sound as that of uncontrollable aggression. In fact, from a biological standpoint, it would seem that flight serves self-preservation better than fight. To political or military leaders it may, in fact, not sound so funny, but rather sensible. They know from experience that man's nature does not seem to incline toward heroism, and that many measures have to be taken to motivate man to fight and to prevent him from running away in order to save his life. The student of history may raise the question whether the instinct for flight has not proven to be at least as powerful a factor as that for fight. He may come to the conclusion that history has been determined not so much by instinctive aggression as by the attempt to suppress man's flight instinct. He may speculate that a large part of man's social arrangements and ideological efforts have been devoted to this aim. Man had to be threatened with death to instill in him a feeling of awe for the superior wisdom of his leaders, to make him believe in the value of honor. One tried to terrorize him with the fear of being called a coward or a traitor, or one simply got him drunk with liquor or with the hope of booty and women. Historical analysis might show that the repression of the flight impulse and the apparent dominance of the fight impulse is largely due to cultural rather than to biological factors. These speculations are only intended to point to the ethological bias in favor of the concept of homo aggressivus. The fundamental fact remains, that the brain of animals and humans has built-in neuronal mechanisms which mobilize aggressive behavior, or flight, in response to threats to the survival of the individual or the species, and that this type of aggression is biologically adaptive and serves life. Predation and aggression. There is still another kind of aggression that has caused a great deal of confusion, that of predatory land animals. Zoologically they are clearly defined. They comprise the families of cats, hyenas, wolves, and bears. 13. Experimental evidence is rapidly accumulating to indicate that the neurological basis for predatory aggression is distinct from that of defensive aggression. 14. Lorentz has made the same point from the ethological standpoint. The motivation of the hunter is basically different from that of the fighter. The buffalo which the lion fells provokes his aggression as little as the appetizing turkey which I have just seen hanging in the larder provokes mine. The differences in these inner drives can clearly be seen in the expressive movements of the animal. A dog about to catch a hunted rabbit has the same kind of excitedly happy expression as he has when he greets his master or awaits some longed-for treat. From many excellent photographs it can be seen that the lion, in the dramatic movement before he springs, is in no way angry. Growling, laying the ears back, and other well-known expression movements of fighting behavior are seen in predatory animals only when they are very afraid of a wildly resisting prey, and even then the expressions are only suggested. K. Lorentz, 1966. K. E. Moyer. On the basis of the available data concerning the neurophysiological bases of various kinds of aggression, distinguished predatory from other types of aggression and comes to the conclusion that experimental evidence is rapidly accumulating to indicate that the neurological basis for this, predatory, aggression is distinct from that of other kinds. K. E. Moyer, 1968. Not only does predatory behavior have its own neurophysiological substrate, distinct from that for defensive aggression, but the behavior itself is different. It does not show rage and is not interchangeable with flight behavior, but it is purpose-determined, accurately aimed, and the tension ends with the accomplishment of the goal, the attainment of food. The predatory instinct is not one of defense, common to all animals, but of food finding, common to certain animal species that are morphologically equipped for this task. Of course, predatory behavior is aggressive 15, but it must be added that this aggression is different from the rage-connected aggression provoked by a threat. It is close to what is sometimes called instrumental aggression, i.e., aggression in the service of attaining a desired goal. Non-predatory animals lack this kind of aggression. The difference between defensive and predatory aggression is important for the problem of human aggression because man is phylogenetically a non-predatory animal, and hence this aggression, as far as its neurophysiological roots are concerned, is not of the predatory type. It should be remembered that human dentition is poorly adapted for the flesh-eating habits of man, who still retains the tooth form of his fruit and vegetable-eating ancestors. It is interesting to note, too, that man's digestive system has all the physiological hallmarks of a vegetarian, not a carnivore. J. Napier, 1970. The diet even of primitive hunters and food gatherers was 75% vegetarian and only 25% or less carnivorous. 16 According to Idavor, all of the Old World primates have essentially a vegetarian diet. So do all of the extant men with the most primitive human economic organization, the remaining hunter-gatherers of the world, except for the Arctic Eskimo. Although future archaeologists studying contemporary Bushmen might conclude that the cracking stones found with Bushman arrowheads were used for pounding bones to get marrow, they were actually used by women to crack open the nuts that happened to provide 80% of the Bushman economy. Idavor, 1970. Nevertheless, perhaps nothing has contributed more to the picture of the intensity of the innate aggressiveness of animals, and indirectly of man, than the image of the predatory animal. We do not have far to go to find the reasons for this bias. Man has surrounded himself for many thousands of years with domesticated animals such as the doe and the cat, which are predatory. In fact, this is one of the reasons man tamed them. He uses the dog to hunt other animals and to attack threatening humans. He uses the cat to chase mice and rats. On the other hand, man was impressed by the aggressiveness of the wolf, the main enemy of his herds of sheep, or of the fox, which devoured his chickens. 17 Thus the animals man has chosen to have nearest in his field of vision have been predatory, and he could hardly have distinguished between predatory and defensive aggressiveness, since in their effect both types of aggression result in killing, nor was he able to observe these animals in their own habitat and to appreciate their social and friendly attitude among themselves. The conclusion which we have arrived at on the basis of the examination of the neurophysiological evidence is essentially the same as the one which two of the most outstanding investigators of aggression, J.P. Scott and Leonard Berkowitz, have suggested, even though their respective theoretical frames of reference differ from mine. Scott writes, "A person who is fortunate enough to exist in an environment which is without stimulation to fight will not suffer physiological or nervous damage because he never fights. This is a quite different situation from the physiology of eating, where the internal processes of metabolism lead to definite physiological changes which eventually produce hunger and stimulation to eat, without any change in the external environment." J.P. Scott, 1958. Berkowitz speaks of a wiring diagram, a readiness to react aggressively to certain stimuli, rather than of aggressive energy which may be transmitted genetically. L. Berkowitz, 1967. The data of the neurosciences which I have discussed have helped to establish the concept of one kind of aggression: life-preserving, biologically adaptive, defensive aggression. They have been useful for the purpose of showing that man is endowed with a potential aggression which is mobilized by threats to his vital interests. None of these neurophysiological data, however, deal with that form of aggression which is characteristic of man and which he does not share with other mammals, his propensity to kill and to torture without any reason, but as a goal in itself, a goal not pursued for the sake of defending life, but desirable and pleasureful in itself. The neurosciences have not taken up the study of these passions, with the exception of those caused by brain damage, but it can be safely stated that Lorenz's instinctivistic hydraulic interpretation does not fit well with the model of brain functioning as most neuroscientists see it, and is not supported by neurophysiological evidence. 6. Animal behavior. The second critical field in which empirical data could contribute to establishing the validity of the instinctivistic theory of aggression is that of animal behavior. Animal aggression needs to be separated into three different types: 1. Predatory aggression; 2. Intraspecific aggression, aggression against animals of the same species; 3. Interspecific aggression, aggression against animals of different species. As indicated before, there is agreement among students of animal behavior, including Lorentz, that the behavioral patterns and neurological processes in predatory aggression are not analogous to the other types of animal aggression and hence should be treated separately. As far as interspecific aggression is concerned, most observers agree that animals rarely destroy members of other species, except when in defense, i.e., when they feel threatened and cannot flee. This limits the phenomenon of animal aggression mainly to interspecific aggression, i.e., aggression between animals of the same species, the phenomenon which Lorentz deals with exclusively. Intraspecific aggression has the following characteristics: a. In most mammals it is not bloody, it does not aim at killing, destruction, or torture, but is essentially a threatening posture which serves as a warning. On the whole, we find among most mammals a great deal of bickering, quarreling, or threatening behavior, but very little bloody fighting and destruction, as we find it in human behavior. b. Only in certain insects, fish, birds, and, among mammals, rats, is destructive behavior customary. c. The threatening behavior is a reaction to what the animal experiences as a threat to its vital interests and hence is defensive, in the sense of the neurophysiological concept of defensive aggression. d. There is no evidence that there is a spontaneous aggressive impulse in most mammals which is dammed up until it finds a more or less adequate occasion to be discharged. As far as animal aggression is defensive, it is based on certain phylogenetically patterned neuronal structures, and there would be no quarrel with Lorentz's position were it not for his hydraulic model and his explanation of human destructiveness and cruelty as innate and rooted in defensive aggression. Man is the only mammal who is a large-scale killer and sadist. To answer the question why this is so is the purpose of the next chapters. In this discussion on animal behavior, I want to show in detail that many animals fight their own species, but that they fight in a non-disruptive, non-destructive way, and that the data on the life of mammals in general and the pre-human primates in particular do not suggest the presence of an innate destructiveness which man is supposed to have inherited from them. Indeed, that if the human species had approximately the same degree of innate aggressiveness as that of chimpanzees living in their natural habitat, we would live in a rather peaceful world. Aggression in captivity. In studying aggression among animals and especially among the primates, it is important to begin with a distinction between their behavior while living in their own habitat and their behavior in captivity, that is, essentially, in zoos. Observations show that primates in the wild show little aggression, while primates in the zoo can show an excessive amount of destructiveness. This distinction is of fundamental importance for the understanding of human aggression because man thus far in his history has hardly ever lived in his natural habitat, with the exception of the hunters and food gatherers and the first agriculturalists down to the 5th millennium BC. Civilized man has always lived in the zoo, i.e., in various degrees of captivity and unfreedom, and this is still true, even in the most advanced societies. I shall begin with a few examples of primates in the zoo, which have been well studied. The best known perhaps are the Hamadryas baboons, which Solly Zuckerman studied at the London Zoo in Regent's Park, Monkey Hill, in 1929 to 1930. Their area, 100 feet long and 60 feet wide, was large by zoo standards, but extremely small compared with the natural range of their habitat. Zuckerman observed a great deal of tension and aggression among these animals. The stronger ones brutally and ruthlessly kept the weaker ones down, and even mothers would take food away from the hands of their babies. The principal victims were females and the young, who sometimes were injured or killed accidentally during the battles. Zuckerman saw one male bully deliberately attack a baby monkey twice, and this little monkey was found dead in the evening. 8 out of 61 males died by violence, while many others died from disease. Zuckerman, 1932. Other observations of primate behavior in zoos were made in Zurich by Hans Kummer, 1951, and in Whipsnade Park, England, by Vernon Reynolds, 1961. 2 Kummer kept the baboons in an enclosure 15 by 27 yards in area. In Zurich, serious bites which caused nasty wounds were commonplace. Kummer made a detailed comparison of aggression among the animals in the Zurich Zoo and among those living in the wild, which he studied in Ethiopia, and found that the incidence of aggressive acts in the zoo was 9 times as frequent in females and 17.5 times as frequent in adult males as it was in wild bands. Vernon Reynolds studied 24 rhesus monkeys in an enclosure which was octagonal, with each side only 10 yards long. Although the space to which the animals were confined was smaller than that of Monkey Hill, the degree of aggression was less extreme. Nevertheless, there was more violence than in the wild. Many animals were wounded and one female was hurt so badly that she had to be shot. Of particular interest with regard to the influence of ecological conditions on aggression are various studies on rhesus monkeys, Macaca mulatta, especially those by C. H. Southwick, 1964, also C. H. Southwick, M. Begg, M. Siddiqui, 1965. Southwick has found that environmental and social conditions invariably exert a major influence on the form and frequency of agonistic behavior, i.e., of behavior in response to conflict, in captive rhesus monkeys. His study permits distinguishing between environmental changes, i.e., number of animals in a given space, and social changes, i.e., the introduction of new animals into an existing group. He comes to the conclusion that decreasing space results in increasing aggression, but that changes in the social structure by the introduction of new animals produced far more dramatic increases in aggressive interaction than did environmental changes. C. H. Southwick, 1964. Increased aggression by narrowing of space has resulted in more aggressive behavior among many other mammal species. L. H. Matthews, from the study of the literature and his own observations in the London Zoo, states that he could not find any cases among mammals of fighting to the death, except under crowded conditions. L. H. Matthews, 1963. An outstanding investigator of animal behavior, Paul Lehausen, has emphasized the role of the disturbance of relative hierarchy among cats when they were caged together in a small space. The more crowded the cages, the less relative hierarchy there is. Finally a despot emerges, pariahs appear, and they are driven to frenzy and all sorts of unnatural behavior by continuous and brutal attacks by all the others. The community turns into a spiteful mob. They all seldom relax, they never look at ease, and there is continuous hissing, growling and even fighting. P. Lehausen, 1956, 3. Even the transitory crowding by fixed feeding stations resulted in increased aggression. In the winter of 1952, 3 American scientists, C. Cabot, N. Collias, and R. C. Guttinger, quoted by C. and W. M. S. Russell, 1968, observed deer near the Flag River, Wisconsin, and found that the amount of quarreling depended on the number of deer in the fixed area of the station, that is, on their density. When only from 5 to 7 deer were present, only 1 quarrel was seen per deer per hour. When from 23 to 30 deer were present, the rate was 4.4 quarrels per deer per hour. Similar observations have been made with wild rats by the American biologist J. B. Calhoun, 1948. It is important to note that the evidence shows that the presence of an ample food supply does not prevent increasing aggressiveness under conditions of crowding. The animals in the London Zoo were well fed, and yet crowding resulted in increased aggressiveness. It is also interesting that among rhesus monkeys even a 25% reduction in food resulted in no change in agonistic interactions, according to Southwick's observations, and that a 50% reduction actually resulted in a significant decrease in agonistic behavior. 4. From the studies of increased aggressiveness of primates in captivity and studies of other mammals have shown the same result, it seems to follow that crowding is the main condition for increased violence. But crowding is only a label, and a rather deceptive one, because it does not tell us which factors in crowding are responsible for this increased aggression. Is there a natural need for a minimum of private space? 5. Does crowding prevent the animal from exercising its innate need for exploration and free movement? Is crowding felt as a threat to the animal's body to which it reacts with aggression? While these questions can be fully answered only on the basis of further studies, Southwick's findings suggest that there are at least two different elements in crowding which must be kept apart. One is the reduction of space, the other is the destruction of the social structure. The importance of the second factor is clearly borne out by Southwick's observation, mentioned earlier, that the introduction of a strange animal usually creates even more aggression than crowding. Of course, often both factors are present, and it is difficult to determine which of the two is responsible for the aggressive behavior. Whatever the specific blend of these factors is in animal crowding, each of them can generate aggression. The narrowing down of space deprives the animal of important vital functions of movement, play, and the exercise of its faculties, which can develop only when it has to search for its own food. Hence the space-deprived animal may feel threatened by this reduction of its vital functions and react with aggression. The breakdown of the social structure of an animal group is, according to Southwick, even more of a threat. Every animal species lives within a social structure characteristic for this species. Whether hierarchical or not, it is the frame of reference to which the animal's behavior is adapted. A tolerable social equilibrium is a necessary condition for its existence. Its destruction through crowding constitutes a massive threat to the animal's existence, and intense aggression is the result one would expect, given the defensive role of aggression, especially when flight is impossible. Crowding can occur under the conditions of existence in a zoo, as was seen among Zuckerman's baboons. But more often the animals in a zoo are not crowded but suffer from restriction of space. Captive animals, although they are well fed and protected, have nothing to do. If one believes that satisfaction of all physiological needs is enough to provide for a feeling of well-being in an animal, and in man, their zoo existence should make them very content. But this parasitic existence deprives them of stimuli that would permit an active expression of their physical and mental faculties, hence they often become bored, dull, and apathetic. A. Courtland reports that unlike zoo chimpanzees, which generally look increasingly dull and vacant with the years, the older chimpanzees among those living in the wild seem to be more lively, more interested in everything, and more human. A. Courtland, 1962, 6 S. E. Glickman and R. W. Sroges, 1966, make a similar point, speaking of the constant dull stimulus world provided by zoo cages and the resulting boredom. Human aggression and crowding. If crowding is an important condition for animal aggression, the question suggests itself whether it is also an important source of human aggression. This idea is widely held and has been expressed by P. Lehausen, who argues that there is no other remedy for rebellion, violence, and neuroses than to establish the balance of numbers in human societies and quickly to find effective means of controlling them at the optimum level. P. Lehausen, 1965, 7. This popular identification of crowding with population density has created much confusion. Lehausen, in his oversimplifying and conservative approach, ignores the fact that the problem of contemporary crowding has two aspects: the destruction of a viable social structure, particularly in the industrialized parts of the world, and the disproportion between the size of population and the economic and social basis for its existence, mainly in the non-industrialized parts of the world. Man needs a social system in which he has his place and in which his relations to others are relatively stable and supported by generally accepted values and ideas. What has happened in modern industrial society is that traditions, and common values, and genuine social personal ties with others have largely disappeared. The modern mass man is isolated and lonely. Even though he is part of a crowd, he has no convictions which he could share with others, only slogans and ideologies he gets from the communications media. He has become an atom, the Greek equivalent of individual equals indivisible, held together only by common, though often simultaneously antagonistic interests, and by the cash nexus. Émile Durkheim, 1897, called this phenomenon anomie and found that it was the main cause of suicide, which had been increasing with the growth of industrialization. He referred by anomie to the destruction of all traditional social bonds, due to the fact that all truly collective organization had become secondary to the state and that all genuine social life had been annihilated. He believed that people living in the modern political state are a disorganized dust of individuals. Another master of sociology, F. Tanis, 1926, undertook a similar analysis of modern societies and made the distinction between the traditional community, Gemeinschaft, and modern society, Gesellschaft, in which all genuine social bonds have disappeared. That not population density as such, but lack of social structure, genuine common bonds and interest in life are the causes of human aggression can be shown by many examples. One of the most striking are the kibbutzim in Israel, which are very crowded, with little space for the individual and little privacy. This was even more the case years ago when the kibbutzim were poor. Yet there was an extraordinary lack of aggressiveness among their members. The same holds true for other intentional communities all over the world. Another example are countries like Belgium and Holland, two of the most densely populated parts of the world, whose population is nevertheless not characterized by special aggressiveness. There could hardly be more crowding than there was at the Woodstock or the Isle of Wight youth festivals, and yet both were remarkably free from aggressiveness. To take another example, Manhattan Island was one of the most densely populated places in the world 30 years ago, but it was not then, as it is today, characterized by excessive violence. Anyone who has lived in a big apartment building where several hundred families live together knows that there are few places where a person has as much privacy and is as little intruded upon by the presence of next-door neighbors as in such a densely populated building. By comparison, there is much less privacy in a small village where the houses are much more dispersed and population density is much smaller. Here the people are more aware of each other, watch and gossip about each other's private lives, and are constantly in each other's field of vision. The same holds true, although to a much lesser degree, for suburban society. These examples tend to show that it is not crowding as such, but the social, psychological, cultural, and economic conditions under which it occurs that are responsible for aggression. It is obvious that overpopulation, i.e., population density under conditions of poverty, causes stress and aggression. The big cities of India, as well as the slums in American cities, are an example of this. Overpopulation and the resulting population density are malignant, when, due to the lack of decent housing, people lack the most elementary conditions for protection from immediate and constant intrusion by others. Overpopulation means that the number of people in a given society surpasses the economic basis for providing them with adequate food, housing, and meaningful leisure. There is no doubt that overpopulation has evil consequences and that the numbers must be reduced to a level which is commensurate with the economic basis. But, in a society which has the economic basis to support a dense population, the density itself does not deprive the citizen of his privacy, and it does not expose him to constant intrusion of others. An adequate standard of living, however, takes care only of the lack of privacy and constant exposure to others. It does not solve the problem of anomie, of the lack of Gemeinschaft, of the individual's need to live in a world that has human proportions, whose members know each other as persons. The anomie of industrial society can only be removed if the whole social and spiritual structure is changed radically, if the individual is not only adequately fed and housed, but the interests of society become identical with the interests of each individual, when the relationship to one's fellow man and the expression of one's powers, rather than the consumption of things and antagonisms to one's fellow man, become the principles which govern social and individual life. This is possible under the condition of high population density, but it requires radical rethinking of all our premises and radical social change. It follows from these considerations that all analogies from animal to human crowding are of limited value. The animal has an instinctive knowledge of the space and the social organization it needs. It reacts instinctively with aggression in order to remedy a disturbance of its space and social structure. It has no other way to respond to threats to its vital interests in these respects. But man has many other ways. He can change the social structure, he can develop bonds of solidarity and of common values beyond what is instinctually given. The animal solution to crowding is a biological instinctive one, man's solution is social and political. Aggression in the wild. Fortunately, there are a number of recent studies of animals living in the wild which clearly show that the aggressiveness to be observed under conditions of captivity is not present when the same animals live in their natural habitat. 9. Among the monkeys, baboons have the reputation of a certain violence, and they have been carefully studied by S. L. Washburn and I. DeVore, 1971. For reasons of space, I shall only mention Washburn and DeVore's conclusion, namely that if the general social structure is not disturbed, there is little aggressive behavior. Whatever aggressive behavior there is essentially one of gestures or threat postures. It is worthwhile to note, considering the previous discussion on crowding, they report observing no fighting between baboon troops that met at the waterhole. They counted more than 400 baboons around a single waterhole at one time, and yet they did not observe any aggressive behavior among them. They also observed the baboons to be very unaggressive toward members of other animal species. This picture is confirmed and complemented by the study on the Chacma baboon, Papio asinus, by K.R.L. Hall, 1960. The study of aggressive behavior among chimpanzees, the primates that most resemble man, is of particular interest. Until recent years almost nothing was known of their way of life in equatorial Africa. However, 3 separate observations of chimpanzees in their natural habitat have by now been carried out and offer very interesting material with regard to aggressive behavior. V. and F. Reynolds, who studied the chimpanzees of the Badongo forest, report an exceedingly low incidence of aggression. During 300 observation hours, 17 quarrels involving actual fighting or displays of threat or anger were seen, and none of these lasted more than a few seconds. V. and F. Reynolds, 1965. Only 4 of these 17 quarrels involved 2 adult males. The observations of chimpanzees of the Gom Stream Reserve by Jane Goodall are essentially the same. Threatening behavior was seen on 4 occasions when a subordinate male tried to take food before a dominant one. Instances of attack were seldom observed, and mature mules were seen fighting only on 1 occasion. J. Goodall, 1965. On the other hand, there are a number of activities and gestures like grooming, rod-cording behavior, whose main function is apparently to establish and maintain good relations between the individual chimpanzees of the community. Their groups are largely temporary, and no stable relationships other than mother-infant could be found. J. Goodall, 1965. A dominance hierarchy proper was not observed among these chimpanzees, although there were 72 clear-cut dominance interactions observed. A. Courtland mentions an observation concerning the uncertainty of chimpanzees which, as we shall see later, is very important for the understanding of the evolution of man's second nature, his character. He writes, "All the chimpanzees I observed were cautious, hesitant creatures. This is one of the major impressions one carries away from studying chimpanzees at close range in the wild. Behind their lively, searching eyes one senses a doubting, contemplative personality, always trying to make sense out of a puzzling world. It is as if the certainty of instinct has been replaced in chimpanzees by the uncertainty of intellect, but without the determination and decisiveness that characterize man." A. Courtland, 1962. Courtland notes that, as experiments with captive animals have shown, the behavior patterns of chimpanzees are much less innate than those of monkeys. 10. From the Van Loick-Goodall observations I want to quote here a specific one because it offers a good example for Courtland's important statement about the hesitancy and lack of decisiveness in the behavior of the chimpanzee. This is the report. "One day Goliath appeared some distance up the slope with an unknown pink female, in heat, close behind him. Hugo and I quickly put out a pile of bananas where both chimps could see the fruit and hid in the tent to watch. When the female saw our camp she shot up a tree and stared down. Goliath instantly stopped also, and looked up at her. Then he glanced at the bananas. He moved a short way down the slope, stopped, and looked back at his female. She had not moved. Slowly Goliath continued down, and this time the female climbed silently from the tree and we lost sight of her in the undergrowth. When Goliath looked around and saw that she had gone, he simply raced back. A moment later the female again climbed into a tree, followed by Goliath, who had every hair on end. He groomed her a while but every so often glanced toward camp. Although he could no longer see the bananas, he knew that they were there, and since he had been away for about 10 days his mouth was probably watering. In time he climbed down and once more walked toward us, stopping every few steps to stare back at the female. She sat motionless, but Hugo and I both had the distinct impression that she wanted to escape from Goliath's company. When Goliath had come a lit farther down the slope, the vegetation obviously hid the female from his view because he looked back and then quickly climbed a tree. She was still sitting there. He climbed down, walked another few yards, and then shot up another tree. Still there. This went on for a further 5 minutes as Goliath proceeded toward the bananas. When he reached the camp clearing, Goliath faced an added problem. There were no trees to climb and he couldn't see the female from the ground. 3 times he stepped into the open, then turned and rushed back up the last tree. The female did not move. Suddenly Goliath seemed to make up his mind and, at a fast canter, raced over to the bananas. Seizing only one, he turned back and raced to climb his tree again. Still the female sat on the same branch. Goliath finished his banana and, as though slightly reassured, hastened back to the pile of fruit, gathered up a whole armful, and rushed back to the tree. This time the female had gone, while Goliath gathered the bananas she had climbed down from her branch, repeatedly glancing toward him over her shoulder, and vanished silently. Goliath's consternation was amusing to watch. Dropping his bananas, he raced up to the tree where he had left her, peered all around, and then he too vanished into the undergrowth. For the next 20 minutes he searched for that female. Every few minutes we saw him climbing up yet another tree, staring in every direction, but he never found her and finally gave up, returned to camp, and looking quite exhausted, sat slowly eating bananas. Even so, he kept turning his head to gaze back up the slope. J. van Loic Goodall, 1971. The incapacity of the male chimpanzee to come to a decision whether first to eat the bananas or mount the female is quite striking. If we observed this same behavior in a man, we would say that he was suffering from obsessional doubt, because the normal human would have no difficulty in acting according to the dominant impulse in his character structure. The oral receptive character would first eat the banana and postpone the satisfaction of his sexual impulse. The genital character would let the food wait until he was sexually gratified. In either case he would act without doubt or hesitancy. Since we can hardly assume that the male in this example is suffering from an obsessional neurosis, the question why he behaves in this way seems to find its answer in Cortlandt's statement, to which van Loic Goodall regrettably makes no reference. Cortlandt describes the chimpanzee's remarkable tolerance toward the young as well as their deference toward the old, even when they no longer had physical power. Van Loic Goodall stresses the same characteristic. Chimpanzees normally show a good deal of tolerance in their behavior toward each other. This is especially true of males, less so with females. A typical instance of tolerance of a dominant to a subordinate animal occurred when an adolescent male was feeding from the only ripe cluster of fruits in a palm tree. A mature male climbed up but did not try to force the other away, he merely moved up beside the younger and the two fed side by side. Under similar circumstances a subordinate chimpanzee may move up to a dominant one, but before attempting to feed, it normally reaches out to touch the other on the lips, thigh, or genital area. Tolerance between males is particularly noticeable during the mating season, as for example on the occasion described above when 7 males were observed copulating with one female with no signs of aggression between them. One of these males was an adolescent. J. van Loic Goodall, 1971. On gorillas observed in the wild, G. B. Schaller reports that on the whole interaction between groups was peaceful. Aggressive bluff charges were made by one male as noted above, and I once observed weak aggressiveness in the form of incipient charges towards intruders from another group by a female, a juvenile, and an infant. Most intergroup aggressiveness was confined to staring and snapping. Serious aggressive attacks among gorillas were not witnessed by Schaller. This is all the more remarkable because the gorilla group home ranges not only overlapped, but seem to have been commonly shared amongst the gorilla population. Hence there would be ample occasion for friction. G. B. Schaller, 1963, 1965. Special attention should be paid to van Loic-Goodall's reports on feeding behavior because her observations have been used by a number of authors as an argument for the carnivorous or predatory character of chimpanzees. She states that the chimpanzees of the Gom Stream Reserve, and probably in most places throughout the range of the species as a whole, are omnivorous. The chimpanzee is primarily vegetarian, that is, by far the greatest proportion of foods constituting his diet as a whole is vegetable. J. van Loic-Goodall, 1968. There were certain exceptions to this rule. During the course of her field study she or her assistant observed chimpanzees feeding on the flesh of other mammals in 28 instances. In addition, examining occasional samples of feces during the first 2.5 years and regular samples in the last 2.5 years, altogether the remnants of 36 different mammals were found in dung, over and above those the chimpanzees were observed eating. In addition she reports 4 instances during these years in which in 3 cases a male chimpanzee caught and killed an infant baboon, and in one the killing involved a, probably female, red colobus monkey. Furthermore, she observed 68 mammals eaten, mostly primates, within 45 months, or roughly 1.5 per month, by a group of 50 chimpanzees. These figures confirmed the author's previous statement that the chimpanzee's diet on the whole is vegetable and hence that meat eating is exceptional. Yet, in her popular book In the Shadow of Man, the author states flatly that she and her husband saw chimpanzees eating meat fairly frequently, J. van Loic-Goodall, 1971, but without quoting the qualifying data in her previous work that show the relative infrequency of meat eating. I stress this point because in publications after the study, comments abound emphasizing the predatory character of chimpanzees, based on van Loic-Goodall's 1971 version of the data. But chimpanzees are, as many authors had stated, omnivorous, they live mainly on a vegetable diet. That they eat meat occasionally, in fact rarely, does not make them carnivorous and surely not predatory animals. But the use of the words predatory and carnivorous insinuate that man is born with an innate destructiveness, territorialism and dominance. The popular picture of animal aggressiveness has been largely influenced by the concept of territorialism. Robert Ardrey's Territorial Imperative, 1967, has left the general public with the implication that man is dominated by an instinct for defense of his territory, inherited from his animal ancestors. This instinct is supposed to be one of the main sources of animal and human aggressiveness. Analogies are easily drawn, and the facile idea appeals to many that war is caused by the power of this same instinct. The idea, however, is quite erroneous for a number of reasons. In the first place, there are many animal species for whom the concept of territoriality does not apply. Territoriality occurs only in higher animals such as the vertebrates and arthropods, and even there in a very spotty fashion. J. P. Scott, 1968a. Other students of behavior, like Xingyang Kuo, are rather inclined to think that the so-called territorial defense is, after all, merely a fancy name for the reaction patterns to strangers, flavored with anthropomorphism and 19th-century Darwinism. Further and more systematic experimental explorations are necessary to decide this issue. Xingyang Kuo, 1960. N. Tinbergen distinguishes between the territorialism of the species and that of the individual. It seems certain that territories are selected mainly on the basis of properties to which the animals react innately. This makes all animals of the same species, or at least of the same population, select the same general type of habitat. However, the personal binding of a male to its own territory, a particular representative of the species' breeding habitat, is the result of a learning process. Ann Tinbergen, 1953. In the description of primates we have seen how often there is an overlap of territory. If the observation of apes teaches us anything, it is that various groups of primates are quite tolerant and flexible with regard to their territory and simply do not other a picture that would permit the analogy to a society, jealously guarding its frontiers and forcibly preventing the entry of any foreigner. The assumption that territorialism is the basis for human aggressiveness is erroneous for still another reason. Defense of territory has the function of avoiding the serious fighting that would become necessary if the territory were invaded to such an extent as to generate crowding. Actually, the threat behavior in which territorial aggression manifests itself is the instinctively patterned way of upholding spatial equilibrium and peace. The instinctive equipment of the animal has the function that legal arrangements have in man. Hence the instinct becomes obsolete when other symbolic ways are available to mark a territory and to warn, no trespassing. It is also worth keeping in mind that, as we shall see later, most wars start for the purposes of gaining advantages of various kinds and not in defense against a threat to one's territory except in the ideology of the war makers. Equally wrong impressions exist popularly about the concept of dominance. In many species, but by no means in all, one finds that the group is organized hierarchically. The strongest male takes precedence in food, sex, and grooming over other males on lower orders of the hierarchy. 11 But dominance, like territorialism, by no means exists in all animals and, again, not regularly in the vertebrates and mammals. With regard to dominance among the non-human primates, we find a great difference between some of the monkey species like the baboons and macaques, in whom one finds rather well-developed and strict hierarchical systems, and the apes with whom dominance patterns are much less strong. Of the mountain gorillas, Schaller reports, definite dominance interactions were observed 110 times. Dominance was most frequently asserted along narrow trails, when one animal claimed the right of way, or in the choice of sitting place, when the dominant animal supplanted the subordinate one. Gorillas showed their dominance with a minimum of actions. Usually an animal low in the rank order simply moved out of the way at the mere approach or brief stare of a high-ranking one. The most frequently noted gesture involving bodily contact was a light tap with the back of the hand of a dominant individual against the body of a subordinate one. G. B. Schaller, 1965. In their report on the chimpanzees of the Badongo Forest, V. and F. Reynolds state, although there was some evidence of differences in status between individuals, dominance interactions formed a minute fraction of the observed chimpanzee behavior. There was no evidence of a linear hierarchy of dominance among males or females, and there were no permanent leaders of groups. V. and F. Reynolds, 1965. T. E. Rowell, in his study of baboons, argues against the whole concept of dominance and states that circumstantial evidence suggests that hierarchical behavior is associated with environmental stress of various kinds, and under stress it is the lower-ranking animal which first shows physiological symptoms, lower disease resistance, for example. If it is subordinate behavior that determines rank, rather than dominant behavior as usually assumed, the stress factor can be seen as directly affecting all animals to different degrees dependent on their construction, producing physiological and behavioral, submitting behavior, changes at the same time, the latter in turn giving rise to a hierarchical social organization. T. E. Rowell, 1966. He comes to the conclusion that the hierarchy appears to be maintained chiefly by subordinates' behavior patterns, and by the low rather than the high-ranking animals. T. E. Rowell, 1966. W. A. Mason also expresses strong reservations based on his studies of chimpanzees. The view taken here is that dominance and subordination are simply conventional designations for the fact that chimpanzees often stand in the relationship to each other of intimidator and intimidated. Naturally, we would expect the larger, stronger, more boisterous, and more aggressive animals in any group, being intimidating to almost everyone else, to display a kind of generalized dominance status. Presumably this accounts for the fact that in the wild, mature males are generally dominant over adult females, and they, in turn, are dominant over adolescents and juveniles. Apart from this observation, however, there is no indication that chimpanzee groups as a whole are organized hierarchically, nor is there any convincing evidence of an autonomous drive for social supremacy. Chimpanzees are willful, impulsive, and greedy, certainly a sufficient basis for the development of dominance and subordination, without the participation of specialized social motives and needs. Dominance and subordination can thus be regarded as the natural byproduct of social intercourse, and but one facet of the relationship between two individuals. W. A. Mason, 1970. For dominance, as far as it exists, the same comment applies which I have made with regard to territorialism. It functions to give peace and coherence to the group and to prevent friction that could lead to serious fighting. Man substitutes agreements, etiquette, and laws for the missing instinct. Animal dominance has been widely interpreted as a fierce bossiness of the leader who enjoys having power over the rest of the group. It is true that among monkeys, for instance, the authority of the leader is often based on the fear he engenders in the others. But among the apes, as for instance the chimpanzee, it is often not fear of the retaliatory power of the strongest animal, but his competence in leading the group which establishes his authority. As an example of this, mentioned earlier, Courtland, 1962, reports about an old chimpanzee who retained his leadership because of his experience and wisdom, in spite of the fact that he was physically weak. Whatever the role of dominance in animals is, it seems to be pretty clear that the dominant animal must constantly merit his role, that is to say, show his greater physical strength, wisdom, energy, or whatever it is that makes him accepted as a leader. A very ingenious experiment with monkeys, reported by J. M. R. Delgado, 1967, suggests that if the dominant animal loses his distinguishing qualities even momentarily, his commanding role ends. In human history, when dominance becomes institutionalized and no longer a function of personal competence, as is still the case in many primitive societies, it is not necessary for the leader to be in constant possession of his outstanding qualities. In fact, it is not even necessary that he has them. The social system conditions people to see in the title, the uniform, or whatever else it may be, the proof that the leader is competent, and as long as these symbols, supported by the whole system, are present, the average man does not even dare to ask himself whether the emperor wears clothes. Aggressiveness among other mammals. Not only do primates show little destructiveness, but all other mammals, predatory and non-predatory, fail to exhibit aggressive behavior such as would correspond to what it might be if Lorenz's hydraulic theory were correct. Even among the most aggressive mammals, rats, the intensity of aggressiveness is not as great as Lorenz's examples indicate. Sally Carrier has called attention to the difference between an experiment with rats which Lorenz quotes in favor of his hypothesis and another experiment which clearly shows that the critical point was not an innate aggressiveness of the rat but certain conditions that were responsible for greater or lesser aggressiveness. According to Lorenz, Steineiger put brown rats from different localities into a large enclosure which provided them with completely natural living conditions. At first the individual animals seemed afraid of each other, they were not in an aggressive mood, but bit each other if they met by chance, particularly if two were driven towards each other along one side of the enclosure, so that they collided at speed. 12. Steineiger's rats soon began to attack one another and fought until all but one pair were killed. The descendants of that pair formed a clan, which subsequently slaughtered every strange rat introduced into the habitat. During the same years that this study was being conducted, John B. Calhoun in Baltimore was also investigating the behavior of rats. There were 15 rats in F. Steineiger's original population, 14 in Calhoun's, also strangers to one another. But Calhoun's enclosure was 16 times larger than Steineiger's and more favorable in other ways. Harborages were provided for rats pursued by hostile associates. Such refuges would probably exist in the wild, and all Calhoun's rats were identified by markings. For 27 months, from a tower in the center of the large area, the movements of all the individual rats were recorded. After a few fights while getting acquainted, They separated into two clans, neither of which tried to eliminate the other. There was a good deal of crossing back and forth unchallenged so often by some individuals that they were dubbed messengers. Skrir, 1968, 13. In contrast to the vertebrates and lower invertebrates, as J.P. Scott, one of the most outstanding students of animal aggression, has pointed out, aggression is very common among the arthropods, as the fierce fighting of lobsters indicates, and among social insects like wasps and certain spiders, in which the female attacks the male and eats him. A great deal of aggression can also be found among fish and reptiles. He writes, the comparative physiology of fighting behavior in animals yields the extremely important conclusion that the primary stimulation for fighting behavior is external, that is, there is no spontaneous internal stimulation which makes it necessary to an individual to fight irrespective of the outside environment. The physiological and emotional factors involved in the agonistic behavioral system are thus quite different from those involved in sexual and ingestive behavior. And further on, Scott states, under natural conditions, hostility and aggression in the sense of destructive and maladaptive, italics added, agonistic behavior are hard to find in animal societies. Addressing himself to the specific problem of the spontaneous internal stimulation which Lorentz postulates, Scott writes, all of our present data indicate that fighting behavior among the higher mammals, including man, originates in external stimulation and that there is no evidence of spontaneous internal stimulation. Emotional and physiological processes prolong and magnify the effects of stimulation, but do not originate it. J.P. Scott, 1968a, 14. Has man an inhibition against killing? One of the most important points in the chain of Lorentz's explanations for human aggression is the hypothesis that man, in contrast to predatory animals, has not developed instinctive inhibitions against killing conspecifics. He explains this point by the assumption that man, like all non-predatory animals, has not dangerous natural weapons like claws, etc., and hence does not need such inhibitions. It is only because he has weapons that his lack of instinctive inhibitions becomes so dangerous. But is it really true that man has no inhibitions against killing? Man's historical record is so frequently characterized by killing that at first it would seem unlikely that he has any inhibitions. However, this answer becomes questionable if we reformulate our question to read, has man any inhibitions against killing living beings, humans, and animals with whom he identifies to a greater or lesser degree, i.e., who are not complete strangers to him and to whom he is related by affective bonds? There is some evidence that such inhibitions might exist and that a sense of guilt may follow the act of killing. That the element of familiarity and empathy plays a role in the generation of inhibitions against killing animals can easily be detected from reactions to be observed in everyday life. Many people show a definite aversion to killing and eating an animal with which they are familiar or one they have kept as a pet, like a rabbit or a goat. There are a large number of people who would not kill such an animal and to whom the idea of eating it is plainly repulsive. The same people usually have no hesitation in eating a similar animal where this element of empathy is lacking. But there is not only an inhibition against killing with regard to animals that are individually known, but also inasmuch as a sense of identity is felt with the animal as another living being. There might be a conscious or unconscious feeling of guilt related to the destruction of life, especially when there is a certain empathy. This sense of closeness to the animal and need to reconcile oneself to killing it is quite dramatically manifested in the rituals of the bear cult of Paleolithic hunters. J. Maringer, 1952, 16. The sense of identity with all living beings that share with man the quality of life has been made explicit as an important moral tenet in Indian thinking and has led to the prohibition against killing any animal in Hinduism. It is not unlikely that inhibitions against killing also exist with regard to other humans, provided there is a sense of identity and empathy. We have to begin with the consideration that for primitive man the stranger, the person who does not belong to the same group, is often not felt as a fellow man, but as something with which one does not identify. There is generally greater reluctance to kill a member of the same group, and the most severe punishment for misdeeds in primitive society often was ostracism, rather than death. This is still apparent in the punishment of Cain in the Bible. But we are not restricted to these examples of primitive society. Even in a highly civilized culture like the Greek, the slaves were experienced as not being entirely human. We find the same phenomenon in modern society. All governments try, in the case of war, to awaken among their own people the feeling that the enemy is not human. One does not call him by his proper name, but by a different one, as in the First World War when the Germans were called Huns by the British or Boks by the French. This destruction of the humanness of the enemy came to its peak with enemies of a different color. The war in Vietnam provided enough examples to indicate that many American soldiers had little sense of empathy with their Vietnamese opponents, calling them gooks. Even the word killing is eliminated by using the word wasting. Lieutenant Calley, accused and convicted for murdering a number of Vietnamese civilians, men, women, and children, in My Lai, used as an argument for his defense the consideration that he was not taught to look at the soldiers of the NLF, Viet Cong, as human beings but only as the enemy. Whether that is sufficient defense or not is not the question here. It is certainly a strong argument, because it is true and puts into words the underlying attitude toward the Vietnamese peasants. Hitler did the same by calling political enemies he wanted to destroy Untermenschen, subhumans. It seems almost a rule, when one wants to make it easier for one's own side to destroy living beings of the other, to indoctrinate one's own soldiers with a feeling that those to be slaughtered are non-persons. 16. Another way of making the other a non-person is cutting all affective bonds with him. This occurs as a permanent state of mind in certain severe pathological cases, but it can also occur transitorily in one who is not sick. It does not make any difference whether the object of one's aggression is a stranger or a close relative or a friend. What happens is that the aggressor cuts the other person off emotionally and freezes him. The other ceases to be experienced as human and becomes a thing over there. Under these circumstances there are no inhibitions against even the most severe forms of destructiveness. There is good clinical evidence for the assumption that destructive aggression occurs, at least to a large degree, in conjunction with momentary or chronic emotional withdrawal. Whenever another being is not experienced as human, the act of destructiveness and cruelty assumes a different quality. A simple example will show this. If a Hindu or a Buddhist, for instance, provided he has a genuine and deep feeling of empathy with all living beings, were to see the average modern person kill a fly without the slightest hesitation, he might judge this act as an expression of considerable callousness and destructiveness, but he would be wrong in this judgment. The point is that for many people the fly is simply not experienced as a sentient being and hence is treated as any disturbing thing would be. It is not that such people are especially cruel, even though their experience of living beings is restricted. 7. Paleontology. Is man one species? It should be recalled that Lorenz's use of animal data referred to intraspecific aggression and not to aggression between different animal species. The question is, can we be really sure that humans in their relationship to other humans experience each other as cospecifics and hence react with genetically prepared behavior patterns toward cospecifics? Do we not see, on the contrary, that among many primitive peoples even a man of another tribe or living in a neighboring village some miles away is looked upon as a complete stranger or even not human, and hence there is no empathy with him? Only in the process of social and cultural evolution has the number of people who are accepted as being human increased. It seems that there are good reasons to assume that man does not experience his fellow man as a member of the same species, because his recognition of another man is not facilitated by those instinctive or reflex-like reactions by which either smell, form, certain colors, etc., give immediate evidence of species identity among animals. In fact, in many animal experiments, it has been demonstrated that even the animal can be deceived or made to feel uncertain about who are his cospecifics. Precisely because man has less instinctive equipment than any other animal, he does not recognize or identify cospecifics as easily as animals. For him different language, customs, dress, and other criteria perceived by the mind rather than by instincts determine who is a cospecific and who is not, and any group which is slightly different is not supposed to share in the same humanity. From this follows the paradox that man, precisely because he lacks instinctive equipment, also lacks the experience of the identity of his species and experiences the stranger as if he belonged to another species. In other words, it is man's humanity that makes him so inhuman. If these considerations are correct, Lorenz's case would collapse, because all his ingenious constructions and the conclusions he draws are based on aggression among members of the same species. In this case an entirely different problem would arise, namely that of the innate aggressiveness of animals toward members of other species. As far as this interspecific aggression is concerned, the data on animals show, if anything, less evidence that such interspecific aggression is genetically programmed except in cases where the animal is threatened or among predatory animals. Could a case be made for the hypothesis that man is the descendant of a predatory animal? Could we assume that man, although not another man's wolf, is another man's sheep? Is man a predatory animal? Is there any evidence to suggest that man's ancestors were predatory? The earliest hominid who may have been one of man's ancestors is the Ramapithecus, who lived in India about 14 million years ago. 1. The form of his dental arcade was similar to those of other hominids and much more man-like than that of present-day apes. Even though he may have eaten meat in addition to his mainly vegetable diet, it would be absurd to think of him as a predatory animal. The earliest hominid fossils we know after Ramapithecus are those of Australopithecus robustus and the more advanced Australopithecus africanus, found by Raymond Dart in South Africa in 1924 and believed to date from almost 2 million years ago. Australopithecus has been the subject of a great deal of controversy. The great majority of paleoanthropologists today accept the thesis that the Australopithecines were hominids, while a few investigators, such as Dr. Pilbeam and E. L. Simons, 1965, assume that A. africanus is to be considered as the first appearance of Homo. In the discussion of the Australopithecines, much has been made of their use of tools, in order to prove that they were human or at least man's ancestors. Lewis Mumford, however, has convincingly pointed out that the importance of tool-making as sufficient identification of man is misleading and rooted in the bias inherent in the current concept of technics. L. Mumford, 1967. Since 1924 new fossils have been discovered, but their classification is controversial, as well as the question whether Australopithecus was to any considerable extent a meat-eater, hunter, or tool-maker. 2. Nevertheless, most investigators agree that A. africanus was an omnivorous animal, characterized by the flexibility of his diet. B. G. Campbell, 1966, comes to the conclusion that Australopithecus ate small reptiles, birds, small mammal, such as rodents, roots, and fruits. He ate such small animals as he could capture without weapons or setting traps. Hunting, on the contrary, presupposes cooperation and an adequate technique which came into existence only much later and coincides with the emergence of man in Asia around 500,000 BC. Whether Australopithecus was a hunter or not, it is beyond any doubt that the hominids, like their pongid ancestors, were not predatory animals with the instinctual and morphological equipment which characterizes carnivorous predators such as lions and wolves. In spite of this unequivocal evidence, not only the dramatizing Ardrey, but even a serious scholar like D. Freeman has attempted to identify Australopithecus as the paleontological Adam who brought the original sin of destructiveness into the human race. Freeman speaks of the Australopithecines as a carnivorous adaptation, having predatory, murderous, and cannibalistic predilections. Thus paleoanthropology has, during the last decade, revealed a phylogenetic basis for the conclusions about human aggression which have been reached by psychoanalytic research into man's nature. He summarizes, in broad anthropological perspective then, it may be argued that man's nature and skills and, ultimately, human civilization, owe their existence to the kind of predatory adaptation first achieved by the carnivorous Australopithecini on the grasslands of southern Africa in the lower Pleistocene. D. Freeman, 1964. In the discussion following the presentation of his paper, Freeman does not seem to be so convinced, so, in the light of recent paleoanthropological discoveries, the hypothesis has now been advanced that certain aspects of human nature, including possibly aggressivity and cruelty, may well be connected with the special predatory and carnivorous adaptations which were so basic to hominid evolution during the Pleistocene period. This, in my view, is a hypothesis that deserves to be investigated scientifically and dispassionately, for it concerns matters about which we are at present most ignorant. D. Freeman, 1964. Italics added. What, in the paper, was the fact that paleoanthropology revealed conclusions about human aggression has become, in the discussion, a hypothesis that deserved to be investigated. Such investigation is obscured by a confusion to be found in Freeman as well as the works of a number of other authors among predatory, carnivorous, and hunting. Zoologically, predatory animals are clearly defined. They are the families of cats, hyenas, dogs, and bears, and they are characterized as having toes with claws, and sharp canines. The predatory animal finds his food by attacking and killing other animals. This behavior is genetically programmed, with only a marginal element of learning, and furthermore, as has been mentioned before, predatory aggression has a neurologically different basis from aggression as a defense reaction. One cannot even call the predatory animal a particularly aggressive animal, for in its relations with its co-species it is sociable and even amiable, as for instance, we have seen the behavior of wolves. Predatory animals, with the exception of bears that are mainly vegetable feeders and quite unfit for the chase, are exclusively meat eaters. But not all meat-eating animals are predatory. The omnivorous animals that eat vegetables and meat do not for this reason belong to the order of the carnivora. Freeman is aware that the term carnivorous when it is used to refer to the behavior of the hominidae has to have a meaning quite distinct from that which it has when applied to species within the order Carnivora. J. D. Carthy, F. J. Ebling, 1964. Italics added. But why then call hominids carnivorous, instead of omnivorous? The resulting confusion only helps establish the following equation in the mind of the reader: meat eater equals carnivorous equals predatory, ergo, man's hominid ancestor was a predatory animal equipped with the instinct to attack other animals, including other men, ergo, man's destructiveness is innate, and Freud is right. Quod erat demonstrandum. All we may conclude about A. africanus is that he was an omnivorous animal in whose diet meat played a more or less important role and that he killed animals as a source of food if they were small enough. A diet of meat does not transform the hominid into a predatory animal. Furthermore, it is by now a widely accepted fact, expressed by Sir Julian Huxley and others, that diet vegetable or meat has nothing to do with generating aggressiveness. Nothing justifies the assumption that Australopithecus had the instincts of a predatory animal which, provided he was man's ancestor, could be made responsible for predatory genes in man. One, whether or not Ramapithecus was a hominid and a direct ancestor of man is still controversial. Cf. the detailed presentation of the argument in D. Pilbeam, 1970. Almost all paleontological data are based on a good deal of speculation and, hence, are highly controversial. By following one author one may come to a different picture than by following another. However, for our purpose the many disputed details of human evolution are not essential, and as far as the major points of development are concerned, I have tried to present what seems to be the consensus of most students in this field. But even with regard to major stages of human evolution I omit some controversy from the context in order not to make it too burdensome. For the following analysis I have used mainly these works: D. Pilbeam, 1970, J. Napier, 1970, J. Young, 1971, I. Schwadetsky, 1971, S. Tax, ed. 1960, B. Ranch, ed. 1965, A. Rowe and G. C. Simpson, 1958-1967, A. Portman, 1965, S. L. Washburn and P. J., eds. 1968, B. G. Campbell, 1966, and a number of papers, some of which are indicated in the text. 2s. L. Washburn and F. C. Howell, 1960, write that it is very unlikely that the early and small-bodied Australopithecines, who augmented their basically vegetable diet with meat, did much killing, whereas the later and larger forms which probably replaced them could cope with small and or immature animals. There is no evidence to suggest that such creatures were capable of preying on the large herbivorous mammals so characteristic of the African Pleistocene. The same point of view was expressed by Washburn in an earlier paper, 1957, where he wrote that it is probable that the Australopithecines were themselves the game rather than the hunters. Later on, however, he suggested that the hominids, including the Australopithecines, might possibly have been hunters. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. 8. Anthropology. In this chapter I shall present detailed data on primitive hunters and food gatherers, the Neolithic agriculturists, and the new urban societies. In this way the reader is put in a position to judge for him or herself whether the data support the conventional thesis that the more primitive the man, the more aggressive he is. In many cases they are the findings of a younger generation of anthropologists in the last 10 years, and contrasting older views are not yet corrected in the minds of most non-specialists. Man the hunter, the anthropological Adam? If the predatory quality of man's hominid ancestors cannot be made responsible for his innate aggressiveness, can there be a human ancestor, a prehistorical Adam, who is responsible for man's fall? This is what S. L. Washburn, one of the greatest authorities in this field, and his co-authors believe, and they identify this Adam as man, the hunter. Washburn starts from the premise that in view of the fact that man has lived during 99% of his history American Samoa a hunter, we owe our biology, psychology, and customs to the hunters of the time past. In a very real sense our intellect, interests, emotions, and basic social life all are evolutionary products of the success of the hunting adaptation. When anthropologists speak of the unity of mankind, they are stating that the selection pressures of the hunting and gathering way of life were so similar and the results so successful that populations of Homo sapiens are still fundamentally the same everywhere. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968, 1. The crucial question, then, is, what is this psychology of the hunter? Washburn calls it a carnivorous psychology fully developed by the Middle Pleistocene, around 500,000 years ago or even earlier. The worldview of the early human carnivore must have been very different from that of his vegetarian cousins. The interests of the latter could be satisfied in a small area, and other animals were of little moment, except for the few which threatened attack. But desire for meat leads animals to know a wider range and to learn the habits of many animals. Human territorial habits and psychology are fundamentally different from those of apes and monkeys. For at least 300,000 years, perhaps twice that, carnivorous curiosity and aggression have been added to the inquisitiveness and dominance striving of the ape. This carnivorous psychology was fully formed by the Middle Pleistocene, and it may have had its beginnings in the depredations of the Australopithecines. S. L. Washburn and V. Avis, 1958. Washburn identifies the carnivorous psychology with the drive for and pleasure in killing. He writes, "Man takes pleasure in hunting other animals. Unless careful training has hidden the natural drives, men enjoy the chase and the kill. In most cultures torture and suffering are made public spectacles for the enjoyment of all." S. L. Washburn and V. Avis, 1958. Italics added. Washburn insists, man has a carnivorous psychology. It is easy to teach people to kill, and it is hard to develop customs which avoid killing. Many human beings enjoy seeing other human beings suffer or enjoy the killing of animals. Public beatings and torture are common in many cultures. S. L. Washburn, 1959. In the last two statements Washburn implies that not only killing, but cruelty as well, are part of hunting psychology. What are Washburn's arguments in favor of this alleged innate joy in killing and cruelty? One argument is killing as a sport. He speaks of killing as a sport, rather than of hunting, which would be more correct. He writes, perhaps this is most easily shown by the extent of the efforts devoted to maintain killing as a sport. In former times royalty and nobility maintained parks where they could enjoy the sport of killing, and today the United States government spends many millions of dollars to supply game for hunters. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. A related example is, people who use the lightest fishing tackle to prolong the fish's futile struggle, in order to maximize the personal sense of mastery and skill. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. Washburn points to the popularity of war. And until recently war was viewed in much the same way as hunting. Other human beings were simply the most dangerous game. War has been far too important in human history for it to be other than pleasurable for the males involved. It is only recently, with the entire change in the nature and conditions of war, that this institution has been challenged, that the wisdom of war as a normal part of national policy or as an approved road to personal social glory has been questioned. S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. In connection with this, Washburn states, "The extent to which the biological bases for killing have been incorporated into human psychology may be measured by the ease with which boys can be interested in hunting, fishing, fighting, and games of war. It is not that these behaviors are inevitable, but they are easily learned, satisfying, and have been socially rewarded in most cultures. The skills for killing and the pleasures of killing are normally developed in play, and the patterns of play prepare the children for their adult roles." S. L. Washburn and C. S. Lancaster, 1968. Washburn's claim that many people enjoy killing and cruelty is true as far as it goes, but all it means is that there is sadistic individuals and sadistic cultures, but there are others that are not sadistic. One will find, for instance, that sadism is much more frequently to be found among frustrated individuals and social classes who feel powerless and have little pleasure in life, for example the lower class in Rome who were compensated for their material poverty and social impotence by sadistic spectacles, or the lower middle class in Germany from whose ranks Hitler recruited his most fanatical following. It is also to be found in ruling classes that feel threatened in their dominant position and their property too, or in suppressed groups that thirst for revenge. The idea that hunting produces pleasure in torture is an unsubstantiated and most implausible statement. Hunters as a rule do not enjoy the suffering of the animal, and in fact a sadist who enjoys torture would make a poor hunter, nor do fishermen as a rule use the procedure mentioned by Washburn. There is also no evidence for the assumption that primitive hunters were motivated by sadistic or destructive impulses. On the contrary, there is some evidence to show that they had an affectionate feeling for the killed animals and possibly a feeling of guilt for the kill. Among Paleolithic hunters, the bear was often addressed as grandfather or was looked upon as the mythical ancestor of man. When the bear was killed, apologies were offered. Before he was eaten, a sacred meal took place with the bear as an honored guest, before whom were placed the best dishes. Finally the bear was ceremoniously buried. J. Maringer, 1952, 3. The psychology of hunting, including that of the contemporary hunter, calls for extensive study, but a few observations can be made even in this context. First of all, one must distinguish between hunting as a sport of ruling elites, for instance, the nobility in a feudal system, and all other forms of hunting, such as that of primitive hunters, farmers protecting their crops or chickens, and individuals who love to hunt. Elite hunting seems to satisfy the wish for power and control, including a certain amount of sadism, characteristic of power elites. It tells us more about feudal psychology than about the psychology of hunting. Among the motivations of the primitive professional and the modern passionate hunter, at least two kinds must be distinguished. The first have their roots in the depth of human experience. In the act of hunting, a man becomes, however briefly, part of nature again. He returns to the natural state, becomes one with the animal, and is freed from the burden of the existential split, to be part of nature and to transcend it by virtue of his consciousness. In stalking the animal he and the animal become equals, even though man eventually shows his superiority by the use of his weapons. In primitive man this experience is quite conscious. Through disguising himself as an animal, and considering an animal as his ancestor, he makes this identification explicit. For modern man, with his cerebral orientation, this experience of oneness with nature is difficult to verbalize and to be aware of, but it is still alive in many human beings. Of at least equal importance for the passionate hunter is an entirely different motivation, that of enjoyment in his skill. It is amazing how many modern authors neglect this element of skill in hunting, and focus their attention on the act of killing. After all, hunting requires a combination of many skills and wide knowledge beyond that of handling a weapon. This point has been discussed in detail by William S. Laughlin, who also starts out with the thesis that hunting is the master behavior pattern of the human species. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. Laughlin, however, does not even mention pleasure in killing or cruelty as part of the hunting behavior pattern, but describes it in these general terms: hunting has placed a premium upon inventiveness, upon problem solving, and has imposed a real penalty for failure to solve the problem. Therefore it has contributed as much to advancing the human species as to holding it together within the confines of a single variable species. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. Laughlin points out, and this is a very important point to be kept in mind in view of the conventional overemphasis on tools and weapons. Hunting is obviously an instrumental system in the real sense that something gets done, several ordered behaviors are performed with a crucial result. The technological aspects, the spears, clubs, hand axes, and all the other objects suitable for museum display, are essentially meaningless apart from the context in which they are used. They do not represent a suitable place to begin analysis because their position in the sequence is remote from the several preceding complexes. W. S. Laughlin, 1968, 4. The efficiency of hunting is to be understood not on the basis of the advancement of its technical bases, but by the increasing skill of the hunter. There is ample documentation, though surprisingly few systematic studies, for the postulate that primitive man is sophisticated in his knowledge of the natural world. This sophistication encompasses the entire macroscopic zoological world of mammals, marsupials, reptiles, birds, fish, insects, and plants. Knowledge of tides, meteorological phenomena generally, astronomy, and other aspects of the natural world are also well developed among some variations between groups with reference to the sophistication and extent of their knowledge, and to the areas in which they have concentrated. I will here only cite the relevance of this sophistication to the hunting behavior system and to its significance for the evolution of man. Man, the hunter, was learning animal behavior and anatomy, including his own. He domesticated himself first and then turned to other animals and to plants. In this sense, hunting was the school of learning that made the human species self-taught. W. S. Laughlin, 1968. In short, the motivation of the primitive hunter was not pleasure in killing, but the learning and optimal performance of various skills, i.e., the development of man himself. 5. Washburn's argument regarding the ease with which boys can be interested in hunting, fighting, and games of war ignores the fact that boys can be easily induced to any kind of pattern that is culturally accepted. To conclude that this interest of boys in popularly accepted behavior patterns proves the innate character of the pleasure in killing testifies to a remarkably naive attitude in matters of social behavior. Furthermore, it should be noted that there are a number of sports from Zen sword fighting to fencing, judo, and karate in which it is quite obvious that their fascination does not lie in the pleasure to kill, but in the skill they allow to be displayed. Equally untenable is Washburn and Lancaster's statement that almost every human society has regarded killing members of certain other human societies as desirable. Washburn and Lancaster. 1968. This is a repetition of a popular cliché, and the only source offered for it is the paper by D. Freeman, 1964, discussed above, which is biased by the Freudian view. The facts are that, as we shall see further on, wars among primitive hunters are characteristically unbloody, and mostly not aimed at killing. To claim that the institution of war has only recently been challenged is, of course, to ignore the history of a wide range of philosophical and religious teaching, especially that of the Hebrew prophets. If we do not follow Washburn's reasoning, the question remains whether there are other patterns which hunting behavior has engendered. It seems, indeed, that there are two behavior patterns that might have been genetically programmed through hunting behavior: cooperation and sharing. Cooperation between members of the same band was a practical necessity for most hunting societies, so was the sharing of food. Since meat is perishable in most climates except that of the Arctic, it could not be preserved. Luck in hunting was not equally divided among all hunters, hence the practical outcome was that those who had luck today would share their food with those who would be lucky tomorrow. Assuming hunting behavior led to genetic changes, the conclusion would be that modern man has an innate impulse for cooperation and sharing, rather than for killing and cruelty. Unfortunately, man's record of cooperation and sharing is rather spotty, as the history of civilization shows. One might explain this by the fact that hunting life did not produce genetic changes, or that the impulses for sharing and cooperation have become deeply repressed in cultures whose organization discouraged these virtues and instead encourages ruthless egotism. Nevertheless, one might still speculate whether the tendency to cooperate and to share which we find in many societies today outside of the modern industrialized world do not point to the innate character of these impulses. In fact, even in modern warfare, in which the soldier by and large does not feel much hate against his enemy, and only exceptionally indulges in cruelty, we find a remarkable degree of cooperation and sharing. While in civilian life most people do not risk their lives to save another man's life or share their food with others, in war this is a daily occurrence. Perhaps one might even go further and suggest that one of the factors which make war attractive is precisely the possibility of practicing deeply buried human impulses which our society, when at peace, considers in fact, although not ideologically, to be foolish. Washburn's ideas on hunting psychology is only one example of the bias in favor of the theory of man's innate destructiveness and cruelty. In the whole field of the social sciences one can observe a high degree of partisanship when it comes to questions immediately related to actual emotional and political problems. Where the ideology and interest of a society are concerned, objectivity usually yields to bias. Modern society, with its almost limitless readiness for destruction of human lives for political and economic ends, can best defend itself against the elementary human question of its right to do so by the assumption that destructiveness and cruelty are not engendered by our social system, but are innate qualities in man. Aggression and primitive hunters. Fortunately, our knowledge of hunting behavior is not restricted to speculations. There is a considerable body of information about still existing primitive hunters and food gatherers to demonstrate that hunting is not conducive to destructiveness and cruelty, and that primitive hunters are relatively unaggressive when compared to their civilized brothers. The question arises whether we can apply our knowledge of these primitive hunters to prehistoric hunters, at least to those living since the emergence of modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens, about 40,000 to 50,000 years ago. The fact is that very little is known about man since his emergence, and not too much even about H. sapiens sapiens in his hunting-gathering stage. Thus a number of authors quite correctly have cautioned against drawing conclusions from modern primitives as to their prehistorical ancestors. J. Dietz, 1968, 7. Nevertheless, as G. P. Murdoch says, interest in contemporary hunters exists because of the light they may shed on the behavior of Pleistocene man, and most of the other participants in the Symposium on Man the Hunter, R. B. Lee and I. DeVore, eds. 1968, would seem to be in accord with this formulation. Even though we cannot expect prehistoric hunter-gatherers to have been identical to the most primitive contemporary hunters and food-gatherers, it must be considered that, 1. H. sapiens sapiens was anatomically and neurophysiologically not different from man today, and, 2. The knowledge of still existing primitive hunters is bound to contribute to the understanding of at least one crucial problem in regard to prehistoric hunters: the influence of hunting behavior on personality and on social organization. Aside from this, the data on primitive hunters demonstrates that qualities often attributed to human nature, such as destructiveness, cruelty, associability, in short, those of Hobbes's natural man, are remarkably missing in the least civilized men. Before discussing still existing primitive hunters, A few remarks need to be made about the Paleolithic hunter. M.D. Solons writes, in selective adaptation to the perils of the Stone Age, human society overcame or subordinated such primate propensities as selfishness, indiscriminate sexuality, dominance, and brute competition. It substituted kinship and cooperation for conflict, placed solidarity over sex, morality over might. In its earliest days it accomplished the greatest reform in history, the overthrow of human primate nature, and thereby secured the evolutionary future of the species. M.D. Solons, 1960. There are certain direct data on the life of the prehistoric hunter to be found in animal cults which point to the fact that he lacked the alleged innate destructiveness. As Mumford has pointed out, the cave paintings associated with the life of prehistoric hunters did not exhibit any fighting between men. 8. Despite the caution required in making analogies, however, the most impressive data are certainly those of still existing hunters food gatherers. Colin Turnbull, a specialist in this study, has reported, in the two groups known to me, there is an almost total lack of aggression, emotional or physical, and this is borne out by the lack of warfare, feuding, witchcraft, and sorcery. I am also not convinced that hunting is itself an aggressive activity. This is something that one must see in order to realize, the act of hunting is not carried out in an aggressive spirit at all. Due to the consciousness of depleting natural resources, there is actually a regret at killing life. In some cases, this killing may even bear an element of compassion. My experience with hunters has shown them to be very gentle people, and while it is certainly true that they lead extremely hard lives, this is not the same thing as being aggressive. C. M. Turnbull, 1965, 9. None of the other participants in the discussion with Turnbull contradicted him. The most comprehensive description of the anthropological findings of primitive hunters and food gatherers is offered by E. R. Service in The Hunters. E. R. Service, 1966. His monograph includes all such societies, with the exception of those sedentary groups along the northwest coast of North America which exist in a particularly bountiful environment, and those other hunting-gathering societies that become extinct so soon after contact with civilization that our knowledge of them is too fragmentary. 10. The most obvious and probably most crucial characteristic of the hunting-gathering societies is their nomadism, required by the foraging economy which leads to loose integration of families into a band society. As for their needs in contrast to modern man who requires a house, an automobile, clothing, electricity, and so on for the primitive hunter food, and the few devices employed in obtaining it, is the focus of economic life, in a more fundamental sense than it is in more complicated economies. E. R. Service, 1966. There is no full-time specialization of labor other than the age and sex divisions that are found in any family. Food consists to a smaller extent of meat, perhaps about 25%, while the gathering of seeds, roots, fruits, nuts, and berries constitute the main diet, furnished by the work of women. As M. J. Magid says, a vegetarian stress seems to be one of the prime distinguishing features of hunting and fishing, and gathering economics. M. J. Magid, 1964. Only the Eskimos live by hunting and fishing alone, and Eskimo women do most of the fishing. There is broad cooperation of men in the hunt, which is a normal concomitant of the low state of technological development in band society. For several reasons having to do with the very simplicity of the technology and the lack of control over the environment, many hunting-gathering peoples are quite literally the most leisured peoples in the world. E. R. Service, 1966. Economic relations are especially instructive. Service writes, we are accustomed, because of the nature of our own economy, to think that human beings have a natural propensity to truck and barter, and that economic relations among individuals or groups are characterized by economizing, by maximizing the result of effort, by selling dear and buying cheap. Primitive peoples do none of these things, however. In fact, most of the time it would seem that they do the opposite. They give things away, they admire generosity, they expect hospitality, they punish thrift as selfishness. And strangest of all, the more dire the circumstances, the more scarce, or valuable, the goods, the less economically will they behave and the more generous do they seem to be. We are considering, of course, the form of exchange among persons within a society, and these persons are, in band society, all kinsmen of some sort. There are many more kinsmen in a band than there are people in our own society who actually maintain close social relations, but an analogy can be drawn with the economy of a modern family, for it, too, contrasts directly with the principles ascribed to the formal economy. We give food, do we not, to our children? We help our brothers and provide for aged parents. Others do, or have done, or will do, the same for us. At the generalized pole, because close social relations prevail, the emotions of love, the etiquette of family life, the morality of generosity altogether condition the way goods are handled, and in such a way that the economic attitude toward the goods is diminished. Anthropologists have sometimes attempted to characterize the actual transaction with words like pure gift or free gift in order to point up the fact that this is not trade, but barter, and that the sentiment involved in the transaction is not one of a balanced exchange. But these words are not quite evocative of the actual nature of the act, they are even somewhat misleading. Once Peter Frucken was handed some meat by an Eskimo hunter and responded by gratefully thanking him. The hunter was cast down, and Frucken was quickly corrected by an old man, "You must not thank for your meat, it is your right to get parts." In this country, nobody wishes to be dependent on others. Therefore, there is nobody who gives or gets gifts, for thereby you become dependent. With gifts you make slaves just as with whips you make dogs. 11. The word gift has overtones of charity, not of reciprocity. In no hunting-gathering society is gratitude expressed, and, as a matter of fact, it would be wrong even to praise a man as generous when he shares his game with his campmates. On another occasion he could be said to be generous, but not in response to a particular incident of sharing, for then the statement would have the same implication as an expression of gratitude, that the sharing was unexpected, that the giver was not generous simply as a matter of course. It would be right to praise a man for his hunting prowess on such an occasion, but not for his generosity. E.R. Service, 1966. Of particular importance, both economically and psychologically, is the question of poverty. One of the most widespread clichés today is that the love for property is an innate trait in man. Usually the confusion is made between property in instruments one needs for one's work and in certain private items like ornaments, etc., and property in the sense of owning the means of production, that is to say, things through whose exclusive possession other people can be made to work for oneself. Such means of production in the industrial society are essentially machines or capital to be invested in machine production. In primitive society the means of production are land and hunting areas. In no primitive band is anyone denied access to the resources of nature. No individual owns these resources. The natural resources on which the hands depend are collective, or communal, property, in the sense that the territory might be defended by the whole hand against encroachment by strangers. Within the band, all families have equal rights to acquire these resources. Moreover, kinsmen in neighboring bands are allowed to hunt and gather at will, at least on request. The most common instance of apparent restriction in rights to resources occurs with respect to nut or fruit-bearing trees. In some instances, particular trees, or clumps of trees are allocated to individual families of the hand. This practice is more a division of labor, however, than a division of property, for its purpose seems to be to prevent the waste of time and effort that would occur if several scattered families headed for the same area. It is simply to conventionalize the allotted use of the several groves, inasmuch as trees are much more permanently located than game or even wild vegetables and grasses. At any rate, even if one family acquired many nuts or fruits and another failed, the rules of sharing would apply so that no one would go hungry. The things that seem most like private property are those that are made and used by individual persons. Weapons, knives and scrapers, clothing, ornaments, amulets, and the like, are frequently regarded as private property among hunters and gatherers. But it could be argued that in primitive society even these personal items are not private property in the true sense. Inasmuch as the possession of such things is dictated by their use, they are functions of the division of labor rather than an ownership of the means of production. Private ownership of such things is meaningful only if some people possess them and others do not, when, so to speak, an exploitative situation becomes possible. But it is hard to imagine, and impossible to find in ethnographic accounts, a case of some person or persons who, through some accident, owned no weapons or clothing and could not borrow or receive such things from more fortunate kinsmen. E.R. Service, 1966. Social relations among the members of hunting-gathering society are characterized by the absence of what is called dominance among animals. Service states, hunting-gathering bands differ more completely from the apes in this matter of dominance than do any other kinds of human society. There is no peck order based on physical dominance at all, nor is there any superior-inferior ordering based on other sources of power such as wealth, hereditary classes, military or political office. The only consistent supremacy of any kind is that of a person of greater age and wisdom who might lead a ceremony. Even when individuals possess greater status or prestige than others, the manifestation of the high status and the prerogatives are the opposite of ape-like dominance. Generosity and modesty are required of persons of high status in primitive society, and the rewards they receive are merely the love or attentiveness of others. A man, for example, might be stronger, faster, braver, and more intelligent than any other member of the band. Will he have higher status than the others? Not necessarily. Prestige will be accorded him only if these qualities are put to work in the service of the group in hunting, let us say, and if he therefore produces more game to give away, and if he does it properly, modestly. Thus, to simplify a bit, greater strength in ape society results in greater dominance, which results in more food and mates and any other things desired by the dominant one. In primitive human society greater strength must be used in the service of the community, and the person, to earn prestige, must literally sacrifice to do so, working harder for less food. As for the mates, he ordinarily has but one wife just like the other men. It seems that the most primitive human societies are at the same time the most egalitarian. This must be related to the fact that because of rudimentary technology this kind of society depends on cooperation more fully more of the time than any other. Apes do not regularly cooperate and share, human beings do. That is the essential difference. E.R. Service, 1966. Service gives a picture of the kind of authority we find among the hunter-gatherer peoples. In these societies there is of course a need for administration of group action. Administration is the role authority assumes with respect to problems of concerted group action. It is what we ordinarily mean by the word leadership. The necessities for administration of group action and close coordination are varied and numerous in hunting-gathering societies. They would include such usual things as camp movements, a collaborative hunting drive, and particularly any kind of skirmishing with enemies. But despite the obvious significance of leadership in such activities, a hunting-gathering society is, as in other matters, distinctive in that it has no formal leadership of the sort that we see in later stages of cultural development. There is no permanent office of headman. Leadership moves from one person to another depending on the type of activity that is being planned. For example, one very old man might be the favorite for planning a ceremony because of his great ritual knowledge, but another person, younger and more skilled at hunting, might be the normal leader of the hunting party. Above all, there is no leader or headman in the sense usually associated with the word chief. 12, E.R. Service, 1966. This lack of hierarchy and chiefs is all the more noteworthy because it is a widely accepted cliché that such control institutions are to be found in virtually all civilized societies are based on a genetic inheritance from the animal kingdom. We have seen that among chimpanzees the dominance relationships are rather mild, but they are nevertheless there. The social relationships of primitive people show that man is not genetically prepared for this kind of dominance-submission psychology. An analysis of historical society, with 5 or 6,000 years of exploitation of the majority by a ruling minority, shows very clearly that the dominance-submission psychology is an adaptation to the social order, and not its cause. For the apologists of a social order based on control by an elite, it is of course very convenient to believe that the social structure is the outcome of an innate need of man and, hence, natural and unavoidable. The egalitarian society of the primitive shows that this is just not so. The question must arise how primitive man protects himself against asocial and dangerous members, in the absence of an authoritarian or bureaucratic authoritarian regime. There are several answers to this question. First of all, much of the control of behavior is achieved merely in terms of custom and etiquette. But assuming that custom and etiquette did not prevent individuals from asocial behavior, what are the sanctions against them? The usual sanction is a general withdrawal from the culprit and a diminished degree of courtesy toward him. There is gossip and ridicule, in extreme cases, ostracism. If a person constantly misbehaves, and his behavior harms groups other than his own group may even decide to kill him. However, these cases are extremely rare, and most problems are solved by the authority of the older and wiser males in the group. These data clearly contradict the Hobbesian picture of man's innate aggression, which would lead to the war of every man against every man, unless the state monopolized violence and punishment, thus satisfying indirectly the thirst for revenge against the wrongdoers. As Service points out, the fact of the matter, of course, is that band societies are not riven into pieces even though there are no formal adjudicative bodies to hold them together. But although feuds and warfare are relatively rare in band societies, they do consistently threaten, and there must be some way of stopping them or of preventing their spread. Often they begin as mere quarrels between individuals, and for this reason it is important to stop them early. Within a given community, the adjudication of a quarrel between two persons will ordinarily be handled by an elder who is a common relative of them both. It would be ideal if this person were in the same relationship to each one of the quarreling men, for then it would be evident that he would not be so likely to take sides. But of course this is not always the case, nor is it always possible that the person in this kinship status position might want to adjudicate. Sometimes one person is clearly enough in the right and the other in the wrong, or one person popular and the other unpopular, that the public becomes the adjudicator and the case is settled as soon as this common opinion becomes well known. When quarrels are not settled in any of the above ways, then some form of contest is held, preferably a game, that takes the place of an outright battle. Wrestling or head-butting contests are typical forms of quasi-dueling in Eskimo society. It is done in public and the winner is considered by the public to have won his case. Particularly interesting is the famous Eskimo song duel. The weapons used are words, little, sharp words, like the wooden splinters which I hack off with my axe. Song duels are used to work off grudges and disputes of all orders, save murder. An East Greenlander, however, may seek his satisfaction for the murder, if a relative, through a song contest if he is physically too weak to gain his end, or if he is so skilled in singing as to feel certain of victory. Inasmuch as East Greenlanders get so engrossed in the mere artistry of singing as to forget the cause of the grudge, this is understandable. Singing skill among these Eskimos equals or outranks gross physical prowess. The singing style is highly conventionalist. The successful singer uses the traditional patterns of composition which he attempts to deliver with such finesse as to delight the audience to enthusiastic applause. He who is most heartily applauded is winner. To win a song contest brings no restitution in its train. The sole advantage is in prestige. E. A. Hobel, 1954. One of the advantages of the song duel carried on at length is that it gives the public time to come to a consensus about who is correct or who should admit guilt in the dispute. Ordinarily, people have some idea of whose side they are on, but as in most primitive communities, the unanimity of the community as a whole is felt to be so desirable that it takes a while before the people can find out where the majority opinion lies. Gradually more people are laughing a little harder at one of the duelists' verses than at the others until it becomes apparent where the sympathy of the community lies, and then opinion quickly becomes unanimous and the loser retires in discomfiture. Service, 1966. Among other hunting societies, private quarrels are not solved as charmingly as by the Eskimos, but by a spear-throwing duel. When a dispute is between an accuser and a defendant, which is commonly the case, the accuser ritually hurls the spears from a prescribed distance, while the defendant dodges them. The public can applaud the speed, force, and accuracy of the accuser as he hurls his spears, or then can applaud the adroitness with which the defendant dodges them. After a time, unanimity is achieved as the approval for one or the other's skill gradually becomes overwhelming. When the defendant realizes that the community is finally considering him guilty, he is supposed to fail to dodge a spear and allow himself to be wounded in some fleshy part of his body. Conversely, the accuser simply stops throwing the spears when he becomes aware that public opinion is going against him. C. W. M. Hart and A. R. Pilling, 1960. Primitive Hunters, the Affluent Society. A very relevant point, and one even interesting for the analysis of contemporary industrial society, is made by M.D. Solons with regard to the whole question of economic scarcity among primitive hunters and the modern attitude toward the problem of what constitutes poverty. He argues against the premise that led to the idea of the aggressiveness of primitive hunters, namely that life in the Paleolithic period was one of extreme scarcity and constant confrontation with starvation. In contrast, Solons emphasizes that the society of primitive hunters was the original affluent society. By common understanding, an affluent society is one in which all the people's wants are easily satisfied, and though we are pleased to consider this happy condition the unique achievement of industrial civilization, a better case can be made for hunters and gatherers, even many of the marginal ones spared to ethnography. For wants are easily satisfied, either by producing much or desiring little, and there are, accordingly, two possible roads to affluence. Adopting a Zen strategy, a people can enjoy an unparalleled material plenty, although perhaps only a low standard of living. That, I think, describes the hunters. M. D. Solons, 1968, 13. Solons makes some further very pertinent statements. Scarcity is the peculiar obsession of a business economy, the calculable condition of all who participate in it. The market makes freely available a dazzling array of products. All these good things are within a man's reach but never his grasp, for one never has enough to buy everything. To exist in a market economy is to live out a double tragedy, beginning in inadequacy and ending in deprivation. We stand sentenced to life at hard labor. It is from this anxious vantage that we look back on the hunter. But if modern man, with all his technical advantages, still hasn't got the wherewithal, what chance has this naked savage with his puny bow and arrow? Having equipped the hunter with bourgeois impulses and Paleolithic tools, we judge his situation hopeless in advance. Point 14. Scarcity is not an intrinsic property of technical means. It is a relation between means and ends. We might entertain the empirical possibility that hunters are in business for their health, a finite objective, and bow and arrow are adequate to that end. A fair case can be made that hunters often work much less than we do, and rather than a grind the food quest is intermittent, leisure is abundant, and there is more sleep in the daytime per capita than in any other conditions of society. Rather than anxiety, it would seem, the hunters have a confidence born of affluence, of a condition in which all the people's wants, such as they are generally easily satisfied. This confidence does not desert them during hardship. This attitude has been expressed by the philosophy of the Penan of Borneo: if there is no food today, there will be tomorrow. M. D. Solons, 1968. Solons' remarks are important because he is one of the few anthropologists who do not accept the frame of reference and value judgments of present-day society as necessarily valid. He shows to what degree social scientists distort the picture of society's tinder their observation by judging them from what seems to he the nature of economics, just as they come to conclusions about the nature of man from the data, if not of modern man, at least of man as we know him through most of his civilized history. Primitive warfare. Although defensive aggression, destructiveness, and cruelty are not ordinarily the cause of war, these impulses manifest themselves in warfare. Hence some data on primitive warfare will help to complete the picture of primitive aggression. Magid gives a summation of the nature of warfare among the Walbari of Australia, which service states may be accepted as an apt characterization of warfare in hunting-gathering societies generally. Walbari society did not emphasize militarism. There was no class of permanent or professional warriors, there was no hierarchy of military command, and groups rarely engaged in wars of conquest. Every man was, and is still, a potential warrior, always armed and ready to defend his rights, but he was also an individualist, who preferred to fight independently. In some disputes kinship ties aligned men into opposed camps, and such a group may occasionally have comprised all the men of a community. But there were no military leaders, elected or hereditary, to plan tactics and ensure that others adopted the plans. Although some men were respected as capable and courageous fighters and their advice was valued, other men did not necessarily follow them. Moreover, the range of circumstances in which fights occurred was in effect so limited that men knew and could employ the most effective techniques without hesitation. This is still true today even of young bachelors. There was in any case little reason for all-out warfare between communities. Slavery was unknown, portable goods were few, and the territory seized in a battle was virtually an embarrassment to the victors, whose spiritual ties were with other localities. Small-scale wars of conquest against other tribes occurred occasionally, but I am sure that they differed only in degree from intra-tribal and even intra-community fights. Thus the attack on the Wurundjeri that led to the occupation of the waterholes in the Tanami area involved only Wainayaga men, a few score at most, and I have no evidence that communities ever entered into a military alliances, either to oppose other Walbari communities or other tribes. M. J. Magid, 1960. Technically speaking, this kind of conflict among primitive hunters can be described as war. In this sense one may conclude that war has always existed within the human species, and hence, that it is the manifestation of an innate drive to kill. This reasoning, however, ignores the profound differences in the warfare of lower and of higher primitive cultures 15 as well as the warfare of civilized cultures. Primitive warfare, particularly that of the lower primitives, was neither centrally organized nor led by permanent chieftains, it was relatively infrequent, it was not war of conquest nor was it bloody war aimed at killing as many of the enemy as possible. Most civilized war, in contrast, is institutionalized, organized by permanent chieftains, and aims at conquest of territory and or acquisition of slaves and or booty. In addition, and perhaps most important of all, is the frequently overlooked fact that there is no important economic stimulus among primitive hunter-gatherers to full-scale war. The birth-death ratio in hunting-gathering societies is such that it would be rare for population pressure to cause some part of the population to fight others for territorial acquisition. Even if such a circumstance occurred, it would not lead to much of a battle. The stronger, more numerous, group would simply prevail, probably even without a battle, if hunting rights or rights to some gathering spot were demanded. In the second place, there is not much to gain by plunder in hunting-gathering society. All bands are poor in material goods and there are no standard items of exchange that serve as capital or as valuables. Finally, at the hunting-gathering level, the acquisition of captives to serve as slaves for economic exploitation, a common cause of warfare in more modern times, would be useless, given the low productivity of the economy. Captives and slaves would have a difficult time producing more than enough food to sustain themselves. E.R. Service, 1966. The overall picture of warfare among primitive hunter-gatherers given by Service is supported and supplemented by a number of other investigators, some of whom are quoted in the following paragraphs. 16 D. Pilbeam stresses the absence of war, in contrast to occasional feuds, together with the role of example rather than power among the leaders in a hunting society, and the principle of reciprocity and generosity, and the central role of cooperation. D. Pilbeam, 1970. U. H. Stewart comes to the following conclusion concerning territoriality and warfare. There have been many contentions that primitive bands own territories or resources and fight to protect them. Although I cannot assert that this is never the case, it is probably very uncommon. First, the primary groups that comprise the larger maximum bands intermarry, amalgamate if they are too small or split off if too large. Second, in the cases reported here, there is no more than a tendency for primary groups to utilize special areas. Third, most so-called warfare among such societies is no more than revenge for alleged witchcraft or continued inter-family feuds. Fourth, collecting is the main resource in most areas, but I know of no reported defense of seed areas. Primary bands did not fight one another, and it is difficult to see how a maximum band could assemble its manpower to defend its territory against another band or why it should do so. It is true that durian trees, eagle nests, and a few other specific resources were sometimes individually claimed, but how they were defended by a person miles away has not been made clear. U.H. Stewart, 1968. H. Turney High, 1971, comes to similar conclusions. He stressed that while the experiences of fear, rage, and frustration are universal, the art of war develops only late in human evolution. Most primitive societies were not capable of war because war requires a sophisticated level of conceptualization. Most primitive societies could not imagine an organization necessary to conquer or defeat a neighbor. Most primitive wars are nothing but armed melees, not wars at all. According to Rappaport, Turney High's work did not find a very friendly reception among anthropologists because he stressed that secondary accounts of battles written by professional anthropologists were hopelessly inadequate and sometimes downright misleading. He believed that primary sources were more reliable, even when they were by amateur ethnologists generations ago. 17. Quincy Wright's monumental work, 1,637 pages including an extensive bibliography, presents a thorough analysis of warfare among primitive people based on the statistical comparison of the main data to be found among 653 primitive peoples. The shortcoming of his analysis lies in the fact that he is more descriptive than analytical in the classification of primitive societies as well as of different kinds of warfare. Nevertheless, his conclusions are of considerable interest because they show a statistical trend that corresponds to the results of many other authors. The collectors, lower hunters, and lower agriculturalists are the least warlike. The higher hunters and higher agriculturalists are more warlike, while the highest agriculturalists and the pastors are the most warlike of all. Q. Wright, 1965. This statement confirms the idea that warlikeness is not a function of man's natural drives that manifest themselves in the most primitive form of society, but of his development in civilization. Wright's data show that the more division of labor there is in a society, the more warlike it is, and that societies with class systems are the most warlike of all peoples. Eventually his data show that the greater the equilibrium among groups and between the group and its physical environment, the less warlikeness one finds, while frequent disturbances of the equilibrium result in an increase in warlikeness. Wright differentiates among four kinds of war: defensive, social, economic, and political. By defensive war, he refers to the practice of people who have no war in their mores and who fight only if actually attacked, in which case they make spontaneous use of available tools and hunting weapons to defend themselves, but regard this necessity as a misfortune. By social war he refers to people with whom war is usually not very destructive of life. This warfare corresponds to Service's description of war among hunters. Economic and political wars refer to people who make war in order to acquire women, slaves, raw materials, and land or, in addition, for the maintenance of a ruling dynasty or class. Almost everybody reasons, if civilized man is so warlike, how much more warlike must primitive man have been? 18. But Wright's results confirm the thesis that the most primitive men are the least warlike and that warlikeness grows in proportion to civilization. If destructiveness were innate in man, the trend would have to be the opposite. A view similar to Wright's has also been expressed by M. Ginsberg, who writes, "It would seem that war in this sense grows with the consolidation of groups and economic development. Among the simplest peoples we ought to speak rather of feuds, and these unquestionably occur on grounds of abduction of women, or resentments of trespass or personal injury. It must be conceded that these societies are peaceful by comparison with the more advanced of the primitive peoples. But violence and fear of violence are there, and fighting occurs, though that is obviously and necessarily on a small scale. The facts are not adequately known, and if they do not support the view of a primitive idyllic peace, they are perhaps compatible with the view of those who think that primary or unprovoked aggressiveness is not an inherent element of human nature. E. Glover and M. Ginsberg, 1934. Ruth Benedict, 1959, makes the distinction between socially lethal and non-lethal wars. In the latter, the aim is not that of subjugating other tribes to the victor as masters and profiteers, although there was much warfare among North American Indians. The idea of conquest never arose in Aboriginal North America, and this made it possible for almost all these Indian tribes to do a very extreme thing, to separate war from the state. The state was personified in the peace chief, who was a leader of public opinion in all that concerned the in-group and in his council. The peace chief was permanent, and though no autocratic ruler, he was often a very important personage. But he had nothing to do with war. He did not even appoint the war chiefs or concern himself with the conduct of war parties. Any man who could attract a following led a war party when and where he would, and in some tribes he was in complete control for the duration of the expedition. But this lasted only till the return of the war party. The state, according to this interpretation of war, had no conceivable interest in these ventures, which were only highly desirable demonstrations of rugged individualism turned against an outgroup where such demonstrations did not harm the body politic. R. Benedict, 1959. Benedict's point is important because it touches upon the connection of war, state, and private property. Socially non-lethal war is to a large extent an expression of adventurousness and the wish to have trophies and be admired, but it was not invoked by the impulse to conquer people or territory, to subjugate human beings, or to destroy the basis for their livelihood. Benedict comes to the conclusion that elimination of war is not so uncommon as one would think from the writings of political theorists of the prehistory of war. It is a complete misunderstanding to lay this havoc war to any biological need of man to go to war. The havoc is man-made. R. Benedict, 1959. Another outstanding anthropologist, E. A. Hobel, 1958, characterizes warfare among early North American Indians in these terms: they come closer to William James's moral equivalence of war. They release aggressions harmlessly, they provide exercise, sport, and amusement without destruction, and only mildly is there any imposition of desires by one party on the other. E. A. Hobel, 1958. He comes to the general conclusion that man's propensity to war is obviously not an instinct, because it is an elaborate cultural complex. He gives as an interesting example the pacifistic Shoshones and the violent Comanches, who in 1600 were still culturally and racially one. The Neolithic Revolution 19. The detailed description of the life of primitive hunters and food gatherers has shown that man, at least since he fully emerged 50,000 years ago, was most likely not the brutal, destructive, cruel being, and hence not the prototype of man the killer that we find in more developed stages of his evolution. However, we cannot stop there. In order to understand the gradual development of man the exploiter and the destroyer, it is necessary to deal with the development of man during the period of early agriculture and, eventually, with his transformation into a builder of cities, a warrior, and a trader. From the emergence of man, approximately 500,000 years ago, to about 9000 BC, man did not change in one respect: he lived from what he gathered or hunted, but did not produce anything new. He was completely dependent on nature and did not himself influence or transform it. This relationship to nature changed radically with the invention of agriculture and animal husbandry, which occurred roughly with the beginning of the Neolithic period, more precisely, the Proto-Neolithic period as archaeologists call it today, from 9000 to 7000 BC, in an area stretching over 1000 miles from western Iran to Greece, including parts of Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Israel, and the Anatolian Plateau in Turkey. It started later in Central and Northern Europe. For the first time man made himself, within certain limits, independent of nature, by using his inventiveness and skill to produce something beyond that which nature had thus far yielded to him. It was now possible to plant more seed, to till more land, and to breed more animals, as the population increased. Surplus food could be slowly accumulated to support craftsmen who devoted most of their time to the manufacture of tools, pottery, and clothing. The first great discovery made in this period was the cultivation of wheat and barley, which had been growing wild in this area. It was discovered that by putting seed of these grasses into the earth, new plants would grow, that one could select the best seed for sowing, and eventually the accidental crossing of varieties was observed, which produced grains very much larger than the seeds of the wild grasses. The process of development from wild grasses to high-yielding modern wheat is not yet fully known. It involved gene mutations, hybridization, and chromosome doubling, and it has taken thousands of years to achieve the artificial selection by man on the level of present-day agriculture. For man in the industrial age, accustomed to looking down on non-industrialized agriculture as a primitive and rather obvious form of production, the Neolithic discoveries may not seem comparable to the great technical discoveries of our day, of which he is so proud. Yet the fact that the expectation that seed would grow was proved correct by results gave rise to an entirely new concept. Man recognized that he could use his will and intention to make this happen, instead of things just happening. It would not be exaggerated to say that the discovery of agriculture was the foundation for all scientific thinking and later technological development. The second discovery was that of animal breeding, which was made in the same period. Sheep were already domesticated in the 9th millennium in northern Iraq, and cattle and pigs around 6000 BC. Sheep and cattle raising resulted in additional food supply, milk, and a greater abundance of meat. The increased and more stable food supply permitted a sedentary, instead of a nomadic form of life, and led to the construction of permanent villages and towns. 20. In the Proto-Neolithic period, tribes of hunters invented and developed a new settled economy based on the domestication of plants and animals. Although the earliest remains of domesticated plants do not yet much antedate 7000 BC, the standard of domestication reached and the variety of crops grown presupposes a long prehistory of earlier agriculture, which may well go back to the beginning of the Proto-Neolithic, about 9000 BC. J. Mellart, 1967, 21. It took about 2000 to 3000 years before a new discovery was made, necessitated by the need to store foodstuff. The art of pottery. Baskets were made earlier. With the invention of pottery, the first technical invention had been made, which led to the insight into chemical processes. Indeed, building a pot was a supreme instance of creation by man. V. G. Child, 1936, 22. Thus one can distinguish within the Neolithic period itself one aceramic stage, i.e., a period in which pottery had not been invented, and the ceramic stage. Some older villages in Anatolia, such as the older levels of Hosler, were aceramic, while Çatalhöyük was a town that had rich pottery. Çatalhöyük was one of the most highly developed Neolithic towns in Anatolia. Although only a relatively small part has been excavated since 1961, it has already yielded the most important data for the understanding of Neolithic society in its economic, social, and religious aspects. 23. Since the beginning of the excavations, 10 levels have been dug out, the oldest dated c. 6500 BC. After 5600 BC the old mound of Çatalhöyük was abandoned, for what reasons is not known, and a new site was founded across the river, Çatalhöyük West. This appears to have been occupied for at least another 700 years until it also was deserted, without, however, any obvious signs of violence or deliberate destruction. J. Mellart, 1967. One of the most surprising features of Çatalhöyük is the degree of its civilization. Çatalhöyük could afford luxuries such as obsidian mirrors, ceremonial daggers, and trinkets of metal beyond the reach of most of its known contemporaries. Copper and lead were smelted and worked into beads, tubes, and possibly small tools, thus taking the beginnings of metallurgy back into the 7th millennium. Its stone industry in local obsidian and imported flint is the most elegant of the period, its wooden vessels are varied and sophisticated, its woolen textile industry fully developed. J. Mellart, 1967. Make-up sets for women and very attractive bracelets for men and women were found in the burial sites. They knew the art of smelting copper and lead. The use of a great variety of rocks and minerals shows, according to Mellart, that prospecting and trade formed a most important item of the city's economy. In spite of this developed civilization, the social structure seems to have lacked certain elements characteristic of much later stages of evolution. Apparently there was little class distinction between rich and poor. While, according to Mellart, social inequality is suggested by the sizes of buildings, equipment, and burial gifts, this is never a glaring one. Indeed, looking at the plans of the excavated section of the city, one finds that the difference in size of the buildings is very small, and negligible when compared with the difference in later urban societies. Child notes that there is no definitive evidence of chieftainship in early Neolithic villages, and Mellart does not mention any evidence of it from Kittlehweok. There were apparently many priestesses, perhaps also priests, but there is no evidence of a hierarchical organization. While in Kittlehweok the surplus produced by new methods of agriculture must have been large enough to support the manufacture of luxuries and trade, the earlier and less developed of the Neolithic villages produced, according to Child, only a small surplus and hence had an even greater degree of economic equality than that of Kittlehweok. He points out that the Neolithic crafts must have been household industries and that craft traditions are not individual but collective. The experience and wisdom of all the community's members are constantly being pooled, the occupation is public, its rules are the result of communal experience. The pots from a given Neolithic village bear the stamp of a strong collective tradition, rather than of individuality. Besides, there was as yet no shortage of land. When the population grew, young men could go off and start a village of their own. Under these economic circumstances, the conditions were not given for the differentiation of society into different classes, or for the formation of a permanent leadership whose function it would be to organize the whole economy and who would exact their price for this skill. This could happen only later, when many more discoveries and inventions had been made, when the surplus was much greater and could be transformed into capital and those owning it could make profits by making others work for them. Two observations are of special importance from the point of view of aggression. There is no evidence of any sack or massacre during the 800 years of the existence of Kittlehweok so far explored in the excavations. Furthermore, and even more impressive evidence for the absence of violence, among the many hundreds of skeletons unearthed, not a single one has been found that showed signs of violent death. J. Mellart, 1967. One of the most characteristic features of Neolithic villages, including Kittlehweok, is the central role of the mother in their social structure and their religion. Following the older division of labor, where men hunted and women gathered roots and fruits, agriculture was most likely the discovery of women, while animal husbandry was that of men. Considering the fundamental role of agriculture in the development of civilization, it is perhaps no exaggeration to state that modern civilization was founded by women. The earth's and woman's capacity to give birth, a capacity that men lack, quite naturally gave the mother a supreme place in the world of the early agriculturalists. Only when men could create material things by intellect, i.e., magically and technically, could they claim superiority. The mother, as goddess, often identified with Mother Earth, became the supreme goddess of the religious world, while the earthly mother became the center of family and social life. The most impressive direct evidence for the central role of mothers in Kittlehweok lies in the fact that children were always buried with their mother, and never with their father. The skeletons were buried underneath the mother's divan, a kind of platform in the main room, which was larger than that of the father and always had the same location in the house. The burial of children exclusively with their mother is a characteristically matriarchal trait. The children's essential relationship is considered to be to the mother and not to the father, as in the case in patriarchal societies. Although this burial system is an impressive datum in favor of the assumption of the matriarchal structure of Neolithic society, This thesis finds its full confirmation with the data we have on the religion of Çatalhöyük and other excavated Neolithic villages in Anatolia. 24. These excavations have revolutionized our concepts of early religious development. The most outstanding feature is the fact that this religion was centered around the figure of the mother goddess. Mellart concludes, Çatalhöyük and Haslar have established a link, whereby a continuity in religion can be demonstrated from Çatalhöyük to Haslar and so on till the great mother goddesses of archaic and classical times, the shadowy figures known as Cybele, Artemis, and Aphrodite. J. Mellart, 1967. The central role of Mother Goddess can be clearly seen in the figures, wall paintings, and reliefs in the numerous shrines that have been excavated. In contrast to findings in other Neolithic sites, those of Çatalhöyük do not entirely consist of mother goddesses, but also show a male deity symbolized by a bull or, more frequently, by a bull's head or horns. But this fact does not substantially alter the predominance of the Great Mother as the central deity. Among 41 sculptures excavated, 33 were exclusively of goddesses. The 8 sculptures in which a male god is symbolized are virtually all to be understood in reference to the goddess, partly as her sons and partly as her consorts. On one of the older levels, figurines of the goddess were found exclusively. The central role of the mother goddess is further demonstrated by the fact that she is shown alone, together with a male, pregnant, giving birth, but never subordinate to a male. There are some shrines in which the goddess is giving birth to a bull's or a ram's head. Compare this with the typically patriarchal story of the female being given birth by the male, Eve and Athene. The mother goddess is often found accompanied by a leopard, clothed with a leopard skin, or symbolically represented by leopards, at the time the most ferocious and deadly animal of that region. This would make her the mistress of wild animals, and it also indicates her double role as the goddess of life and of death, like so many other goddesses. Mother Earth, who gives birth to her many and receives them again after their individual life cycle has ended, is not necessarily a destroying mother. Yet she sometimes is, like the Hindu goddess Kali. To find the reasons why this development should have taken place requires a lengthy speculation which I must forego. The mother goddess of the Neolithic religion is not only the mistress of wild animals. She is also the patroness of the hunt, the patroness of agriculture, and the mistress of plant life. Mellart makes these summarizing remarks on the role of women in the Neolithic society, including Çatalhöyük. What is particularly noteworthy in the Neolithic religion of Anatolia, and this applies to Çatalhöyük as much as to Haslar, is the complete absence of sex in any of the figurines, statuettes, plastic reliefs, or wall paintings. The reproductive organs are never shown, representations of phallus and vulva are unknown, and this is the more remarkable as they were frequently portrayed both in the Upper Paleolithic and in the Neolithic and post-Neolithic cultures outside Anatolia. 25 It seems that there is a very simple answer to this seemingly puzzling question, for emphasis on sex in art is invariably connected with male impulse and desire. If Neolithic woman was the creator of Neolithic religion, its absence is easily explained and a different symbolism was created in which breast, navel, and pregnancy stand for the female principle, horns and horned animal heads for the male. In an early Neolithic society like that the Çatalhöyük, one might biologically expect a greater proportion of women than men, and this is indeed reflected in the burials. Moreover, in the new economy a great number of tasks were undertaken by the women, a pattern that has not changed in Anatolian villages to this day, and this probably accounts for her social preeminence. As the only source of life she became associated with the processes of agriculture, with the taming and nourishing of domesticated animals, with the ideas of increase, abundance, and fertility. Hence a religion which aimed at exactly the same conservation of life in all its forms, its propagation and the mysteries of its rites connected with life and death, birth and resurrection, were evidently part of her sphere rather than that of man. It seems extremely likely that the cult of the goddess was administered mainly by women, even if the presence of male priests is by no means excluded. J. Mellart, 1967, 26. The data that speak in favor of the view that Neolithic society was relatively egalitarian, without hierarchy, exploitation, or marked aggression, are suggestive. In fact, however, that these Neolithic villages in Anatolia had a matriarchal, matricentric, structure, adds a great deal more evidence to the hypothesis that Neolithic society, at least in Anatolia, was an essentially unaggressive and peaceful society. The reason for this lies in the spirit of affirmation of life and lack of destructiveness which J. Bachofen believed was an essential trait of all matriarchal societies. Indeed, the findings brought to light by the excavation of Neolithic villages in Anatolia offer the most complete material evidence for the existence of matriarchal cultures and religions postulated by J. Bachofen in his work Das Mutterrecht, first published in 1861. By the analysis of Greek and Roman myths, rituals, symbols, and dreams he had achieved something that only a genius could do. With his penetrating analytic power he reconstructed a phase of social organization and religion for which hardly any material evidence was available to him. An American ethnologist, L. H. Morgan, 1870-1877 arrived independently at very similar conclusions on the basis of his study of North American Indians. Almost all anthropologists with a few notable exceptions declared Bachofen's findings to be without any scientific merit. In fact, it was not until 1967 that an English translation of a selection of Bachofen's writings was published. J. Bachofen, 1967. There were probably two reasons for the rejection of Bachofen's theory. First, that it was almost impossible for anthropologists living in a patriarchal society to transcend their social and mental frames of reference and to imagine that male rule was not natural. Freud, for the same reason, arrived at his view of women as castrated men. Second, the anthropologists were so accustomed to believing only in material evidence like skeletons, tools, weapons, etc., that they found it difficult to believe that myths or drama are not less real than artifacts. This whole attitude resulted also in a lack of appreciation for the potency and subtlety of penetrating, theoretical thinking. The following paragraphs from Bachofen's Mutterrecht give an idea of this concept of the matriarchal spirit. The relationship which stands at the origin of all culture, of every virtue, of every nobler aspect of existence, is that between mother and child. It operates in a world of violence as the divine principle of love, of union, of peace. Raising her young, the woman learns earlier than the man to extend her loving care beyond the limits of the ego to another creature, and to direct whatever gift of invention she possesses to the preservation and improvement of the other's existence. Woman at this stage is the repository of all culture, of all benevolence, of all devotion, of all concern for the living and grief for the dead. Yet the love that arises from motherhood is not only more intense, but also more universal. Whereas the paternal principle is inherently restrictive, the maternal principle is universal. The paternal principle implies limitation to definite groups, but the maternal principle, like the life of nature, knows no barriers. The idea of motherhood produces a sense of universal fraternity among all men, which dies with the development of paternity. The family based on father right is a closed individual organism, whereas the matriarchal family bears the typically universal character that stands at the beginning of all development and distinguishes material life from higher spiritual life. Every woman's womb, the mortal image of the earth mother Demeter, will give brothers and sisters to the children of other woman. The homeland will know only brothers and sisters until the day when the development of the paternal system dissolves the undifferentiated unity of the mass and introduces a principle of articulation. The matriarchal cultures present many expressions and even juridical formulations of this aspect of the maternal principle. It is the basis of the universal freedom and equality so frequent among matriarchal peoples, of their hospitality, and of their aversion to restriction of all sorts. And in it is rooted the admirable sense of kinship and fellow feeling which knows no barriers or dividing lines and embraces all members of a nation alike. Matriarchal states were particularly famed for their freedom from internecine strife and conflict. The matriarchal peoples, and this is no less characteristic, assign special culpability to the physical injury of one's fellow men or even of animals. An air of tender humanity, discernible even in the facial expression of Egyptian statuary, permeates the culture of the matriarchal world. J. J. Bachofen, 1967, 27. Prehistoric Societies and Human Nature. This picture of the mode of production and social organization of hunters and Neolithic agriculturalists is quite suggestive in regard to certain psychical traits that are generally supposed to be an intrinsic part of human nature. Prehistoric hunters and agriculturalists had no opportunity to develop a passionate striving for property or envy of the haves, because there was no private property to hold onto and no important economic differences to cause envy. On the contrary, their way of life was conducive to the development of cooperation and peaceful living. There was no basis for the formation of the desire to exploit other human beings. The idea of exploiting another person's physical or psychical energy for one's own purposes is absurd in a society where economically and socially there is no basis for exploitation. The impulse to control others also had little chance to develop. The primitive band society and probably prehistoric hunters since about 50,000 years ago were fundamentally different from civilized society precisely because human relations were not governed by the principles of control and power. Their functioning depended on mutuality. An individual endowed with the passion for control would have been a social failure and without influence. Finally, there was little incentive for the development of greed, since production and consumption were stabilized at a certain level. 28. Do the data on hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists suggest that the passion of possessiveness, exploitation, greed, envy did not yet exist and are exclusively products of civilization? It does not seem to me that such a sweeping statement can be made. We do not have enough data to substantiate it, nor is it likely to be correct on theoretical grounds, since individual factors will engender these vices in some individuals even under the most favorable social circumstances. But there is a great difference between cultures which foster and encourage greed, envy, and exploitativeness by their social structure, and cultures which do the opposite. In the former, these vices will form part of the social character, i.e., of a syndrome to be found in the majority of people. In the latter, they will be individual aberrations from the norm which have little chance to influence the whole society. This hypothesis gains further strength if we now consider the next historical stage, urban development, which seems to have introduced not only new kinds of civilization but also those passions which are generally attributed to man's natural endowment. The Urban Revolution. 29. A new kind of society developed in the 4th and 3rd millennia, BC, which can best be characterized in Mumford's brilliant formulation. Out of the early Neolithic complex a different kind of social organization arose, no longer dispersed in small units, but unified in a large one, no longer democratic, that is, based on neighborly intimacy, customary usage and consent, but authoritarian, centrally directed, under the control of a dominant minority, no longer confined to a limited territory, but deliberately going out of bounds to seize raw materials and enslave helpless men, to exercise control, to exact tribute. This new culture was dedicated, not just to the enhancement of life, but to the expansion of collective power. By perfecting new instruments of coercion, the rulers of this society had, by the 3rd millennium, BC, organized industrial and military power on a scale that was never to be surpassed until our own time. L. Mumford, 1967. How had it happened? Within a short period, historically speaking, man learned to harness the physical energy of oxen and the energy of the winds. He invented the plow, the wheeled cart, the sailing boat, and he discovered the chemical processes involved in the smelting of copper ores, to some extent known earlier, and the physical properties of metals, and he began to work out a solar calendar. As a consequence, the way was prepared for the art of writing and standards and measures. In no period of history till the days of Galileo, writes Child, was progress in knowledge so rapid or far-reaching discoveries so frequent. V.G. Child, 1936. But social change was not less revolutionary. The small villages of self-sufficient farmers were transformed into populous cities nourished by secondary industries and foreign trade, and these new cities were organized as city-states. Man literally created new land. The great cities of Babylonia rose on a sort of platform of reeds, laid crisscross upon the alluvial mud. They dug channels to water the fields and drain the marshes, they built dikes and mounds to protect men and cattle from the waters and raise them above the flood. This creation of tillable land required a great deal of labor, and this capital in the form of human labor was being sunk in the land. V.G. Child, 1936. Another result of this process was that a specialized labor force had to be used for this kind of work, and for cultivating the land necessary to grow food for those others who were specialized in crafts, public works, and trade. They had to be organized by the community and directed by an elite which did the planning, protecting, and controlling. This means that a much greater accumulation of surplus was needed than in the earlier Neolithic villages, and that this surplus was not just used as food reserve for times of need or growing population, but as capital to be used for an expanding production. Child has pointed to another factor inherent in these conditions of life in the river valleys: the exceptional power of the society to coerce its members. The community could refuse a recalcitrant member access to water by closing the channels leading it to his field. This possibility of coercion was one of the foundations upon which the power of kings, priests, and the dominant elite rested once they had succeeded in replacing or, ideologically speaking, representing the social will. With the new forms of production, one of the most decisive changes in the history of man took place. His product was no longer limited to what he could produce by his own work, as had been the case in hunting societies and early agriculture. It is true that with the beginning of Neolithic agriculture man had already been able to produce a small surplus, but this surplus only helped to stabilize his life. When, however, it grew, it could be used for an entirely new purpose. It became possible to feed people who did not directly produce food, but cleared the marshes, built houses and cities and pyramids, or served as soldiers. Of course, such use could only take place when technique and division of labor had reached a degree which made it possible for human labor to be so employed. At this point surplus grew immensely. The more fields were plowed, the more marshes were drained, the more surplus could be produced. This new possibility led to one of the most fundamental changes in human history. It was discovered that man could be used as an economic instrument, that he could be exploited, that he could be made a slave. Let us follow this process in more detail in its economic, social, religious, and psychological consequences. The basic economic facts of the new society were, as indicated above, greater specialization of work, the transformation of surplus into capital, and the need for a centralized mode of production. The first consequence of this was the rise of different classes. The privileged classes did the directing and organizing, claiming and obtaining for themselves a disproportionately large part of the product, that is to say, a standard of living which the majority of the population could not obtain. Below them were the lower classes, peasants, and artisans. Below those were the slaves, prisoners taken as a result of wars. The privileged classes organized their own hierarchy, headed originally by permanent chiefs, eventually by kings, as representatives of the gods who were the nominal heads of the whole system. Another consequence of the new mode of production is assumed to have been conquest as an essential requisite to the accumulation of communal capital needed for the accomplishment of the urban revolution. But there was a still more basic reason for the invention of war as an institution: the contradiction between an economic system that needed unification in order to be optimally effective, and political and dynastic separation that conflicted with this economic need. War as an institution was a new invention, like kingdom or bureaucracy, made around 3000 BC. Then as now, it was not caused by psychological factors, such as human aggression, but, aside from the wishes for power and glory of the kings and their bureaucracy, was the result of objective conditions that made war useful and which, as a consequence, tended to generate and increase human destructiveness and cruelty. 30. These social and political changes were accompanied by a profound change in the role of women in society and of the mother figure in religion. No longer was the fertility of the soil the source of all life and creativity, but the intellect which produced new inventions, techniques, abstract thinking, and the state with its laws. No longer the womb, but the mind became the creative power, and simultaneously, not women, but men dominated society. This change is poetically expressed in the Babylonian hymn of creation, Enuma Elish. This myth tells us of a victorious rebellion of the male gods against Tiamat, the great mother who ruled the universe. They form an alliance against her and choose Marduk to be their leader. After a bitter war, Tiamat is slain, from her body heaven and earth are formed, and Marduk rules as supreme god. However, before he is chosen to be the leader, Marduk has to pass a test, which may seem insignificant or puzzling to modern man, but it is the key to the understanding of the myth. Then they placed a garment in their midst. To Marduk, their firstborn, they said, "Verily, O Lord, thy destiny is supreme among the gods. Command to destroy and to create, and it shall be. By the word of thy mouth let the garment be destroyed. Command again, and let the garment be whole." He commanded with his mouth, and the garment was destroyed. Again he commanded, and the garment was restored. When the gods, his fathers, beheld the efficiency of his word, they rejoiced, and did homage, saying, "Marduk is king." A. Heidel, 1942. The meaning of this test is to show that man has overcome his inability for natural creation, a quality which only the soil and the female had, by a new form of creation, that by the word, thought. Marduk, who can create in this way, has overcome the natural superiority of the mother and hence can replace her. The biblical story begins where the Babylonian myth ends. The male god creates the world by the word. Fromm, 1951a. One of the most significant features of the new urban society was that it was based on the principle of patriarchal rule, in which the principle of control is inherent, control of nature, control of slaves, women, and children. The new patriarchal man literally makes the earth. His technique is not simply modification of the natural processes, but their domination and control by man, resulting in new products which are not found in nature. Men themselves came under the control of those who organized the work of the community, and hence the leaders had to have power over those they controlled. In order to achieve the aims of this new society, everything, nature and man, had to be controlled and had to either exercise or fear power. In order to become controllable, men had to learn to obey and to submit, and in order to submit they had to believe in the superior power, physical and or magic, of their rulers. While in the Neolithic village, as well as among primitive hunters, leaders guided and counseled the people and did not exploit them, and while their leadership was accepted voluntarily, or, to use another term, while prehistoric authority was rational authority resting on competence, the authority of the new patriarchal system was one based on force and power. It was exploitative and mediated by the psychical mechanism of fear, awe, and submission. It was irrational authority. Lewis Mumford has expressed the new principle governing the life of the city very succinctly: to exert power in every form was the essence of civilization. The city found a score of ways of expressing struggle, aggression, domination, conquest, and servitude. He points out that the new ways of the cities were rigorous, efficient, often harsh, even sadistic, and that the Egyptian monarchs and their Mesopotamian counterparts boasted on their monuments and tablets of their personal feats in mutilating, torturing, and killing with their own hands their chief captives. L. Mumford, 1961. As a result of my clinical experience in psychoanalytic therapy, I had long come to the conviction, Fromm, 1941a, that the essence of sadism is the passion for unlimited, godlike control over men and things. 31 Mumford's view of the sadistic character of these societies is an important confirmation of my own. 32. In addition to sadism, the passion to destroy life and the attraction to all that is dead, necrophilia, seem to develop in the new urban civilization. Mumford also speaks of the destructive, death-oriented myth to be found in the new social order, and quotes Patrick Geddes as saying that each historic civilization begins with a living, urban core, the poles, and ends in a common graveyard of dust and bones. a necropolis, or city of the dead, fire-scorched ruins, shattered buildings, empty workshops, heaps of meaningless refuse, the population massacred or driven into slavery. L. Mumford, 1961. Whether we read the story of the Hebrews' conquest of Canaan or the story of the Babylonians' wars, the same spirit of unlimited and inhuman destructiveness is shown. A good example is Sennacherib's stone inscription on the total annihilation of Babylon. The city and its houses from its foundation to its top, I destroyed, I devastated, I burned with fire. The wall and the outer wall, temples and gods, temple towers of brick and earth, as many as they were, I razed and dumped them into the Arachto Canal. Through the midst of that city I dug canals, I flooded its side with water, and the very foundation thereof I destroyed. I made its destruction more complete than that by a flood. Quoted by L. Mumford, 1961. The history of civilization, from the destruction of Carthage and Jerusalem to the destruction of Dresden, Hiroshima, and the people, soil, and trees of Vietnam, is a tragic record of sadism and destructiveness. Aggressiveness in primitive cultures. Thus far we have dealt only with the aggression to be found among prehistorical societies and among still existing primitive hunter-gatherers. What can we learn from other, more advanced yet still primitive cultures? It should be easy to examine this question by consulting a work dealing with aggression on the basis of the vast amount of anthropological data collected. But it is surprising and a somewhat shocking fact that no such work exists. Evidently the phenomenon of aggression has not, so far, been considered of sufficient importance by anthropologists to lead them to summarize and interpret their data from this point of view. There is only the brief paper by Derek Freeman, in which he attempts to give a summary of the anthropological data on aggression in order to support the Freudian thesis. D. Freeman, 1964. Equally short is a summarizing paper by another anthropologist, H. Hellmuth, 1967. Hellmuth presents anthropological data and emphasizes the opposite point of view, the relative absence of aggression among primitive societies. In the following pages I shall offer a number of other studies on aggression in primitive societies, beginning with the analysis of data I undertook from the most accessible anthropological publications. Since the studies in these publications were not made with a selective bias for the viewpoint for or against aggression, respectively, they can be considered a kind of random sample in a very loose sense of the word. Nevertheless, I do not imply that the results of this analysis are in any way statistically valid in terms of the distribution of aggressiveness among primitive cultures in general. My main purpose is clearly not a statistical one, but to demonstrate that non-aggressive societies are not as rare or puny as Freeman and other exponents of the Freudian theory indicate. I also wanted to show that aggressiveness is not just one trait, but part of a syndrome, that we find aggression regularly together with other traits in the system, such as strict hierarchy, dominance, class division, etc. In other words, aggression is to be understood as part of the social character, not as an isolated behavior trait. 33. Analysis of 30 primitive tribes. I analyzed 30 primitive cultures from the standpoint of aggressiveness versus peacefulness. 3 of them were described by Ruth Benedict, 1934, 3413 by Margaret Mead, 1961, 3515, by G. P. Murdoch, 1934, 36 and 1, by C. M. Turnbull, 1965. 37 The analysis of these 30 societies permits us to distinguish 3 different and clearly delineated systems, A, B, C. These societies are not simply differentiated in terms of more or less aggression, or more or less non-aggression, but in terms of different character systems distinguished from each other by a number of traits that form the system, some of which do not have any obvious connection with aggression. 38. System A, Life Affirmative Societies. In this system the main emphasis of ideals, customs, and institutions is that they serve the preservation and growth of life in all its forms. There is a minimum of hostility, violence, or cruelty among people, no harsh punishment, hardly any crime, and the institution of war is absent or plays an exceedingly small role. Children are treated with kindness, there is no severe corporal punishment, women are in general considered equal to men, or at least not exploited or humiliated, there is a generally permissive and affirmative attitude toward sex. There is little envy, covetousness, greed, and exploitativeness. There is also little competition and individualism and a great deal of cooperation. Personal property is only in things that are used. There is a general attitude of trust and confidence, not only in others but particularly in nature, a general prevalence of good humor, and a relative absence of depressive moods. Among the societies falling under this life affirmative category, I have placed the Zuni Pueblo Indians, the Mountain Arapesh and the Bathonga, the Aranda, the Semangs, the Todas, the Polar Eskimos, and the Mbutas. One finds in the System A group both hunters, for instance, the Mbutas, and agriculturists, sheepowners, like the Zunis. In it are societies with relatively abundant food supply and others characterized by a good deal of scarcity. This statement by no means implies, however, that the characterological differences are not dependent on and largely influenced by the differences of the socio-economic structure of these respective societies. It only indicates that the obvious economic factors, such as poverty or wealth, hunting or agriculture, etc., are not the only critical factors for the development of character. In order to understand the connection between economy and social character, one would have to study the total socio-economic structure of each society. System B, non-destructive aggressive societies. This system shares with the first the basic element of not being destructive, but differs in that aggressiveness and war, although not central, are normal occurrences, and in that competition, hierarchy, and individualism are present. These societies are by no means permeated by destructiveness or cruelty or by exaggerated suspiciousness, but they do not have the kind of gentleness and trust which is characteristic of the System A societies. System B could perhaps be best characterized by stating that it is imbued with a spirit of male aggressiveness, individualism, the desire to get things and to accomplish tasks. In my analysis, the following 14 tribes fall under this category: the Greenland Eskimos, the Bakagas, the Ojibways, the Ifugaos, the Manus, the Samoans, the Dakotas, the Maoris, the Tasmanians, the Kazakhs, the Ainus, the Crows, the Incas, and the Hottentots. System C, destructive societies. The structure of the System C societies is very distinct. It is characterized by much interpersonal violence, destructiveness, aggression, and cruelty, both within the tribe and against others, a pleasure in war, maliciousness, and treachery. The whole atmosphere of life is one of hostility, tension, and fear. Usually there is a great deal of competition, great emphasis on private property, if not in material things then in symbols, strict hierarchies, and a considerable amount of war-making. Examples for this system are the Dobas, and the Quaquiotl, the Haidas, the Aztecs, the Wididos, and the Ganda. I do not claim that my classification of each society under these categories is not open to controversy. But whether one agrees or disagrees with the classification of a few societies does not make too much difference, because my main point is not statistical, but qualitative. The main contrast lies between Systems A and B on the one hand, which are both life-affirming, and System C, which is basically cruel or destructive, i.e., sadistic or necrophilous. Examples of the three systems. In order to help the reader to get a better picture of the nature of the three systems, I shall give in the following a more detailed example of a characteristic society for each system. The Zuni Indians, System A. The Zuni Indians have been thoroughly studied by Ruth Benedict, 1934, as well as by Margaret Mead, Irving Goldman, Ruth Bunzel, and others. They live by agriculture and sheep herding in the southwestern United States. Like other Pueblo Indian societies, they inhabited numerous cities in the 12th and 13th centuries, but their history can be followed much further back to its simple beginnings in one-room stone houses, to each of which was attached an underground ceremonial chamber. Economically, they can be said to live in a state of abundance, although their appreciation for material goods is not very high. In their social attitude there is little competition even though there is a limitation of irrigable land. They are organized along matricentric lines, although priests and civil officials are men. Individuals who are aggressive, competitive, and non-cooperative are regarded as aberrant types. Work is done essentially in cooperation, with the exception of sheep raising, which is exclusively a man's occupation. In economic activities rivalry is excluded, again with the exception of sheep raising, where one finds some squabbles, but no deep rivalries. On the whole, little attention is paid to individual achievement. Inasmuch as there is some quarreling, it is mainly caused by sexual jealousy and not in relation to economic activities or possessions. Hoarding is practically unknown. While there are richer and poorer individuals, wealth remains highly fluid, and it is characteristic of the Zuni attitude toward material goods that a man would lend his jewelry willingly, not only to friends but to any member of the society who asks for it. In spite of a certain amount of sexual jealousy, marriages on the whole are lasting, although there is easy divorce. Women are, as one would expect in a matricentric society, in no way subordinate to men. There is a great deal of gift-giving, but in contrast to a number of competitive societies, this does not have the function of emphasizing one's own wealth or of humiliating the one to whom the gift is given, and no attempt is made to maintain reciprocity. Wealth does not remain long in one family, as it is acquired by individual work and industriousness, and exploitation of others is unknown. While there is private ownership of land, litigations are rare and quickly settled. The Zuni system can only be understood by the fact that material things are relatively little valued and the fact that the major interest in life is religious. To put it in another way, the dominant value is life and living itself, not things and their possessions. Songs, prayers, rituals, and dances are the major and most important elements in this system. They are directed by priests who are highly respected, although they do not exercise any censures or jurisdiction. The value of religious life as against ownership and economic success is seen in that officials who have the function of judges in cases of material litigation are not held in great respect, quite in contrast to the priests. Personal authority is perhaps the most rigorously disparaged trait among the Zuni. The definition of a good man is one who has a pleasing address, a yielding disposition and a generous heart. Men never act violently and do not contemplate violence even when the wife is unfaithful. During the initiation period boys are whipped and frightened by kachinas, but in contrast to many other cultures even this initiation is never in any way an ordeal. Murder hardly exists. As Benedict reports from her own observation, there is no memory of homicide. Suicide is outlawed. Themes of terror and danger are not cultivated in their myths or tales. There is no sense of sin, especially in connection with sex, and sexual chastity is generally regarded with disfavor. Sex is considered to be an incident in a happy life, but by no means, as in some other rather aggressive societies, the only source of pleasure. There seems to be some fear connected with sex, but insofar as there is fear, men are afraid of women and of sexual intercourse with them. Goldman mentions the prevalence of the theme of castration fear in a matriarchal society. This indicates man's fear of women rather than, as in Freud's concept, the fear of a punishing father. Is this picture of a system characterized by unaggressiveness, nonviolence, cooperation, and enjoyment of life changed by the fact that one finds also jealousies and quarrels? No society could be characterized as nonviolent and peaceful if it has to live up to an absolute ideal of complete absence of hostility or of any quarrels. But such a point of view is rather naive. Even basically unaggressive and nonviolent people will occasionally react with annoyance under certain conditions, especially those with a choleric temperament. This does not mean, however, that their character structure is aggressive, violent, or destructive. One might even go further and say that in a culture where expressions of anger are as much tabooed as they are in the Zuni culture, sometimes a relatively mild quantity of anger will pile up and be expressed in a quarrel, but only if one is dogmatically attached to the view of man's innate aggression will one interpret these occasional quarrels as indicating the depth and intensity of the repressed aggression. Such an interpretation is based on a misuse of the Freudian discovery of unconscious motivation. The logic of this reasoning is, if a suspected trait is manifest, its existence is obvious and undeniable, but if it is completely absent, this very absence proves its presence. It must be repressed, and the less it shows manifestly, the more intense it must be in order to require such thorough repression. With this method one can prove anything, and Freud's discovery is transformed into a means for empty dogmatism. Every psychoanalyst agrees, in principle, that the assumption that a certain drive is repressed requires that we have empirical evidence for the repression in dreams, fantasies, unintended behavior, and so on. However, this theoretical principle is often neglected in the analysis of persons and of cultures. One is so convinced of the validity of the premise required by the theory that a certain drive exists, that one does not bother to discover its empirical manifestation. The analyst who proceeds this way acts in good faith because he is unaware of the fact that he expects to find what the theory claims and nothing else. In the weighing of the anthropological evidence, care must be taken to avoid this error, without losing sight of the principle of psychoanalytic dialectics that a trend can exist without being consciously perceived. In the case of the Zuni, there is no evidence that the absence of manifest hostility is due to an intense repression of aggression, and hence there is no valid reason to question the picture of an unaggressive, life-loving, cooperative system. Another method of ignoring the data offered by a non-aggressive society is either to ignore them altogether or to maintain that they are of no importance. Thus Freud, for instance, in the famous letter to Einstein, dealt with the problem of peaceful primitive societies in the following way. We are told that in certain happy regions of the earth, where nature provides in abundance everything that man requires, there are races whose life is passed in tranquility, and who know neither coercion nor aggression. I can scarcely believe it, and I should be glad to hear more of these fortunate beings. S. Freud, 1933. I do not know what Freud's attitude would have been if he had known more about these fortunate beings. It seems he never made a serious attempt to inform himself about them. The Manus, System B. The Manus, M. Mead, 1961, are an illustration for a system which is clearly distinguished from System A because the main aim of life is not living and enjoyment, art, and ritual, but the attainment of personal success through economic activities. On the other hand, the system of the Manus is very different from System C, of which the Dobus will be shown as an example. The Manus are not essentially violent, destructive, or sadistic, nor are they malicious or treacherous. The Manus are sea-dwelling, fishing people living in villages built on piles in the lagoons along the south coast of the Great Admiralty Island. They trade their surplus catch with nearby agricultural land dwellers and obtain from them manufactured articles from more distant sections of the archipelago. All their energy is completely dedicated to material success, and they drive themselves so hard that many men die in their early middle age. In fact, it is rare for a man to live to see his first grandchild. This obsession for relentless work is upheld not only because of the fact that success is the main value, but because of the shame related to failure. Not to be able to pay back one's debts is a matter which leads to humiliation of the afflicted individual. Not to have any economic success which promotes a certain amount of capital accumulation puts one in the category of a man without any social prestige. But whatever social prestige a man has won by hard work is lost when he is no longer economically active. The main emphasis in the training of the young is laid upon the respect for property, shame, and physical efficiency. Individualism is enhanced by the fact that relatives compete with each other for the child's allegiance, and the child learns to consider itself valuable. Their marriage code is a strict one, resembling 19th century middle-class morality. The main vices are sex offenses, scandalmongering, obscenity, failure to pay debts, failure to help relatives, and failure to keep one's house in repair. The training for hard work and competition seems to be contradicted by one phase in the life of the young men before their marriage. The young unmarried men form a kind of community, living in a common clubhouse, sharing a common mistress, usually a war prisoner, and their tobacco and betel nut. They live a rather merry, roistering life on the borders of society. Perhaps this interval is necessary to produce a modicum of pleasure and contentment during one period of a male's life. But this idyllic life is interrupted for good by the act of marriage. In order to marry, the young man has to borrow money, and for the first few years of his marriage there is only one goal for him: to repay the debt incurred to his financial backer. He must not even enjoy his wife too much as long as he owes part of her to his sponsor. When this first obligation is met, those who want to avoid failure devote their life to amassing property themselves, which makes them backers of other marriages. This is one condition of their becoming leaders in the community. Marriage itself is largely an economic affair in which personal affection and sexual interests play a small role. The relationship between man and wife remains, as is not surprising under these circumstances, antagonistic, at least for approximately the first 15 years of marriage. Only when they begin to arrange marriages for their children and their dependents does the relationship of couples assume a certain character of cooperation. Energy is so completely devoted to the overriding aim of success that personal motives of affection, loyalty, preference, dislike, and hatred are all barred. It is of crucial importance for the understanding of the system that while there is little love and affection, there is also little destructiveness or cruelty. Even within the fierce competition which dominates the whole picture, the interest is not to humiliate others but only to maintain one's own position. Cruelty is relatively absent. In fact, those who do not succeed at all, who are failures, are left alone, not made the butt of aggression. War is not excluded, but in general it is disapproved of except as a way of keeping young men out of mischief. While war served sometimes for the capture of women for use as prostitutes, on the whole it was considered disruptive of trade and was not a way for success. Their ideal personality was not at all that of a hero but of a highly competitive, successful, industrious, and non-passionate man. Their religious ideas clearly reflect this system. Their religion is not based on the attempt to attain ecstasy or oneness with nature but has purely practical purposes: placating ghosts with slight formal offerings, instituting methods for discovering causes of illness and misfortune and remedying these causes. The center of life in this system is property and success, the main obsession is work, and the greatest fear is failure. It is almost necessary that in such a system, a great deal of anxiety is engendered. But it is important that in spite of this anxiety, no major degree of destructiveness and hostility is part of their social character. There are a number of other societies in the System B group which are less competitive and possessive than the Manus, but I preferred to choose the Manus because this example permits one to delineate more clearly the difference between an individualistic aggressive character structure and the cruel and sadistic character structure in System C. The Dobu, System C. The inhabitants of the Dobu Islands, R. Benedict, 1934, are a good example for System C. While in close vicinity of the Trobriand Islanders, so well known by the publications of Malinowski, their environment and character are entirely different. While the Trobriands live on fertile islands that provide easy and plentiful living, the Doboan Islands, on the other hand, are of volcanic nature with small pockets of soil and poor fishing opportunities. The Doboans are not known among their neighbors for their poverty, however, but for their dangerousness. While they have no chiefs, they are a well-organized group arranged in concentric circles, within each of which specified traditional forms of hostility are allowed. Aside from a matrilineal grouping, the Susu, mother's milk, where one finds a certain amount of cooperation and trust, the Doboans' interpersonal relations have the principle of distrusting everybody as a possible enemy. Even marriage does not lessen the hostility between the two families. A certain degree of peace is established by the fact that the couple live during alternate years in the village of the husband and in the village of the wife. The relationship between husband and wife is full of suspiciousness and hostility. Faithfulness is not expected, and no Doboan will admit that a man and woman are ever together even for the shortest period except for sexual purposes. Two features are the main characteristics of this system: the importance of private ownership and of malignant sorcery. The exclusiveness of ownership among them is characterized by its fierceness and ruthlessness, for which Benedict gives many examples. Ownership of a garden and its privacy is respected to such a degree that by custom, man and wife have intercourse within it. Nobody must know the amount of property anyone has. It is as secret as if it had been stolen. The same sense of ownership exists with regard to ownership of incantations and charms. The Dobas have disease charms which produce and cure illnesses, and each illness has a special charm. Illness is explained exclusively as a result of malevolent use of a charm. Some individuals own a charm which completely controls the production and cure of a certain illness. This disease and cure monopoly for one illness naturally gives them considerable power. Their whole life is governed by magic, since no result in any field is possible without it, and magical formulae, quite aside from those connected with illness, are among the most important items of private property. All existence is cutthroat competition, and every advantage is gained at the expense of the defeated rival. But competition is not, as in other systems, open and frank, but secret and treacherous. The ideal of a good and successful man is one who has cheated another of his place. The most admired virtue and the greatest achievement is Wabuwabu, a system of sharp practices which stresses one's own gains at the expense of another's loss. The art is to reap personal advantage in a situation in which others are victims. This is a system quite different from that of the market, which, in principle at least, is based on a fair exchange by which both sides are supposed to profit. Even more characteristic of the spirit in this system is their treachery. In ordinary relations the Doboan is suave and unctuously polite. As one man puts it, if we wish to kill a man we approach him, we eat, drink, sleep, work and rest with him, it may be for several moons. We bide our time. We call him friend. R. Benedict, 1934. As a result, in the not infrequent case of murder, suspicion falls on those who have tried to be friends with the victim. Aside from material possession, the most passionate desires are in the field of sex. The problem of sex is complicated, if we think of their general joylessness. Their conventions exclude laughter, and make dourness a virtue. As one of them says, in the gardens we do not play, we do not sing, we do not yodel, we do not relate legends. R. Benedict, 1934. In fact, Benedict reports of one man crouching on the outskirts of a village of another tribe where the people were dancing, and he indignantly repudiated the suggestion that he might join. My wife would say I had been happy. R. Benedict, 1934. Happiness for them is a paramount taboo. Nevertheless, this dourness and taboo on happiness or pleasurable activities goes together with promiscuity and with a high estimation of sexual passion and sexual techniques. In fact, the basic sexual teaching by which girls are prepared for marriage is that the way to hold their husband is to keep him sexually exhausted. It seems, in contrast to the Zuni, sexual satisfaction is almost the only pleasurable and exhilarating experience the Doboans permit themselves. Nevertheless, as we would expect, their sexual life is colored by their character structure, and it would seem that their sexual satisfaction carries with it only a modicum of joy and in no way is a basis for warm and friendly relations between man and woman. Paradoxically, they are very prudish and in this respect, as Benedict mentions, as extreme as the Puritans. It seems that, precisely because happiness and enjoyment are tabooed, sex must assume the quality of something bad though very desirable. Indeed, sexual passion can serve as a compensation for joylessness just as much as it can be an expression of joy. With the Doboans it clearly seems to be the former. 39. Summarizing, Benedict states, life in Dobu fosters extreme forms of animosity and malignancy which most societies have minimized by their institutions. Doboan institutions, on the other hand, exalt them to the highest degree. The Doboan lives out without repression man's worst nightmares of the ill will of the universe, and according to his view of life virtue consists in selecting a victim upon whom he can vent the malignancy he attributes alike to human society and to the powers of nature. All existence appears to him as a cutthroat struggle in which deadly antagonists are pitted against one another in a contest for each one of the goods of life. Suspicion and cruelty are his trusted weapons in the strife, and he gives no mercy, as he asks none. R. Benedict, 1934. The evidence for destructiveness and cruelty. The anthropological data have demonstrated that the instinctivistic interpretation of human destructiveness is not tenable. 40 While we find in all cultures that men defend themselves against vital threats by fighting, or by fleeing, destructiveness and cruelty are minimal in so many societies that these great differences could not be explained if we were dealing with an innate passion. Furthermore, the fact that the least civilized societies like the hunter-gatherers and early agriculturalists show less destructiveness than the more developed ones speaks against the idea that destructiveness is part of human nature. Finally, the fact that destructiveness is not an isolated factor, but as we have seen, part of a syndrome, speaks against the instinctivistic thesis. But the fact that destructiveness and cruelty are not part of human nature does not imply that they are not widespread and intense. This fact does not have to be proven. It has been shown by many students of primitive society. 41 Although it is important to keep in mind that these data refer to more developed or deteriorated primitive societies and not to the most primitive ones, the hunter-gatherers. Unfortunately, we ourselves have been and still are witnesses of such extraordinary acts of destruction and cruelty that we need not even look at the historical record. In view of this, I shall not cite the ample material on human destructiveness which is familiar, while the newer findings about hunter-gatherers and early Neolithic agriculturalists needed to be quoted extensively because they are relatively little known except among specialists. I want to caution the reader in two respects. First, much confusion arises because of the use of the word primitive for pre-civilized cultures of very different kinds. What they have in common is the lack of a written language, of an elaborate technique, of the use of money, but with regard to their economic, social, and political structure, primitive societies differ radically from each other. In fact, there is no such thing as primitive societies except as an abstraction, but only various types of primitive societies. Lack of destructiveness is characteristic for hunter-gatherers and is to be found in some more highly developed primitive societies, while in many others and in civilized societies destructiveness dominates the picture, and not peacefulness. Another error against which I want to caution is to ignore the spiritual and religious meaning and motivation of actually destructive and cruel acts. Let us consider one drastic example, the sacrifice of children, as it was practiced in Canaan at the time of the Hebrew conquest and in Carthage down to its destruction by the Romans, in the 3rd century BC. Were these parents motivated by the destructive and cruel passion to kill their own children? Surely this is very unlikely. The story of Abraham's attempt to sacrifice Isaac, a story meant to speak against sacrifice of children, movingly emphasizes Abraham's love for Isaac. Nevertheless, Abraham does not waver in his decision to kill his son. Quite obviously, we deal here with a religious motivation which is stronger than even the love for the child. The man in such a culture is completely devoted to his religious system, and he is not cruel, even though he appears so to a person outside the system. It may help to see this point if we think of a modern phenomenon which can be compared with child sacrifice, that of war. Take the First World War. A mixture of economic interests, ambition, and vanity on the part of the leaders, and a good deal of stupid blundering on all sides brought about the war. But once it had broken out, or even a little bit earlier, it became a religious phenomenon. The state, the nation, national honor, became the idols, and both sides voluntarily sacrificed their children to these idols. A large percentage of the young men of the British and of the German upper classes which are responsible for the war were wiped out in the early days of the fighting. Surely they were loved by their parents. Yet, especially for those who were most deeply imbued with the traditional concepts, their love did not make them hesitate in sending their children to death, nor did the young ones who were going to die have any hesitation. The fact that, in the case of child sacrifice, the father kills the child directly while, in the case of war, both sides have an arrangement to kill each other's children makes little difference. In the case of war, those who are responsible for it know what is going to happen, yet the power of the idols is greater than the power of love for their children. One phenomenon that has often been quoted as a proof of man's innate destructiveness is that of cannibalism. Much has been made by the defenders of the thesis of man's innate destructiveness of findings which seem to indicate that even the most primitive form of man, Peking man, around 500,000 BC, was a cannibal. What are the facts? The fragments of 40 skulls were found in Chukoutian, assumed to have belonged to the most primitive Homo known, Peking man. Hardly any other bones were found. The skulls were mutilated at the base, which suggests that the brain had been extracted. The further conclusion was made that the brain was eaten, and hence that the Chukoutian findings prove that the earliest man known of was a cannibal. However, none of these conclusions have been proved. We do not even know who killed the men whose skulls were found, for what purpose, and whether this was the exception or a typical case. Mumford, 1967, has stressed the point convincingly, as has also K.J. Nahr, 1961, that these conjectures are nothing but speculations. Whatever the facts about Peking man are, the widespread later cannibalism, as L. Mumford states, especially in Africa and New Guinea, cannot be taken as proof for cannibalism among man at a lower stage. This is the same problem we have found in the phenomenon that the most primitive men are less destructive than the more developed and, incidentally, also have a more advanced form of religion than many more developed primitives. K.J. Nahr, 1961. Among the many speculations about the meaning of the possible extraction of the brain in Peking man, one deserves special attention, i.e., the assumption that we deal here with a ritualistic act in which the brain was not eaten for nourishment but as sacred food. A.C. Blanc in his study of ideologies in early man has pointed out, like the previously mentioned authors, that we know almost nothing of the religious ideas of Peking man, but that it is possible to think of him as the first one to practice ritualistic cannibalism. A.C. Blanc, 1961, 42. Blanc suggests a possible connection between the findings in Chukoutian and findings in Monte Circio of Neanderthal skulls that showed a mutilation of the base of the skull in order to extract the brain. He believes that there is enough evidence available now to permit the conclusion that we deal here with a ritualistic act. Blanc points out that these mutilations are identical with those produced by headhunters in Borneo and Melanesia, where headhunting clearly has a ritualistic meaning. It is interesting that these tribes, as Blanc states, are not particularly bloodthirsty or aggressive and have rather high morals. A.C. Blanc, 1961. All these data lead to the conclusion that our knowledge of Peking man's cannibalism is nothing more than a plausible construction, and if true, we deal most likely with a ritualistic phenomenon, entirely different from most of the destructive and non-ritualistic cannibalism in Africa, South America, and New Guinea. M. R. Davey, 1929. The rarity of prehistorical cannibalism is clearly indicated by the fact that E. Volhard, in his monograph Cannibalismus, had stated that no valid evidence for the existence of early cannibalism had yet been observed, and that he changed his mind only in 1942 when Blanc showed him the evidence of the Monte Circio skull. Reported by A.C. Blanc, 1961. In headhunting we also find ritualistic motives, like those in ritualistic cannibalism. To what extent headhunting changes from a religiously meaningful ritual to behavior generated by sadism and destructiveness deserves much more examination than has been devoted to this problem so far. Torture is perhaps much more rarely a ritualistic performance than an expression of sadistic impulses, whether it occurs in a primitive tribe or in a lynch mob today. All these phenomena of destructiveness and cruelty require for their understanding an appreciation of the religious motivation that may be present rather than a destructive or cruel one. But this distinction finds little understanding in a culture in which there is little awareness of the intensity of strivings for non-practical, non-material goals, and of the power of spiritual and moral motivation. However, even if a better understanding of many instances of destructive and cruel behavior will reduce the incidence of destructiveness and cruelty as psychical motivations, the fact remains that enough instances remain to suggest that man, in contrast to virtually all mammals, is the only primate who can feel intense pleasure in killing and torturing. I believe I have demonstrated in this chapter that this destructiveness is neither innate, nor part of human nature, and that it is not common to all men. The question of what other and specifically human conditions are responsible for this potential viciousness of man will be discussed and I hope at least to some extent answered in the following chapters. Part 3. The varieties of aggression and destructiveness and their respective conditions. 9. Benign aggression. Preliminary remarks. The evidence presented in the previous chapter has led to the conclusion that defensive aggressiveness is built in the animal and human brain and serves the function of defense against threats to vital interests. If human aggression were more or less at the same level as that of other mammals, particularly that of our nearest relative, the chimpanzee-human society would be rather peaceful and nonviolent. But this is not so. Man's history is a record of extraordinary destructiveness and cruelty, and human aggression, it seems, far surpasses that of man's animal ancestors, and man is, in contrast to most animals, a real killer. How are we to explain this hyperaggression in man? Does it have the same source as animal aggression, or is man endowed with some other specifically human potential for destructiveness? An argument can be made for the first assumption by pointing out that animals, too, exhibit extreme and vicious destructiveness when the environmental and social balance is disturbed, although this occurs only as an exception, for instance, under conditions of crowding. It could be concluded that man is so much more destructive because he has created conditions like crowding or other aggression-producing constellations that have become normal rather than exceptional in his history. Hence, man's hyperaggression is not due to a greater aggressive potential but to the fact that aggression-producing conditions are much more frequent for humans than for animals living in their natural habitat. Point 1. This argument is valid as far as it goes. It is also important, because it leads to a critical analysis of man's condition in history. It suggests that man, during most of his history, has lived in a zoo and not in the wild, i.e., under the condition of liberty conducive to human growth and well-being. Indeed, most data about man's nature are basically of the same order as Zuckerman's original data on the Monkey Hill baboons in the London Zoo. S. Zuckerman, 1932. But the fact remains that man often acts cruelly and destructively even in situations that do not include crowding. Destructiveness and cruelty can cause him to feel intense satisfaction. Masses of men can suddenly be seized by lust for blood. Individuals and groups may have a character structure that makes them eagerly wait for or create situations that permit the expression of destructiveness. Animals, on the other hand, do not enjoy inflicting pain and suffering on other animals, nor do they kill for nothing. Sometimes an animal seems to exhibit sadistic behavior, for instance, a cat playing with a mouse, but it is an anthropomorphic interpretation to assume that the cat enjoys the suffering of the mouse. Any fast-moving object can serve as a plaything, whether it is a mouse or a ball of wool. Or, to take another example, Lawrence reports an incident of two doves caged together in too close confinement. The stronger one flayed the other alive, feather by feather, until Lawrence came and separated them. But here again, what might seem a manifestation of unrestricted cruelty is really a reaction to the deprivation of space and falls under the category of defensive aggression. The wish to destroy for the sake of destruction is different. Only man seems to take pleasure in destroying life without any reason or purpose other than that of destroying. To put it more generally, only man appears to be destructive beyond the aim of defense or of attaining what he needs. The thesis to be developed in this chapter is that man's destructiveness and cruelty cannot be explained in terms of animal heredity or in terms of a destructive instinct, but must be understood on the basis of those factors by which man differs from his animal ancestors. The problem is to examine in what manner and to what degree the specific conditions of human existence are responsible for the quality and intensity of man's lust for killing and torturing. Point 2. Even to the degree that man's aggressiveness has the same defensive character as the animals, it is much more frequent, for reasons that lie in the human condition. This chapter will deal first with man's defensive aggression and then with what is unique in man. If we agree to call aggression all acts that cause, and are intended to cause, damage to another person, animal, or inanimate object. The most fundamental distinction among all kinds of impulses subsumed under the category of aggression is that between biologically adaptive, life-serving, benign aggression and biologically non-adaptive, malignant aggression. This distinction has already been mentioned in the discussion of the neurophysiological aspects of aggression. To sum up briefly, biologically adaptive aggression is a response to threats to vital interests. It is phylogenetically programmed, it is common to animals and men, it is not spontaneous or self-increasing but reactive and defensive, it aims at the removal of the threat, either by destroying or by removing its source. Biologically non-adaptive, malignant aggression, i.e., destructiveness and cruelty, is not a defense against a threat, it is not phylogenetically programmed, it is characteristic only of man, it is biologically harmful because it is socially disruptive. Its main manifestations, killing and cruelty, are pleasureful without needing any other purpose. It is harmful not only to the person who is attacked but also to the attacker. Malignant aggression, though not an instinct, is a human potential rooted in the very conditions of human existence. The distinction between biologically adaptive aggression and biologically non-adaptive aggression ought to help to clarify a confusion in the whole discussion of human aggression. Those who explain the frequency and intensity of human aggression as being due to an innate trait of human nature often force their opponents, who have refused to relinquish the hope for a peaceful world, to minimize the degree of man's destructiveness and cruelty. Thus the defenders of hope have often been driven into taking a defensive and over-optimistic view of man. The distinction between defensive and malignant aggression makes this unnecessary. It only implies that the malignant part of man's aggression is not innate, and hence not ineradicable, but it admits that malignant aggression is a human potential and more than a learned pattern of behavior that readily disappears when new patterns are introduced. Part 3 will examine the nature of and conditions for both benign and malignant aggression, while dealing at much greater length with the latter. Before starting, I want to remind the reader that in contrast to behaviorist theory, the following analysis of all types of aggression has as its subject matter aggressive impulses, regardless of whether or not they are expressed in aggressive behavior. Pseudo-aggression. By pseudo-aggression I refer to those aggressive acts that may cause harm, but are not intended to do so. Accidental aggression. The most obvious example of pseudo-aggression is accidental, unintended aggression, i.e., an aggressive act that hurts another person, but was not intended to do any harm. The classical example for this type of aggression is the firing of a gun which accidentally hurts or kills a bystander. Psychoanalysis has somewhat reduced the simplicity of the legal definition of accidental acts by introducing the concept of unconscious motivation, so that one can raise the question of whether what appears to be accidental was not unconsciously intended by the aggressor. This consideration would decrease the number of cases that fall under the category of unintended aggression, but it would be a purely dogmatic oversimplification to assume that every accidental aggression is due to unconscious motives. Playful aggression. Playful aggression has as its aim the exercise of skill. It does not aim at destruction or harm, and it is not motivated by hate. While fencing, sword fighting, and archery developed from the need to kill an enemy in defense or attack, their original function has been almost completely lost, and they have become an art. This art is practiced, for instance, in Zen Buddhist sword fighting, which requires great skill, complete control of the whole body, complete concentration, qualities it shares with an art apparently as completely different as that of the tea ceremony. A Zen master of sword fighting does not harbor the wish to kill or destroy, nor has he any hate. He makes the proper movement, and if the opponent is killed, it is because the latter stood in the wrong place. 3. A classic psychoanalyst may argue that unconsciously the sword fighter is motivated by hate and the wish to destroy his opponent. This is his privilege, but he would show little grasp of the spirit of Zen Buddhism. The bow and arrow were also once weapons of attack and defense with an aim to destroy, but today the art of archery is a pure exercise in skill, as is shown so instructively in E. Harrigel's little book Zen in the Art of Archery, 1953. In Western culture we find the same phenomenon, that fencing and sword fighting have become a sport. Though these may not involve the spiritual aspects of Zen art, they also represent a kind of fighting without the intention to harm. Similarly, among primitive tribes we also frequently find fighting that seems to be largely a display of skill and only in a minor way an expression of destructiveness. Self-assertive aggression. By far the most important case of pseudo-aggression is that which is more or less equivalent to self-assertion. It is aggression in the literal sense of its root aggredi, from ad gradi, gradus means step and ad, toward, which means to move, go, step, forward, just as regression, from regredi, means to move backward. Aggredi, or in the now obsolete English form to aggress, is an intransitive verb. One can aggress, i.e., move forward, but one cannot aggress somebody, in the sense that one can attack somebody. The word aggress must early have assumed the meaning of attack, since, in war, moving forward was usually the beginning of an attack. To be aggressive, in its original meaning of aggressing, can be defined as moving forward toward a goal without undue hesitation, doubt, or fear. The concept of assertive aggression seems to find some confirmation in observations made of the link between the male hormone and aggression. A number of experiments have shown that male hormones tend to generate aggressive behavior. For an answer to the question why this should be so, we must consider that one of the most basic differences between male and female is the difference in function during the sexual act. The anatomic and physiological conditions of male sexual functioning require that the male be capable of piercing the hymen of the virgin, that he should not be deterred by the fear, hesitation, or even resistance she might manifest. In animals, the male must hold the female in position during the act of mounting. Since the male capacity to function sexually is a basic requirement for the survival of the species, one might expect that nature has endowed the male with some special aggressive potential. This expectation appears to be borne out by a number of data. Many experiments have been made to study the connection between aggression and either the castration of the male or the effects of injecting male hormones into a castrated male. The basic studies in this field were done in the 40s. One of the classic experiments is that described by Beeman. He showed that when adult male mice, 25 days old, were castrated, sometime after the operation they no longer fought as they did before castration, but instead behaved peacefully. However, if the same animal were then administered male hormones, they began fighting again, stopping once more when the male hormone was withdrawn. Beeman could also demonstrate, however, that the mice did not stop fighting if they were not given a rest after the operation, but were conditioned to a continued daily routine of fighting. E. A. Beeman, 1947. This indicates that the male hormone was a stimulation for fighting behavior, but not a condition without which it could not occur. Similar experiments have also been done with chimpanzees by G. Clark and H. G. Bird, 1946. The result was that the male hormone raised the level of aggressiveness, dominance, and the female hormone lowered it. Later experiments, for instance, those reported by E. B. Sig, confirm the older work of Beeman and others. Sig comes to the conclusion, it may be stated that the precipitation of aggressive behavior in isolated mice is probably based on multi-hormonal imbalance lowering the threshold to the aggression-eliciting trigger stimulus. The male gonadal hormones are critically involved in this response, whereas other endocrine changes, adrenocortical, adrenomedullary and thyroid, may be contributory and consequential. Escaratini and E. Bisig, ed. 1969. Of the other papers in the same volume dealing with the problem of the relationship of sex hormones and aggression, I want to mention only one more study, that by K. M. J. Lagerspetz. He reports on experiments that tend to demonstrate that in mice conditioned to be highly aggressive, both mounting and copulation were totally inhibited, while in mice conditioned to be non-aggressive, sexual behavior was not inhibited. The author concludes that these results suggest that these two types of behavior are alternatives which can be selectively inhibited and reinforced, and they do not substantiate the belief that aggressive and sexual behavior are due to a common arousal which is further channeled by environmental stimuli. K. M. J. Lagerspetz, 1969. Such a conclusion contradicts the assumption that aggressive impulses contribute to male sexual impulses. It is outside my competence to evaluate this apparent contradiction. I shall, however, offer a hypothetical suggestion a little further on in the text. Another possible basis for the assumption of a connection between maleness and aggression are the findings and speculations on the nature of the Y chromosome. The female carries two sex chromosomes, XX, the male pair of sex chromosomes consists of one X and one Y, XY. However, in the process of cell division abnormal developments can occur, the most important one from the standpoint of aggression being a male who has one X and two Y chromosomes, XYY. There are other constellations having an extra sex chromosome which do not interest us here. XYY individuals seem to show certain physical abnormalities. They are usually above average in height, rather dull, and with a relatively high incidence of epileptic and epileptiform conditions. The feature that interests us here is that they may also show an extraordinary amount of aggressiveness. This assumption was first made on the basis of a study of mentally abnormal, violent and dangerous inmates in a special security institution in Edinburgh, P. A. Jacobs et al., 1965. 7 of the 197 males were of an XYY constitution, 3.5 per 1,000, which is probably a significantly higher percentage than that found in the general population. 0.5 After the publication of this work, about a dozen other studies have been made whose results tend to confirm and enlarge upon those of the first 1.6. These studies, however, do not permit any definite conclusions, and assumptions based on them must await confirmation by research done on larger samples and using more refined methods. 7. Male aggression has usually been understood in the literature as not different from what is generally called aggression, that is, attacking behavior aimed at doing damage to another person. But if this were the nature of male aggression, it would be very puzzling from a biological standpoint. What could be the biological function of a hostile, damaging male attitude toward the female? It would be disruptive to the elementary bond of male-female relationship, and still more importantly from a biological standpoint, it would tend to damage the female, on whom rests the responsibility of bearing and rearing children. 8 While it is true that under certain constellations, especially those of patriarchal dominance and exploitation of women, a deep antagonism develops between the sexes, it would be inexplicable why such antagonism should be desirable from a biological standpoint, and that it should have developed as a result of the evolutionary process. On the other hand, as I remarked before, it is biologically necessary for the male to have a capacity for moving forward and of overcoming obstacles. This, however, is not in itself a hostile or attacking behavior, it is self-assertive aggression. That male aggression is basically different from destructiveness or cruelty is confirmed by the fact that there is no evidence whatsoever that would lead to the assumption that women are less destructive or cruel than men. This view would seem also to explain some of the difficulties implied in the previously cited experiment by Lagerspetz, who found that mice showing a high degree of fighting behavior had no interest in copulation. KMJ Lagerspetz, 1969. If aggression in the sense in which it is generally used were part of male sexuality, or even stimulated it, we should expect the opposite result. The apparent contradiction between Lagerspetz's experiments and those of other authors seems to find a simple solution if we differentiate between hostile aggression and aggression in the sense of moving forward. The fighting mice, we can assume, are in a hostile, attacking mood that excludes sexual stimulation. On the other hand, the administration of male hormones in the other experiments does not generate hostility but the tendency to move forward and hence to reduce inhibitions of normal fighting behavior. Lagerspetz's thesis is borne out by observation of normal human behavior. People in a state of anger and hostility have little sexual appetite and sexual stimuli do not greatly affect them. I am speaking here of hostile angry, attacking tendencies, and not of sadism, which is, indeed, compatible and often blended with sexual impulses. In brief, anger, i.e., basically defensive aggression, weakens sexual interest, sadistic and masochistic impulses, while not generated by sexual behavior, are compatible with it, or stimulating. Self-assertive aggression is not restricted to sexual behavior. It is a basic quality required in many life situations, such as in the behavior of a surgeon and of a mountain climber, and in most sports, it is also a quality necessary for the hunter. A successful salesman also needs this type of aggression, and this is expressed when one speaks of an aggressive salesman. In all these situations, successful performance is possible only when the person involved is endowed with unimpeded self-assertion, that is, if he can pursue his aim with determination and without being deterred by obstacles. Of course, this quality is also necessary in a person who attacks an enemy. A general lacking in aggressiveness in this sense will be a hesitant and poor officer. An attacking soldier who lacks it will easily retreat. But one must differentiate between aggression with the aim to damage and the self-assertive aggression that only facilitates the pursuit of a goal, whether it is to damage or to create. In animal experiments where the injection of male hormones renews or increases the fighting capacity of the animal, one has to distinguish carefully between two possible interpretations: 1, that the hormones generate rage and aggression, and 2, that they increase the self-assertion of the animal in pursuing its already existing hostile aims that were integrated by other sources. In reviewing the experiments on the influence of male hormones on aggression, my impression is that both interpretations are possible, but for biological reasons the second seems more likely. Further experiments focused on this difference will probably offer convincing evidence for the one or the other hypothesis. The connection between self-assertion, aggression, male hormones, and possibly Y chromosomes suggests the possibility that men may be equipped with more self-assertive aggression than women and make better generals, surgeons, or hunters, while women may be more protective and caring and make better physicians and teachers. No conclusion can be drawn, of course, from the behavior of women today, since it is largely the result of the existing patriarchal order. Furthermore, the whole question would have a purely statistical and not an individual significance. Many men lack self-assertive aggressiveness, and many women perform excellently those tasks that require it. Obviously, there is not a simple relationship between maleness and the self-assertive aggressiveness, but a highly complex one about whose details we know almost nothing. This is no surprise to the geneticist who knows that a genetic disposition can be translated into a certain type of behavior, but can be understood only in terms of its interconnection with other genetic dispositions and with the total life situation into which a person is born and has to live. It must furthermore be considered that self-assertive aggression is a necessary quality for survival and not only for the performance of the particular activities mentioned above, hence it is a biologically reasonable assumption that all human beings are endowed with it, and not only men. Whether the specific male aggression affects only sexual behavior or, on the other hand, whether the phenomenon of the inherent bisexuality of men and women takes sufficient care of female assertive aggression must remain idle speculation until a great many more empirical data on the influence of male hormones and chromosomes are available. There is, however, one important fact that has been pretty well established clinically. The person with an unimpeded self-assertive aggression tends, in general, to be less hostile in a defensive sense than the person whose self-assertion is defective. This holds true both for defensive aggression and for malignant aggression like sadism. The reasons for this are easy to see. As to the first, defensive aggression is a response to a threat. The person with unimpeded self-assertive aggression feels less easily threatened and, hence, is less readily in a position of having to react with aggression. The sadistic person is sadistic because he is suffering from an impotence of the heart, from the incapacity to move the other, to make him respond, to make oneself a loved person. He compensates for that impotence with the passion to have power over others. Since self-assertive aggression enhances the person's capacity for achieving his aims, its possession greatly diminishes the need for sadistic control. Point 9. As a final observation on self-assertive aggression, I would indicate that the degree to which it is developed in a given person is of great significance for his whole character structure and for certain forms of neurotic symptoms. The shy or inhibited person, as well as the one with compulsive obsessional tendencies, suffers from an impediment of this type of aggression. The therapeutic task is, first, to help the person to become aware of this impediment, then, to understand how it developed, and most importantly, to understand by what other factors in his character system and in his environment it is supported and supplied with energy. Perhaps the most important factor that leads to the weakening of self-assertive aggression is an authoritarian atmosphere in family and society, where self-assertion is equated with disobedience, attack, sin. For all irrational and exploitative forms of authority, self-assertion, the pursuit by another of his real goals, is the arch-sin because it is a threat to the power of the authority. The person subject to it is indoctrinated to believe that the aims of the authority are also his, and that obedience offers the optimal chance for fulfilling oneself. Defensive aggression. Difference between animals and man. Defensive aggression is biologically adaptive, for reasons already mentioned in the discussions of the neurophysiological basis of aggression. To repeat them briefly, the brain of animals is phylogenetically programmed to mobilize attack or flight impulses when vital interests of the animal are threatened, such as food, space, the young, access to females. Basically, the aim is to remove the danger. This can be done, and more often than not is done, by flight, or if flight is not possible, by fighting or assuming effective threatening postures. The aim of defensive aggression is not lust for destruction, but the preservation of life. Once the aim has been attained, the aggression and its emotional equivalents disappear. Man, too, is phylogenetically programmed to react with attack or flight if his vital interests are threatened. Even though this innate tendency operates less rigidly in man than in lower mammals, there is no lack of evidence that man tends to be motivated by his phylogenetically prepared tendency for defensive aggression when his life, health, freedom, or property, in those societies where private property exists and is highly valued, are threatened. To be sure, this reaction can be overcome by moral or religious convictions and training, but it is in practice the reaction of most individuals and groups. In fact, defensive aggression accounts perhaps for most of man's aggressive impulses. It could be said that the neural equipment for defensive aggression is identical in animals and man. This statement is correct, however, only in a limited sense. This is mainly because these aggression integrating areas are part of the whole brain, and because the human brain with its large neocortex and its vastly greater number of neural connections is different from the animal brain. But even though the neurophysiological basis for defensive aggression is not identical with that of the animal, it is similar enough to permit the statement that this same neurophysiological equipment leads to an incidence of defensive aggression many times greater in man than in the animal. The reason for this phenomenon lies in specific conditions of human existence. They are, mainly, the following. 1. The animal perceives as a threat only clear and present danger. To be sure, its instinctive equipment and its individually acquired and genetically inherited memories induce the awareness of dangers and threats often more accurately than they are perceived by man. But man, being endowed with a capacity for foresight and imagination, reacts not only to present dangers and threats or to memories of dangers and threats but to the dangers and threats he can imagine as possibly happening in the future. He may conclude, for instance, that because his tribe is richer than a neighboring tribe that is well trained in warfare, the other will attack his own sometime from now. Or he may reason that a neighbor whom he has harmed will take revenge when the time is favorable. In the political field, the calculation of future threats is one of the central preoccupations of politicians and generals. If an individual or a group feels threatened, the mechanism of defensive aggression is mobilized even though the threat is not immediate. Hence man's capacity to foresee future threats enhances the frequency of his aggressive reactions. 2. Man is capable not only of foreseeing real dangers in the future, he is also capable of being persuaded and brainwashed by his leaders to see dangers when in reality they do not exist. Most modern wars, for instance, have been prepared by systematic propaganda of this type. The population was persuaded by its leaders that it was in danger of being attacked and destroyed, and thus reactions of hate against the threatening nations have been provoked. Often no threat existed. Especially since the French Revolution, with the appearance of large citizens' armies rather than relatively small armies consisting of professional soldiers, It is not easy for a nation's leader to tell the people to kill and be killed because industry wants cheaper raw materials, cheaper labor, or new markets. Only a minority would be willing to participate in the war if it were justified by declaring such aims. If, on the other hand, a government can make the population believe that it is being threatened, the normal biological reaction against threat is mobilized. In addition, these predictions of threat from the outside are often self-fulfilling. The aggressor state, by preparing for war, forces the state that is about to be attacked to prepare also, thereby providing the proof of the alleged threat. The arousal of defensive aggression by means of brainwashing can occur only in humans. In order to persuade people that they are threatened, one needs, above all, the medium of language. Without this, most suggestion would be impossible. In addition, one needs a social structure that provides a sufficient basis for brainwashing. It is hard to imagine, for example, that this kind of suggestion would work among the Mbutu, the African pygmy hunters living contentedly in the forest and having no permanent authorities. In their society there is no man with sufficient power to make the incredible credible. On the other hand, in a society that has figures carrying great authority such as sorcerers or political and religious leaders, the basis for such suggestion is present. By and large, the power of suggestion exercised by a ruling group is in proportion to the group's power over the ruled or the capacity of the rulers to use an elaborate ideological system to reduce the faculty of critical and independent thinking. A third specifically human condition of existence contributes to a further increase of human defensive aggressiveness compared with animal aggressiveness. Man, like the animal, defends himself against threat to his vital interests. But the range of man's vital interests is much wider than that of the animal. Man must survive not only physically but also psychically. He needs to maintain a certain psychic equilibrium lest he lose the capacity to function. For man, everything necessary for the maintenance of his psychic equilibrium is of the same vital interest as that which serves his physical equilibrium. First of all, man has a vital interest in retaining his frame of orientation. His capacity to act depends on it, and in the last analysis, his sense of identity. If others threaten him with ideas that question his own frame of orientation, he will react to these ideas as to a vital threat. He may rationalize this reaction in many ways. He will say that the new ideas are inherently immoral, uncivilized, crazy, or whatever else he can think of to express his repugnance, but this antagonism is in fact aroused because he feels threatened. Man needs not only a frame of orientation but also objects of devotion, which become a vital necessity for his emotional equilibrium. Whatever they are, values, ideals, ancestors, father, mother, the soil, country, class, religion, and hundreds of other phenomena, they are perceived as sacred. Even customs can become sacred because they symbolize the existing values. Point 10. The individual or the group reacts to an attack against the sacred with the same rage and aggressiveness as to an attack against life. What has been said about reactions to threats to vital interests can be expressed also in a different and more generalized way by stating that fright tends to mobilize either aggression or the tendency to flight. The latter is often the case when a person still has a way out that saves a modicum of face, but if he is driven into a corner and no possibility of evasion is left, the aggressive reaction is more likely to occur. One factor, however, must not be overlooked. The flight reaction depends on the interaction of two factors. The first is the magnitude of the realistic threat, the second is the degree of physical and psychical strength and self-confidence of the threatened person. On the one end of the continuum will be events which will frighten virtually everybody, on the other, there will be such a sense of helplessness and impotence that almost everything will frighten the anxious person. Hence fright is as much conditioned by real threats as it is by an inner environment that generates it even with little outside stimulation. Fright, like pain, is a most uncomfortable feeling, and man will do almost anything to get rid of it. There are many ways to get rid of fright and anxiety, such as the use of drugs, sexual arousal, sleep, and the company of others. One of the most effective ways of getting rid of anxiety is to become aggressive. When a person can get out of the passive state of fright and begin to attack, The painful nature of fright disappears. Point 11. Aggression and freedom. Among all the threats to man's vital interests, the threat to his freedom is of extraordinary importance, individually and socially. In contrast to the widely held opinion that this desire for freedom is a product of culture and more specifically of learning conditioning, there is ample evidence to suggest that the desire for freedom is a biological reaction of the human organism. One phenomenon that supports this view is that throughout history nations and classes have fought their oppressors if there was any possibility of victory, and often even if there was none. The history of mankind is, indeed, a history of the fight for freedom, a history of revolutions, from the War of Liberation of the Hebrews against the Egyptians, the national uprisings against the Roman Empire, the German peasant rebellions in the 16th century, to the American, French, German, Russian, Chinese, Algerian, and Vietnamese revolutions. Point 12. Leaders have all too frequently used the slogan that they are leading their people in a battle for freedom, when in reality their aim has been to enslave them. That no promise appeals more powerfully to the heart of man is evidenced by the phenomenon that even those leaders who want to suppress freedom find it necessary to promise it. Another reason for assuming there is an inherent impulse in man to fight for freedom lies in the fact that freedom is the condition for the full growth of a person, for his mental health and his well-being. Its absence cripples man and is unhealthy. Freedom does not imply lack of constraint, since any growth occurs only within a structure, and any structure requires constraint. H. von Foerster, 1970. What matters is whether the constraint functions primarily for the sake of another person or institution, or whether it is autonomous, i.e., that it results from the necessities of growth inherent in the structure of the person. As a condition for the unstunted development of the human organism, freedom is a vital biological interest of man. 13. And threats to his freedom arouse defensive aggression as do all other threats to vital interests. Is it surprising then that aggression and violence continue to be generated in a world in which the majority are deprived of freedom, especially the people in the so-called underdeveloped countries? Those in power, i.e., the whites, would perhaps be less surprised and indignant if they were not accustomed to considering the yellows, the browns, and the blacks as non-persons and, hence, not expected to react humanly. Point 14. But there is an additional reason for this blindness. Even the whites, powerful as they are, have surrendered their freedom because their own system has forced them to do so, although in a less drastic and overt way. Perhaps they hate those who fight for it today all the more because they are reminded of their own surrender. The fact that genuine revolutionary aggression, like all aggression generated by the impulse to defend one's life, freedom, or dignity, is biologically rational and part of normal human functioning must not deceive one into forgetting that destruction of life always remains destruction, even when it is biologically justified. It is a matter of one's religious, moral, or political principles whether one believes that it is humanly justified or not. But whatever one's principles in this respect are, it is important to be aware how easily purely defensive aggression is blended with non-defensive destructiveness and with the sadistic wish to reverse the situation by controlling others instead of being controlled. If and when this happens, revolutionary aggression is vitiated and tends to renew the conditions it was seeking to abolish. Aggression and narcissism. 15. In addition to the factors already discussed, one of the most important sources of defensive aggression is the wounding of narcissism. The concept of narcissism was formulated by Freud in terms of his libido theory. Since the schizophrenic patient does not seem to have any libidinous relationship to objects, either in reality or in fantasy, Freud was led to the question, what has happened to the libido which has been withdrawn from external objects in schizophrenia? His answer was, the libido that has been withdrawn from the external world has been directed to the ego and thus gives rise to an attitude which may be called narcissism. In addition, Freud assumed that the original state of man in early infancy was narcissism, primary narcissism, in which there were not yet any relationships to the outside world. In the course of normal development, the child increased his libidinal relationships to the outside world in scope and intensity, but under special circumstances, the most drastic one being insanity, the libido is withdrawn from objects and directed back to the ego, secondary narcissism, even in the case of normal development, however. A human being remains to some extent narcissistic throughout his life. S. Freud, 1914. In spite of this statement, the concept of narcissism has not played the important role it deserves in the clinical investigations of psychoanalysts. It has been mainly applied to early infancy and to psychoses 16, but its far-reaching importance lies precisely in its role for the normal, or the so-called neurotic personality. This role can be fully understood only if narcissism is freed from the restricting frame of reference of the libido theory. Narcissism can then be described as a state of experience in which only the person himself, his body, his needs, his feelings, his thoughts, his property, everything and everybody pertaining to him are experienced as fully real, while everybody and everything that does not form part of the person or is not an object of his needs is not interesting, is not fully real, is perceived only by intellectual recognition, while effectively without weight and color. A person, to the extent to which he is narcissistic, has a double standard of perception. Only he himself and what pertains to him has significance, while the rest of the world is more or less weightless of colorless, and because of this double standard the narcissistic person shows severe defects in judgment and lacks the capacity for objectivity. 17. Often the narcissistic person achieves a sense of security in his own entirely subjective conviction of his perfection, his superiority over others, his extraordinary qualities, and not through being related to others or through any real work or achievement of his own. He needs to hold on to his narcissistic self-image, since his sense of worth as well as his sense of identity are based on it. If his narcissism is threatened, he is threatened in a vitally important area. When others wound his narcissism by slighting him, criticizing him, showing him up when he has said something wrong, defeating him in a game or on numerous other occasions, a narcissistic person usually reacts with intense anger or rage, whether or not he shows it or is even aware of it. The intensity of this aggressive reaction can often be seen in the fact that such a person will never forgive someone who has wounded his narcissism and often feels a desire for vengeance which would be less intense if his body or his property had been attacked. Most persons are not aware of their own narcissism, but only of those of its manifestations which do not overtly reveal it. Thus, for instance, they will feel an inordinate admiration for their parents or for their children, and they have no difficulty in expressing these feelings because such behavior is usually judged positively as filial piety, parental affection, or loyalty, but if they were to express their feelings about their own person, such as "I am the most wonderful person in the world, I am better than anyone else," etc., they would be suspected not only of being extraordinarily vain, but perhaps even of not being quite sane. On the other hand, if a person has achieved something that finds recognition in the field of art, science, sports, business, or politics, his narcissistic attitude appears not only to be realistic and rational, but is also constantly fed by the admiration of others. In these cases he can give full rein to his narcissism because it has been socially sanctioned and confirmed. 18. In present-day Western society there is a peculiar interconnection between the narcissism of the celebrity and the needs of the public. The latter wants to be in touch with famous people because the life of the average person is empty and boring. The mass media live from selling fame, and thus everybody is satisfied, the narcissistic performer, the public, and the fame merchants. Among political leaders a high degree of narcissism is very frequent. It may be considered an occupational illness or asset, especially among those who owe their power to their influence over mass audiences. If the leader is convinced of his extraordinary gifts and of his mission, it will be easier to convince the large audiences who are attracted by men who appear to be so absolutely certain. But the narcissistic leader does not use his narcissistic charisma only as a means for political success. He needs success and applause for the sake of his own mental equilibrium. The idea of his greatness and infallibility is essentially based on his narcissistic grandiosity, not on his real achievements as a human being. 19. And yet he cannot do without the narcissistic inflation because his human core conviction, conscience, love, and faith is not very developed. Extremely narcissistic persons are often almost forced to become famous, since otherwise they might become depressed and insane. But it takes much talent and appropriate opportunities to influence others to such a degree that their applause validates these narcissistic dreams. Even when such people succeed, they are driven to seek further success, since for them failure carries the danger of collapse. Popular success is, as it were, their self-therapy against depression and madness. In fighting for their aims, they are really fighting for their sanity. When, in group narcissism, the object is not the individual but the group to which he belongs, the individual can be fully aware of it, and express it without any restrictions. The assertion that my country, or nation, or religion, is the most wonderful, the most cultured, the most powerful, the most peace-loving, etc., does not sound crazy at all. On the contrary, it sounds like the expression of patriotism, faith, and loyalty. It also appears to be a realistic and rational value judgment because it is shared by many members of the same group. This consensus succeeds in transforming the fantasy into reality, since for most people reality is constituted by general consensus and not based on reason or critical examination. Point 20. Group narcissism has important functions. In the first place, it furthers the solidarity and cohesion of the group, and makes manipulation easier by appealing to narcissistic prejudices. Secondly, it is extremely important as an element giving satisfaction to the members of the group and particularly to those who have few other reasons to feel proud and worthwhile. Even if one is the most miserable, the poorest, the least respected member of a group, there is compensation for one's miserable condition in feeling I am a part of the most wonderful group in the world. I, who in reality am a worm, become a giant through belonging to the group. Consequently, the degree of group narcissism is commensurate with the lack of real satisfaction in life. Those social classes which enjoy life more are less fanatical, fanaticism is a characteristic quality of group narcissism, than those which, like the lower middle classes, suffer from scarcity in all material and cultural areas and lead a life of unmitigated boredom. At the same time, fostering group narcissism is very inexpensive from the standpoint of the social budget. In fact, it costs practically nothing compared with the social expense required to raise the standard of living. Society has only to pay ideologists who formulate the slogans that generate social narcissism. Indeed, many social functionaries, like school teachers, journalists, ministers, and professors, participate even without being paid, at least with money. They receive their reward from feeling proud and satisfied to be serving such a worthy cause and through enhanced prestige and promotion. Those whose narcissism refers to their group rather than to themselves as individuals are as sensitive as the individual narcissist, and they react with rage to any wound, real or imaginary, inflicted upon their group. If anything, they react more intensely and certainly more consciously. An individual, unless he is mentally very sick, may have at least some doubts about his personal narcissistic image. The member of the group has none, since his narcissism is shared by the majority. In case of conflict between groups that challenge each other's collective narcissism, this very challenge arouses intense hostility in each of them. The narcissistic image of one's own group is raised to its highest point, while the devaluation of the opposing group sinks to the lowest. One's own group becomes a defender of human dignity, decency, morality, and right. Devilish qualities are ascribed to the other group. It is treacherous, ruthless, cruel, and basically inhuman. The violation of one of the symbols of group narcissism, such as the flag, or the person of the emperor, the president, or an ambassador, is reacted to with such intense fury and aggression by the people that they are even willing to support their leaders in a policy of war. Group narcissism is one of the most important sources of human aggression, and yet this, like all other forms of defensive aggression, is a reaction to an attack on vital interests. It differs from other forms of defensive aggression in that intense narcissism in itself is a semi-pathological phenomenon. In considering the causes and the function of bloody and cruel mass massacres as they occurred between Hindus and Muslims at the time of the partition of India or recently between Bengali Muslims and their Pakistani rulers, group narcissism certainly plays a considerable role, This is not surprising if we appreciate the fact that we are dealing here with virtually the poorest and most miserable populations anywhere in the world. But certainly narcissism is not the only cause of these phenomena, whose other aspects will be discussed later. Aggression and resistance. Another important source of defensive aggression is aggression as a reaction to any attempt to bring repressed strivings and fantasies into awareness. This type of reaction is one of the aspects of what Freud called resistance, and it has been explored systematically by the psychoanalytic method. Freud found that if the analyst touched on repressed material, the patient would resist his therapeutic approach. This is not a matter of conscious unwillingness on the part of the patient or of dishonesty or of secretiveness. He is defending himself against the discovery of the unconscious material without being aware either of the material or of his resistance. There are many reasons why a person may repress certain strivings, often throughout his life. He might be afraid of being punished, of not being loved, or of being humiliated if his repressed impulses were known to others, or to himself, insofar as self-respect and self-love are concerned. Psychoanalytic therapy has shown the many different reactions resistance can generate. The patient can turn away from the sensitive topic and talk about something else. He can feel sleepy and tired, he can find a reason not to come to the interview, or he can become very angry against the analyst and find some reason to quit the analysis. Here is a brief example. A writer I was analyzing, who was proud of his lack of opportunism, told me during a session that he had changed a manuscript because he thought by this change he would make a better case for his message. He thought he had made the right decision and was surprised that afterwards he felt somewhat depressed and had a headache. I suggested that his real motive probably was that he expected the changed version to be more popular and to result in more fame and money for him than the original one. Furthermore, that his depressed mood and his headache probably had something to do with this act of self-betrayal. I had hardly finished saying this when he jumped up shouting at me with intense rage that I was a sadist, that I enjoyed spoiling his anticipated pleasure, an envious man begrudging his future success, an ignorant man who knew nothing about his field of writing, and many more invectives. It must be noted that the patient was normally a very courteous man who, both before and after this outburst, treated me with respect. He could hardly have done more to confirm my interpretation. The mention of his unconscious motivation was to him a threat to his self-image and to his sense of identity. He reacted to this threat with intense aggression, as if it were a threat to his body or his property. The aggression in such cases has one aim: to destroy the witness who has the evidence. In psychoanalytic therapy, one can observe with great regularity that resistance is being built up when repressed material is touched. But we are by no means restricted to the psychoanalytic situation in order to observe this phenomenon. Examples from daily life abound. Who has not seen the mother who reacts with fury when someone tells her that she wants to keep her children close to her because she wants to possess and control them and not because she loves them so much? Or the father who is told that his concern for his daughter's virginity is motivated by his own sexual interest in her? Or a certain type of patriot who is reminded of the profit interest behind his political convictions? Or a certain type of revolutionary who is reminded of the personal destructive impulses behind his ideology? In fact, questioning another's motive violates one of the most respected taboos of courtesy, and a very necessary one, inasmuch as courtesy has the function of minimizing the arousal of aggression. Historically, the same thing happens. Those who told the truth about a particular regime have been exiled, jailed, or killed by those in power whose fury had been aroused. To be sure, the obvious explanation is that they were dangerous to their respective establishments, and that killing them seemed the best way to protect the status quo. This is true enough, but it does not explain the fact that the truth-sayers are so deeply hated even when they do not constitute a real threat to the established order. The reason lies, I believe, in that by speaking the truth they mobilize the resistance of those who repress it. To the latter, the truth is dangerous not only because it can threaten their power but because it shakes their whole conscious system of orientation, deprives them of their rationalizations, and might even force them to act differently. Only those who have experienced the process of becoming aware of important impulses that were repressed know the earthquake-like sense of bewilderment and confusion that occurs as a result. Not all people are willing to risk this adventure, least of all those who profit, at least for the moment, from being blind. Conformist aggression. Conformist aggression comprises various acts of aggression that are performed not because the aggressor is driven by the desire to destroy, but because he is told to do so and considers it his duty to obey orders. In all hierarchically structured societies, obedience is perhaps the most deeply ingrained trait. Obedience is equated with virtue, disobedience with sin. To be disobedient is the arch-crime from which all other crimes follow. Abraham was willing to kill his son out of obedience. Antigone is killed by Creon for her disobedience to the laws of the state. Armies, especially, cultivate obedience, since their very essence is built on an absolute reflex-like acceptance of commands that precludes any questioning. The soldier who kills and maims, the bomber pilot who destroys thousands of lives in one moment, are not necessarily driven by a destructive or cruel impulse, but by the principle of unquestioning obedience. Conformist aggression is sufficiently widespread to deserve serious attention. From the behavior of boys in a juvenile gang to that of soldiers in an army, many destructive acts are committed in order not to appear yellow, and out of obedience to orders. It is these motivations, and not human destructiveness, that are the root of this type of aggressive behavior, which is often wrongly interpreted as indicating the power of innate aggressive impulses. Conformist aggression might as well have been classified as pseudo-aggression. The reason for not doing so is that obedience as a consequence of the need to conform will in many cases mobilize aggressive impulses that otherwise might not have become manifest. Furthermore, the impulse not to obey or not to conform constitutes for many an inner threat, against which they defend themselves by performing the required aggressive act. Instrumental aggression. Another biologically adaptive type of aggression is instrumental aggression, which has the aim of obtaining that which is necessary or desirable. The aim is not destruction as such, this serves only as an instrument for attaining the real aim. In this respect it is similar to defensive aggression, but in other important aspects it is different. It does not seem to have a phylogenetically programmed neuronal basis such as that which programs defensive aggression. Among mammals, only animals of prey, whose aggression is instrumental to obtaining food, are endowed with an innate neuronal pattern that impels them to attack their prey. The hunting behavior of hominids and Homo is based on learning and experience, and does not seem to be phylogenetically programmed. The difficulty with instrumental aggression lies in the ambiguity of the terms necessary and desirable. It is easy to define necessary in terms of an unquestionable physiological need, as, for instance, warding off starvation. If a man steals or robs because he and his family do not have even the minimal amount of food they need, the aggression is clearly an act motivated by physiological necessity. The same would hold true for a primitive tribe on the verge of starvation which attacks another tribe that is better off. But these clear-cut examples of necessity are relatively rare today. Other, more complicated cases are much more frequent. The leaders of a nation realize that their economic situation will be seriously endangered in the long run unless they can conquer territory having the raw materials they need, or unless they defeat a competing nation. Although frequently such reasons are merely an ideological cover for the desire for increasing power or the personal ambition of the leaders, there are wars which do respond to a historical necessity, at least in a broad, relative sense. But what is desirable? In a narrow sense of the word one could answer, the desirable is what is necessary. In this instance desirable is based on the objective situation. More frequently, however, desirable is defined as that which is desired. If we use the term in this sense, the problem of instrumental aggression assumes another aspect, and in fact the most important one in the motivation of aggression. The truth is that people desire not only what is necessary in order to survive, not only that which provides the material basis for a good life. Most people in our culture and in similar periods of history are greedy for more food, drink, sex, possessions, power, and fame. Their greed may refer more to one than to another of these objects. What all people have in common is that they are insatiable and hence never satisfied. Greed is one of the strongest non-instinctive passions in man, and it is clearly a symptom of physical dysfunctioning, of inner emptiness and a lack of a center within oneself. It is a pathological manifestation of the failure to develop fully, as well as one of the fundamental sins in Buddhist, Jewish, and Christian ethics. A few examples will illustrate the pathological character of greed. It is well known that overeating, which is one form of greed, is frequently caused by states of depression, or that compulsive buying is one attempt to escape from a depressed mood. The act of eating or buying is a symbolic act of filling the inner void and, thus, overcoming the depressed feeling for the moment. Greed is a passion, that is to say, it is charged with energy and relentlessly drives a person toward the attainment of his goals. In our culture, greed is greatly reinforced by all those measures that tend to transform everybody into a consumer. Of course, the greedy person does not need to be aggressive, provided he has enough money to buy what he desires. But the greedy person who does not have the necessary means must attack if he wants to satisfy his desires. The most drastic example of this is the drug addict who is possessed by his greed for the drug, although in his case increasingly reinforced by physiological sources. The many who do not have the money to buy drugs, rob, assault, or even kill in order to get the necessary means. Destructive as their behavior is, their aggression is instrumental and not their goal. On a historical scale, greed is one of the most frequent causes of aggression and is probably as strong a motive for instrumental aggression as the desire for what is objectively necessary. The understanding of greed is obscured by its identification with self-interest. The latter is a normal expression of a biologically given drive, that for self-preservation, the aim of which is to obtain what is necessary for the preservation of life or of a customary, traditional standard of living. As Max Weber, Tawney, von Brentano, Sombart, and others have shown, man in the Middle Ages was motivated by the desire to preserve his traditional standard of living, whether as a peasant or as an artisan. The demands of the revolutionary peasants in the 16th century were not to have what the artisans in the cities had, nor did the artisans strive for the wealth of a feudal baron or a rich merchant. Even as late as the 18th century we find laws that forbid a merchant to try to take customers away from a competitor by making his own store look more attractive or by praising his wares to the disadvantage of those of another merchant. Only with the full development of capitalism as earlier, in comparable societies like that of the Roman Empire, did greed become a key motive for an ever-increasing number of citizens. However, greed, perhaps because of a still lingering religious tradition, is a motive to which hardly anyone dares to confess. The dilemma was solved by rationalizing greed as self-interest. The logic went, self-interest is a biologically given striving anchored in human nature, self-interest equals greed, ergo, greed is rooted in human nature and not a character-conditioned human passion. QED. On the causes of war. The most important case of instrumental aggression is war. It has become fashionable to consider war as caused by the power of man's destructive instinct. Instinctivists and psychoanalysts 21 have given this explanation of war. Thus, for instance, an important representative of psychoanalytic orthodoxy, E. Glover, argues against M. Ginsberg that the riddle of war lies deep in the unconscious, and he compares war with an inexpedient form of instinct adaptation. E. Glover and M. Ginsberg, 1934, 22. Freud himself took a much more realistic view than his followers. In his famous letter to Albert Einstein, Why War? S. Freud, 1933, he did not take the position that war was caused by human destructiveness, but saw its cause in realistic conflicts between groups which always have been solved by violence, since there was no international enforceable law according to which, as in civil law, the conflicts could have been solved peacefully. He attributed only an auxiliary role to the factor of human destructiveness, as facilitating the readiness of people to go to war once the government has decided to wage war. The thesis that war is caused by innate human destructiveness is plainly absurd for anyone who has even the slightest knowledge of history. The Babylonians, the Greeks 23 up to the statesmen of our time, have planned war for what they thought were very realistic reasons and weighed the pros and cons very thoroughly, even though, naturally, their calculations were often erroneous. Their motives were manifold: land for cultivation, riches, slaves, raw materials, markets, expansion, and defense. Under special circumstances, a wish for revenge, or in a small tribe the passion for destruction, has been among the factors that motivated wars, but such cases are atypical. This view that war is caused by man's aggression is not only unrealistic but harmful. It detracts attention from the real causes and thus weakens the opposition to them. The thesis about the innate tendency for war is not only repudiated by the historical record but also, and very importantly, by the history of primitive warfare. We have shown earlier in the context of aggression among primitive peoples that they, particularly the hunters and food gatherers, are the least warlike, and that their fighting is characterized by its relative lack of destructiveness and bloodthirstiness. We have furthermore seen that with the growth of civilization the frequency and bloodiness of wars have increased. If war were caused by innate destructive impulses, the reverse would have to be true. The humanitarian tendencies in the 18th, 19th, and 20th centuries brought about reductions of destructiveness and cruelty in war which were codified and respected, up to and including the First World War in various international treaties. From this progressive perspective it seemed that civilized man is less aggressive than primitive man, and the still existing occurrence of war was explained as caused by stubbornness of the aggressive instincts, which refused to give in to the beneficial influence of civilization. But, in fact, the destructiveness of civilized man was projected into man's nature, and thus history was confused with biology. It would far exceed the frame of this volume if I tried to present even a brief analysis of the causes of war, and I have to limit myself to giving only one example, that of the First World War. 24. The First World War was motivated by the economic interests and ambitions of the political, military, and industrial leaders on both sides, and not by a need of the various nations involved to give vent to their dammed-up aggression. These motivations are well known, and need not be described here in detail. By and large, it can be said that the German aims in the 1914–1918 war were also its main motivations: economic hegemony in Western and Central Europe and territory in the East. These were, in fact, also the aims of Hitler, whose foreign policy was essentially the continuation of that of the imperial government. The aims and motivations of the Western Allies were similar. France wanted Alsace-Lorraine, Russia, the Dardanelles, England, parts of the German colonies, and Italy, at least a small part of the booty. Had it not been for these aims, some of which were stipulated in secret treaties, peace would have been concluded years earlier and the lives of many millions of people of both sides would have been spared. Both sides in the First World War had to appeal to the sense of self-defense and freedom. The Germans claimed they were encircled and threatened, and furthermore, that they were fighting for freedom by fighting the Tsar. Their enemies claimed that they were threatened by the aggressive militarism of the German Junkers, and they were fighting for freedom by fighting the Kaiser. To think that this war owed its origin to the wish of the French, the German, the British, and the Russian populations to discharge their aggressiveness is untrue and serves only one function, that of detracting attention from those persons and social conditions responsible for one of the great slaughters in history. As far as enthusiasm for this war was concerned, one must distinguish between the initial enthusiasm and the motivations of the respective populations to continue fighting. As far as the German side is concerned, one must differentiate two groups in the population. The small group of nationalists, a small minority of the people as a whole, were clamoring for a war of conquest many years before 1914. They consisted mainly of high school teachers, a few university professors, journalists, and politicians, supported by some leaders of the German Navy and by some sectors of heavy industry. Their psychical motivation might be described as a mixture of group narcissism, instrumental aggression, and the wish to make a career and to gain power within and through this nationalistic movement. The vast majority of the population showed a good deal of enthusiasm only shortly before and after the outbreak of the war. Here, too, one finds significant differences and reactions among the various social classes. For instance, the intellectuals and the students behaved with more enthusiasm than the working class. An interesting datum which throws sonic light on this question is that the leader of the German government, the Reichschancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg, as the German Foreign Office documents published after the war show, was aware that it would be impossible to win the consent of the Social Democratic Party, the strongest party in the Reichstag, unless he could first declare war on Russia and therefore make the workers feel that they were fighting against autocracy and for freedom. The whole population was under the systematic suggestive influence of the government and the press in the few days before the outbreak and after the beginning of the war, to convince them that Germany was to be humiliated and attacked. Thus in this way impulses of defensive aggression were mobilized. The population as a whole, however, was not motivated by strong impulses of instrumental aggression, i.e., the wish to conquer foreign territory. This is borne out by the fact that government propaganda even at the beginning of the war either denied any aims of conquest, or later on, when the generals were dictating foreign policy, aims of conquest were described as necessary for the future safety of the German Reich. However, the initial enthusiasm disappeared after a few months, never to return. It is most remarkable that when Hitler started his attack against Poland and, thus, as a consequence triggered the Second World War, popular enthusiasm for the war was practically nil. The population, in spite of years of heavy militaristic indoctrination, showed very clearly that they were not eager to fight this war. Hitler even had to stage a phony attack on a Silesian radio station by alleged Polish soldiers, in reality, disguised Nazis, in order to awaken the sense of defense against an attack. But although the German population definitely did not want this war, the generals were also reluctant. They went into the war without resistance and fought bravely until the end. The psychological problem lies here, not in the causation of the war but in the question, what psychological factors make war possible even though they do not cause it? There are a number of relevant factors to consider in answering this question. In the First World War, also, with some modifications, in the Second World War, once it had started, the German, or French, Russian, British, soldiers went on fighting because they felt that losing the war would mean disaster for the whole nation. The individual soldiers were motivated by the feeling that they were fighting for their lives, and that it was a matter of killing or being killed. But even these feelings would not have been sufficient to sustain the willingness to go on. They also knew that they would be shot if they ran away, although even these motivations did not prevent large-scale mutinies from occurring in all armies. In Russia and Germany they led eventually to revolutions in 1917 and 1918. In France there was almost no army corps in 1917 in which the soldiers did not mutiny, and it was only due to the skill of the French generals in preventing one military unit from knowing what went on in other units that these mutinies were suppressed by a mixture of wholesale executions and some improvements in the conditions in the daily life of the soldiers. Another important factor for the possibility of war is the deeply ingrained feeling of respect for and awe of authority. The soldier had traditionally been made to feel that to obey his leaders was a moral and religious obligation for the fulfillment of which he should be ready to pay with his life. It took about 3 to 4 years of the horror of life in the trenches and growing insight into the fact that they were being used by their leaders for aims of war that had nothing to do with defense, to break down this attitude of obedience, at least in a considerable part of the army and the populations at home. There are other, more subtle emotional motivations that make war possible and that have nothing to do with aggression. War is exciting, even if it entails risks for one's life and much physical suffering. Considering that the life of the average person is boring, routinized, and lacking in adventure, the readiness to go to war must be understood as a desire to put an end to the boring routine of daily life and to throw oneself into an adventure, the only adventure, in fact, the average person may expect to have in his life. 25. War, to some extent, reverses all values. War encourages deep-seated human impulses, such as altruism and solidarity, to be expressed, impulses that are stunted by the principles of egotism and competition that peacetime life engenders in modern man. Class differences, if not absent, disappear to a considerable extent. In war, man is man again, and has a chance to distinguish himself, regardless of privileges that his social status confers upon him as a citizen. To put it in a very accentuated form, war is an indirect rebellion against the injustice, inequality, and boredom governing social life in peacetime, and the fact must not be underestimated that while a soldier fights the enemy for his life, he does not have to fight the members of his own group for food, medical care, shelter, clothing. These are all provided in a kind of perversely socialized system. The fact that war has these positive features is a sad comment on our civilization. If civilian life provided the elements of adventurousness, solidarity, equality, and idealism that can be found in war, it may be very difficult, we may conclude, to get people to fight a war. The problem for governments in war is to make use of this rebellion by harnessing it for the purpose of war. Simultaneously, it must be prevented from becoming a threat to the government by enforcing strict discipline and the spirit of obedience to the leaders who are depicted as the unselfish, wise, courageous men protecting their people from destruction. 26. To conclude, major wars in modern times and most wars between the states of antiquity were not caused by dammed-up aggression, but by instrumental aggression of the military and political elites. This has been shown in the data about the difference in the incidence of war from the most primitive to the higher developed cultures. The more primitive a civilization, the less wars do we find. Q. Wright, 1965, 27. The same trend can be seen in the fact that the number and intensity of wars has risen with the development of technical civilization. It is highest among the powerful states with a strong government and lowest among primitive men without permanent chieftainship. As shown in the following table, the number of battles engaged in by the principal European powers in modern times shows the same trend. The table reports the number of battles in each century since 1480, Q. Wright, 1965. Years. Number of battles. 1480 to 1499. 9. 1500 to 1599. 87. 1600 to 1699. 239. 1700 to 1799. 781. 1800 to 1899. 651. 1900 to 1940. 892. What those authors who explain that war is caused by man's innate aggression have done is to consider modern war as normal, assuming that it must be caused by man's destructive nature. They have tried to find the confirmation for this assumption in the data on animals and on our prehistoric ancestors, which have had to be distorted in order to serve this purpose. This position resulted from the unshakable conviction of the superiority of present-day civilization over pre-technical cultures. The logic was, if civilized man is plagued by so many wars and so much destructiveness, how much worse must primitive man have been, who is far behind in the development toward progress? Since destructiveness must not be blamed on our civilization, it must be explained as the result of our instincts. But the facts speak otherwise. The conditions for the reduction of defensive aggression. Since defensive aggression is a phylogenetically prepared reaction to threats to vital interests, it is not possible to change its biological basis, although it can be controlled and modified like impulses rooted in other instinctive dispositions. However, the main condition for the reduction of defensive aggression is the decrease of those realistic factors that mobilize it. To outline a program of social changes that would accomplish this is a task that could obviously not be undertaken within the framework of this book. 28. I will restrict myself only to a few remarks. The main condition is, of course, that neither individuals nor groups are threatened by others. This depends on the existence of material bases that can provide a dignified life for all men and make the domination of one group by another neither possible nor attractive. Such a condition could be realized in the foreseeable future by means of a different system of production, ownership, and consumption than the present one, but to say that this state could be achieved does not, of course, mean that it will be achieved or that it would be easy to achieve. It is, in fact, a task of such staggering difficulty that for this reason alone many people with good intentions prefer not to do anything. They hope to avert a catastrophe by ritualistically singing the praises of progress. The establishment of a system that guarantees the provision of basic necessities for all means the disappearance of dominant classes. Man will have to cease to live under zoo conditions, i.e., his full freedom will have to be restored and all forms of exploitative control will have to disappear. That man is incapable of dispensing with controlling leaders is a myth disproved by all those societies that function well without hierarchies. Such a change would, of course, involve radical political and social changes that would alter all human relations, including the family structure, the structure of education, of religion, and relations between individuals in work and leisure. As far as defensive aggression is a reaction not to real threats but to alleged threats produced by mass suggestion and brainwashing, the same fundamental social changes would abolish the basis for the use of this kind of psychic force. Since suggestibility is based on the powerlessness of the individual and on his awe of leaders, the social and political changes just mentioned would lead to its disappearance and, correspondingly, to the development of independent critical thinking. Finally, in order to reduce group narcissism, the misery, monotony, dullness, and powerlessness that exist in large sectors of the population would have to be eliminated. This cannot be accomplished simply by bettering material conditions. It can only be the result of drastic changes in the social organization to convert it from a control property power orientation to a life orientation, from having and hoarding to being and sharing. It will require the highest degree of active participation and responsibility on the part of each person in his role as a worker or employee in any kind of enterprise, as well as in his role as a citizen. Entirely new forms of decentralization must be devised, as well as new social and political structures that will put an end to the society of anomy, the mass society consisting of millions of atoms. None of these conditions are independent from each other. They are part of a system, and hence, reactive aggression can be reduced to a minimum only if the whole system as it has existed during the last 1,000 years of history can be replaced by a fundamentally different one. If this occurs, the visions that were utopian with the Buddha, the prophets, Jesus, and the humanist utopians of the Renaissance will be recognized as rational and realistic solutions serving the basic biological program of man, the preservation and growth of both the individual and the human species. 10. Malignant aggression, premises. Preliminary remarks. Biologically adaptive aggression serves life. This is understood in principle, biologically and neurophysiologically, even though much more information is still needed. It is a drive man shares with all other animals, although with certain differences that have been discussed above. What is unique in man is that he can be driven by impulses to kill and to torture, and that he feels lust in doing so. He is the only animal that can be a killer and destroyer of his own species without any rational gain, either biological or economic. To explore the nature of this biologically non-adaptive, malignant destructiveness is the object of the following pages. Malignant aggression, let us remember, is specifically human and not derived from animal instinct. It does not serve the physiological survival of man, yet it is an important part of his mental functioning. It is one of the passions that are dominant and powerful in some individuals and cultures, although not in others. I shall try to show that destructiveness is one of the possible answers to psychic needs that are rooted in the existence of man, and that its generation results, as was stated earlier, from the interaction of various social conditions with man's existential needs. This hypothesis makes it necessary to build a theoretical basis upon which we can attempt to examine the following questions. What are the specific conditions of human existence? What is man's nature or essence? Although present-day thought, especially in psychology, is not very hospitable to such questions, which are usually considered as belonging to the realm of philosophy and other purely subjective speculations, I hope to demonstrate in the following discussion that there are indeed areas for empirical examination. Man's nature. For most thinkers since the Greek philosophers, it was self-evident that there is something called human nature, something that constitutes the essence of man. There were various views about what constitutes it, but there was agreement that such an essence exists, that is to say, that there is something by virtue of which man is man. Thus man was defined as a rational being, as a social animal, an animal that can make tools, Homo faber, or a symbol-making animal. More recently, this traditional view has begun to be questioned. One reason for this change was the increasing emphasis given to the historical approach to man. An examination of the history of humanity suggested that man in our epoch is so different from man in previous times that it seemed unrealistic to assume that men in every age have had in common something that can be called human nature. The historical approach was reinforced, particularly in the United States, by studies in the field of cultural anthropology. The study of primitive peoples has discovered such a diversity of customs, values, feelings, and thoughts that many anthropologists arrived at the concept that man is born as a blank sheet of paper on which each culture writes its text. Another factor contributing to the tendency to deny the assumption of a fixed human nature was that the concept has so often been abused as a shield behind which the most inhuman acts are committed. In the name of human nature, for example, Aristotle and most thinkers up to the 18th century defended slavery. 1 Or in order to prove the rationality and necessity of the capitalist form of society, scholars have tried to make a case for acquisitiveness, competitiveness, and selfishness as innate human traits. Popularly, one refers cynically to human nature in accepting the inevitability of such undesirable human behavior as greed, murder, cheating, and lying. Another reason for skepticism about the concept of human nature probably lies in the influence of evolutionary thinking. Once man came to be seen as developing in the process of evolution, the idea of a substance which is contained in his essence seemed untenable. Yet I believe it is precisely from an evolutionary standpoint that we can expect new insight into the problem of the nature of man. New contributions have been made in this direction by such authors as Karl Marx, R. M. Buck, Teilhard de Chardin, T. Dobbs-Hansky. A similar approach is proposed also in this chapter. The main argument in favor of the assumption of the existence of a human nature is that we can define the essence of Homo sapiens in morphological, anatomical, physiological, and neurological terms. In fact, we give an exact and generally accepted definition of the species man by data referring to posture, formation of the brain, the teeth, diet, and many other factors by which we clearly differentiate him from the most developed non-human primates. Surely we must assume, unless we regress to a view that considers body and mind as separate realms, that the species man must be definable mentally as well as physically. Darwin himself was very aware of the fact that man qua man was characterized not only by specific physical but also by specific psychical attributes. The most important ones he mentions in The Descent of Man are as follows, abbreviated and paraphrased by G. Simpson. In proportion with his higher intelligence, man's behavior is more flexible, less reflex, or instinctive. Man shares such complex factors as curiosity, imitation, attention, memory, and imagination with other relatively advanced animals, but has them in higher degree and applies them in more intricate ways. More, at least, than other animals, man reasons and improves the adaptive nature of his behavior in rational ways. Man regularly both uses and makes tools in great variety. Man is self-conscious, he reflects on his past, future, life, death, and so forth. Man makes mental abstractions and develops a related symbolism. The most essential and complexly developed outcome of these capacities is language. Some men have a sense of beauty. Most men have a religious sense, taking that term broadly to include awe, superstition, belief in the animistic, supernatural, or spiritual. Normal men have a moral sense. In later terms, man ethicizes. Man is a cultural and social animal and has developed cultures and societies unique in kind and in complexity. G. Simpson, 1949. If one examines Darwin's list of psychic traits, several elements stand out. He mentions a number of disparate single items, some uniquely human, such as self-consciousness, symbol and culture making, an aesthetic, moral, and religious sense. This list of specific human characteristics suffers from the fact that it is purely descriptive and enumerative, is unsystematic, and makes no attempt to analyze their common conditions. He does not mention in his list specifically human passions and emotions like tenderness, love, hate, cruelty, narcissism, sadism, masochism, and so on. Others he treats as instincts. For him, all men and animals, especially the primates, have some few instincts in common. All have the same senses, intuitions, and sensations, similar passions, affections, and emotions, even the more complex ones, such as jealousy, suspicion, emulation, gratitude, and magnanimity. They practice deceit and are revengeful. They are sometimes susceptible to ridicule, and even have a sense of humor. They feel wonder and curiosity. They possess the same faculties of imitation, the association of ideas, and reason, though in very different degrees. See Darwin, 1946. Clearly, our attempt to consider the most important human passions as specifically human, and not as inherited from our animal ancestors, can find no support in Darwin's view. The advance of thought among students of evolution since Darwin is manifest in the views of one of the most eminent contemporary investigators, G.G. Simpson. He insists that man has essential attributes other than those of animals. It is important to realize, he writes, that man is an animal, but it is even more important to realize that the essence of his unique nature lies precisely in those characteristics that are not shared with any other animal. His place in nature and its supreme significance are not defined by his animality but by his humanity. G.G. Simpson, 1949. Simpson suggests as the basic definition of Homo sapiens the interrelated factors of intelligence, flexibility, individualization, and socialization. Even if his answer is not entirely satisfactory, his attempt to understand man's essential traits as being interrelated and rooted in one basic factor and his recognition of the transformation of quantitative into qualitative change constitute a significant step beyond Darwin. G.G. Simpson, 1944, 1953. From the side of psychology, one of the best-known attempts to describe man's specific needs is that made by Abraham Maslow, who drew up a list of man's basic needs: physiological and aesthetic needs, needs for safety, belongingness, love, esteem, self-actualization, knowledge and understanding. A. Maslow, 1954. This list is a somewhat unsystematic enumeration, and regrettably, Maslow did not try to analyze the common origin of such needs in the nature of man. The attempt to define the nature of man in terms of the specific conditions biological and mental of the species man leads us first to some considerations concerning the birth of man. It seems simple to know when a human individual comes into existence, but in fact it is not quite as simple as it seems. The answer might be, at the time of conception, when the fetus has assumed definite human form, in the act of birth, at the end of weaning, or one might even claim that most men have not yet been fully born by the time they die. We would best decline to fix a day or an hour for the birth of an individual, and speak rather of a process in the course of which a person comes into existence. If we ask when man as a species was born, the answer is much more difficult. We know much less about the evolutionary process. Here we are dealing with millions of years. Our knowledge is based on accidental findings of skeletons and tools whose significance is still much disputed. Yet in spite of the insufficiency of our knowledge, there are a few data which, even though in need of modification in detail, give us a general picture of the process we may call the birth of man. We could date the conception of man back at the beginning of unicellular life, about 1.5 billion years ago, or to the beginning of the existence of primitive mammals, about 200 million years ago. We might say that human development begins with man's hominid ancestors who may have lived about 14 million years ago or possibly earlier. We could date his birth from the appearance of the first man, Homo erectus, of whom the various specimens found in Asia cover a time from about 1 million to about 500,000 years ago, peaking man, or from only about 40,000 years ago when modern man, Homo sapiens sapiens, emerged. who was in all essential biological aspects identical to man today. Point 3. Indeed, if we look at man's development in terms of historical time, we might say that man proper was born only a few minutes ago. Or we might even think that he is still in the process of birth, that the umbilical cord has not yet been severed, and that complications have arisen that make it appear doubtful whether man will ever be born or whether he is to be stillborn. Most students of human evolution date the birth of man to one particular event, the making of tools, following Benjamin Franklin's definition of man as Homo faber, man the tool maker. This definition has been sharply criticized by Marx, who considered it characteristic of Yankeedom, for among modern writers, Mumford has most convincingly criticized this orientation based on tool making. L. Mumford, 1967. One must look for a concept of man's nature in the process of human evolution rather than in isolated aspects like tool making, which bears so clearly the stamp of the contemporary obsession with production. We have to arrive at an understanding of man's nature on the basis of the blend of the two fundamental biological conditions that mark the emergence of man. One was the ever-decreasing determination of behavior by instincts. Point 5. Even taking into account the many controversial views about the nature of instincts, it is generally accepted that the higher an animal has risen in the stages of evolution, the less is the weight of stereotyped behavior patterns that are strictly determined and phylogenetically programmed in the brain. The process of ever-decreasing determination of behavior by instincts can be plotted as a continuum, at the zero end of which we will find the lowest forms of animal evolution with the highest degree of instinctive determination. This decreases along with animal evolution and reaches a certain level with the mammals. It decreases further in the development going up to the primates, and even here we find a great gulf between monkeys and apes, as Yerkes and Yerkes have shown in their classic investigation. R.M. and A.V. Yerkes, 1929. In the species Homo, instinctive determination has reached its maximum decrease. The other trend to be found in animal evolution is the growth of the brain, and particularly of the neocortex. Here, too, we can plot the evolution as a continuum. At one end, the lowest animals, with the most primitive nervous structure and a relatively small number of neurons; at the other, man, with a larger and more complex brain structure, especially a neocortex 3 times as large as that of even his hominid ancestors, and a truly fantastic number of interneuronal connections. Point 6. Considering these data, man can be defined as the primate that emerged at the point of evolution where instinctive determination had reached a minimum and the development of the brain a maximum. This combination of minimal instinctive determination and maximal brain development had never occurred before in animal evolution and constitutes, biologically speaking, a completely new phenomenon. When man emerged, his behavior was little guided by his instinctive equipment. Aside from some elementary reactions, such as those to danger or to sexual stimuli, there is no inherited program that tells him how to decide in most instances in which his life may depend on a correct decision. It would thus seem that, biologically, man is the most helpless and frail of all animals. Does the extraordinary development of his brain make up for his instinctive deficit? To some extent it does. Man is guided by his intellect to make right choices. But we know also how weak and unreliable this instrument is. It is easily influenced by man's desires and passions and surrenders to their influence. Man's brain is insufficient not only as a substitute for the weakened instincts, but it complicates the task of living tremendously. By this I do not refer to instrumental intelligence, the use of thought as an instrument for the manipulation of objects in order to satisfy one's needs. After all, man shares this with animals, especially with the primates. I refer to that aspect in which man's thinking has acquired an entirely new quality, that of self-awareness. Man is the only animal who not only knows objects but who knows that he knows. Man is the only animal who has not only instrumental intelligence, but reason, the capacity to use his thinking to understand objectively, i.e., to know the nature of things as they are in themselves, and not only as means for his satisfaction. Gifted with self-awareness and reason, man is aware of himself as a being separate from nature and from others. He is aware of his powerlessness, of his ignorance, he is aware of his end, death. Self-awareness, reason, and imagination have disrupted the harmony that characterizes animal existence. Their emergence has made man into an anomaly, the freak of the universe. He is part of nature, subject to her physical laws and unable to change them, yet he transcends nature. He is set apart while being apart, he is homeless, yet chained to the home he shares with all creatures. Cast into this world at an accidental place and time, he is forced out of it accidentally and against his will. Being aware of himself, he realizes his powerlessness and the limitations of his existence. He is never free from the dichotomy of his existence. He cannot rid himself of his mind, even if he would want to. He cannot rid himself of his body as long as he is alive and his body makes him want to be alive. Man's life cannot be lived by repeating the pattern of his species, he must live. Man is the only animal who does not feel at home in nature, who can feel evicted from paradise, the only animal for whom his own existence is a problem that he has to solve and from which he cannot escape. He cannot go back to the prehuman state of harmony with nature, and he does not know where he will arrive if he goes forward. Man's existential contradiction results in a state of constant disequilibrium. This disequilibrium distinguishes him from the animal, which lives, as it were, in harmony with nature. This does not mean, of course, that the animal necessarily lives a peaceful and happy life, but that it has its specific ecological niche to which its physical and mental qualities have been adapted by the process of evolution. Man's existential, and hence unavoidable disequilibrium can be relatively stable when he has found, with the support of his culture, a more or less adequate way of coping with his existential problems. But this relative stability does not imply that the dichotomy has disappeared, it is merely dormant and becomes manifest as soon as the conditions for this relative stability change. Indeed, in the process of man's self-creation this relative stability is upset again and again. Man, in his history, changes his environment, and in this process he changes himself. His knowledge increases, but so does his awareness of his ignorance. He experiences himself as an individual, and not only as a member of his tribe, and with this his sense of separateness and isolation grows. He creates larger and more efficient social units, led by powerful leaders, and he becomes frightened and submissive. He attains a certain amount of freedom and becomes afraid of this very freedom. His capacity for material production grows, but in the process he becomes greedy and egotistical, a slave of the things he has created. Every new state of disequilibrium forces man to seek for new equilibrium. Indeed, what has often been considered man's innate drive for progress is his attempt to find a new and if possible better equilibrium. The new forms of equilibrium by no means constitute a straight line of human improvement. Frequently in history new achievements have led to regressive developments. Many times, when forced to find a new solution, man runs into a blind alley from which he has to extricate himself, and it is indeed remarkable that thus far in history he has been able to do so. These considerations suggest a hypothesis as to how to define the essence or nature of man. I propose that man's nature cannot be defined in terms of a specific quality, such as love, hate, reason, good or evil, but only in terms of fundamental contradictions that characterize human existence and have their root in the biological dichotomy between missing instincts and self-awareness. Man's existential conflict produces certain psychic needs common to all men. He is forced to overcome the horror of separateness, of powerlessness, and of lostness, and find new forms of relating himself to the world to enable him to feel at home. I have called these psychic needs existential because they are rooted in the very conditions of human existence. They are shared by all men, and their fulfillment is as necessary for man's remaining sane as the fulfillment of organic drives is necessary for his remaining alive. But each of these needs can be satisfied in different ways, which vary according to the differences of his social condition. These different ways of satisfying the existential needs manifest themselves in passions, such as love, tenderness, striving for justice, independence, truth, hate, sadism, masochism, destructiveness, narcissism. I call them character-rooted passions or simply human passions because they are integrated in man's character. While the concept of character will be discussed at length further on, it will suffice here to say that character is the relatively permanent system of all non-instinctual strivings through which man relates himself to the human and natural world. One may understand character as the human substitute for the missing animal instincts. It is man's second nature. What all men have in common are their organic drives, even though highly modifiable by experience, and their existential needs. What they do not have in common are the kinds of passions that are dominant in their respective characters, character-rooted passions. The difference in character is largely due to the difference in social conditions, although genetically given dispositions also influence the formation of the character. For this reason one can call character-rooted passions a historical category and instincts a natural category. Yet the former are not a purely historical category either, inasmuch as the social influence can only work through the biologically given conditions of human existence. 7. We are now ready to discuss man's existential needs and the variety of character-rooted passions that in turn constitute different answers to these existential needs. Before starting this discussion, let us look back and raise a question of method. I have suggested a reconstruction of man's mind as it may have been at the beginning of prehistory. The obvious objection to this method is that it is a theoretical reconstruction for which there is no evidence whatsoever, or so it would appear. However, evidence is not completely lacking for the formulation of some tentative hypotheses that may be disproven or confirmed by further findings. This evidence lies essentially in those findings which indicate that man, perhaps as early as 500,000 years ago, peaking man, had cults and rituals, manifesting that his concerns went beyond satisfying his material needs. The history of prehistoric religion and art, not separable in those times, is the main source for the study of primitive man's mind. Obviously, I cannot set forth into this vast and as yet controversial territory within the context of this study. What I want to stress is that the presently available data, as well as those still to be found in regard to primitive religions and rituals, will not reveal the nature of prehistoric man's minds unless we have a key with which we can decipher it. This key, I believe, is our own mind. Not our conscious thoughts, but those categories of thought and feeling that are buried in our unconscious and yet are an experiential core present in all men of all cultures. Briefly, it is what I would like to call man's primary human experience. This primary human experience is in itself rooted in man's existential situation. For this reason it is common to all men and does not need to be explained as being racially inherited. The first question, of course, is whether we can find this key, whether we can transcend our normal frame of mind and transpose ourselves into the mind of the original man. Drama, poetry, art, myth have done this, but not psychology, with the exception of psychoanalysis. The various psychoanalytic schools have done it in different ways. Freud's original man was a historical construct of the member of a patriarchally organized male band, ruled and exploited by a father tyrant against whom the sons rebel, and whose internalization is the basis for the formation of the superego and a new social organization. Freud's aim was to help the contemporary patient to discover his own unconscious by letting him share the experience of what Freud believed to be his earliest ancestors. Even though this model of original man was fictitious and the corresponding Oedipus complex was not the deepest level of human experience, Freud's hypothesis opened up an entirely new possibility, that all men of every period and culture had shared a basic experience with their common ancestors. Thus Freud added another historical argument to the humanist belief that all men share the common core of humanity. C.G. Jung made the same attempt in a different and in many respects more sophisticated way than Freud's. He was particularly interested in the variety of myths, rituals, and religions. He used myth ingeniously and brilliantly as a key for the understanding of the unconscious, and thus built a bridge between mythology and psychology more systematically and extensively than any of his predecessors. What I am suggesting here is not only to use the past for the understanding of the present, of our unconscious, but also to use our unconscious as a key to the understanding of prehistory. This requires the practice of self-knowledge in the psychoanalytical sense, the removal of a major part of our resistance against the awareness of our unconscious, thus reducing the difficulty of penetrating from our conscious mind to the depth of our core. Provided we are able to do this, we can understand our fellow men who live in the same culture as we do, also men of an entirely different culture, and even a madman. We can also sense what original man must have experienced, what existential needs he had, and in what ways men, including ourselves, can respond to these needs. When we see primitive art, down to the cave paintings of 30,000 years ago, or the art of radically different cultures like the African or Greek or that of the Middle Ages, we take it for granted that we understand them, in spite of the fact that these cultures were radically different from ours. We dream symbols and myths that are like those men thousands of years ago conceived when they were awake. Are they not a common language of all humanity, regardless of vast differences in conscious perception? Fromm, 1951a. Considering that contemporary thinking in the field of human evolution is so one-sidedly oriented along the lines of man's bodily development and his material culture, of which skeletons and tools are the main witnesses, it is not surprising that few investigators are interested in the mind of early man. Yet the view I have presented here is shared by a number of outstanding scholars, whose whole philosophical outlook differs from that of the majority. I am referring especially to the views, particularly close to my own, of the paleontologist F.M. Bergouniu and the zoologist and geneticist T. Dobzhansky. Bergouniu writes, even though man can legitimately be considered a primate, of which he possesses all the anatomical and physiological characteristics, he alone forms a biological group whose originality none will dispute. Man felt himself brutally torn from his environment and isolated in the middle of a world whose measure and laws he did not know. He therefore felt obliged to learn, by constant bitter effort and his own mistakes, everything he had to know to survive. The animals surrounding him came gathering, searching for water, doubling or fleeing to defend themselves against innumerable enemies. For them, periods of rest and activity succeed each other in an unchanging rhythm fixed by the needs for food or sleep, reproduction or protection. Man detaches himself from his surroundings, he feels alone, abandoned, ignorant of everything except that he knows nothing. His first feeling thus was existential anxiety, which may even have taken him to the limits of despair. F.M. Bergouniu, 1964. A very similar view was expressed by Dobzhansky. Self-awareness and foresight brought, however, the awesome gifts of freedom and responsibility. Man feels free to execute some of his plans and to leave others in abeyance. He feels the joy of being the master, rather than a slave, of the world and of himself. But the joy is tempered by a feeling of responsibility. Man knows that he is accountable for his acts, he has acquired the knowledge of good and evil. This is a dreadfully heavy load to carry. No other animal has to withstand anything like it. There is a tragic discord in the soul of man. Among the flaws in human nature, this one is far more serious than the pain of childbirth. T. Dobzhansky, 1962. The existential needs of man and the various character-rooted passions. 8. A frame of orientation and devotion. Man's capacity for self-awareness, reason, and imagination, new qualities that go beyond the capacity for instrumental thinking of even the cleverest animals, requires a picture of the world and of his place in it that is structured and has inner cohesion. Man needs a map of his natural and social world, without which he would be confused and unable to act purposefully and consistently. He would have no way of orienting himself and of finding for himself a fixed point that permits him to organize all the impressions that impinge upon him. Whether he believed in sorcery and magic as final explanations of all events, or in the spirit of his ancestors as guiding his life and fate, or in an omnipotent God who will reward or punish him, or in the power of science to give answers to all human problems from the standpoint of his need for a frame of orientation, it does not make any difference. His world makes sense to him, and he feels certain about his ideas through the consensus with those around him. Even if the map is wrong, it fulfills its psychological function. But the map was never entirely wrong, nor has it ever been entirely right, either. It has always been enough of an approximation to the explanation of phenomena to serve the purpose of living. Only to the degree to which the practice of life is freed from its contradictions and its irrationality can the theoretical picture correspond to the truth. The impressive fact is that we do not find any culture in which there does not exist such a frame of orientation. Or any individual either. Often an individual may disclaim having any such overall picture and believe that he responds to the various phenomena and incidents of life from case to case, as his judgment guides him. But it can be easily demonstrated that he takes his own philosophy for granted, because to him it is only common sense, and he is unaware that all his concepts rest upon a commonly accepted frame of reference. When such a person is confronted with a fundamentally different total view of life, he judges it as crazy or irrational or childish, while he considers himself as being only logical. The need for the formation of a frame of reference is particularly clear in the case of children. They show, at a certain age, a deep need for a frame of orientation and often make it up themselves in an ingenious way, using the few data available to them. The intensity of the need for a frame of orientation explains a fact that has puzzled many students of man, namely the ease with which people fall under the spell of irrational doctrines, either political or religions or of any other nature, when to the one who is not under their influence it seems obvious that they are worthless constructs. Part of the answer lies in the suggestive influence of leaders and in the suggestibility of then. But this does not seem to be the whole story. Man would probably not be so suggestive were it not that his need for a cohesive frame of orientation is so vital. The more an ideology pretends to give answers to all questions, the more attractive it is. Here may lie the reason why irrational or even plainly insane thought systems can so easily attract the minds of men. But a map is not enough as a guide for action. Man also needs a goal that tells him where to go. The animal has no such problems. Its instincts provide it with a map as well as with goals. But man, lacking instinctive determination and having a brain that permits him to think of many directions in which he could go, needs an object of total devotion. He needs an object of devotion to he the focal point of all his strivings and the basis for all his effective and not only proclaimed values. He needs such an object of devotion for a number of reasons. The object integrates his energies in one direction. It elevates him beyond his isolated existence, with all its doubts and insecurity, and gives meaning to life. In being devoted to a goal beyond his isolated ego, he transcends himself and leaves the prison of absolute egocentricity. 9. The objects of man's devotion vary. He can be devoted to an idol which requires him to kill his children or to an ideal that makes him protect children. He can be devoted to the growth of life or to its destruction. He can be devoted to the goal of amassing a fortune, of acquiring power, of destruction, or to that of loving and of being productive and courageous. He can be devoted to the most diverse goals and idols, yet while the difference in the objects of devotion are of immense importance, the need for devotion itself is a primary, existential need demanding fulfillment regardless of how this need is fulfilled. Rootedness. When the infant is born he leaves the security of the womb, the situation in which he was still part of nature where he lived through his mother's body. At the moment of birth he is still symbiotically attached to mother, and even after birth he remains so longer than most other animals. But even when the umbilical cord is cut there remains a deep craving to undo the separation, to return to the womb or to find a new situation of absolute protection and security. 10. But the way to paradise is blocked by man's biological, and particularly by his neurophysiological constitution. He has only one alternative, either to persist in his craving to regress, and to pay for it by symbolic dependence on mother, and on symbolic substitutes, such as soil, nature, God, the nation, a bureaucracy, or to progress and find new roots in the world by his own efforts, by experiencing the brotherhood of man, and by freeing himself from the power of the past. Man, aware of his separateness, needs to find new ties with his fellow man, his very sanity depends on it. Without strong effective ties to the world, he would suffer from utter isolation and lostness. But he can relate himself to others in different and ascertainable ways. He can love others, which requires the presence of independence and productiveness, or if his sense of freedom is not developed, he can relate to others symbiotically, i.e., by becoming part of them or by making them part of himself. In this symbiotic relationship he strives either to control others, sadism, or to be controlled by them, masochism. If he cannot choose either the way of love or that of symbiosis, he can solve the problem by relating exclusively to himself, narcissism, then he becomes the world, and loves the world by loving himself. This is a frequent form of dealing with the need for relatedness, usually blended with sadism, but it is a dangerous one. In its extreme form it leads to some forms of madness. A last and malignant form of solving the problem, usually blended with extreme narcissism, is the craving to destroy all others. If no one exists outside of me, I need not fear others, nor need I relate myself to them. By destroying the world I am saved from being crushed by it. Unity. The existential split in man would be unbearable could he not establish a sense of unity within himself and with the natural and human world outside. But there are many ways of re-establishing unity. Man can anesthetize his consciousness by inducing states of trance or ecstasy, mediated by such means as drugs, sexual orgies, fasting, dancing, and other rituals that abound in various cults. He can also try to identify himself with the animal in order to regain the lost harmony. This form of seeking unity is the essence of the many primitive religions in which the ancestor of the tribe is a totem animal, or in which man identifies with the animal by acting like one, for instance the Teutonic berserkers who identified themselves with a bear, or by wearing an animal mask. Unity can also be established by subordinating all energies to one all-consuming passion, such as the passion for destruction, power, fame, or property. To forget oneself, in the sense of anesthetizing one's reason, is the aim of all these attempts to restore unity within oneself. It is a tragic attempt, in the sense that either it succeeds only momentarily, as in a trance or in drunkenness, or, even if it is permanent, as in the passion for hate or power, it cripples man, estranges him from others, twists his judgment, and makes him as dependent on this particular passion as another is on hard drugs. There is only one approach to unity that can be successful without crippling man. Such an attempt was made in the first millennium AC in all parts of the world where man had developed a civilization: in China, in India, in Egypt, in Palestine, in Greece. The great religions springing from the soil of these cultures taught that man can achieve unity not by a tragic effort to undo the fact of the split, by eliminating reason, but by fully developing human reason and love. Great as are the differences between Taoism, Buddhism, prophetic Judaism, and the Christianity of the Gospels, these religions had one common goal: to arrive at the experience of oneness, not by regressing to animal existence but by becoming fully human oneness within man, oneness between man and nature, and oneness between man and other men. In the short historical time of 2500 years, man does not seem to have made much progress in achieving the goal that was postulated by these religions. The inevitable slowness of man's economic and social development, plus the fact that the religions were co-opted by those whose social function it was to rule and manipulate men, seem to account for this. Yet the new concept of unity was as revolutionary an event in man's psychical development as the invention of agriculture and industry was for his economic development. Nor was this concept ever totally lost. It was brought to life in the Christian sects, among the mystics of all religions, in the ideas of Joachim de Fiore, among the Renaissance humanists, and in a secular form in the philosophy of Marx. The alternative between regressive and progressive ways of achieving salvation is not only a social historical one. Each individual is confronted with the same alternative: his margin of freedom not to choose the regressive solution in a society that has chosen it is indeed small, yet it exists. But great effort, clear thinking, and guidance by the teachings of the great humanists is necessary. Neurosis can be understood best as the battle between two tendencies within an individual. Deep character analysis leads, if successful, to the progressive solution. Another solution to man's existential split problem is quite characteristic of contemporary cybernetic society: to be identified with one's social role, to feel little, to lose oneself by reducing oneself to a thing. The existential split is camouflaged because man becomes identified with his social organization and forgets that he is a person. He becomes, to use Heidegger's term, a one, a non-person. He is, we might say, in a negative ecstasis. He forgets himself by ceasing to be he, by ceasing to be a person and becoming a thing. Effectiveness. Man's awareness of himself as being in a strange and overpowering world, and his consequent sense of impotence could easily overwhelm him. If he experienced himself as entirely passive, a mere object, he would lack a sense of his own will, of his identity. To compensate for this he must acquire a sense of being able to do something, to move somebody, to make a dent, or, to use the most adequate English word, to be effective. We use the word today in referring to an effective speaker or salesman, meaning one who succeeds in getting results. But this is a deterioration of the original meaning of to effect, from the Latin ex facere, to do. To effect is the equivalent of, to bring to pass, to accomplish, to realize, to carry out, to fulfill. An effective person is one who has the capacity to do, to effect, to accomplish something. To be able to effect something is the assertion that one is not impotent, but that one is an alive, functioning, human being. To be able to effect means to be active and not only to be affected, to be active and not only passive. It is, in the last analysis, the proof that one is. The principle can be formulated thus: I am, because I effect. A number of investigations have stressed this point. At the beginning of this century, K. Greuze, the classic interpreter of play, wrote that an essential motive in the child's play was the joy in being a cause. This was his explanation of the child's pleasure in making a clatter, moving things around, playing in puddles, and similar activities. His conclusion was, we demand a knowledge of the effects and to be ourselves the producers of these effects. K. Greuze, 1901. A similar idea was expressed 50 years later by J. Piaget, who observed the child's special interest in objects that he affects by his own movements. J. Piaget, 1952. R. W. White used a similar concept in describing one of the basic motivations in man as competence motivation, and proposed the word effect ance for the motivational aspect of competence. R. W. White, 1959. The same need is manifested in the fact that the first real sentence of some children from about the age of 15 to 18 months is some version of I do, repeated, and that also for the first time me is often used before mine. D. E. Schechter, 1968, 11. Due to his biological situation, the child is necessarily in a state of extraordinary helplessness up to the age of 18 months, and even later he is largely dependent on the favors and goodwill of others. The degree of the child's natural powerlessness changes every day, while in general adults are much slower in changing their attitude toward the child. The child's tantrums, his crying, his stubbornness, the different ways in which he tries to battle adults, are among the most visible manifestations of his attempt to have an effect, to move, to change, to express his will. The child is usually defeated by the superior strength of the adult, but the defeat does not remain without consequences. It would seem to activate a tendency to overcome the defeat by doing actively what one was forced to endure passively, to rule when one had to obey, to beat when one was beaten, in short, to do what one was forced to suffer, or to do what one was forbidden to do. Psychoanalytic data show amply that neurotic tendencies and sexual peculiarities, like voyeurism, compulsive masturbation, or a compulsive need for sexual intercourse, often are the outcome of such early prohibitions. It seems almost as if this compulsive transformation from the passive to the active role were an attempt, even though an unsuccessful one, to heal still open wounds. Perhaps the general attraction of sin, of doing the forbidden, also finds its explanation here. Point 12. Not only does that which was not permissible attract, but also that which is not possible. It seems that man is profoundly attracted to move to the personal, social, and natural borders of his existence, as if driven to look beyond the narrow frame in which he is forced to exist. This impulse may be an important conducive factor in great discoveries, as well as in great crimes. The adult, too, feels the need to reassure himself that he is by being able to affect. The ways to achieve a sense of affecting are manifold, by eliciting an expression of satisfaction in the baby being nursed, a smile from the loved person, sexual response from the lover, interest from the partner in conversation, by work material, intellectual, artistic. But the same need can also be satisfied by having power over others, by experiencing their fear, by the murderer's watching the anguish in the face of his victim, by conquering a country, by torturing people, by sheer destruction of what has been constructed. The need to affect expresses itself in interpersonal relations as well as in the relationship to animals, to inanimate nature, and to ideas. In the relationship to others, the fundamental alternative is to feel either the potency to affect love or to affect fear and suffering. In the relationship to things, the alternative is between constructing and destroying. Opposite as these alternatives are, they are responses to the same existential need, to affect. In studying depressions and boredom, one can find rich material to show that the sense of being condemned to ineffectiveness, i.e., to complete vital impotence, of which sexual impotence is only a small part, is one of the most painful and almost intolerable experiences, and man will do almost anything to overcome it, from drug and work addiction to cruelty and murder. Excitation and stimulation. The Russian neurologist Ivan Sechenov was the first to establish, in reflexes of the brain, that the nervous system has the need to be exercised, i.e., to experience a certain minimum of excitation. Sechenov, 1863. R.B. Livingston states the same principle. The nervous system is a source for activity as well as integration. The brain is not merely reactive to outside stimuli, it is itself spontaneously active. Brain cell activity begins in embryonic life and probably contributes to organizational development. Brain development occurs most rapidly prior to birth and for a few months thereafter. Following this period of exuberant growth, the rate of development decreases markedly, yet, even in the adult, there is no point beyond which development ceases, beyond which the capacities for reorganization following disease or injury disappear. And further on, the brain consumes oxygen at a rate comparable to that of active muscle. Active muscle can sustain such a rate of oxygen consumption for only a short period, but the nervous system continues its high rate for a lifetime, awake or asleep, from birth until death. R.B. Livingston, 1967. Even in tissue culture, nerve cells continue to be biologically and electrically active. One area in which the need for constant excitation of the brain can be recognized is the phenomenon of dreaming. It has been well established that a considerable proportion of our sleeping time, about 25%, is spent in dreaming. The difference between individuals is not whether or not they dream, but whether or not they remember their dreams, and that individuals appear to show semi-pathological reactions if they are prevented from dreaming. W. Dement, 1960. It is a relevant question why the brain, comprising only 2% of the body weight, is the only organ, aside from the heart and lungs, that remains active during sleep, while the rest of the body is in a state of rest, or to put it in neurophysiological terms, why the brain uses 20% of the body's total intake of oxygen day and night. It would seem that this means that the neurons ought to be in a state of greater activity than the cells in other parts of the body. As to the reasons for this, one could speculate that sufficient oxygen supply to the brain is of such vital importance for living that the brain is provided with an extra margin of activity and excitation. The infant's need for stimulation has been demonstrated by many investigators. R. Spitz has shown the pathological effects of lack of stimulation on infants. The Harlows and others have demonstrated that early deprivation of contact with mother results in severe psychic damage to monkeys. 13 The same problem has been studied by D. E. Schechter in pursuit of his thesis that social stimulation constitutes a basis for the child's development. He arrives at the conclusion that without adequate social, including perceptual, stimulation, as for instance in blind and institutionalized infants, Deficits develop in emotional and social relationships, in language, abstract thinking, and inner control. D. E. Schechter, 1973. Experimental studies have also demonstrated the need for stimulation and excitation. E. Tauber and F. Koffler, 1966, demonstrated the optokinetic nystagmus reaction to movement in newborns. Wolf and White, 1965, observed visual pursuit of objects with conjugate eye movements in 3 to 4-day-olds. Fantz, 1958, described more prolonged visual fixation on more complex visual patterns as against simpler ones during the early weeks of infancy. D. E. Schechter, 1973, 14. Schechter adds, of course, we cannot know the quality of the infant's subjective perceptual experience but only the fact of a discriminating visual motor response. Only in a loose manner of speaking may we conclude that infants prefer complex stimulus patterns. D. E. Schechter, 1973. The experiments on sensory deprivation at McGill University 15 have shown that the elimination of most outside stimuli, even when accompanied by the satisfaction of all physiological needs, with the exception of sex, and rewarded by better than average pay, resulted in certain disturbances in perception. The subjects showed irritability, restlessness, and emotional instability to such a degree that a number of them stopped participating in the experiment after only a few hours, in spite of the financial loss. 16. Observations of daily life indicate that the human organism as well as the animal organism are in need of a certain minimum of excitation and stimulation, as they are of a certain minimum of rest. We see that men eagerly respond to and seek excitation. The list of excitation-generating stimuli is endless. The difference between people and cultures lies only in the form taken by the main stimuli for excitation. Accidents, a murder, a fire, a war, sex are sources of excitation, so are love and creative work. Greek drama was certainly as exciting for the spectators as were the sadistic spectacles in the Roman Colosseum, but exciting in a different way. The difference is very important, yet little attention has been given to it. Although this means making a short detour, it seems worthwhile to discuss this difference, if only briefly. In psychological and neurophysiological literature, the term stimulus has been used almost exclusively to denote what I call here a simple stimulus. If a man is threatened with danger to his life, his response is simple and immediate, almost reflex-like, because it is rooted in his neurophysiological organization. The same holds true for the other physiological needs like hunger and, to a certain extent, sex. The responding person reacts, but he does not act, by which I mean to say he does not actively integrate any response beyond the minimum activity necessary to run away, attack, or become sexually excited. One might also say that in this kind of response the brain and the whole physiological apparatus act for man. What is usually overlooked is the fact that there is a different kind of stimulus, one that stimulates the person to be active. Such an activating stimulus could be a novel, a poem, an idea, a landscape, music, or a loved person. None of these stimuli produce a simple response, they invite you, as it were, to respond by actively and sympathetically relating yourself to them, by becoming actively interested, seeing and discovering ever new aspects in your object, which ceases to be a mere object, by becoming more awake and more aware. You do not remain the passive object upon which the stimulus acts, to whose melody your body has to dance, as it were. Instead you express your own faculties by being related to the world, you become active and productive. The simple stimulus produces a drive, i.e., the person is driven by it. The activating stimulus results in a striving, i.e., the person is actively striving for a goal. The difference between these two kinds of stimuli and responses has very important consequences. Stimuli of the first, simple kind, if repeated beyond a certain threshold, are no longer registered and lose their stimulating effect. This is due to a neurophysiological principle of economy that eliminates the awareness of stimuli that indicate by their repetitiveness that they are not important. Continued stimulation requires that the stimulus should either increase in intensity or change in content. A certain element of novelty is required. Activating stimuli have a different effect. They do not remain the same, because of the productive response to them. They are always new, always changing. The stimulated person, the stimuli, brings the stimuli to life and changes them by always discovering new aspects in them. Between the stimulus and the stimuli exists a mutual relationship, not the mechanical one-way relations SR. This difference is easily confirmed by anybody's experience. One can read a Greek drama, or a poem by Goethe, or a novel by Kafka, or a sermon by Meister Eckhart, or a treatise by Paracelsus, or fragments by the pre-Socratic philosophers, or the writings of Spinoza or Marx without ever getting bored. Obviously, these examples are personal, and everyone should replace them by others closer to him. These stimuli are always alive, they wake up the reader and increase his awareness. On the other hand, a cheap novel is boring on a second reading, and conducive to sleep. The significance of activating and simple stimuli is crucial for the problem of learning. If learning means to penetrate from the surface of phenomena to their roots, i.e., to their causes, from deceptive ideologies to the naked facts, thus approximating the truth, it is an exhilarating, active process and a condition for human growth. I do not refer here only to book learning, but to the discoveries a child or an illiterate member of a primitive tribe makes of natural or personal events. If, on the other hand, learning is merely the acquisition of information mediated by conditioning, we are dealing with a simple stimulus in which the person is acted upon by the stimulation of his need for praise, security, success, and so forth. Contemporary life in industrial societies operates almost entirely with such simple stimuli. What is stimulated are such drives as sexual desire, greed, sadism, destructiveness, narcissism. These stimuli are mediated through movies, television, radio, newspapers, magazines, and the commodity market. On the whole, advertising rests upon the stimulation of socially produced desires. The mechanism is always the same: simple stimulation, immediate and passive response. Here lies the reason why the stimuli have to be changed constantly, lest they become ineffective. A car that is exciting today will be boring in a year or two, so it must be changed in the search for excitation. A place one knows well automatically becomes boring, so that excitement can be had only by visiting different places, as many as possible in one trip. In such a framework, sexual partners also need to be changed in order to produce excitation. The description given so far needs to be qualified by stressing that it is not only the stimulus that counts. The most stimulating poem or person will fail completely with someone who is incapable of responding because of his own fear, inhibition, laziness, passivity. The activating stimulus requires a touchable stimuli in order to have an effect. Touchable not in the sense of being educated, but of being humanly responsive. On the other hand, the person who is fully alive does not necessarily need any particular outside stimulus to be activated. In fact, he creates his own stimuli. The difference can be clearly seen in children. Up to a certain age, around 5 years, they are so active and productive that they make their own stimuli. They create a whole world out of scraps of paper, wood, stones, chairs, practically anything they find available. But when after the age of 6 they become docile, unspontaneous, and passive, they want to be stimulated in such a way that they can remain passive and only react. They want elaborate toys and get bored with them after a short while. In brief, they already behave as their elders do with cars, clothes, places to travel, and lovers. There is another important difference between simple and activating stimuli. The person who is driven by the simple stimulus experiences a mixture of release, thrill, satisfaction, when he is satisfied, from the Latin satisfacere, to make enough, he has enough. The activating stimulation, on the contrary, has no satisfaction point, i.e., it never makes the person feel he has enough, except, of course, when normal physical tiredness sets in. I believe that one can formulate a law based on neurophysiological and psychological data in reference to the difference between the two kinds of stimuli. The more passivating a stimulus is, the more frequently it must be changed in intensity and / or in kind, the more activating it is, the longer it retains its stimulating quality and the less necessary is change in intensity and content. I have dealt at such length with the organism's need for stimulation and excitation because it is one of the many factors generating destructiveness and cruelty. It is much easier to get excited by anger, rage, cruelty, or the passion to destroy than by love and productive and active interest. That first kind of excitation does not require the individual to make an effort. One does not need to have patience and discipline, to learn, to concentrate, to endure frustration, to practice critical thinking, to overcome one's narcissism and greed. If the person has failed to grow, simple stimuli are always at hand or can be read about in the newspapers, heard about in the radio news reports, or watched on television and in movies. People can also produce them in their own minds by finding reasons to hate, to destroy, and to control others. The strength of this craving is indicated by the millions of dollars the mass media make by selling this kind of excitation. In fact, many married couples stay together for this reason. The marriage gives them the opportunity to experience hate, quarrels, sadism, and submission. They stay together not in spite of their fights, but because of them. Masochistic behavior, the pleasure in suffering or submitting, has one of its roots in this need for excitement. Masochistic persons suffer from the difficulty of being able to initiate excitation and of reacting readily to normal stimuli, but they can react when the stimulus overpowers them, as it were, when they can give themselves up to the excitement forced upon them. Boredom. Chronic depression. The problem of stimulation is closely linked to a phenomenon that has no small part in generating aggression and destructiveness: boredom. From a logical standpoint, it would have been more adequate to have discussed boredom in the previous chapter, together with other causes of aggression, but this would have been impractical because the discussion on stimulation is a necessary premise for the understanding of boredom. With regard to stimulation and boredom, we can distinguish between three types of persons. 1. The person who is capable of responding productively to activating stimuli is not bored. 2. The person who is in constant need of ever-changing, flat stimuli is chronically bored, but since he compensates for his boredom, he is not aware of it. 3. The person who fails in the attempt to obtain excitation by any kind of normal stimulation is a very sick individual. Sometimes he is acutely aware of his state of mind, sometimes he is not conscious of the fact that he suffers. This type of boredom is fundamentally different from the second type, in which boredom is used in a behavioral sense, i.e., the person is bored when there is an insufficient stimulation, but he is capable of responding when his boredom is compensated. In the third instance, it cannot be compensated. We speak here of boredom in a dynamic, characterological sense, and it could be described as a state of chronic depression. But the difference between compensated and uncompensated chronic boredom is only quantitative. In both types of boredom, the person lacks in productivity. In the first type, he can cure the symptom although not its cause by proper stimuli. In the second, even the symptom is incurable. The difference is also visible in the use of the term bored. If someone says, "I am depressed," he usually refers to a state of mind. If somebody says, "I am bored," he usually means to say something about the world outside, indicating that it does not provide him with interesting or amusing stimuli. But when we speak of a boring person, we refer to the person himself, to his character. We do not mean that he is boring today because he has not told us an interesting story. When we say he is a boring person, we mean he is boring as a person. There is something dead, unalive, uninteresting in him. Many people would readily admit they are bored, very few would admit that they are boring. Chronic boredom, compensated or uncompensated, constitutes one of the major psychopathological phenomena in contemporary technotronic society, although it is only recently that it has found some recognition. Point 17. Before entering into the discussion of depressive boredom, in the dynamic sense, some remarks on boredom in a behavioral sense seem to be in order. The persons who are capable of responding productively to activating stimuli are virtually never bored, but they are the exception in cybernetic society. The vast majority, while not suffering from a grave illness, can be nevertheless considered suffering from a milder form of pathology, insufficient inner productivity. They are bored unless they can provide themselves with ever-changing, simple not activating stimuli. There are several probable reasons that chronic, compensated boredom is generally not considered pathological. Perhaps the main reason is that in contemporary industrial society most people are bored, and a shared pathology, the pathology or normalcy, is not experienced as pathology. Furthermore, normal boredom is usually not conscious. Most people succeed in compensating for it by participating in a great number of activities that prevent them from consciously feeling bored. 8 hours of the day they are busy making a living. When the boredom would threaten to become conscious, after business hours, they avoid this danger by the numerous means that prevent manifest boredom: drinking, watching television, taking a ride, going to parties, engaging in sexual activities, and, the more recent fashion, taking drugs. Eventually their natural need for sleep takes over, and the day is ended successfully if boredom has not been experienced consciously at any point. One may state that one of the main goals of man today is escape from boredom. Only if one appreciates the intensity of reactions caused by unrelieved boredom, can one have any idea of the power of the impulses engendered by it. Among the working class, boredom is much more conscious than among the middle and upper classes, as amply evidenced in workers' demands in contract negotiations. They lack the genuine satisfaction experienced by many persons on a higher social level whose work allows them, at least to some extent, to be involved in creative planning, exercising their imaginative, intellectual, and organizational facilities. That this is so is clearly borne out by the fact, amply demonstrated in recent years, that the growing complaint of blue-collar workers today is the painful boredom they experience in their working hours, besides their more traditional complaint about insufficient wages. Industry tries to remedy this in some cases by what is often called job enrichment, which consists of having the worker do more than one operation, planning and laying out his own job as he likes, and generally assuming more responsibility. This seems to be an answer in the right direction, but it is a very limited one considering the whole spirit of our culture. It has also often been suggested that the problem does not lie in making the work more interesting but in shortening it to such an extent that man can develop his faculties and interests in his leisure time. But the proponents of this idea seem to forget that leisure time itself is manipulated by the consumption of industry and is fundamentally as boring as work, only less consciously so. Work, man's exchange with nature, is such a fundamental part of human existence that only when it ceases to be alienated can leisure time become productive. This, however, is not only a question of changing the nature of work, but of a total social and political change in the direction of subordinating the economy to the real needs of man. In the picture of the two kinds of non-depressive boredom given so far, it would appear that the difference is only between the different kinds of stimuli, whether they are activating or not. They both relieve boredom. This picture, however, is an oversimplification. The difference goes much deeper and complicates considerably what seemed to be a neat formulation. The boredom that is overcome by activating stimuli is really ended, or rather it never existed, because the productive person, ideally speaking, is never bored and has no difficulty in finding the proper stimuli. On the other hand, the unproductive, inwardly passive person remains bored even when his manifest, conscious boredom is relieved for the moment. Why should this be so? The reason seems to lie in that in the superficial relief from boredom, the whole person, and particularly his deeper feeling, his imagination, his reason, in short all his essential facilities and psychic potentialities remain untouched. They are not brought to life. The boredom compensating means are like a bulky food without any nutritional value. The person continues to feel empty and unmoved on a deeper level. He anesthetizes this uncomfortable feeling by momentary excitation, thrill, fun, liquor, or sex, but unconsciously he remains bored. A very busy lawyer who often worked 12 hours a day or more and said that he was absorbed by his job and never felt bored, had the following dream. I see myself as a member of a chain gang in Georgia where I was extradited from my hometown in the East for some unknown crime. To my surprise I can easily take off the chains, but I must go on doing the prescribed work, which consists of carrying bags of sand from one truck to another away in the distance and then taking the same bags back to the first truck. I experience a sense of intense mental pain and depression during the dream and wake up in a frightened mood as from a nightmare, relieved that it was only a dream. Whereas during the first weeks of analytic work he had been quite cheerful, saying how satisfied he felt in life, he was quite shaken by this dream and began to bring up many different ideas about his work. Without going into details, I only want to state that he began to speak about the fact that what he was doing really did not make sense, that it was essentially always the same, and that it served no purpose except that of making money, which he felt was not enough as something to live for. He spoke about the fact that in spite of a good deal of variety in the problems he had to solve, they were basically all the same, or could be solved by a few, ever-repeated methods. 2 weeks later he had the following dream: I saw myself sitting at the desk in my office, but I felt like a zombie. I hear what goes on and see what people do, but I feel that I am dead and that nothing concerns me. The associations for this dream brought forward more material about a sense of feeling unalive and depressed. In a third dream he reported, the building in which my office is located is going up in flames, but nobody knows how it happened. I feel powerless to help. It hardly needs to. He said that this last dream expressed his deep hatred of the law firm of which he is the head. He had been completely unconscious of this because it did not make sense. 18. Another example of unconscious boredom is given by H.D. Esseler. He reports of a patient, a good-looking student who carried on with many girlfriends and was very successful in this sector of his life. Although he insisted that life is great, sometimes he felt somewhat depressed. When he was hypnotized during the treatment, he saw a black barren place with many masks. When asked where the black barren place was, he said it was inside him. That everything was dull, 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 that the masks represent the different roles he takes to fool people into thinking he is feeling well. He began to express his feelings about life. It is a feeling of nothingness. When the therapist asked him if sex was also dull, he said, yes, but not as dull as other things. He stated that his 3 children by a previous marriage bored him, although he felt closer to them than he did to most people, that in his 9 years of marriage he went through the motions of living and was occasionally relieved by drinking. He talked about his father as an ambitious, dull, lonely man who never had a friend in his life. The therapist asked him if he was lonely with his son. The answer was, I tried very hard to relate to him but was unable to. When asked if he wanted to die, the patient said, yes, why not, but he also answered yes when asked whether he wanted to live. Eventually he had a dream in which there was sunlight and it was warm and there was grass. When asked whether there were people there, he said, no, there were no people, but there was a potential for them coming. When awakened from the hypnotic trance, he was surprised at the things he had said. 19. While the depressed and bored feeling was occasionally conscious, it became fully conscious only in the hypnotic state. The patient succeeded by his active and ever-new sexual exploits to compensate for his bored state, just as the lawyer did by work, but the compensation occurred mainly in consciousness. It permitted the patient to repress his boredom, and he could go on with this repression as long as the compensation worked properly. But compensations do not alter the fact that on a deeper level of inner reality the boredom is not removed or even lessened. It seems that the boredom compensating consumption offered by the normal channels of our culture does not fulfill